How does a bank prove that the money in the bank is its own? You were originally a lawyer with an extremely high winning rate. When you underperformed, you could send the opponent to jail. When you performed normally, you could send both the opponent and their lawyer to jail, and when you overperformed, you could even send the judge to jail. However, an accident caused you to cross over to another parallel world. In this world, you are the weakest marriage lawyer, having taken on 5 cases in 2.5 years and lost 4 of them. As a result, since crossing over, you haven't received a single case in half a month. Just as you were at a loss and ready to change careers, an elderly couple walked into the law firm. Before you could even ask, the old man spoke out first about their request. Their son is suspected of robbing a bank and they want to hire a lawyer for defense, preferably to reduce the sentence. As soon as you heard it, you were extremely excited. Robbing a bank has already involved criminal prosecution issues, and such cases are generally not easy to handle. But what you want is a challenging case to make a name for the law firm. So, you asked the old man to describe the general process of the entire case again. The process of the case is, the old man suddenly fell ill and was rushed to the hospital for treatment. His son was asked to go to the bank to withdraw money for treatment, using the old man's savings. Since he was not the account holder, the bank required him to prove that he was the old man's child, even with his ID card, household registration book, and a critical illness notice. It was not accepted. The bank staff were insistent, demanding that the old man himself come in person to prove it, or else they would not allow the withdrawal. However, at this time, the old man was still in the ICU waiting for the money to save his life. How could he come? How could he prove it? During the argument between the two sides, a few robbers came and directly robbed the bank. One of the robbers learned that the old man's son needed money to save his life, so without hesitation, he gave him a portion of the stolen money. At that time, the old man's son didn't care much and went straight to the hospital with the money. Afterwards, the group of robbers was caught, and the old man's son was considered an accomplice for taking the money, and was sentenced to 20 years in prison for a major robbery. The old man later filed an appeal, but unfortunately, the second trial upheld the verdict of the first trial. Now it has entered the final stage of appeal. Once the final judgment is made, no further appeal can be made, and the case will be finalized. When it came to the second trial, the old man suddenly became angry. The lawyer for the second trial came from a top law firm in the South, claiming to be a top criminal lawyer, asking for a lawyer's fee of 188,000. As a result, he only said 3 sentences in court, which made the old man tremble with anger. At this moment, Zhang Suifang on the side hurriedly patted Wang Zizhong's back. Lawyer Su, this case has a significant impact. We heard that if it goes to final appeal, it may be conducted through a live courtroom broadcast. We don't trust the major law firms, and many small law firms are unwilling to take on this case. The case has a great impact, and the form of live streaming court hearings should be adopted. After listening, you feel extremely happy. Isn't this a perfect advertisement for the law firm? So, you accepted the case without hesitation and promised not to charge legal fees if the result is unsatisfactory. Soon, you both signed the agency contract. Just then, a female college student walked in. Hello, Lawyer Su. I'm here for the interview. After trying hard to remember, you finally found information about this girl in the original host's memory. Her name is Li Shuezhen, the intern lawyer recruited by the original host before, who came to report today. Li Shuezhen is a top student in the 4th year of the law department of Lanzhou University of Political Science and Law. She applied to the small law firm to gain experience. You're here. Come with me to the court. Soon, you retrieved the copied case files from the court. After looking at the case files, Li Shuezhen felt a bit worried. The judgments of the first and second trials are the same, which will greatly impact the final judgment. Unless there is some groundbreaking new evidence or argument, the probability is high that the first trial judgment will be upheld. Moreover, I heard that the public prosecutor for this case, whom I have noticed before, is said to be very fierce. Completed. Could it be that the first case encountered is going to be aborted? With this thought, Li Shuezhen felt a sense of despair spreading in her heart. Lawyer Su, are we going to lose this case? Li Shuezhen was still immersed in the despair of not being able to win, looking at you on the side and reminding softly. You shook your head slightly. Lose? Wang Zizhong's son didn't rob at all. How could he lose? No robbery? What do you mean by that? Lawyer Su? You'll know when the court session starts. Keep it confidential for now. The corner of Su Bai's mouth slightly hooked, confident, and took a step. Although Li Shuezhen was curious about Su Bai's words, she didn't continue to ask questions and Duangduang trotted along. The case of Wang Zizhong's son, Wang Li, has been controversial, and after losing the first and second trials, an official ruling on the part of the court has yet to come down. Wang Li is still in custody in the detention center. On the way to the guardhouse, Passing by a convenience store, Subai let Li Shuizhen wait outside first, and walked in himself, not 2 minutes later walking out with 2 packs of huazi in his pocket. Li Shuizhen watched with some curiosity as Subai put the 2 packs of cigarettes into his inner pocket. Lawyer Su, do you smoke? Subai shook his head. Don't smoke, but can't live without it. Do you understand the human condition? You'll know later. Li Shuizhen nodded thoughtfully, came to the outside of the guardhouse. Subai sorted out the suit, did not go in directly, until he saw a man with a stout body wearing law enforcement clothes and clothing walked out of the guardhouse. Came to a corner is fumbling for something in his pocket. Subai walked up and handed a lighter. Brother, a company one? Saying that, he pulled out the wazoo from his pocket, tore open the package, and skillfully came out with a wazoo from upside down. The burly man flinched. Brother, you're skilled at making cigarettes. May I have one? Have one, have one. Subai appended the cigarette case. The man generously smiled and took over. Lit the huazi later. Took a deep breath. This huazi is good. Brothers, you are here to do the case? Yes. I'm a lawyer. I'm here to investigate the case. I want to apply to meet the suspect. The case is a bit urgent. Our process here is a bit slow. We have to wait for the time. So I'll take advantage of this mouthful of work to smoke a cigarette and come out to get some fresh air. The man slammed his thigh. The process is slow. But you and I say not just good. See brother, accompany a route on the points. Say what today also give you to do. Do you have all the materials? Bring it all. Subai waved his hand, letting Li Shuizhen bring the materials over. The burly man roughly glanced through the materials and nodded with a smile. The materials are almost complete. Brother, you first go to the office hall and wait. Thanks brother. Subai waved his hand. You're welcome. We're all brothers. When the man left, Li Shuizhen looked at the operation with some surprise. Is that okay? Lawyer Su, are we breaking the law by knowing the law? Subai. This little girl isn't getting the hang of it. Seems like there's a need to popularize it. What do you mean by knowing the law? You're not interpreting the legal issues correctly. Have we made any deals of interest? Did we not follow normal procedures? All the processes are in line with the rules and regulations. Just speeding up the schedule. Where is the violation of the law? Is that something you can think about? Li Shuizhen nodded her head seriously. I understand Lawyer Su. Are we calling this a humane situation? Subai revealed a praising gaze. Not bad. The children can be taught. College students just out of the internship do not understand is very normal. Slowly learn to be good. Lawsuits are about more than just the interpretation of the law in court. A case with a cumbersome process. And of course some other skills, such as today's human emotions. Subai and Li Shuizhen had been in the waiting hall of the detention center for about half an hour or so when a guard came to Subai. Not the same person as the law enforcement officer from earlier. Your attorney Subai, a lawyer from the Baijun law firm? Yes I am. Subai got up and said, well, your application has been approved. Prepare a little and we'll summon the suspect later. Okay, thanks. Subai politely said thank you. Soon, Wang Li was summoned. Subai brought Li Shuizhen to the summoning room. After waiting for the law enforcement officers to leave, Subai smiled and opened his mouth. Hello, I'm your retained attorney in this case. Subai, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zizhong had a son in their old age, only 38 years old before they had Wang Li, their only son. And now Wang Li is only in his early 30s. Wang Li is in poor spirits. After the first and second trials, the half-assed old brother in the detention center had popularized a little bit of legal knowledge for himself, and Wang Li no longer had any hope that he would be able to reduce his sentence. He looked up at Subai, without a trace of essence in his eyes. Hello lawyer, do you think I still have a chance? The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. The opportunity is definitely there. I've guaranteed with your parents. If you don't win the case or you can't reduce your sentence, don't pay for the lawyer. Wang Li jerked his head up. Really? You're not fooling me? No lawyer's fee if you can't win. You're sure you can win the case? Subai took out the signed entrustment contract. This is the entrustment contract about the settlement of the lawyer's fee. You can take a look. Wang Li flipped through the commission contract. It really is not to win the case and not to reduce the sentence. Do not want money. But when I think of the old brother inside the detention center to speak. Wang Li mourned. Counselor Su, I believe you're not an unscrupulous lawyer. But I'm afraid it's not easy for you to get this lawyer's fee. Since I chose to take this case, I definitely have a certain degree of certainty. There's nothing wrong with winning the case. I'll just ask you if you want to reduce your sentence and get out of jail. As long as you cooperate well, there's not much of a problem with reducing the sentence. The strength of the reduction mainly depends on your own attitude. The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly, and he had complete confidence in this case. Cooperate. I'll cooperate. Seeing Subai so confident, Wang Li nodded heavily, and a glimmer of hope flared up in his heart again. Subai signaled Li Shuizhen to make a good statement, and began to ask about the details of the crime and the relevant answers at the first and second trial hearings. Half an hour later, Subai walked out of the guardhouse satisfied that everything he wanted to confirm had been confirmed. Ready for a lawsuit. Back to the law office. Subai briefly handled the materials for the trial and called Li Shuizhen to his office. The so-called office is just another small independent space inside the firm separated by a few pieces of cloth. And the sound is not separated. Notify old Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zizhong that they are ready to apply for a final hearing. And you also do a good job of submitting materials for the final hearing. Applying for a final trial? That requires new evidence. Lawyer Su, what is our claim? I've got all the evidence and requests for litigation ready for you to run. Subai submitted the organized materials to Li Shuizhen. Li Shuizhen opened it and looked at it, rubbing her eyes uncertainly. Wouldn't it be a little too aggressive for Attorney Su to submit it up like this? This case was supposed to go down hard. It can't be done without it. So get out there and deal with it. Li Shuizhen walked out of the office with a skeptical step, uncertainly looking again at the application materials Subai handed her, and took a breath, confirming one thing in her heart. This law firm, she really came to the right place. If she wins the case, then she'd have taken her first step in the legal world by following Subai. Lake Chang. Li Shuizhen came to this law firm was to start from a small law firm, with their own real skills in the legal profession step by step to make a name for themselves. If this bank indictment lawsuit can be won, then as a trainee lawyer, she is also involved in it is not. The more I think about it, the more excited and energized I get. Every day is spent traveling between law firms and courts, even if it's the non-payroll kind. It's doubly energizing. Subai could only sigh that young people at this age, especially trainee lawyers, were really full of hope. After taking a sip of 999 30 pounds of Maotip, he felt slightly less guilty about being a capitalist. Soon after, the final hearing on the case of Wang Zizhong's son, Wang Li, was submitted and the application was approved. In the meantime, the court summons also arrived at Bank Legal. Inside the bank, there was some surprise after being notified by the court. Sue the bank for improper operation, resulting in the client Wang Li was sentenced to imprisonment, requesting compensation for personal injury. Moral damage costs of 200,000 yuan? What? What does that mean? Wang Li case they bank as a victim of the party, did not ask the court to seriously deal with it even if, and now even received the other party to sue their own court summons. It's not pure hilarity. What's wrong with robbers? The person in charge of the Nandu Bank is exceptionally angry about this matter. The other party has bullied them into their head. Uncle cannot tolerate aunt. The legal department was immediately contacted to take the matter seriously and seriously. The law department met immediately to address the lawsuit. Originally, Nandu Bank's legal counsel thought that the other party was some kind of big law firm, but after investigating and learning that the other party's litigation firm was just a marriage counseling law firm, he couldn't help but laugh. What is the meaning of this? Are you crazy? It's okay for a small marriage counseling firm to take criminal cases, but now they're taking the initiative to launch a lawsuit against our bank? Is this too much to be famous? Ha ha ha, this is just a joke. When the jumping clown to see forget it, it is probably this law firm want to be famous, want to crazy, want to use this extreme way of claptrap. I really don't understand how a marriage counseling attorney is good enough to take a criminal indictment case. Another scam to get money? Who knows? Okay, everybody stop talking. Nandu Bank's legal department minister Su Jiqiang has a long country face. Not mighty but angry. The words fell. Just now there was a high voice of the conference room instantly quiet. Bank leaders, for us this time the lawsuit case is very important. Must win. Win is not the most critical. The focus is to win beautifully. It is best to the other side of the sentence a little heavier. Understand? Those who are sitting here are all legal officers who are well versed in banking laws, and they don't put too much stock in the face of Baijun law firm at all. Minister, based on the information, the Hakun law firm is just a solo firm, or a law firm that focuses on counseling. Su Bai, a practicing lawyer, has been practicing for 5 years and has fought a total of 5 lawsuits, lost 4, and won. Although it was a win, but it was a bad win. His own client's joint marital property is preserved, but the client went in for bigamy. Such a lawyer, if we can't win the law, isn't that a proper disgrace? A male lawyer who looked no more than in his early 20s opened his mouth arrogantly. The others chimed in. If we let this kind of person win, then our bank's reputation is considered ruined. Win? What's he going to win with? The lawyer from the bank's legal department was arrogant and completely looked down on such a small consulting law firm, and he applied to the court for a live broadcast of the trial, requesting that Wang Li's final trial and the case against the bank be heard together. This case was rare and soon attracted the attention and consent of the Nandu High Court, the receiving court, which was inextricably linked to the operations of the bank. In the meantime, based on the special point of this case, The topic of robbing money to save his father's life and sentenced to 20 years in prison can easily form an explosive point on the internet. Wang Li's case? The first and second trials of the public opinion over the internet brewed. Now that it's time for the final trial, public opinion on Wang Li's case is gradually appearing on the internet again. Damn! How come the banks have become disadvantaged now? When withdrawing money, they ask for this and that, but they are quite active in letting them run credit cards, so they support Wang Li. If it wasn't for the banks, Wang Li would have withdrawn the money to save his father, so there's no need to rob the bank. Yeah, bank staff are like grandchildren when depositing money, and I'm damn well like grandchildren when withdrawing it. Support! You guys don't understand the pain of the banks at all. In fact, the banks also have a hard time. Otherwise you see why every time the banks have a major problem of withdrawing and losing money, it's all about the temporary workers? This thing actually can't be blamed on the bank. If you want to blame the temporary workers. A 50-cent article. Upstairs, please, pull me into the group. I want to make this money too. Public opinion on the internet is all about blaming the bank side. The head of the Nandu Bank saw the public opinion on the internet. Angry liver pain. Gave a dead order. This time the court broadcast must win, and must also win in public opinion. If you can't do that, replace all the people in the legal department. Inside Hakun's law office, Subai joyfully brushed the video, looking at the online public opinion side by side, the corner of his mouth slightly up. As it stands, this lawsuit with Nandu Bank and the event of Wang Li's final trial has drawn widespread attention. Win the fight and the law firm becomes famous. Lose the fight, the law firm is removed. Li Shuizhen looked at the public opinion on the network, mixed with sadness and happiness. On the one hand, it made such a big commotion, and if you win the fight, then you are sure to be famous. But if you lose, that would be a big stain. Counselor Su, what if our firm makes a big deal out of this? Subai looked up from his recliner and was blocked from view by a piece of clothing, tilting his head slightly before seeing Li Shuizhen's face. There are no eventualities. I asked you to organize the cases about Nandu Bank in recent years, and the contact information of the victims. Have you organized it? It's been sorted out. Bring it to me. Li Shuizhen handed the material to Subai. Subai turned the material directly to the page with the contact information of the victims of the bank lawsuit, then started calling at the first number. Hello, I'm a lawyer from Baijun Law Firm. I heard that you time had sued Nandu Bank but lost the case. Are you interested in seeing how Nandu Bank lost the case? Yes. Well, thank you for coming to support. After hanging up, he called into a second contact, using the same words. Li Shuizhen looked at Subai, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. And finding witnesses that way? Li Shuizhen looked at Subai's behavior, not being able to understand it too well. It was completely different from what was taught inside the school. Aha! How can I put it? It just feels so informal, yet so effective. She couldn't see much of the professional barrister's demeanor from Subai, but learned quite a bit. The human interest counts as one, and finding witnesses today counts as one. So add it all up and it's two. It's all very useful. Don't just stand there. Get your asses together and get on the phone. I can't get through all these calls. Li Shuizhen came back to her senses when she heard Subai's voice. Oh, okay. 10 o'clock at night. After completing this one, Subai took a sip of tea and let out a long breath. All the preparations were finally completed. It's foolproof. Now sit back and wait for the lawsuit. The court's out-of-court mediation, unsurprisingly on the part of Nando's bank, rejected the possibility of mediation and threatened to win in the lawsuit. Subai does not care about this kind of threat. Who does not know how to talk big outside the courtroom? A touch in the courtroom and we'll all know what it means to be social. See if I'm hard and you're done. The time was fast approaching and it was time for court. Due to the fact that this case has caused a lot of commotion on the internet and has news to be mined, a lot of reporters waited at the entrance of the court before entering the courtroom. Upon their arrival, Nandu Bank's lawyers were immediately subjected to a mob of journalists. May I ask the legal staff of Nandu Bank, have you read the debate about this case on the internet? What are your chances of winning this case? Please ask what you think of your rival law firm, Shuriken Law Firm. May I ask what you think about this case? Presiding over this case is a young lawyer in his mid-20s in the legal department named Liemo. Liemo dryly coughed twice with a confident look on his face. For the inquiries of the reporters and friends, I would like to say that the online comments we Nandu Bank have understood. We will explain later. As for the probability of winning the case, this do not have to worry about. I believe that we all have some judgment on this. This trial is being held as a live stream trial, so you can access the live stream and watch it if you're interested. As for the opposing law firms, you can look at it in Baidu. I'm not in a good position to comment here. Liemo finished his speech and entered the courtroom surrounded by a crowd of reporters with his head held high. Compared to Limo's Nandu Bank law by reporters, Subai's side is a lot cooler. Almost no reporter attention. Counselor Su, the difference in treatment between our two sides is so big. Li Shuezhen lamented. Subai raised his eyebrows. How big is the treatment gap now? How crazy is the face slapping of the media reports behind it? Don't worry about that. Go in. Aha! Just as the two were about to enter the courtroom, a young female reporter, who didn't look too old, trotted over carrying a camera herself. May I ask if you're attorney Subai of the Baijun law firm? I am. Hello, I'm a reporter from Elephant Media and would like to interview you. Is that okay? The young female reporter looked a little nervous, which may have had something to do with being new to the profession. The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. Yes. The young female reporter breathed a sigh of relief and acted professionally. Hello attorney Subai. I heard that all of Nandu Bank's legal department's win rates in the Nandu court combined were as high as 86% at one point. Lawyer Subai, what do you think are the chances of your Baijun law firm winning this lawsuit? Ahem. Subai coughed dryly and straightened his suit. In response to the lawsuit with Nandu Bank and the final trial of Wang Li's case, we, Baijun law firm, are very confident, and we welcome everyone to entrust us, Baijun law firm, with their lawsuits. The female reporter flinched for a few seconds, slightly frustrated that this was a complete advertisement, but professionalism still kept her smiling. Then here's hoping that attorney Su wins her case and the firm grows stronger. Thanks. Subai turned around with a smile and led Li Shuezhen into the courtroom, waiting for the court stage. Li Shuezhen slightly nervous. Su lawyer, this trial is a live trial. In case there is any problem, how to do? What if? There are no what ifs. Unless the presiding judge deliberately misjudged the case. In which case, then the case would be even more sensational. The corner of Subai's mouth hooked up, signaling Li Shuezhen not to worry about this. In this parallel world, there is a high regard for the law, and the law has real sanctity. Everyone is equal before the law. There is no such thing as judicial favoritism, and if you have any objections, file a motion for reconsideration and see if the trial judge goes in or not, and that's it. Judges also generally follow the law to the letter. For this trial's presiding judge and Judge Subai had already learned about it. The presiding judge was a female judge, Yu Tsaixia, vice president of the Nandu court. He has studied the law deeply, and has been in court for many years, presiding over hundreds of trials, with well-reasoned judgments. This time Nandu bank robbery is due to Tsaixia's presidency. Subai didn't have any worries about experiencing unfair treatment because Yu Tsaixia was known for her impartial trials. Li Shuezhen, what do you mean? Forget what that means for a moment and get ready for court. At this time, the staff had already arrived in front of Subai, and after confirming his identity, he signaled that he could enter. After the attorneys for both sides are seated, the clerk begins to read the court's discipline. The clerk began to read out the discipline of the court. In order to maintain discipline in the courtroom and to keep the seriousness of the courtroom, the following courtroom discipline is read. The parties, their legal representatives and observers must follow the directions of the presiding judge. 2. All persons shall rise when the members of the trial enter the courtroom and when the presiding judge or the single judge pronounces the decision of the court. 3. 4. The reading is complete, and I ask the presiding judge to enter the courtroom. All rise. Yu Tsaixia and the two judges walked into the courtroom and banged the gavel. The court is now in session. Subsequent verification of basic personnel information. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, a number of people were paying attention to the live streaming of the trial in real time. Nando's bank law room. Wang Wu, head of Nandu Bank, and Su Jiqiang, head of the legal department, are following the live broadcast. Wang Wu looked up and inquired after seeing the court session. Jiqiang, the court is already in session. It's just a short while ago now, and there are hundreds of people inside the courtroom live streaming room. We can't afford to lose in the legal department of the bank this time. Understand? Su Jiqiang nodded with a smile. Wang Xing, you can rest assured. This time our legal department is very well prepared. According to your requirements, our legal department not only can't lose, and also want to win beautifully, at least to play a role in the public opinion to suppress. Not bad. Wang Wu nodded with satisfaction. This trial, a live trial, and a lot of media publicity on the internet. The Nandu Bank side is under enormous pressure. Losing the trial would then have serious consequences for the credibility of Nandu Bank. Wang Wu, the head of Nandu Bank, will also be seriously affected. So, can't lose. Watching the trial live, not only the relevant personnel of the Nandu Bank, there are also many reproduced live media. After all, this trial has not a small amount of heat. Dabbling is still good for the media. One of the well-known legal commentators was broadcasting live while narrating the courtroom footage. At the trial site right now, the judge is checking the information of the parties and the attorneys representing them, which is the normal flow of the trial. Located on the left is the legal counsel for defendant Nando's bank, and on the right is the attorney for plaintiff Baijun law firm. And since this is a joint trial, there is also the prosecuting attorney on the left. The law reviewer shook his head slightly as he watched the trial live. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid it's hard for Baijun law firm to win the case, but there's still a certain chance that the client's sentence will be reduced. Clear comments below. Indeed. Although I hope in spirit that this Hakun law firm will win, it doesn't look like there's much hope. After all, this is a lawsuit against a bank. Hey, that makes sense, but it's still unacceptable. The comments section was unanimously underwhelming when a comment suddenly appeared. Do you guys think there will be a miracle? Like if the lawyer at the law firm of Baijun on the right is actually a hidden bigot? A rebuttal follows. Difficult. It's hard to win when you look at how young any lawyer is. Law reviewer Luo Dexiang nodded slightly. This case is indeed difficult to win. Let's not comment too much. Continue to read on. During the trial, there are places I don't understand. I will interpret. In court, after the information verification was completed, Yu Tsaixia banged the gavel. The plaintiffs are now called upon to state their facts and reasons, and their motion for appeal. Su Bai sat at the lawyer's table, knowing that the critical moment had come, slightly straightened his suit and dictated the pleadings. Our side's claim is very simple. First, we do not accept the judgment of the first and second trial. Our client obviously did not commit a crime, but was falsely accused of committing a robbery. We appeal to apply for a reversal of the judgment of the first and second trial, and apply for a cancellation of the original judgment, and to return our client to an innocent and clear conscience. Secondly, apply for compensation to the defendant, that is, the Nandu Bank for our client. Due to the Nandu Bank's error of judgment, resulting in our client was wrongly sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment in the detention center for a long period of time. Apply for compensation for our client 200,000 yuan of lost wages and moral damage and loss of reputation, which is calculated in detail, is not too much. Thirdly, due to the serious infringement of my client's reputation caused by Nandu Bank is required to make a public apology to our client, including, but not limited to, vlogs, short videos, and other major platforms to publish an apology message for a period of no less than 20 days. Fourth, demand that the top management of Nandu Bank come forward, clarify the facts, not only clear my client's name, but also apologize to those victims who suffered the same treatment at Nandu Bank. The courtroom was silent. Owner, this lawsuit filing, is it serious? Not only do they ask that the judgment of the first and second instance be set aside, but they also say that the person concerned is not guilty and is innocent. Well, that's even if you apply for compensation from Nandu Bank. No, you, a lawyer for a robber, are applying for the bank to pay your client $200,000 for lost wages, emotional distress and $200,000 for loss of reputation? You spaced out and grabbed it again? Or do you grab it openly and honestly? By comparison, the third and fourth are already too trivial to be considered. Outside the courtroom and the live stream of the trial, the audience that was watching the live stream, and not just the audience, but including some of the court personnel and lawyers and attorney practitioners who were watching the case, froze in their tracks. They originally thought that this time, the prosecution of the Nandu court will certainly lose, but this live trial has such a great influence, and the judge is a senior judge. A sentence of reduced sentence may be possible. Overall it's still earned and barely a win. But to make such a request, you're making a wish? You wouldn't dare make a wish like that. Asterisk. This lawyer. 666. Brothers, the 666 hit the full screen. Regardless of whether it can win, this lawsuit application can be said to be unique. It may be enshrined in the classic case of legal proceedings. Ha ha ha. Cows. 9,999. 6 flips. This lawsuit request. Wishing would not dare to make a wish like this. Right. Buddha came also cannot be completed. Right. Don't you guys scoff yet. Listen to what Mr. Luo thinks first. Luo Dexiang shook his head slightly. Since an application has been made, there will be a corresponding factual basis for the application. This attorney is making a seemingly outrageous claim, but the exact outcome will depend on how well he bases his claim on the facts. If there's no relevant evidence, it's a false statement. It's considered perjury. And as a lawyer, you shouldn't make that mistake. I can't really say. Keep watching. Nando's Bank Law Room. Wang Wu frowned slightly as Su Jiqiang, who was on the side, smiled and spoke. Wang Xing, this kind of lawsuit application is completely claptrap. Just take a look at it. Can't come up with a factual basis or legal defense. Maybe he'll go in for perjury himself. When the time comes, our Nandu Bank's public opinion will win outright. Wang Wu stared straight at the live broadcast of the trial. Aha! But remember, no matter what, This trial, our Nandu Bank must win beautifully. Understood. Su Jiqiang compensated with a smile. In the courtroom, Yu Caixia frowned slightly at the application claims made by Su Bai. That's a bull ***** request for a lawsuit. At this time, Li Mo couldn't help but open his mouth and sneer. For this claim, can the attorney for the client come up with the relevant factual evidence and legal defense? If you can't get it, you could be sentenced for obstruction of justice. Su Bai smiled slightly. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with the defense attorney, does it? Presiding judge, opposing counsel has verbally attacked me in an attempt to interfere with the normal progress of justice, and I am requesting that opposing counsel leave the bench. Li Mo was just about to say something when, on the judgment stand, Yu Caixia frowned slightly and banged the gavel. Knock. Motion denied. Plaintiff's counsel denied. It is not yet time for defendant's counsel to speak. Defendant's counsel warned once. In the face of the pounding gavel and warning, Li Mo could only endure a bellyful of anger and swallow what he was about to say. Can't stand it. Li Mo narrowed his eyes and stared dead at Su Bai. Why is this guy so doggy? From which law school's law department? Not only is the lawsuit filing nonsense, but now when he says a word, he gets filed out of position by this guy across the street. To step aside means to have an impact on the court or the other party and to leave the courtroom temporarily. It was obvious that what he had just said didn't disturb the other party much at all. But the other side is just so disgusting. I can't believe I'm applying for him to leave the seat. Reimer let out a long, comforting breath. This attorney in front of me has interfered with the normal course of justice by filing a completely unfounded motion for a writ of certiorari. If the other party cannot produce evidence, then Face will be detained or even criminal detention. Not only did he win this lawsuit outright as well, but Nando's bank won the battle of public opinion and is guilty of not being angry at all. Li Mo gradually calmed down. On the trial stage, Yu Caixia frowned slightly and opened her mouth to warn. Counsel for the litigants. Su White, it is my duty as presiding judge to mention further confirmation regarding the lawsuit application you submitted. If there is no factual or legal basis as a defense, according to the criminal law, perjury in court will be prosecuted by the prosecution for the crime of false litigation and be held criminally liable according to the law. Are you sure that there is no problem with your lawsuit application? To the side, Li Shuizhen was so nervous that faint beads of sweat appeared on her face, wanting to tug on Su Bai's coat to calm him down. But Su Bai nodded very seriously. Presiding judge, I know what the consequences of falsifying what I say are, and I am responsible for all my statements in court. Wow! There was a hubbub in the courtroom. Knock knock. Silence, please. Yu Caixia banged the gavel and continued. Okay, now that you've affirmed your motions in limine, let's ask the defendant, Nando's Bank, to issue its own reply in motions in limine. Here comes the rebuttal. Li Mo, as the lawyer of Nandu Bank, straightened up slightly and read out his defense and lawsuit application. Our reply is as follows. First, in response to the plaintiff, that is, the litigant Wang Li's side of the complaint against our Nandu Bank, the application is dismissed in its entirety, and it is requested that this egregious behavior be dealt with seriously, and that it be punished severely and rigorously, so as to achieve reverence for the law. Secondly, an application was made to affirm the judgment of the plaintiff's Nandu Lower Court and Nandu Intermediate Court in the first and second instance. Third, the plaintiff is required to make full compensation for the damage caused to our reputation in the amount of $500,000. Fourth, the plaintiffs are required to bear all of our attorney's fees. Presiding judge, my answer and complaint are closed. Reimer finished recounting his defense and motions in limine. Knock. Yu Caixia banged the gavel. The parties' motions in limine having been filed, the plaintiff litigant is hereby invited to present the relevant legal factual basis. As Yu Caixia's words fell, all eyes fell on Su Bai. After all, the plaintiff's lawsuit application was a bit too outrageous. Whether it's the people in the courtroom, or the people who are following the live broadcast, they all have their eyes on Su Bai wanting to see what kind of factual and legal basis he has come up with. Li Shuizhen, as Su Bai's assistant, was nervous with sweaty palms. What does lawyer Su do now? Do we have a basis of evidence? No. Do we have evidence to base this on? Li Shuizhen kept flipping through the litigation materials inside her hand. Su Bai, what is this talk? You're worried about that as a trainee lawyer at a law firm by now? Su Bai drew the information inside Li Shuizhen's hand over and opened his mouth unhurriedly. Presiding judge, before submitting the relevant legal basis, I would like to ask my client to describe the crime at that time. Knock. The application is approved, and the person will now be asked to give a description of the crime in response to what happened at the time. On the seat of the party, Wang Li slowly stood up from his seat, looking at the two law police, looking slightly nervous. It was only when his eyes touched Su Bai that his mood calmed down a little. I'd like a drink of water. Mr. Inquisitor, Permission granted. After Yu Tsaixia finished, the bailiff handed Wang Li a bottle of water. After drinking it, Wang Li's tension was completely relieved and opened his mouth. The process of the case was very simple. My father was inside the ICU in urgent need of money. I went to the Nandu bank to withdraw money. The bank staff, to I am not the depositor, refused, but also let my father personally come to the bank, or bring out evidence to prove that I am my father's son. The household account book cannot be. I remember that while I was arguing with the bank staff, a group of robbers suddenly came in outside the bank and robbed it, and one of them noticed me sitting on the floor crying in pain and gave me part of the money that he had robbed, and then I took the money and went to the hospital to pay the bill. Sue White raises her hand. Presiding judge, I apply to question my client on some details. Knock knock. The gavel fell. Counsel for the client is permitted to ask the client questions that have pertinent details about the case, but is not permitted to ask about things outside the case or to direct the client's subjective intent. Okay, Inquisitor. After getting Yu Tsaixua's consent, Subai asked a question. May I ask the subject if you were involved in the robbery at the time? No. Then can you describe in detail what happened when the robber officers handed you the money? Wang Li frowned slightly, struggling to remember. At the time, I remember it was a short robber who saw me on the ground holding my head and crying and called me a coward and told me why I was scared so hard. And I told him it was because my dad was in the hospital and I hadn't been able to get any money out and was worried about my dad, so I was crying. The robber also seemed to rob the bank to get money to save his family. And when he heard what happened to me, he took out 2 bundles of money and shoved them into my arms. Subai continued to ask questions. And then what? What was the first thing you did then after the robber shoved the money into your arms? Wang Li quickly replied. At that time, I remember very clearly. I didn't dare to ask for it at first. I was very afraid. Then the robber scolded me and said I was an ungrateful son. So I took the money. Good. Thank you for your cooperation. Presiding judge, our side has finished its questioning. Knock. The gavel fell. Yu Tsaixia looked to the litigant's seat. Counsel for the litigant has completed his questioning. So begin your legal explanation. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai slowly drew out from the material about the key issues of the trial raised by the prosecution in the first trial. Presiding judge, this is the first trial. The Nandu Primary Court Public Prosecution raised the public prosecution issues, as well as the crime determination verdict. I think this verdict has a lot of problems exist. There are a lot of irrationalities, and it has caused a serious infringement to our client. On the courtroom floor, everyone's eyes were focused on Subai's body. Unreasonable judgment in the first instance? That's a reversal of the first instance judgment. The jury in the viewing gallery in the courtroom had their eyes on Subai, including outside the live broadcast field. The audience watching the live broadcast also came to a sudden spirit. Does that mean I'm not convinced by the judgment of the first trial? I'm going to overturn the legal judgment of the first trial? Ha ha ha, I think it's kind of like that. Seeing as that's what it feels like. I'm going to skip all 666 now and just say awesome. Whatever the final verdict is, I think this overturning of the first trial alone is interesting. It's fine to challenge against the unreasonableness of the first instance judgment, but if you want to overturn it, you need to present new evidence to argue for it. And this young lawyer looks like he's got a good handle on it. Damn it, brainless support and it's over. Mr. Luo, tell us about it. After Luo de Xiang saw the comments, he looked at the screen of the live trial and smiled slightly. This litigant's attorney is very good, at least as far as being on top of the courtroom, but as to how this litigant's attorney wants to overturn the result of the first instance judgment, I'm not quite sure at this time, because my attention to the case rests on the sentencing of the trial. I don't know much about the files of the first and second trials, so I can't make a judgment. No more. Let's just keep watching. In court, Yu Tsaixia frowned slightly and spoke in a calm tone. In response to the first instance judgment of the Nandu Primary Court, the lawyer of the party feels that there are any unreasonable places, so he can use the legal provisions to interpret the rebuttal. Okay, presiding judge. Subai nodded. This is the judgment of the Nandu lower court on our client's conviction as follows. The first point of the judgment. The Nando's lower court charged our client, knowing that it was money that the suspect had robbed from the bank, still chose to take it. So it ruled that our client's subjective intent was to take money by force from the bank, and sentenced us to consider our client as an accomplice or to take advantage of the opportunity to rob the bank and to commit the same crime. The second point of the judgment. The Nandu lower court used the fact that our client, that is, Wang Li, had exchanges with the suspect as a further point of confirmation. We appeal against both judgments on the following grounds. First, our client has just made it clear that it was the suspect who took the initiative to question our client. The narrative of what follows is somewhat complicated, and our client is referred to by Wang Li's real name. First, Wang Li made it very clear that it was the suspect who took the initiative to ask him why he was crying at the bank, and after hearing about him, he took the initiative to give him money to pay his bills at the hospital to save his father, who was critically ill at the hospital. And in the first instance, Wang Li said he was feeling worried and scared. Asked the presiding judge how it is possible to speak from subjective intent that Wang Li wanted to force money from the bank when his first reaction was fear? Fear in the first instance is what Wang Li's subjective intent is. And one more thing, Wang Li said that the suspect cursed him. Under the circumstances, the suspect cursed Wang Li, apparently unhappy with what he had done. The point is that the suspect is armed with a dangerous weapon, and a single thought could very well put Wang Li in danger. In this case, Wang Li's life is not guaranteed in any way, and according to the provisions of our laws, Wang Li meets the conditions of emergency evacuation, so he doesn't have to bear any criminal responsibility. By the foregoing, the second point of the judgment of the Nandu lower court is dismissed in response to the above statement. The judgment of the second trial and the first trial are the same, so we apply for this aspect to apply for the annulment of the judgment of the Nandu primary court and the Nandu intermediate court for the first trial and the second trial of our client Wang Li. Wow! A clamor erupted in the courtroom. In response to the pointed question raised by Su Bai, everyone was stunned, and then after someone carefully read it, their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Su Bai. Wang Li's eyes also lit up. He, not guilty? Saved? Out of jail? Nando's bank is going to lose. That's great. This marriage counseling attorney criminal lawyer that mom and dad got is too good to be true. Li Shuizhen also took a long breath and looked at Su Bai with some admiration. It's so awesome to have any hope of winning this kind of lawsuit. Not bad for me. My eye for picking a law firm was fantastic. In the meantime, in Nandu Bank's legal affairs room, Wang Wu's face was terribly gloomy, coldly looking at Su Jiqiang, the head of the legal affairs department. Minister Su, didn't you vouch with me that you could win? But what's going on now? Not only did it not increase the sentence, but it also allowed the other party to file an application for acquittal. If the other side really wins the case, you know what kind of consequences and losses will be caused to our bank. By then all of you in the legal department will have to roll up and leave. Su Jiqiang hastily compensated a smile. President Wang, you first, do not be anxious. This case is not over yet. The other side of this lawyer is two brushes. But our bank's legal affairs is not to spend the bank's money for nothing to let the bank to keep. The 2 points raised by the other side's attorney are indeed not problematic, but the first instance judgment has a number of points, and the remaining points are the most critical. If you don't believe me, look. Su Jiqiang will be the first instance judgment dossier out. Wang Wu took a look at it and snorted coldly. It is best not to make any trouble. Yes, yes, yes. What Governor Wang said. Su was quick to smile. Wang Wu looked at a stomach of gas. Simply do not look. This live you when you pay attention to it. What is the situation and then come over to me to report. Look at the annoyance of it. Remember, you can't lose this lawsuit. Certainly. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. After waiting for Wang Wu to leave the office, Su Jiqiang let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now Wang Wu's presence gave him a little too much pressure. He couldn't be more knowledgeable about this lawsuit as the head of the legal department. And it's a sure win. But when he saw the other side's lawyer, Su didn't know why an idea popped into his head. What if the other team wins? Reacting to Su Jiqiang immediately slapped himself. Impossible. The other side of a small law firm of small lawyers with no reputation. How can win? In court, Su Bai looked at Yu Tsaixia. Presiding judge, our case has been completed. Yu Tsaixia nodded slightly and looked towards Li Mo's seat. Nandu Bank and the public prosecutor have anything else to add? Li Mo gritted his teeth and looked at Su Bai. This Su Bai can be really will pull only 2 points in advance. The latter points of the verdict is not mentioned in the slightest right. Reimer raised his hand. Presiding judge, I have questions. Reimer raised his hand and motioned to the presiding judge. Yu Tsaixia looked toward the defendant's side, which was the direction of Li Mo. Counsel for the defense may raise any questions in court. Li Mo took a deep breath and drew out the judgment of the first trial. Presiding judge, I apply for dismissal with regard to the plaintiff's attorney's statement. Reason for application. Li Mo handed the first instance judgment inside his hand to a staff member on the side, and after seeing Yu Tsaixia take it into her hands, he opened his mouth seriously. Just now the plaintiff's lawyer, that is, Su Bai, the lawyer of Baijun law firm, disobeyed the judgment of the Nandu lower court of the first trial and stated the corresponding reasons, but the plaintiff's lawyer, Su Bai, avoided the important points and only recounted the first 2 points of the judgment, intentionally ignoring the latter points. The third point of the judgment is that the Nando's lower court found that Wang Li chose to use that property to travel to the hospital to make a payment, knowing that it was the property of the bank. The party Wang Li described very clearly in his statement just now that after Wang Li left the bank, he was out of danger and still chose to take the money to the hospital to pay the bill, based on which it can be concluded that it was Wang Li's own subjective judgment. instead of the plaintiff's attorney, Su Bai, describing Wang Li as being in a situation of emergency shelter. I asked the plaintiff's attorney, why did your client choose to go to the hospital instead of calling the police and turning in the bank's money when it was obvious to your client that it was the bank's property? Or, wait entirely until you arrive at a safe location before returning the money. But Wang Li made out to use the money to pay the bills at the hospital. It shows, first of all, he knew that it was money robbed from the bank. And secondly, even if the kidnappers threatened him, then at that point in time when he left the bank, Wang Li was already out of danger and did not constitute a condition for emergency shelter. Combining the two, isn't this the subjective intent equivalent of robbing the bank to save your own father? Of course, I know it's human nature, and I don't deny Wang Li's emotional concern and love for his own father, but in terms of the facts, in terms of the law, there's no question about Wang Li's sentence. Presiding judge, my statement is complete. Liemo finished his speech and glanced in Su Bai's direction. The last paragraph was added by him on an ad hoc basis. He also knew that this case, the public opinion generated, was significant. So he had to win the case while also paying attention to the impact of public opinion. Otherwise, when the case is over and won, then the reputation of Nandu Bank will also be greatly damaged. Yu Tsaixia nodded slightly. Does the plaintiff party have any comments or raise any different points about the defendant party's counterclaim? Liemo glanced provocatively at Su Bai. The corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly. He was waiting for this moment. The time has come to take down Nandu Bank. Presiding chairman, I don't have any problem with the defendant bringing it up. And defense counsel is right based on his argument, but there's one item that defense counsel neglected to mention. I would like to ask the defense attorney, how did you determine that the money in Wang Li's hand was the bank's? Is there any evidence that the money is the bank's money? Counsel for the defense also said that it was our client, Wang Li, who took the bank's money and went to the hospital to pay the relevant fees, thus ruling on the subjective intent of our client, Wang Li. But how can this money be proved to be the bank's? Su Bai's rhetorical question directly confused Liemo. What did that mean? What do you mean how to prove that the bank's money is the bank's? That's a bit of an outrageous question, isn't it? Not only is Liemo froze, the trial side of many hearing members also some do not understand. Can still be so. TMD is awesome. Such a tough question to ask. Viewers watching the live broadcast of the trial also froze for a few seconds. Ha ha ha, what does that mean? Let the bank prove that the bank's money is the bank's. There's something about this lawyer. Bullskin. This lawsuit has gone on a trend that I didn't realize was going on. I feel like my head is broken. Isn't this lawsuit about Wang Li? Shouldn't it be about Wang Li's sentence reduction? The bank side is the attacking party. How come the lawyers on Wang Li's side are so aggressive now? Not sure, but it feels like this lawsuit is so much fun. It's no more than a boomerang burn? Look a little cool. Not to understand. Back to Mr. Luo. Listen to how to speak. In court, Su Bai's tricky question. Directly to Liemo. Dry silence. For a time some cannot feel Su Bai in the end what is thinking. From the point of view of questioning, there really wasn't any problem with Su Bai's question. But from a factual point of view, the money that the robbers took from the bank, if it wasn't the bank's, did it fall from the sky? And Li Shuizhen looked at Su Bai thoughtfully and seemed to understand something. Knock knock. Yu Tsaixia banged the gavel and calmly looked at Su Bai. Is the plaintiff's attorney's claim substantiated by evidence or legal grounds? Yes, Inquisitor. Su Bai drew out a piece of dossier material from the first trial. Presiding judge, this is the evidentiary material presented by the prosecution at the first trial. According to the evidence submitted by the prosecution, the bank at the time of the internal chaos, the robbers not only robbed the money inside the bank, but also on the bank is handling the withdrawal of money business of the customers, will be mixed in the sack bag. According to the surveillance camera shows that the robber to give money to Wang Li is from the sack bag inside the 2 bundles of cash casually taken. It's impossible to tell whether these 2 bundles of cash came from a bank robbery or from a customer who had already withdrawn his money and was ready to leave. So how does the bank prove that the money belongs to the bank? If it cannot be certified, then the bank side cannot be recognized that our party is involved in the robbery of the bank. The money is indeed robbed from the robbery, but not through our party to the robbery. The robbers will give the money to our party. Our party at most is considered to be unjustified gain. So also ask the Nandu bank side to certify that the money is the bank's. Site owner. Still? Yu Tsaixia frowned slightly. She had tried hundreds of cases as a presiding judge for so many years, and this time, Wang Li's robbery case had such a huge social impact that the court president had asked her to be the presiding judge. But this was the first time she'd seen a case where the process was so convoluted and the questions asked so outrageous. But everything was within the court's process, and without any great emotional bias. Yu Tsaixia looked to the bank. Is there any evidence on the part of the bank to rebut the doubts raised by the plaintiff's counsel, or to object to them under the letter of the law? Li Mo's lungs were about to explode at this point. TMD. Since when do banks have to prove that the bank's money is the bank's? Liemo really wanted to curse, but he had already been warned once, and he was fined 50 for another warning, and if it was serious, he would just quit the court. There was nothing for it but to force himself to compose himself, raising his hand to speak. Presiding judge, I object to opposing counsel's argument. Customers in the bank. The bank has the right to protect the security and privacy of the customer. The bank customer has not left the bank. The money is of course to be counted in the bank, because the loss of the money of the robbed customer, the need for the bank to bear the main responsibility or all the responsibility. According to the division of responsibility, the customer did not leave the bank hall range, then the money naturally counted as the bank. There's no need to make any distinction at all as to whether it's the bank or the customer that's being robbed. What the robbers are robbing, whether it's the bank or the customers, belongs to the bank's property while it's in the banking hall. Liemo stared tightly at the plaintiff's attorney seat, full of resentment toward Subai. Subai smiled indifferently and raised his hand to apply. Presiding judge, with regard to the Nandu Bank side of the issue of the robbery in the bank lobby, the customer did not leave the confines of the bank lobby. The property damage is the responsibility of the bank, and therefore the customer's money is also the property of the bank. I take exception. Presiding judge, this is a lawsuit that was filed 6 months ago. The lawsuit was that a bank customer at the time withdrew money from the bank, and just as the money was in his hands, he was targeted by a robber operative who was waiting in the wings and robbed the bank customer at the time of $150,000, and then afterwards the robber fell out of the picture. But since the money was already spent, the person couldn't come up with the money. So the customer who withdrew the money at the time looked for the bank to make a claim, and a lawsuit was filed against Nando's bank. But the bank filed arguments on the basis that it was not responsible for leaving the counter and that the person had failed to protect his or her property, which ultimately resulted in the loss of the case for that customer who had withdrawn the money. Is this what it means that Nandu Bank will protect the property of its customers inside the banking hall? Is this what Nandu Bank is saying on its part, that it did not leave the bank? That the customer's money is protected by the bank and that the loss is borne by the bank? We remain in denial about this. Presiding judge, we move for the admission of that client witness who was withdrawing money at the time. Yu Tsaixia nodded slightly. Knock. The gavel fell. Plaintiff's counsel moves for admission of witness. Granted. After the voice fell, the law. The police brought an older woman of about 40 or 50 years of age into the courtroom. As soon as the older woman walked into the courtroom, she stared straight at Reimer. Liemo didn't know why, but he suddenly had a bad premonition. On the trial stage, Yu Tsaixia recited information about the witness. Witness on the stand. Name Wang Min. Age, 46. Is his identity true? Wang Min nodded vigorously. Lord Inquisitor, I am Wang Min. My identity is true. After Yu Tsaixia confirmed her identity, she continued to speak. The identity of the witness is true. Please describe the relevant circumstances. After Wang Min heard this, she seemed to have found a catharsis and her voice shook her ears. 6 months ago I deposited a sum of money in the Nandu Bank. The money may not look like much in the Nandu Bank, $150,000, but it was the dowry money that my family and I had worked so hard for years to prepare for our son. And at that time I had just taken the money out when one of the damned. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I shouldn't swear. It's the perpetrator. Just one of the perpetrators robbed me and the one in my family of the money we had saved after years of hard work, and the money was gone when we found it later. We took our lawyer's advice to sue the bank, but the bank refused on the grounds that they were not responsible for leaving the counter, and that it was my own fault for keeping it, and I lost the case, just in time for today. I just want to ask, Nando's Bank, what do you mean by this? Double standard, isn't it? When I fought with you in the lawsuit, you said that you are not responsible for leaving the cabinet, and now you are accused. And then said something about the loss of the money of the customers who were robbed in the bank hall. The bank needs to bear the main responsibility or full responsibility. According to the division of responsibility, the customer did not leave the bank hall range. Then the money is naturally counted as the bank's. Then shouldn't you pay me back my hard-earned money? Do you think so? CNM Nandu Bank, pay back the money. Wang Min was able to calmly narrate at first, but the more he said the more agitated, and finally directly cursed up, cursing that called an unpleasant. The law. Police on the side want to control cannot control. Both the courtroom and the live stream began to talk. If you look at it that way, Nandu Bank is indeed double standard. On the one hand it says it is a victim and on the other hand it is a perpetrator. MD. Harm. It's considered bad luck to run into Nandu Bank. I remember other banks don't seem to be so outrageous, right? Not sure. People can leave comments here about which banks to avoid lightning and be done with it. A lot of people in the courtroom and in the live streams broadcasting the trial were spitting. The scene of the trial. Witness Yu Tsaixia was somewhat unable to control her emotions and banged the gavel. The plaintiff's witnesses are reminded to control their emotions and are not permitted to verbally abuse the defense in the courtroom. One warning. Hearing the voice of the presiding judge, Wang Nin's emotions were instantly under control. I'm sorry, presiding judge. I didn't control my emotions in court. I'm sorry. Aha. Yu Tsaixia did not have the slightest expression. Wang Min, the witness for the plaintiff's appearance. Have you finished your appearance? Back to the inquisitor. I've finished. The bailiff removed the plaintiff's witness. After waiting for Wang Min to leave the courtroom, Yu Tsaixia looked at Li Mo. In response to the plaintiff's witness's suggestion that Nando's bank does not fulfill its obligation to secure the property of its customers in the lobby, would the defendant Nando's bank like to make a supplemental statement of the circumstances? Reimer clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to calm down. This lawsuit has really been too much of an ordeal for him. He even had the feeling that he couldn't win the case. After a long breath, it calmed down. Presiding judge, just now the plaintiff's witness insulted Nando's bank on the spot at the trial site. So I have doubts about the spirit of the plaintiff's witness. So I think that what the plaintiff's witness said at the trial site is not enough to be used as evidence in the courtroom. After Li Mo finished speaking, he noticed Su Bai on the opposite side of the room. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Just as Yu Tsaixia was thinking about whether or not to agree to Li Mo's application, Su White raises her hand. Noting this, Yu Tsaixia opened her mouth and asked, "Does plaintiff's counsel have anything to say or anything to add?" Su Bai smiled faintly and raised the materials inside his hand. Looking closely, there were about a dozen of them. Li Mo looked at Su Bai suspiciously. Su Bai smiled at Li Mo and then spoke. Presiding judge, we agree to the defense counsel's application, but we also have several witnesses on our side who can sue the side of Nando's bank for failing to protect the security of customers' property inside the bank. Courtroom staff. Reimer's brows were almost locked together. No, are you done? Broken defense? Really broken defense. Reimer didn't know how to describe his feelings right now. He has just shown that the other side certified that there may be mental problems. And you are not debating this with me. Backhandedly pulling out a bunch of witness information? Why are you so doggy? This is outrageous. Li Mo had fought so many lawsuits and had never seen one like this. It's almost like breaking the big defense scene. The corner of Su Bai's mouth contained a smile. Silently looking at the broken defense Li Mo. You kid is not very arrogant? Didn't you think you could continue the debate with me? I will simply stop debating with you. You say that this witness may have mental problems, but what about the others? It can't be all of them, can it? Go on? Come on. Keep being cocky? Aren't you being cynical? Wasn't it a great performance outside the courtroom during an interview with a reporter? Aren't you looking down on me, Baijun Law Firm, for specializing in marriage counseling? What happened to marriage counseling? As usual, you'll be asked questions in criminal proceedings. Noticing Su Bai's gaze, Li Mo directly broke the big defense. Really wanted to curse twice, but still held back. At least not in court. It's still a live trial. In case of scolding, not only the image of Nandu Bank is gone, even he will be directly famous in the legal world or socially dead. Maybe it will even go into the legal profession as a classic case against the law. A millennium of legacy in court casebooks. At the thought of this ending, Li Mo instantly calmed down. Calming himself and looking down at the material, Su Bai smiled faintly and continued. Presiding judge, the evidence material we have is sufficient to show that the bank is not in a position to protect the customer's property. So the application is for the withdrawal of the plea just made on the part of the counsel for the defendant. Nandu Bank. Knock. Yu Tsaixia bangs the gavel. Reasons for denial of plaintiff's application. Basis for denial. The bank side has a legal obligation to preserve its customer's property, and the evidence presented by the plaintiff side is not generalizable. Application request granted. The basis of the consent is that the defendant, Nando's Bank, has failed to fulfill its duty to safeguard the security of its bank customers. The moment the gavel was struck, Yu Tsaixia's reasons for the trial had also been made clear. It's just that some people who don't know any better didn't see what it meant in the live stream of the trial and couldn't help but mention it. Mr. Luo, what's the meaning of this rejection and agreement? Yeah, it's confusing to watch. Mr. Luo, tell me about it. Law critic Luo Daxian smiled slightly and explained this trial in response to Yu Tsaixia. The reason for the denial of the plaintiff's cause of action is that the plaintiff's cause of action and the evidence demonstrated that the bank did not have a duty to protect the security of its customers' property. But in the provisions of the law, banks are required to safeguard their customers' property within the bank. The fact that Nando's Bank is winning a lawsuit against its aggrieved customers does not mean universality. And if consent is awarded, then the bank has been found not to have a duty of care to protect the safety of its customers' property. But the judgment was not agreed to, and in this debate, Nando's Bank again failed to exercise to its obligations. What then? This Judge Yu Tsaixia did it masterfully. The rejection of the plaintiff's proffered reasons maintains the dignity of the law. The fact that the application request was granted shows that Nando's bank did do something wrong. This lawsuit Nando's bank started off on the wrong side of the debate and fell completely into the other side of the debate. Luo Dexiang shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that the Nandu bank side is going to lose this lawsuit. Ha ha ha, Nandu bank is going to lose? Mr. Luo said Nandu bank is going to lose. Then I'm afraid Nandu bank is hopeless. Luo Dexiang looked at the comment section and smiled slightly. Well, this lawsuit is almost over. Let's look at the final mutual statement bar and judgment. Looking forward to +1. In the courtroom, faced with the results of Yu Tsaixia trial, Li Mo raised his hand to challenge. The presiding judge has not yet allowed me to continue with my presentation. I move for a mistrial. Yu Tsaixia, the application is invalid. Li Mo. What the hell is a petition for nullification? Presiding judge, may I ask why the application is invalid? Yu Tsaixia, the results of the trial have come out, and the defense has been notified of the invalidity of the application. And if the defense wants to continue to insist on the application, it can file an administrative reconsideration after the court. But now the application is invalid. Counsel for the defense will be warned a second time if the discussion on this topic continues. Li Mo looked in the direction of the presiding judge, with a feeling of being unable to fight with force, practically suffocating to death, slowly crumbling out a few words. Okay, Inquisitor. Yu Tsaixia lightly glanced at the defendant's side, that is, Li Mo's direction, and then glanced at Su Bai, banging the gavel. I will now call on the plaintiffs, the defense, to make their final court presentations. Plaintiff's counsel, Su White, makes her final court statement. Okay, Inquisitor. Court statement. The most crucial thing is to be able to impress the judge. Su Bai has prepared for this early. Sensational words? Doesn't exist. This is a case that if it is decided properly then they won't lose. Wang Li would have gotten a lighter sentence. According to his previous understanding of Yu Tsaixia, the presiding judge, the most important thing is the interpretation of the law. That is, the provisions of the law is supreme. Su Bai slowly stood up. Honorable presiding judge, on the basis of the litigation and court evidence submitted by us, there is nothing more we would like to add. All I'm trying to say is that justice under the law, it doesn't miscarry a good man. It doesn't miscarry a bad man. I hope the trial can follow the normal course of the law, keeping the oath in mind. Yu Tsaixia looked at Su Bai with satisfaction and nodded slightly. The plaintiff's case is complete. Let's move on to the defense's case. Li Mo knew that this final statement was their last chance for Nandu Bank, because he could feel that this lawsuit was vaguely unpleasant. Reimer slowly rose and said, Honorable presiding judge, in this lawsuit, our side Nandu Bank is the identity of the victim. I think there is nothing wrong with human beings being sentient, but the law is heartless. Our side, Nando's Bank, is after all the victim, and the matter raised by the plaintiff's side for us, the victim's side, to propose compensation is too inconsistent. End of statement. After Yu Tsaixia heard Li Mo's description, she looked expressionlessly at Wang Li, the party directly opposite the courtroom stage. The parties are invited to make their closing arguments. Wang Li looked up at the high courtroom platform and then glanced in Su Bai's direction. Honorable presiding judge, I have no problem with this trial, and I'm willing to go to any trial. The presentation is complete and the court is now in recess. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes, and will convene in 30 minutes to announce the results of the trial. Yu Tsaixia banged the gavel and went into recess. The moment Yu Tsaixia announced the adjournment of the trial, all the trial participants stood up, witnessing Yu Tsaixia and the other 3 members of the panel leaving the trial's high platform. During the recess, everyone was apprehensive about the final outcome of the trial in court. There was only one exception. That would be Su White. Li Shuizhen palms are sweaty. This is the first time she personally attended the trial. Also witnessed Su Bai's argument at the top of the courtroom. Although the debate was over, the outcome of the final trial was still unknown, so it was unusually tense. Li Shuizhen looked at Su Bai curiously. Aren't you nervous about the final outcome of the trial, Counselor Su? It's a big case, and it's a live trial, and I hear the commotion is pretty big, so you're not worried at all? The corner of Su Bai's mouth hooked up slightly. There is no need to be so nervous. Those who should be sentenced will be sentenced. Those who shouldn't be sentenced won't be sentenced. Just rest assured. It's not us who should be worried. You look at Mr. Li, as the legal affairs of Nandu Bank, should be much more nervous than us. Li Shuizhen glanced at Li Mo, who was looking over in her direction, and couldn't help but speak. Lawyer Su, Lawyer Li seems to be looking at us. Su Bai looked up and noticed that Li Mo was gazing at himself with a look of anger, unwillingness, and nervousness with all sorts of negative emotions intertwined. Smiling slightly, don't worry about it, Lawyer Li is doing eye exercises. Shuezhen Li. Eye exercises. What the hell? Li Shuezhen didn't understand what this meant, but it was also clear that this was Su Bai talking about cold jokes, so she nodded silently and didn't continue to speak. In the meantime, after a recess, the 3 panel members, the presiding judge and the 2 trial judges, deliberated on the final decision. Do you two have any thoughts on this case? Yucaixia looked to the other 2 judges. One of them spoke up, regarding the plaintiff's side's claim of Wang Li's innocence. Although legal arguments were made above the court and certain evidence was provided. However, the first trial imposed a 20-year prison sentence, and the second trial upheld the original sentence. So if the difference between our final sentences is too great, will it cause controversy? The other trial judge nodded in agreement. Yucaixia frowned slightly. The outcome of the trial is based on the law. There's no need to refer to the first and second trial. Then let's follow the verdict of the presiding judge. Aha! Eventually, the trio proposed to make the outcome of the trial due to Colorado. Outside the courtroom, viewers of the live broadcast of the trial, and media reporters are waiting torturously for this adjournment of 30 minutes. Many of these reporters were breaking into song. Originally thought that Nandu Bank would surely win, and purposely did a close interview. But look at the result, there is still an egg left. Damn. I should have known to interview that what's his name by June Law Firm's lawyer. Putting it on the internet would definitely be an explosive news. Really regret it. Ooh, if anyone interviews that lawyer from Hakun's law firm, they'll really earn it. Outside the courtroom, reporters kept talking. One of the young female reporters' eyes lit up. She was the one who had previously gone to interview the Baijun law firm when so many media outlets were not looking favorably on the firm. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to make so much money this time. There's an opportunity for an internship conversion. In the courtroom, the 30 minutes ended quickly, and all those who had followed the proceedings were looking forward to the final verdict. Accompanied by Yucaixia and 3 other panel members walked into the courtroom stage. Clerk, all rise. Swish swish swish. All in the courtroom rise. Li Mo nervously looked at the trial stage. He had no certainty now about the outcome of this trial. One could only wait for Yucaixia to announce the outcome of the trial. The remaining light did not pay attention to look in the direction of the plaintiff, but found that Su Bai had a relaxed face, and his heart could not help but sink. Yucaixia held the judgment materials and slowly opened her mouth under the gaze of the crowd. This is a final case before this court, the Nandu Superior Court. Wang Li, plaintiff, and Nandu Bank, defendant. The court has jurisdiction over the case and the applicable law is based exclusively on domestic law. According to China's criminal law, robbery of public or private property by violence, coercion or threatening others is a condition for the crime of robbery. The prosecution's argument against the plaintiff's client, Wang Li, that Wang Li was an accomplice to the robbery, that the legal conditions were not reached, and that Wang Li did not reach the corpus delicti of the robbery. However, Wang Li knew that the proceeds were illegally obtained and still chose to use them to pay his father's bills, which is suspected of unjust enrichment and transfer of stolen money, and concealment of the proceeds of crime. Also due to the cause of the incident and the urgency of the situation, and considering that Wang Li lost his basic rational behavior at that time, the sentence is lenient. Sentence Wang Li to 6 months imprisonment and 1 year's probation. Return the proceeds of the offense. In response to the plaintiff's request for compensation from Nandu Bank, which is indeed implicated in this case, Nandu Bank is ordered to apologize to Wang Li, and the rest of the claims are dismissed in their entirety. In response to the defense's motion to dismiss the lawsuit, it is denied in its entirety. This is a final judgment, and in accordance with the provisions of our procedural law, the court will send the judgment to the parties within 10 days of the closure of the court. Knock. The law hammer fell. Close the court. With the fall of Yucaixia's voice, the final trial came to an end. Upon hearing the final judgment, Li Mo was completely devastated. Lost? Nando's Bank lost? And the loss was unusually complete. Not only was Wang Li convicted of not being a robber, the verdicts of the first and second trials were reversed. And it was only 6 months. Not just 6 months. It was suspended. What does probation mean? Probation means that Wang Li won't have to go to jail at all. As long as one is honest and doesn't commit a crime or break the law, then this is the equivalent of no sentencing for him. The moment the sentencing ended, Li Mo, the legal affairs of Nandu Bank, was simply going crazy. Nando's Bank Law Office. Su Jiqian watched the live broadcast of the trial and froze slightly when he heard the result of this trial. A long sigh. During the process of watching the live broadcast of the trial, he had a vague premonition that he was afraid of losing this trial. But what he didn't expect was that the outcome of the pronouncement would be such a bad loss. Even if Wang Li gets a reprieve, Nandu Bank has to apologize to Wang Li. Who can handle that? For a moment, Su simply didn't know what to do. If he told Wang Wu about the outcome of this trial, He would be able to visualize himself walking away on the spot clutching his personal belongings. Nando's bank president's room. Wang Wu watched as the live feed of the trial closed with the announcement of the end of the closed court. The whole thing went crazy with anger and pushed open the door to the law room. "CEO, how did you promise me that? Didn't you say that Nandu Bank would surely win and triumph in public opinion? Is this what you call victory?" Earlier, Wang Wu watched the trial live in the legal office with Su Jiqiang and was furious. But after returning to the governor's office, he couldn't help but secretly watch the trial live. This broadcast is not only about whether you can win the case, but also about the reputation of Nandu Bank. Nando's bank is just a local bank. If the reputation is damaged, then the damage to the bank is incalculable. Watching the whole trial live, Wang Wu's mood can only be described as ups and downs. No, only down. All the way down. All numb, no ups and downs at all. The moment the verdict was pronounced, Wang Wu directly couldn't stand it and came to the legal office to question Su Jiqiang, the head of the legal department. Su Jiqiang heart aggrieved. Who would have thought that a rookie lawyer who focuses on divorce counseling business can be so fierce in a criminal lawsuit? Messy killings in court, especially when they ran into such a senior judge as Yu Tsaixia again. The final judgment was justified and there was no way to appeal it if you wanted to. President Wang, this time it was a mistake of our bank's legal department. But although we failed, we didn't fail completely. And losing the case resulted in a simple apology. As long as we win in public opinion, in the end, our Nandu court still wins. Wang Wu narrowed his eyes slightly. Public opinion my ass. Our bank has been sentenced to apologize for still shelving this public opinion. Do you think I'm stupid? What's public opinion when you lose a case? Su Jiqiang faced difficult. He just casually said, "Of course, do not know how to achieve the victory of public opinion." Just now the words are completely to stabilize Wang Wu. Wang Wu saw it and immediately waved his hand. "I'll restrict you to think of a good solution. If our bank's reputation and honor suffers because we lose this trial, you, the head of the legal department, are ready to get lost." Governor Wang. Su Jiqiang still wanted to say something, but Wang Wu didn't give a chance at all and left the law room in a huff. Su's face was sullen. TMD. Originally prepared for a foolproof. Who would have thought that halfway out of the way to kill a criminal fight so powerful marriage counseling lawyers are pissed off. The scene of the trial. After announcing the closure of the court, Yu Tsaixia and two other trial staff left the courtroom, as Wang Li was not declared innocent on the spot, but also suspected of unjust enrichment and transfer of stolen money. Although it is a suspended sentence, the process should still go by the law. Police brought down. Li Shuizhen looked at Su Bai with an excited face. "Lawyer Su, we won this lawsuit. We won." Wang Li was sentenced, but only for a few short months or probation. Compared to the previous 20-year prison sentence in the first and second trial, we can say that this court proceeding is a big win. Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen patted up slightly and jumped, her body trembling with excitement. Su Bai glanced at Li Shuizhen, who had an unusually agitated expression, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Didn't he already say this lawsuit would be a sure win? The fact that Yu Tsaixia had ruled this way had long been in his expectations. In the hands of an average attorney, it is unlikely that the second trial would have upheld the first trial's original verdict, even if it was unlikely that the sentence was so lenient. But it was the lawyer Wang Zizhong found earlier who was too good. It's kind of awesome to get a goldmouth lawyer for the second trial. There are actually a couple of key issues that have not been raised in this lawsuit, but the key point in this lawsuit is whether Wang Li is guilty of robbery or not. As soon as that is denied, then the charges against Nandu Bank and the prosecution are completely discharged. And then there's the attitude of the presiding judge. Wang Li's case is unique in that both the first and second trials resulted in a 20-year prison sentence, and the verdicts of the first and second trials are often taken into account in the final trial. It is good that Yu Tsaixia, the presiding judge, is a senior presiding judge who is determined to maintain the impartiality of the law. It's not really a surprise that it ended up that way. Well, don't be so excited. Hurry up and organize the materials. There are still some related matters that need to be dealt with next. There's still a lot to be done. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen suppressed her excitement and honestly finished organizing her materials and followed behind Su Bai, ready to leave the courtroom. On the other side, Li Mo stared daggers at Su Bai, his eyes not knowing whether he was lost in thought or resentful and jealous. It's complicated anyway. Passing by, Li Shuizhen muttered in a small voice, "Counselor Su, that lawyer Li from Nandu Bank Legal seems to be very upset with you." Su Bai smiled faintly. "Maybe it's too much I exercises. Let's just go our own." "Okay, Counselor Su. That's a pretty funny sneer. Then smile more." "Okay, Counselor Su." "Hey." Li Shuizhen silently followed Su Bai. Li Mo was so angry hearing this conversation that he was practically about to spit out blood. Losing the case aside, But can you two whisper when you pass me? So close. So loud. Do you think I'm deaf? There's no way around it. A loss is a loss. No amount of anger at the trial will help. The final verdict is in. After Lee Mo finished organizing the materials for the trial, he followed Subai out of the court. Outside the courthouse, reporters were already eagerly preparing for interviews, and some were even calling on the spot to inform editors and prepare headlines. Shocked, Wan Lee's case is reversed. Nandu Bank even. The complacent Nando's Bank has met its end. Justice was finally done, and Nandu Bank received justice. Blah, 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 blah. Shocking bodies, how shocking. After Subai walked out of the court, many media swarmed around, carrying cameras and holding microphones, reaching out in front of Subai. May I ask Attorney Su, what kind of opinion do you have about your defense of the lawsuit in court this time? How did you come up with this argument of getting the bank to prove that the bank's money is the bank's? Attorney Su, we understand that your firm is just a marriage counseling firm. May I ask why you have performed so brilliantly in this criminal proceeding? Counselor Su, this is a great opportunity to advertise the firm. Facing the reporter media carrying cameras and chasing after him, Subai simply straightened his suit. Although our law firm is a marriage counseling firm, the lawyers are proficient in criminal, civil and economic disputes, and all types of legal business are involved, which is why we won the case. People can prioritize our Baijun law firm if they have a lawsuit. Subai revealed two white teeth, looking incomparably sincere. After the advertisement, he took Li Shuizhen and left the scene in a hurry. At the scene, it was just the Nando's Bank personnel. At this time, some media seemed to have discovered the sensitivity of the new news and came to Li Mo carrying a camera. May I ask Mr. Li, how do you feel about the fact that you were confident before the trial, but ultimately lost the case to an unknown law firm? Your initial statement about the probability of Nandu Bank winning the case and telling us not to worry about this is because you feel in your own mind that Nandu Bank is bound to lose, isn't it? May I ask Mr. Li, do you have an interest in the plaintiff's attorney? Li Mo, you're stabbing people in the heart, aren't you? Killing people to kill them. Right. What do you mean by that? Suspecting me of being an undercover agent? Reimer was going crazy. The other reporters' eyes lit up when they heard such a powerful question. Having a natural sensitivity to news. To put it bluntly, it was also digging a hole for people, and certain media reporters who were not conscientious about creating gimmicks hastily swarmed around Li Mo's heels. Lawyer Li, may I ask if you have any insights from this defeat? Did you lose the case on purpose? Or is it that you are not as competent as a lawyer from a marriage counseling law firm? Lawyer Li, what kind of impact do you think this loss will have on Nandu Bank? Counselor Li, you don't go away. Counselor Li, please also answer our questions. Unlike the last time, Li Mo entered the courtroom with great vigor, and when he came out, he not only lost the case, but also was ruthlessly summarized in the heart. What kind of ing bull questions are these? It's no longer a matter of stabbing into the heart. It's already a matter of stepping on two more feet. In the face of reporters, Li Mo knows that the more he expresses his position, the more he will attract the welcome of this group of reporters. Simply keeping his head down and silent, but still standing firm and maintaining his dignity as a lawyer, he left the scene. A female reporter quietly photographed the background of Li Mo's departure and later sent it to the editorial staff. The editors immediately responded. This is big news. I've already picked out the title. It's called Silent Back. Hibernating for several years, grinding a sword for 10 years. The purpose is to make Nandu Bank lose the lawsuit. Alone in the curse. Isn't this properly silent back? This Li Mo will soon be famous. Lemmer, listen to me. Thank you. I really thank you. Inside Hakun's law office, Subai looked at the system panel. Congratulations to the host for winning the lawsuit and rewarding him with a bronze treasure chest. Is it on now? Yes. The voice dropped and a line of text appeared on the panel. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to observe micro-expressions. The system releases a new task, complete 20 counseling sessions or 2 cases, and depending on the evaluation, different treasure chests, bronze, silver, gold, will be awarded. Completing consultations in cases. This is what Su White should do as a lawyer. Subai ignored it for the time being, focusing on the line of text from the micro-expression primary observation. Micro-expression primary observation? Meaning it's possible to get some simple information from someone's micro-expressions? Subai shouted over to Li Shuizhen, wanting to try out what this ability was really like. Li Shuizhen was organizing her materials when she came to the office. Counselor Su, you called me? Subai reread Li Shuizhen's resume. He hadn't looked at the trainee attorney's profile earlier because he was in a hurry for the case to move forward. But I overheard it today. Something doesn't feel quite right. What your resume says above is that you are a law student at the University of Law, a senior intern this year, and that you have participated in moot courts several times throughout your freshman, sophomore, and junior years, including exposure to formal trials, and have interacted with many of the biggest lawyers in the industry. With a resume this good, you could have gone to some famous law firm. Why did you come to such a small one? Oops. Discovered? Li Shuexian's expression was so stiff, but she quickly adjusted her state. Counselor Su, I wrote all those things blindly. If I really had that kind of experience, why would I come to a small law firm, right? So that's resume fakery for you? Li Shuexian all of a sudden seemed to be struck by lightning, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Su Bai had already understood and smiled to ease the stiff scene. I'm just asking, whether it's fake or not, you're still a part of our law firm. Do a good job and you'll be promoted to partner in the future. Make it big and strong. Okay, Su lawyer, make it big and strong. Li Shuexian had a serious expression. Su Bai drew a big cake, not expecting Li Shuexian to really believe it. With a wave of her hand she went back to her work. Wait until after Li Shuexian left the office. Su Bai felt that this micro-expression was somewhat useful, but not much, and it might have something to do with being too low in rank. Through his observation just now, he still saw that Li Shuexian's background was not simple, and those words were a lie. How can the average undergraduate have access to so many big-shot lawyers? It should be under the tutelage of one of the top legal minds. Su Bai curiously opened the official website of the University of Law, checking one after another, and finally his eyes locked on a top law faculty bull. TSK. I didn't realize I'd picked up the slack by recruiting a free trainee lawyer and being an ugly capitalist. Turn off the computer. Su Bai acted as if he didn't know anything. This layer of identity will definitely be used later. After the conclusion of Wang Li's court case, major media outlets have been scrambling to report on it, all targeting Nandu Bank. Su Bai's golden rule: how do banks prove that the bank's money is the bank's? It quickly fires out of the ring. The reputation and image of Nandu Bank has suffered tremendously, and it was around this time that a comparison video went viral. The beginning of the video is Li Mo confident opening. As for the probability of winning the case, this do not have to worry about. I believe that we all have some judgment on this. The video ended with Li Mo's upright back. Text title, silent back. Content, in fact, at the beginning of the Nando's Bank, Li's lawyer knew that Nando's Bank was going to lose this lawsuit. Why? Because he was so honorable that he broke into Nando's Bank by himself, allowing a marriage counseling law firm to triumph and upend Nando's reputation. What's this? That's a hell of a lot of lurking for 10 years for one day. The video has been posted and immediately drew a lot of tweets. Numerous netizens have chimed in below. The first time I heard of a lawyer who penetrated the enemy's interior. This operation is really 666. Bull. There's such a thing as a ing unscrupulous lawyer who can still be so whitewashed? I go. Bull. There's no way. The internet is like that. Even some netizens who know the truth can't help but flirt. Ha ha ha. That's some awesome copy. 10 years of fighting into the enemy's side. Just for one day. When I return, ha ha ha, I can't make it up. Please welcome the next contestant. Nando's Bank Internal Conference. Wang Wu held up the video, his gaze filled with rage. What's that supposed to mean? Ha? Eat and drink from the bank. What does the bank pay to keep you? I now make the notification that Li Mo, due to the great negative impact on the image of the bank, is now notified and formally dismissed. Li Mer, you can take your stuff and go. Li Mo's head was filled with confusion when he saw what was in the video. I'm ing out of the loop with this? Okay, take it or leave it. I don't believe I can't find another job. Immediately, he packed up and left the Nandu Bank. The Nandu Bank, too, has suffered so much as a result of the impact caused by this livestream trial that it has caused the bank's reputation to tumble to the bottom of the heap. For this, the bank had to apologize to the bank's customers. It also compensated the client for the loss of his property in the bank, which he had previously lost, as a way to recoup the damage to their reputation. The Nandu Bank's act of mending fences has been only marginally effective in terms of public opinion. So Nando's Bank paid again and bought media opinion in large numbers, trying to seize the high ground in terms of public opinion. Unfortunately, the internet isn't buying it at all. Buy. Depress the heat. Spend money. Wang Wu spends a lot of money trying to keep public opinion down. After spending a considerable amount of money, some results have finally been achieved. But then I came across a video titled, "The Best Courtroom Defense I've Seen This Year," posted by legal commentator Luo Daxiang. The video explains the Wang Li case. Luo Daxiang, as a well-known legal commentator, has a great influence on the internet, and every video he releases has a frighteningly high number of reprints and broadcasts. As soon as this video was posted, there was an instant silence from the media opinion bought and paid for by Nandu Bank. Video. Luo Daxiang breaks down the legal knowledge of the courtroom scene in detail, and also explains why lawyers argue from a certain angle and analyzes the key issues of the trial. Within the video of the trial, although for Nandu Bank was coded, but those in the know that it's Nando's Bank, and there's no shortage of well-wishers in the comments section. Once again, Nando's Bank has suffered a huge reputational loss. Wang Wu only wanted to say, ITM, pissed off. Compared to the buzzing energy of the internet, Baijun law firm is much quieter. In the first 2 days after the lawsuit, there were quite a lot of people who came over to consult on legal business, but most of them were just thunder and no rain. Will come over to try to whittle down some legal issues and most run away when they learn of the fees. Not a single case. There are also some women who come to Subai specifically for marital counseling in order to soothe their minds. Subai all but pushed it to Li Shuizhen. Women have the most empathy for each other. There's nothing wrong with handing over the consulting business to Ms. Li Shuizhen, is there? However, these people who come to consult a look at the reception as Li Shuizhen do not know why often cannot chat for more than 10 minutes and hurriedly left. After the heat came down in the latter 2 days, the number of people inquiring about it was quite low. Subai cleared down, spent nearly $5,000, hired someone 2 days to roughly repair the law firm, at least from the appearance, compared to the previous formalized a lot. Another $5,000 was spent on some simple office paraphernalia. Overall, the law firm looks like a proper law firm. Well, it's a lot better than it used to be. Subai nodded his head in satisfaction, being bigger and stronger. This was considered a small step forward. Only the law firm remained cold and didn't get many cases. It seems that advertising on the internet doesn't work very well. Those media ads don't work too well either. During this time, there were quite a few invitations he received to work on criminal cases at other law firms. There's just no case to take. But working for others is not as comfortable as being a capitalist yourself, so I refused all of them. The 10th day of the lawsuit. At noon, around 1:30, the sun was in the sky and it was slightly dry and hot outside. Subai sipped his tea and blew the air conditioner. Li Shuizhen is busy advertising the law firm underneath Mr. Luo's video. The way it's advertised is plain, simple, and without any bells and whistles. Comments, this time the winning lawyer is the Nandu Baijun law firm. Subai lawyer business superb, proficient in civil and criminal. The lawsuit recognized Nandu Baijun law firm. Quasi-line. Half an hour later, Li Shuizhen copy and paste some numbness. Cannot help but ask, Su lawyer, we so advertise really useful? I don't see how our comments are doing anything at all. Private messages haven't budged a bit. Of course it's useful, but a single post may not be very useful, so you'll still need to be persistent. Besides, don't you want to litigate more, learn more about litigation, and become a barrister after you convert? Subai gave Li Shuizhen, the young and energetic trainee attorney, a serious shot in the arm. Li Shuizhen was all serious. I want to. Go on then. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen, pumped full of chicken blood, continued to copy the comments over and over again. Subai glanced at the date. Wang Li should have finished the probation process today. He and Wang Zizhong had arranged to settle the lawyer's fees today. Counting the time should be almost up. Sure enough, while Subai was thinking, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Zizhong slowly walked to the door of Baijun law firm under the support of Wang Li, and the smiles on their faces could not be stopped at all. The fact that their own son was sentenced to a suspended sentence from a 20-year prison term was a great boon to the couple's old couple. Otherwise, at their age, they wouldn't be able to wait until they die for the day their son gets out of prison. May pass away with endless regrets. It could be said that it was Subai who gave them new hope. Wang Li's mouth similarly grinned with a smile. This lawsuit, he was also considered to recognize Subai's strength in fighting lawsuits. If it wasn't for Subai, by the time he got out of prison, it would be the same as saying he was completely disconnected from society. For Subai, he was sincerely grateful. The old couple was helped into the lawyer's office. Counselor Su, Dad, slow down. Wang Zizhong broke away from Wang Li's hold and walked toward the inside of the law firm. Wang Li followed, almost did not keep up. Law firm's brand new sofa. Subai took 3 bottles of mineral water and placed them in front of Wang Zizhong's family sitting on the sofa. The judgment was also handed to Wang Li. This is the judgment at the end of the trial, which was previously deposited with me, so you keep it safe and don't lose it. Wang Li solemnly and carefully folded the judgment several times, and after folding it to almost the size of his pocket, he put it into his pocket. Another black pouch was removed from the bag. Lawyer Su, according to the contract, it's about $100,000 in legal fees. My father and I have discussed it. This time if it wasn't for Lawyer Su, I'm afraid I would have to sit for at least a dozen years. Now I've been sentenced to a probationary sentence. It's still only for a few months. Here's $120,000. I know that these are insignificant. It's considered to be a thank you to you. You keep it. Wang Li stiffly shoved the money into Subai's arms. Wang Zizhong and Zhang Suifan were afraid that Su Bai wouldn't take it and helped out. Lawyer Su, I'm relying on you more for this lawsuit. This money is already very little compared to other lawyers' attorneys' fees, so just take it. Yeah, you've done our family such a great favor. These thanks aren't much. Su Bai is not polite, to be honest, so a case of the second trial of the Golden Mouth lawyers can charge 188,000 yuan. He let Wang Li directly exempt from prison. Collect these money is not much. A lawyer's fee is usually just given based on the difficulty of the case. After seeing Su Bai take the money, Wang Li let out a long breath as if he was relieved, and seemed to have remembered something and asked a question. Attorney Su, are you familiar with the legal business of marriage? Su Bai looked up at Wang Li. What? You still want to file a divorce lawsuit? Please follow the reading now. Everyday point a little bit is good. Please monthly votes recommend votes data good small author more power. Thank you. Su Bai gazed in Wang Li on the eye. This is just out of probation. Ready to come to a civil lawsuit to raise the spirit? Wang Li wiggled his butt, rubbing against the squeaky new couch. Truth be told, Counselor Su, I do have that in mind. My wife and I have been married for 5 years, and we don't have a baby. And the last time my father was that sick, she, a woman, didn't even go to the hospital to see her, and said that my father was of age, and so on and so forth, and that he didn't need to go to the hospital at all. At that time, I was anxious about my father's affairs. I didn't bother with her. And then this bank thing happened. My parents have been worrying about me, but my wife, that woman, hasn't come to see me even once. Concerned about the words did not have a word. I guess she is waiting for me to go in. She so that she can inherit our family property. Now that I'm out, I do want to divorce her. Su Bai listened attentively to Wang Li's description of the entire lawsuit down at the bank earlier. He indeed did not see Wang Li's wife appear. This also confirms that Wang Li and his wife are not on good terms. Through this and all these circumstances, if Wang Li no longer wants to divorce, he is willing to call Wang Li as the strongest seated player in the national service. There is no one. So what do you think now? Planning to file a divorce suit against her? In the face of Su Bai's question, Wang Li shook his head. Lawyer Su, I am still on probation. I am afraid that a lawsuit will lead to trouble. The main purpose of my asking you is that I want to introduce you to a divorce lawsuit. It's my hairdresser who is going to file a lawsuit for divorce. If Lawyer Su you are fighting a divorce lawsuit, I can introduce my hairy little one to you. That's quite a recommendation from Wang Li. If you have a lawsuit, you will be the first to think of yourself, and this person will be able to handle it. He won a lawsuit the other day, promoted his firm in front of the press, so you could say the promotion hit home, and still no case. The media only cares about whether the gimmick explodes or not, and the netizens only care about whether the trial is exquisite or not. And if he wants to take the case through this kind of publicity, he can only think too much. I didn't expect Wang Li to come over today and bring himself an unexpected surprise. Of course you can. Our law firm specializes in divorce lawsuits. You do know that, don't you? Wang Li, a 30-year-old man, scratched his head awkwardly. The last time Lawyer Su helped me with a lawsuit, I was so impressed that I subconsciously thought that Lawyer Su was a professional criminal lawyer. Yes, I do specialize in criminal law, but civil marriage as well. Su Bai did not have any modesty at all. It was what it was supposed to be, and he originally had a certain understanding of all kinds of lawsuits. It's not entirely wrong to say that. That's great. With Lawyer Su out there, there's hope for my hairdresser's divorce lawsuit. Wang Li's expression was excited and mixed with a hint of exuberance, acting unusually happy that his hairdresser was able to get a divorce. Can you tell me something about your hairdresser? I see you're pretty happy about your hairdresser getting divorced. Is this out of your misery? Hearing Su Bai mention his hairy divorce as a way out of his misery, Wang Li's expression instantly became indignant, even more angry than when he had just spoken about the one in his own family. If he can get divorced, he's more than out of his misery. He's just going straight to heaven. Wang Li hammered the couch. The couch was immediately dented with a fist-sized crater of about 2 centimeters. Hiss, it's new. Don't hammer it. Wang Li looked at the pit on the sofa with a naive face and scratched his head. I'm sorry, Su lawyer. A moment too excited. Mainly my hair small that wife is really. I don't know how to say. It's just too outrageous as the kind of very outrageous people on the internet. A little bit more outrageous than that kind of. Lawyer Su, can you understand? That's why I'm so pissed off. Mostly because I'm fighting for my hairdresser. Wang Li's eyes were laced with a hint of heartache. That's right. It's heartbreaking. It's the heartache of what happened to your brother. See their new sofa. Su Bai also a little heartache. Just bought. Brand new price. $800 it. Don't get snippy for a second. Just describe what's going on with your hairy little one. Su Bai slightly straightened his suit and called out to Li Shuizhen to take notes. Wang Li nodded heavily and introduced the situation. My hair is an honest man. Programmer. Monthly salary of about 20,000. Height 172. Weight 65 kilograms. Is the Nandu demolition households. There are 3 sets of houses. One set of his parents live. One set of him and his wife live. There is a set of the original was rented out, but his wife said that a colleague wanted to rent it, so it was not rented out again. Thinking of renting it to her colleague, forget it, but I did not think that his wife privately put the house to his brother to live. Oh yes, let's start with his wife's situation. His wife is from out of town. The family is slightly poor, and my hairdresser is about the same age, about 30 years old. Height 162. Weight 55 kilograms. Salary of $3,000. There are 2 younger brothers down there. The parents don't have social security or anything. Usually doing small odd jobs, about $2,000 a month. Right. One of her 2 younger brothers dropped out of middle school and stayed home to chew the fat, and the other has been out of college for a year and is still unemployed. My hair small is a standard honest man. Usually pay all of his wife's usual monthly light. Along with my hair small, also spend all of my hair small. My hair small usually buy cigarettes or on the route a day to save a cigarette money. The more Subai listens, the more outrageous he feels. No, what does he want? Li Shuezhen, who was taking notes, couldn't help but frown while listening to Wan Li's description. She, as a girl, also felt that this was too much. It's not a marriage at all anymore. This is treating the man like an ATM, or the kind of ATM that is at the mercy of the man. The man, isn't he a total asshole? Such a thought suddenly popped up in Li Shuezhen's heart. Subai just couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Wanli. Get to the point. Why the divorce? Because my brother-in-law's wife says my brother-in-law doesn't love her anymore. Subai, awesome. Sheridan Lee, it's kind of speechless. Wang Li continued to speak. Because of this his wife had to make a divorce. My hair small originally thought of leaving it. Anyway, over enough. Behind the division of property only to find that his wife has transferred most of the premarital property into the joint property of husband and wife. Asked to be divided. My hairdresser's original joint matrimonial wealth was also all spent by his wife on bags, cosmetics and some other beauty top-ups. If we just get a divorce, then I'll be out of pocket and out of pocket. Only when Subai heard this did he realize that not being in love was just an excuse. So it was the expiration of the ATM. It's a little late to be waking up. This brother, just now, if Wang Li was the national service seed, then he, Fat Chow, was the strongest national service. Drain the joint marital property while you're together. Wait until you've transferred all your premarital assets, and then file for divorce on an unloving basis. That's pretty outrageous. This move is really, in a word, brilliant. Subai silently listened to Wan Li's words. After your description of this case, I have already understood roughly. Our law firm can take it, but you still have to ask your hairdresser's opinion on whether to entrust our law firm before the remaining related matters can proceed. Lawyer Su, I understand. I'll send a novel with me right away when I get back. Sent away Wang Li and Wang Zizhong couple. Subai weighed the weight of the black bag, said to Li Shuezhen, don't send the advertisement for the time being. You first organize this civil case that Wang Li said. I'll go out. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuezhen cleaned up her desktop, picked up the notebook she had just recorded, and nodded seriously. Subai, on the other hand, left the lawyer's office and went to the bank, depositing $1,200,000 into the account first. 120,000. Adding the previous balance makes a total of over 150,000 points. The debt crisis of the law firm was temporarily lifted, and after seeing the bank's balance tip, Subai was in a much better mood. This is currently enough money to cover the expenses of the law firm's slow growth. Back to the law firm. Li Shuezhen had already organized Wan Li's materials from earlier. Lawyer Su, I've already organized Wan Li's materials. Lawyer Su, I want to ask, is there really a woman like Wang Li Fa's youngest wife? If we take this case, how should we fight? I think we should beat the other side as hard as possible. This kind of person is really bad. Subai took the material handed over by Li Shuezhen, skimmed it roughly, made sure there were no more problems, and placed it on the desktop. Looking up at Li Shuezhen, Li Shuezhen was a bit flustered. Lawyer Su, did I just say something wrong? Subai's fingertips tapped the desktop, watching Li Shuezhen's reaction, feeling somewhat amused. This is the equivalent of a student's fear of punishment from his or her teacher. Ahem. Subai moistened his throat. That's the second lesson you're going to learn at the law firm. Remember what the first lesson was? Lesson 1. Lesson 2 of learning? Li Shuezhen was a little hesitant, not quite sure. The first lesson is human nature? Subai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Remember it quite well. That's right. You answered correctly. The first lesson is the human condition. And you know what the second lesson is? Li Shuezhen shook her head. Very sincere, I don't know. Then remember, The second lesson is that, in the face of your client, you only need to take the money to do the job. As long as the case is entrusted, don't have too much empathy, no matter if Wang Lifa's little wife's thing is true. As long as it's entrusted to our law firm will do its best to help its client. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with our law firm except what is related to the case. Understand? Okay, Counselor Su. That's something I understand. Li Shuezhen nodded seriously and gravely. Do lawyers in this business, to put it bluntly, take people's money for others to eliminate disasters? To help the client win the lawsuit, this is the lawyer's most basic code, which has so much to say. Empathy is a no-no. In the afternoon, at 5 or 6 o'clock, approaching dusk, Subai received a phone call from Wang Li. Said he has and he sent a novel this case entrusted by June law firm agent. Wait a while to the law firm to discuss in detail. Subai told Li Shuezhen to get ready. Li Shuezhen was also excited about coming to the case. The last one was a criminal case and she learned a lot from it. This one was a civil case. It's still about such a tasty specialty as civil marriage. She was also curious to know what was going on with that hairy kid of Wang Li's. Soon, Wang Li brought his hairdresser to Bai Jun law firm. Compared to Wang Li, Subai felt more like this hairdresser of his had just come out of the detention center. The whole man was devoid of any essence, and it looked as if the marriage had done a great deal of damage to him. Come on in and sit down. Subai warmly invited, and asked Li Shuezhen to go and pour 2 cups of tea to refresh herself. Wang Li sat on the sofa and briefly introduced his hairdresser by the name of Zhang Tongwei. Compared to the case described by Wang Li, Zhang Tongwei, as a party to the case, tells a more detailed and at the same time more informative story. Subai listened attentively to Zhang Tongwei describing the relevant case information. Is not it will also interject some key questions. An hour and a half later, Subai finally figured out the whole thing. 3 years of marriage, no children, no obligation to support. The two had little or no joint property and even a fair amount of joint debt. And Zhang Tongwei's premarital property, that is, 3 houses, 2 of which became the couple's common property. For this point, Subai is very curious. According to the marriage law, the premarital property of men and women is protected by law. Even if Zhang Tongwei sold the house, then the money also belongs to the premarital property. In addition, the value-added part of it is still premarital property. How did Zhang Tongwei's wife manage to change it to joint property? How did these 2 houses of yours change to joint marital property? When this matter was mentioned, Zhang Tongwei hated to smack himself twice. I was angry with my wife and I couldn't coax her, so I finally had no choice but to ask her what she could do to stop being angry. What she said at that time was to write a guarantee for her, which was written with the matter of property transfer. I was only thinking of coaxing and forgetting it, so I wrote it according to her request. I didn't think that I didn't realize that this could be used as a proof for dividing the property in a divorce. Not only that, but now that we're not divorced, she keeps borrowing money to purchase some household items, saying that the more money she owes, the better, and that if I don't agree to a divorce it's a joint debt between the 2 of us anyway. Isn't that properly and deliberately creating marital debt? But again, because the other party is buying household goods, it is very difficult to rule on the point of whether or not it was an intentional creation of marital debt. I can see that Zhang Tongwei's wife is a ruthless person. Suddenly, Subai seemed to be remembering something. Does your wife have any lawyer friends around? Zhang Tongwei frowned slightly. Lawyer friend. This is not true, but there is a famous female matrimonial lawyer over here in Nandu who will explain the division of matrimonial property through short videos. My wife watches the short videos she posts all the time, and used to tell me that if we both got divorced, she'd get this lawyer to file a lawsuit to get me out of the net. At that time, I had just gotten married and didn't pay much attention to it, but now that you mention it, Counselor Su, I do remember. Counselor Su, how did you know? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Tongwei's eyes, the corner of Subai's mouth slightly raised. According to Zhang Tongwei's description, this is not the proper use of legal rules. Want to empty the male party's family fund? How can a normal woman have so much heart and soul, when it looks like there is someone behind it, and it is a lawyer who specializes in marriage and family? It takes a professional attorney to understand the property issues of a marriage and the premarital property issues in more detail. The average layperson simply does not know what the right way to defend their premarital property. It's easy to get drilled. This is why it is said that you should not marry a wife who knows the law, especially the marriage law. Otherwise you could fall into a hole at any time and lose your pants. Naked and nettled, struggling for years to give someone else a leg up. Subai hadn't answered Zhang Tongwei's question. Wang Li on the other side of the first anxious, Su lawyer people are professional marriage lawyers, casually asked not guess out? By saying that, you're not questioning lawyer Su's professionalism. Just think, if it weren't for lawyer Su, I'd still be in the detention center right now. But, no buts, attorney Su is not only a professional criminal lawyer, but also a professional marriage counseling lawyer. Zhang Tongwei heard the words of his hair Wang Li, and in his heart, faced with the legal business ability of Su Bai has a new degree of awareness, criminal and marital. That's the same as saying they're all proficient, the equivalent of a full-service lawyer. Zhang Tongwei's heart was much more at ease. Attorney Su, for my situation, can it still be resolved? I would like to ask, what is the likelihood of winning the case? How much of the estate will I get back if I win? There was a hint of nervousness in Zhang Tongwei's eyes. This is, after all, his parents struggled for a lifetime of hard work. Nandu a set of houses a few million na. He was not happy to just cheap out on a woman who had been married for 3 years and had not brought him any good memories. Every time he thought about it, he wanted to slap himself twice. What did he want? You think she's bad-tempered? That she has a bad body? I can only blame myself for being too young and not being able to read people well. Su Bai took a sip of tea and performed a simple analysis. Your case is a little bit complicated. Generally speaking then, inside a matrimonial action the odds are that you'll get 60% of the current property, but still have to split roughly 40% of the other party's property, which includes the other party's liabilities, because the other party's debt is indeed a household expense. But you should be able to keep at least 2 properties from being divided if you appoint our law firm. The others are not guaranteed for the time being. Do you think you should appoint our law firm? Hearing Su Bai's words, Zhang Tongwei was a little excited. He had also been to other law firms for advice, and the other lawyer gave him an answer similar to Su Bai's. 40% split between the 2 properties. That's a little over a couple million. It would hurt to give it out to a woman like that. Now Su Bai directly state that at least 2 houses can be saved, which can be said to be an unexpected surprise for Zhang Tongwei. Delegation. Delegat. Lawyer Su, my divorce lawsuit will be entrusted to Bai Jun Law Firm. Since it's commissioned, get ready to prepare to sue your wife for fraud. Tongwei Zhang. Wang Li. Shuezhen Li. Isn't this a divorce proceeding? Why are you charging his wife with fraud? Zhang Tongwei was a bit confused. Lawyer Su. I'm fighting a divorce lawsuit. Su Bai raised his hands to rub his temples and looked at Zhang Tongwei. Is the purpose of your divorce lawsuit to get a divorce? Yeah, I want a divorce. So is it true that you don't want the other party to divide your house property? It's like this attorney Su, that woman has been spending my money and lying to me, and after only 3 years of marriage, she wants to split 40% of my house property, and I don't want it. Well then, isn't that right? Charge me with fraud and I'll make sure you'll be able to meet the above 2 claims, and as long as you can meet the above 2 claims, what do you care if it's a divorce lawsuit? 3 questions in a row. In the face of Su Bai's inquiry, Zhang Tongwei shook his head. Don't care? Then it's not. It's not like it matters if it's a divorce lawsuit. Zhang Tongwei went over this thought in his head and seemed to have just reacted, looking at Su Bai in shock. Counselor Su, you mean you can still send that woman in? Su Bai shook his head. I can't be sure of this. I can only be sure of securing your claim. Well, now that the contents of the commission and the commission have been finalized, if you don't have any questions, then let's sign the commission contract. The attorney's fee is based on 40% of your 2 properties combined, 10%, and if you're sure, you can sign the retainer contract. Zhang Tongwei is still hesitating whether this lawyer's fee is too high. Wang Li slapped on Zhang Tongwei's body. What are you still hesitating? You can get a divorce. You can get 40% of the property back. And maybe there's a chance of sending that vampire in your house. Just 10%. If it were me, there is a chance to send that thing in. 20% I don't even bring hesitation. What are you still hesitating? Love? Love a twist. I'm not. Zhang Tongwei opened his mouth and didn't make a sound with the second half of his sentence. Su Bai took a sip of tea and waited quietly. The 2 demolished properties in Nandu are probably worth a couple of $1 million, and a few percent is a couple $100,000. It's normal that the average person can't afford to pay that legal fee. This is a reasonable enough price. The average attorney's fee charged for a matrimonial lawsuit is between 10 and 30%. He has taken the minimum standard. 2 minutes later, Zhang Tongwei seemed to have made up his mind. Lawyer Su, I agree. We can sign the contract. Big hundreds of thousands of dollars to hand. Su Bai silently rejoiced in his heart and asked Li Shuezhen to go and print the relevant commission contract. After signing the contract, and then let Zhang Tongwei paid 5,000 yuan of prosecution-related costs. More refunds, less compensation. Children and men. Wait until after Zhang Tongwei and Wan Li left. Li Shuezhen walked into the office with the already organized materials. Lawyer Su, are we really going to prosecute that Zhang Tongwei's wife for fraud? Or what? The commissioning contract is signed. You think I'm kidding? By the time Zhang Tongwei has handed over some of the evidence he has collected to the law firm, he will be able to submit written materials for prosecution. Li Shuezhen was surprised, and at the same time, there was a little excitement in her heart. Originally, I thought this was a civil case. but I didn't realize that it still turned into a criminal case. Well, don't be happy. You've been given a particularly difficult task. Subai interrupted Li Shuijian's dark joy. What's the assignment, Counselor Su? Go to what Zhang Tongwei mentioned and pretend to be a spiteful woman commenting every day under the short video that his wife said specialized in beating up marriage lawyers, fighting to get the streak. Ha! This is key evidence. Key evidence? Okay, Counselor Su. I understand. Li Shuijian wasn't sure of the purpose of Subai's statement, but she knew. Attorney Su said the key evidence. That must have helped the case tremendously, since it would be of great help. As a trainee attorney, that's her mission, completion of the mission. If you do the math, she, a trainee attorney, played an important role in the case. By the end of the night, as a female college student undergoing an internship, Shuijian Li returned to her dormitory at Nandu Law University. In the dormitory, the girls in the same room were discussing where to go tomorrow. Li Shuijian plopped down on her phone and searched for the short video blogger that Zhang Tongwei had mentioned. Lawyer Yi Fei, several years of experience in matrimonial law, hundreds of matrimonial lawsuits, and a certain understanding of the criminal law arising from marriage. Li Shuijian put on her headphones and went to the homepage of Yi Fei's lawyer account. It's clear of content titles inside. How women can protect their rights and interests in marriage, and how to ensure that they can get more joint property after divorce, so that the man will be netted out. How can a woman who wants a divorce ensure that she benefits the most? Women sacrifice a lot in marriage. What can we do to utilize the weapons of the law to protect ourselves? Li Shuijian slid her fingertips and clicked on one labeled video after another. The more I look at it, the more I frown. The content of these videos is, how shall I put it? There is nothing wrong with divorce to ensure one's rights and interests, but the content of this attorney Yefei's video is completely utilizing legal gaps to teach people how to get the other party's premarital property and create some legal gaps. To put it bluntly, it is tantamount to stealing the other person's private premarital property. And some people in the comments section are clapping their hands. There were a few people bragging about the tangible benefits they had gotten, and the comments below were clear of concurring envy. Envious sisters, you got a lot this time, right? Speak up and let us envy you fiercely. Sisters are awesome. Sisters who can learn from you. Punchy. Ha ha ha. There is not much. The main thing is that lawyer Yi Fei is more powerful. I did hire lawyer Yi Fei. I did not create a penny of common property. Got 60% of the other party's property. Wow, great. Pass on the experience. Girl help girl. Let's learn from it. Blah. The more she looked on, the deeper Li Shuijian's frown became. This kind of behavior was completely incomprehensible to her. Stealing each other's property in this way is completely unethical. These people are totally treating marriage like a sale, aren't they? No, it's not a sale. It's totally used as a means of cashing in. A year of marriage divided into large hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. This is not properly cheating marriage? Looking at the comments and the video, Shuijian Li, as a woman, could not understand this behavior at all. But for the sake of forensics, it's also the key piece of evidence that Subai is talking about. As Li Shuijian left a message in the comments section of the videos, leaving a plea for help underneath each video. After it's done, a sweet girl roommate suddenly came up to Li Shuijian. Shuijian, what are you doing? You've been busy interning at the law firm all this time, so you should be tired, right? The relationship between Li Shuijian and her roommate was not too close or strange. Just a normal roommate-friend relationship. It was okay, not too exhausting, quite fulfilling, and I was able to learn quite a bit. We're going to a new playground tomorrow. Do you want to go? Li Shuijian shook her head. I won't go. I have to practice at the law firm tomorrow. Alright then I wish you to become a big lawyer in our South Capital soon. That sweet girl roommate blessed it. Thanks. Li Shuijian responded with a smile. Day 2. Su White woke up in the lawyer's office. The original owner lives in the law firm, and he's staying within it for the time being for convenience, mostly to save money. After simply washing up, Subai organized his clothes and opened the door to see Li Shuijian already standing at the entrance of the firm. Good morning, Counselor Su. Li Shuijian walked inside the office showing 2 standard dimples. In this regard, Subai was already used to it. Every time Li Shuijian came over during this period of time, she was so early. Lawyer Su, I commented all under that lawyer Yi Fei's video yesterday, but the other side ignored me. Bring your cell phone over here and I'll read your review. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuijian handed Subai his cell phone. Subai frowned slightly after seeing the content of the comments. You call that a whiny whose life isn't what you want it to be? Shuijian Li's comment reads, Lawyer Yi Fei, I am a housewife. I am having a bad time. Please help me. This is something that if he were this lawyer, he wouldn't even bother with, because there's nothing to impress. Subai deleted all the comments posted by Li Shuijian in one breath, and then used his fast hand speed to type out a whole bunch of words in the comments section and publish them. Returned the cell phone to Li Shuizhen. Follow what I just posted. You'll start by copying it a few more times and contacting it privately as well. Li Shuizhen's eyes widened as she looked at what was posted inside the comment section. Hello Lawyer Yi Fei. I am a housewife. My husband earns millions of dollars a year. He has 3 houses in Nandu and a large flat, with assets of about $30 million. I want to get a divorce, but I don't want to give up my current life. I'm very torn right now, and I'd like to ask Lawyer Yi Fei if there's anything I can do. Please. It was followed by a pleading emoji. Does it help if Attorney Sue sends it out like this? Sure. What does this Yeffy look for when she teaches women to divorce? The important thing to look at is, of course, the attorney's fees. Otherwise, White would be so kind. 10 to 30% of a case splits 60% of the property. Properly hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for one case. 10 cases, that's not good millions. This kind of divorce litigation is also easy to fight. Not too much risk. Simply beautiful. To be honest, Subai is a little bit moved. But this kind of case, to do how to say, advertising is very easy to get into trouble. Before Subai could say anything, Li Shuizhen was surprised. Lawyer Sue, that Lawyer Yi Fei returned my private message. That fast? Subai was also a bit surprised. But think about it, is normal. After all, like in the comments, the assets of 30 million, properly quality customers. Back to what? Replied to me that she can help me with my lawsuit. But she wants me to prove my assets. And after that she can pull me inside her exclusive fan base. Ahem. Subai awkwardly coughed dryly twice. The issue of proof of assets. It was a bit troublesome. Just as he was pondering what to do, with a serious look on her face, Li Shuizhen asked, Lawyer Sue, I've been pulled into her exclusive fan group now. What's next? Subai? Requesting recommendations, monthly votes, and catch-up reading. Subai didn't think that Li Shuizhen was still a rich second generation, but on second thought, an ordinary undergraduate with a background of identity, if really ordinary, how could it be possible to be taken on as a student by a top legal bully? And it makes sense when you think about it. Li Shuizhen did just use a small portion of her family's assets to prove it. Looking at Subai's slightly surprised expression, Li Shuizhen hurriedly explained, Lawyer Sue, I found the asset proof from the internet, and I didn't expect the other party to really believe it. Do you see stupid written on my forehead? Subai pulled the corner of his mouth. You say it is. It's not a good time to break it down just yet. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice and didn't dwell on this point. Next you'll take screenshots of everything inside this Lawyer Yi's fanbase. And also, download and save all the video content. If she approaches you to connect and give you tips, you have to save the whole process. Seeing that Subai did not suspect her, Li Shuizhen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and raised her head. Her eyes locked. Okay, Counselor Sue. I understand. So then what? Then just wait for Zhang Tongwei to prepare the evidence I asked him to prepare. And when he's sufficiently prepared, submit it to the court for prosecution. Aha! Li Shuizhen nodded solemnly. Subai leaned on the sofa. All the parts of this case were ready. Just wait for the indictment and file a lawsuit. This lawsuit. There might be a surprise. Subai took a small sip of tea. Soon, Zhang Tongwei's side prepared the evidence materials Subai wanted. Subai asked Li Shuizhen to go to the primary court to submit the prosecution materials after finishing. Soon after, the court's acceptance was completed. In the meantime, Zhang Tongwei's house. Zhang Tongwei looked at his wife, Xia Jing, who had taken another loan to bring something to the house, and a hint of displeasure flashed between his eyebrows. Xia Jing arrogantly yelled a few times. What? Look at me and get upset? If you don't like me, get a divorce. If you don't get divorced for a day, I'll take out a loan of $2,000 a day to buy furniture and small supplies and all that stuff. And you'll use everything I buy anyway, not just for myself alone. And it's a joint marital debt. And if you don't agree to get divorced, you'll still have to pay that debt. I'm telling you, I'm doing you a favor by not charging you. I suggest you sign the divorce papers before it's too late. Xia Jing kept cursing and swearing. It's a lie to say that she doesn't want to sue, but she may not get the result she wants if she sues for divorce that way without a good reason for the divorce. The other side must be allowed to sue. Zhang Tongwei was reluctant and simply spent. It has been tormenting Zhang Tongwei, forcing him to divorce. Zhang Tongwei looked at the woman in front of him with a look of impatience, dumped a delivery piece onto the couch. Here's the court summons. Take a good look at it. Court. As soon as she heard these two words, Xia Jing was all excited. Her pace pressed against the floor, thumping and trotting to the couch, picking up the delivery and unwrapping it as she did so. Tell me about you. Why don't you just sign the divorce papers? It's not like you haven't consulted an attorney. And if you file a lawsuit, you'll have to pay more in legal fees. So why bother? Xia Jing smiled as she unwrapped the courier, originally thinking it was a divorce lawsuit. But when he waited to open the envelope and saw the content of the summons, he could not help but stare at Zhang Tongwei with wide eyes in unbelief. Roaring, "Zhang Tongwei, let's fight the divorce lawsuit. You sue me for fraud? Tongwei Zhang, talk to me? What do you mean? Ha, we're divorced. What do you mean you're suing me for fraud?" Zhang Tongwei looked at Xia Jing indifferently. "That's what it means. Either you carry your debt net or go to court." When he finished, he turned to leave. Xia Jing froze as she looked at the summons on the court. It's in court. She's not going to jail for this, is she? She just wants a divorce. Doesn't want to go in there. Xia Jing also knows a little bit about the law, but not much. Seeing the court summons could not help but panic a little, and hastily contacted Yi Fei, the lawyer who gave her advice. "Lawyer Yi, my husband has taken me to court." At this point, inside the Nanyuan law firm, Nanyuan law firm, one of the top law firms within the South Metro, is involved in a variety of practices, civil and criminal. Fei Yip is none other than a law partner at South Dollar Law Firm. Yi Fei smiled slightly after seeing Xia Jing's message. Another order arrived. Do not be in a hurry. Your husband took you to court. You cannot just take this opportunity to divorce. Didn't you say earlier that your husband has been reluctant to divorce? It's a good opportunity. Sister, get me a commission and the property will get at least 40, if not 50%. Yefei followed the advice. Xia Jing hurriedly spoke. Lawyer Yi, it's not a divorce lawsuit. My old announcement that I defrauded. Yefei, prosecuting fraud? It doesn't matter. You two are married. How can he succeed in suing you for fraud? Don't worry. If you ask me to be your attorney, you'll win 99% of the time, but if you ask anyone else, but if you go to someone else, it's not possible. Alright then I'll trouble Lawyer Yi. No trouble, but this fraud offense is difficult to deal with. The lawyer's fee may not be low. Xia Jing clenched her teeth and agreed, as long as you can win the case. Lawyer Yi, how much lawyer's fee is fine? Xia Jing's side quickly handled the commissioning of the lawsuit. Having received Yi Fei's assurance, Xia Jing was also high and mighty towards Zhang Tongwei, and was only waiting for the division of property. You didn't pay for it yourself, even though you got less. The court's acceptance of the case was completed quickly and progressed to out-of-court mediation. In civil cases, mediation is usually involved. Zhang Tongwei, this case is accurately the crime of marriage fraud, but there is no such a crime in the criminal law. Can only be prosecuted for fraud? Filed a public indictment incidental civil litigation. To achieve the purpose of divorce and property division, there will be an out-of-court mediation with the attorneys for both sides first. Out-of-court mediation is important. The court will make a general judgment on the case through the specifics of the mediation. If the mediation is successful, or if it is unsuccessful, it will depend on which party does not agree to the mediation on what grounds. This can create an inherent impression on the judge conducting the mediation, which can have an impact on the judgment. The last lawsuit with Nando's Bank. Nando's Bank outright refused out-of-court mediation, and it was bottom line. The out-of-court mediation was conducted by a female judge in her 30s from the Nandu lower court. After understanding this information, Subai had a toothache. He'd asked around, and this woman judge was, how shall we say, not very happily married. The subjective will of the judge is important. This is the key to determination. Just like the last determination of Yutsaisha. At that time, if the bank case was not Yutsaisha, the other judges would most likely measure the trial based on the judgment of the first and second trial. Gotta replace this judge. Although it is said that the judge cannot make a judgment without any legal basis, but the will has a tendency, then the result of the judgment is also very unpromising. Inside Hakun's law office, the more Subai looked at this female judge's information, the more of a headache he got. 32 years old, childless with her own husband, constantly arguing, and causing a ruckus that the entire basic staff of the courthouse knew something about. If it's a trial for this female judge, it's not good to mess with the need to find a way to get her out of the way or get her on her side. It would be better to have a different presiding judge. Subai rubbed his brow, called Li Shuezhen inside the office, the judge's information on the desk, and said in a pleasant manner, Assistant Li, you don't want us to lose this lawsuit, right? Li Shuezhen looked at the judge's message with a blank expression. What do you mean by that? Lawyer Su. Subai leaned close to Li Shuezhen's ear and spoke some words. Li Shuezhen's eyes widened as she looked at Subai incredulously. It's not good for Lawyer Su to do this, is it? Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice. This female judge is unhappily married, and with her serving as the outcome of our case this time, which side do you think she will favor as a woman? The female side. And do you think that if she favors the female side, it will have some effect on our client? Seeing that Li Shuezhen was still hesitating, Subai spoke again. Think about what I taught you in number 2. And the second one is, get paid to do it? Li Shuizhen spoke with some uncertainty. Subai nodded seriously. As a lawyer, don't you want to win the case? Since the client entrusted our law firm, it means that he trusts us. Besides, what we do is neither illegal nor against the law. What are you afraid of? But, seeing that Li Shuizhen was still hesitating, Subai let out a big move. Don't you want to win? Think. Li Shuizhen was serious and grave. Counselor Su, when are we going to do this? The sooner the better. Okay, Counselor Su. Mission Hills neighborhood. Nandu Lower Court Judge Su Meng is living in this neighborhood. Li Shuizhen stood at the entrance of the district, was anxiously waiting for something. After seeing a woman wearing a white shirt to the entrance of the district, 2 eyes lit up. Duan trotted to the woman in front. Hello, is this Judge Su Meng? Su Meng frowned slightly and looked at the person in front of her, nodding her head. Yes, I'm Su Meng. What is it that you want? Nothing much, just want to consult Judge Su Meng. If you preside over a matrimonial case, will you try it with colored glasses? Su Meng shook her head with a serious face. This matter will never happen. Okay, thank you Judge Su Meng. Looking at the departing Li Shuizhen, Su Meng was puzzled. What did this mean? Asked yourself a question and then inexplicably walked away? After Li Shuizhen left the neighborhood, she came to a corner, looked at Subai who was fiddling with his cell phone, and excitedly opened her mouth. Lawyer Su, did you get the shot? Shot. Subai showed the photo to Li Shuizhen, and the content of the photo was clearly the scene of Li Shuizhen and Su Meng standing at the entrance of the neighborhood and chatting. Okay, done. Subai sent the photo to Zhang Tongwei with a word of caution. Let your wife see this picture and hint to her that we're related. Li Shuizhen watched from the sidelines and worried. Lawyer Su, will this work? The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. Of course it's useful. Under the principle of recusal of the presiding judge. Firstly, they cannot be relatives. Secondly, they cannot be interested. Thirdly, they have other relations with the parties to the case. Litigants, which may affect the fair trial of the case. Fourthly, they accept treats and gifts from the parties or litigants, and meet with the parties. Litigants, in violation of the regulations. This situation of Shuizhen Li does not constitute any of the above. They know it doesn't constitute it, but the other law firm doesn't know it, and judging by the photos alone, the other side will likely bring up the recusal doctrine if they're not comfortable with that. For this situation, courts generally make admissions. Soon after receiving Subai's message, Zhang Tongwei acted victorious and let Xia Li see the photo. It's implied that he's related. After Xia Li learned about this matter, she also hurriedly contacted Yi Fei. Yi Fei wrinkled her brow as she looked at the photo. If she looked at the photo alone, there wasn't any problem. But what if? No fear of the worst. If you make a fuss about what's going on, your own hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees can be for nothing. Anyway, the case was a sure win. No surprises, and could have been won by any other judge. Sister, do not worry, our court system is sound. You can apply to submit a recusal. The court will generally be accepted. The problem is not big. Sisters, do not panic. Yi Fei comforted Shelley. A motion for recusal of the trial judge was filed based on this photograph. This was quickly reviewed on the part of the courts. After determining the identity of Li Shuizhen as a trainee attorney at Baijun law firm, the application for disqualification was granted. Su Meng, just because I said something in front of the cell, the case is no longer on trial? She was helpless, but there was nothing she could do about it. The mechanism of the court was there. Besides, Li Shuizhen only asked her a question, which is not considered a violation, and there is no penalty for the law firm, just the recusal of the trial staff to avoid a trial loophole. In particular, the application for disqualification was still filed by the Nanyuan law firm, not the Baijun law firm, which is not considered to be an intentional disruption of the judicial process, even if she knew it was, but there was no proof, not much chance of rebuttal. As to why Baijun law firm, as the accuser, asked her to apply for recusal, Su Meng was clear in her mind, and so was the party of the Nandu primary court. It's just that the other side didn't arraign Su Meng on the basis that her marriage was unfortunate and prone to prejudice. To the courtroom. Arraigned on this ground, the odds are that recusal will still be required. Soon after, the court replaced the trial staff and the attorneys for both sides engaged in out-of-court mediation. Facing Yi Fei, Subai brought up the mediation conditions. We accept out-of-court mediation with the following requirements. A. Xia Jing net out of the family, and compensate Zhang Tongwei 3 years of youth loss fee. Second, Xia Jing apologized to Zhang Tongwei. Third, Xia Jing is responsible for the related litigation process costs. These 3 mediation conditions made Xia Jing and Yi Fei frown in anger. Are you crazy? You're a big old man and you're asking the woman to compensate for the loss of her youth? Mediation. Mediation my ass. No more tuning. We absolutely do not agree to the other party's mediation request, which is so outrageous that we see no need to continue mediating. Since Counselor Ye doesn't agree to out-of-court mediation, then our side has no choice but to file a lawsuit. Subai smiled and opened his mouth. File a lawsuit, and I'll see you in court. Yifei coldly glanced at Subai and turned around, looking at Xie Jing and Yifei, who left with a grumpy face. The trial judge in charge of mediation frowned slightly and spoke to Subai and Zhang Tongwei. Since the defense does not agree to continue the mediation, let the plaintiff prepare the briefs and pleadings. It's ready to be processed for prosecution. After the trial judge organized the materials to avoid other situations, he left the mediation room without much interaction with the Subai plaintiff's side. Zhang Tongwei looked at the back of the trial judge's departure and was a bit worried. Lawyer Su, the trial judge seems to be unhappy. Is the mediation request we made too much? Subai had a relaxed look on his face and asked rhetorically. We haven't even talked about why we made this offer yet. And the other party left, so how can we say that it's because we made too much of a request that made the trial judge angry? What is the most important thing about mediation? It's mediation. Who usually mediates? Who puts their cards on the table first? It's all about the lion's share. A little bit of mediation, a step back for each, and all is well. It's only when he goes too far with his mediation requests that he doesn't have a problem. The trial judge was impatient with the departure of Yi Fei and Xie Jing, the disinterest and disrespect for the mediation, and how it could be their plaintiff's side. After Zhang Tongwei reacted, he let out a sigh of relief. Lawyer Su, what do we do next? The next step is simple. Just now the trial judge has already said, let's just prepare the indictment and litigation materials. These I have already prepared. Okay. Zhang Tongwei nodded seriously. The indictment and litigation materials, Subai has previously prepared. After the mediation failed, it went straight to court. The court quickly finalized the case, set a court date, and notified the attorneys and parties on both sides. Inside the Nanyuan law firm, Yifei looked at her fan group and saw that a fan named Snow had specially sent a message inside the fan group. The Nandu Primary Court has heard the case. This time another sister is about to win. Sisters in need, contact me as soon as possible for a divorce case. After you send it. Yifei saw that the Snow did not have any movement. Secretly sighed. This is a big list. If I can close this case, I'll get $30 million. You'll get at least $1 million in legal fees. It's a shame. Snow is not making any noise, but the fan base is buzzing. Wow, which lucky sister is this again? Quick, pass on the experience. Really envious. Hey, my family that wimp property all in his parents there. Long did not want to live, but the divorce and cannot get the property. Oh, envy dead. Yes. Another good sister is going to make it. Congratulations and good luck. Want to dip into the joy. I've had enough of this life. If I didn't want to share my husband's premarital property, I would have stopped living with him long ago. When can I hire lawyer Yifei to file a divorce lawsuit? I'm envious. Li Shuizhen saw the chat inside the fan group and scoffed at it. She couldn't figure out why someone would use marriage as a trade. And after taking screenshots of all the chats, she sent them to Subai. Counselor Su, this is the latest movement inside the fan base. Yes, good job. Keep up the good work. I'll promote you to partner. After Subai drew a big pie, he finished organizing all the materials and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This time the lawsuit is solid. There might even be some surprises, waiting for the trial to start. Regarding Zhang Tongwei's lawsuit against Xie Jing, the day of the trial soon arrived. Before the court date, Yifei even advertised inside the fan base. Sisters, another divorce lawsuit proceeding is about to be filed, so wait for my good news. And remember to call me if any of you little sisters want to file a divorce lawsuit. The fans inside the fanbase were also outright brainless in their support, waiting for lawyer Yi to return victorious. Yes. Wait for lawyer Yi to win another case. Congratulations in advance to lawyer Yi for returning victorious. +1+1+1+1+1+1. Enter the courtroom waiting room. While waiting, Li Shuizhen's whole body was excited. This was the second time she entered the courtroom as a trainee lawyer. Compared to the last time, this time she had full confidence in Subai. If you win the second lawsuit, then she'd be 2 lawsuits and a 100% chance of winning as a trainee attorney. Mezzo. Subai glanced at Li Shuizhen, who was immersed in self-indulgence, and slightly shook his head, but did not say anything more. Winning the case is a given. It's time to be happy. In the meantime, defendant's waiting room. Xie Jing is still a little apprehensive. After all, this is not a divorce lawsuit for prosecution. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth to inquire. Lawyer Yi, this lawsuit is not a matrimonial lawsuit. Can we win? Yifei could see Xie Jing's concern and smiled to comfort. Sister, just rest assured. The other party is suing for fraud. but the core is still on the marriage. Your marital relationship with Zhang Tongwei is a fact. What is he suing for? Besides, I'm not a professional criminal lawyer, but the other side's Hakun law firm is also a marriage counseling firm. There's a limit to how good a solo practitioner can be. Don't you trust me? Yi Fei's words had a good comforting effect, and Xia Jing gradually calmed down. Staff members enter the waiting room. Take the parties and attorneys into the courtroom. After the attorneys and parties are seated, the clerk begins to read the courtroom discipline. The clerk began to read out the courtroom discipline. The first half of the process flow of the trial is: the clerk ascertains the presence of the parties and the attorneys representing them, reads the courtroom discipline. The panel, that is, the presiding judge and the two judges, enter. The presiding judge declares the hearing open and verifies the information of the persons concerned, announces the cause of the case, and inquires as to whether to file a disqualification. The hearing has now come to the entrance of the members of the panel. All rise. May I have the presiding judge and the judges enter? Swish. All rise in the courtroom. Subai looked toward the trial stage, which was labeled with the names of the trialists. Presiding judge, Yang Yu. Judge, Jiang Hao. Judge, Lu Honmei. 2 male trial members and 1 female trial member make up the panel. Jiang Hao is the same trial judge who mediated out of court at the beginning. Yang Yu and the 2 judges walked up to the trial stage and banged the gavel. The court is now in session. Soon, personnel information was verified. Yang Yu began to announce the cause of the case. The plaintiff party, Zhang Tongwei, is suing the defendant party, Xia Jing, for fraud against him in the name of marriage. Subai sat in the lawyer's seat, straightened his suit, and spoke. We charge the defendant, Xia Jing, that the case is true. Yang Yu glanced at the litigation materials submitted up and banged his gavel. The cause of action is affirmed as true. The plaintiffs are invited to present their facts and reasons, as well as their claims. The book needs to catch up on reading and whatnot to get exposure. Everyone who doesn't read it can also click a little bit of the latest chapter every day to paddle the water and ask for catch up on reading. Recommendation votes, and monthly votes. Bye. Subai sat on the plaintiff's seat, straightened his suit, his face was calm, and he placed the facts and reasons for the lawsuit, as well as the materials of the lawsuit request prepared in advance, on the table in front of him, and the corner of his mouth was slightly hooked. The second case began. In response to the presiding judge's question, Subai slowly stated, Presiding judge, our claim is very simple. We only hope that the court can protect our rights and interests according to the law. The following is our motion in limine. 1. We apply for the defendant party, that is, Xia Jing's party, to be sentenced for fraud, because the defendant party has already committed fraud against us. The amount of fraud is up to millions, and we apply for it to be sentenced severely and severely. 2nd, in response to Xia Jing's fraudulent behavior towards us, we demand the dissolution of the marriage, and apply for the defendant to return the labor we have paid for so many years, and the loss of property. 3rd, because the defendant has committed fraud against us and has caused us great mental damage, we demand that the other party compensate us with 20,000 yuan per year for mental damage and 3 years for mental damage, totaling 60,000 yuan. 4th, the defendant party has committed fraud against us by means of marrying us, which has seriously affected our image and reputation, etc., and demands that the other party compensate us for our losses, at the rate of $10,000 per year, for a total of $30,000. We request that the other party bear its corresponding attorney's fees. Subai's voice rang out over the courtroom floor. Xia sat quietly in the defense table nervously looking at Yifei. What to do? He did charge me with fraud. Yifei listening to Subai's lawsuit application. The more you listen to the more frowned hard. This lawsuit request is not TM bull ******* it? Fraud? Marriage scams are considered fraud, but you've been married for 3 years and you're still a ing fraud? After listening to Subai's lawsuit application, Yi Fei's heart was sort of in the right place. She could now roughly conclude that the other party was completely full of, and was trying to steer her into debating elsewhere. Yi Fei looked at the nervous Xia Jing and her gaze fell on Xia Jing's body, signaling her not to worry. On the bench, Yang Yu looked at the materials while listening to Subai's complaint request. When Subai had finished speaking, the gavel was struck. Knock knock. The plaintiff's side having rested its case, the defendant's side will now proceed to present its motion for leave to sue. Yifei coldly glanced in Subai's direction, her eyes full of disdain. After Li Shuezhen noticed, she pulled on Subai's coat corner and spoke in a low voice. Counselor Su, this woman is looking at you. Leave her alone. Subai shook his head. Now disdain. A moment later when the defense will know who is the master. In court, there are often lawyers who use bad words or behavior to influence opposing counsel, to channel the opposing counsel's emotions and get him or her caught in the middle of his or her own debating circle. In this regard, Yi Fei was just a rookie lawyer just starting out for him. Seeing that Su Bai didn't have any reaction, Yi Fei withdrew her gaze and began to state the lawsuit application. Presiding judge, we move as respondent as follows. I dismiss all the plaintiff's parties' motion to dismiss. The plaintiff's parties proposed. We engage in marriage fraud. We do not agree. We have the fact of marriage. Does not constitute fraud constitutes a condition. The application will be dismissed. Second, in response to the plaintiff's complaint against us, which indicates that the plaintiff has lost the basic feelings of marriage for us, and that the couple's relationship has broken down, we hereby move for the dissolution of the marriage. Thirdly, we request the division of the joint property and the assumption of the joint debts of the spouses. The division of common property is as follows: 128 square foot property in Nantian Court, 136 square foot property in Northbrook Court, and several other properties. Publicly assumed liabilities are listed below. We borrowed $200,000 for the sake of our family, and we demand that the other parties share this debt. And based on the emotional toll that the other party has taken on us, it has led to the breakdown of the relationship and caused us to suffer from depression. We request that we be compensated in some way for the division of property. Fourth, we request that the other party bear the attorney's fees and related litigation costs. Nice guy. No wonder you, Mr. Yip, have such a high win rate in divorce suit lawsuits. So there's a must-have. Depression. That's a killer for women in divorce lawsuits. Once depression is out of the way, the judge thus must not take into account the other side's special circumstances and make certain ruling considerations? Assidedly Shuejian whispered, Su lawyer each other have depression. This and the divorce lawsuit should play a certain role in influencing the decision, right? The corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly. Do you think she has depression? This, Li Shuejian shook her head. Being able to eat, sleep and spend money doesn't look like it. Just don't look like it. Don't worry about her. It's time for us to submit our evidentiary basis and organize the materials I asked you to prepare earlier, in advance. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Yi Fei looked at Su Bai with a smug look on her face. She was able to determine that the other party would lose this time. Depression. When this killer is out, the average lawyer can't carry it off. The person in question is depressed. What if I lose the case and my client jumps off a building? Or how about the fact that the other party has caused so much harm to our client that the judge needs to consider a certain predisposition, right? Anyway, in any case, with depression, there is generally a precondition to at least not lose the case. Thinking about the youth loss fee Su Bai offered during the out-of-court mediation. Now what? Compensation? Compensation my ass. After Su Bai noticed Yi Fei's expression, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, ignoring the other party and instead focusing his gaze on the courtroom stage. The courtroom stage. After hearing the lawsuit application filed by Yi Fei, Yang Yu glanced at the materials in his hand and frowned slightly. Depression. Knock. The gavel strikes. Both parties' claims have now been filed in court, and the following is the stage where the plaintiff litigant and the defendant litigant submit their factual or legal basis for their claims. First, the plaintiff's side, Tongwei Zhang's side, will appoint an attorney or party to make a statement. Counsel for the plaintiffs. In response to your side's suggestion that the defense has a fraudulent marriage, does your side have a factual basis for that? Yang Yu's gaze went to the plaintiff's side's lawyer's seat. The reason he asks is based on the fact that this trial is marriage dependent. Zhang Tongwei and Xie Jing have been married for 3 years, and it is almost impossible to set a fraudulent marriage. If Su Bai can't answer, then this court proceeding is tantamount to an end. Su Bai received the corresponding litigation materials from Li Shuejian and looked up at Yang Yu. Presiding judge, before presenting evidence, I'd like to ask the defense party a few questions. Are these questions relevant to this case? Relevant to the case? Presiding judge. Knock knock. In connection with this case, pursuant to the legal trial regulations, the application is adopted and the plaintiff's counsel may ask questions of the defendant's client. Hearing the sound of the gavel falling, for some reason, a trace of an unpleasant premonition suddenly appeared in Yi Fei's heart. The unpleasant feeling passed in a flash. The illusion is that there should be no surprises in this lawsuit. No, it's that there will be absolutely no surprises. Yi Fei murmured in her heart. The lawsuit is sued for what is said to be fraud, but is really a simple matrimonial lawsuit. She hardly ever loses a marriage lawsuit, and this one was no exception. How can you lose? She must be overthinking it. Yi Fei comforted herself in her heart. At this point, the attention of all the people in the courtroom was focused on Su Bai, wanting to see what key questions and answers and evidence he could ask. When all is said and done, the lawsuit, which was accepted by the court, was not favored by any of the plaintiffs to win. The general fraudulent marriage case fraud is to fraudulent marriage for the purpose of the other party to pay money and property, not married to run away. In order to be defined as fraudulent marriage, the plaintiff and the defendant parties to this charge, both of whom have been married for 3 years, have not so much a chance of winning as a slim one. It's quite possible that you can't even get a critical debate out of it. The scene of the trial. Subai's gaze fell on Xie Jing, asked the first question. I would like to ask the defense party. Xie Jing, what was the purpose of your marriage to our party in the first place? Xie Jing hesitantly looked over in Yifei's direction. Yifei was also a bit confused by this one question from Subai, but the purpose of asking this question, whatever it was definitely unfavorable to their side, and immediately made an interruption. Presiding judge, I move to close the questioning. This question asked by the plaintiffs has no bearing on the case and serves no purpose for the trial ruling, and I'm sure the same is true of the questions that follow, so I'm going to ask the presiding judge to terminate opposing counsel's questioning of our client. Knock knock. Yan Yu looked at Yifei in the defense attorney's seat and banged the gavel. Counsel for the defense may not interrupt the court for questions during questioning. One warning. Yang Yu dropped his gaze on Subai. Counsel for the plaintiffs, explain what your role is in asking this question and how it relates to this case. Yifei heard the presiding judge's questioning of Subai and let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. She was prepared in her mind for the penalty of a warning. Topping off this warning penalty, interrupting Subai's questioning, and reminding Xie Jing was Yifei's purpose. Subai's gaze fell on Yifei's body in the defendant's seat, slightly revealing 2 white teeth. To interrupt one's own questioning, even at the expense of a warning, shows that the other side is panicking. Panic is the right thing to do. The more afraid the other side is, the more favorable the trial will be for you. Looking back, presiding judge, the question I ask has a significant bearing on this case, and the purpose of the inquiry is to determine the subjective intent of the other party at the time. Ask the other party, Xie Jing, to marry our party, Zheng Tongwei, whether there is any idea of fraud. Subai finished. Knock knock. Yang Yu banged the gavel. The questioning meets the requirements of the court. The questioning continues. At the same time, Yang Yu also gave a warning to Yifei. The defendant's attorney shall not interrupt the questioning again, or else he will be given a serious warning. Okay, Inquisitor. The purpose was achieved, and it was unlikely that Yifei would interrupt to ask questions again. This time after Yifei's reminder, Xie Jing was mentally prepared and replied, it's because of our feelings for each other. We got married together out of love. Subai continued to ask questions. According to our client's description, you had 2 boyfriends prior to marrying our client. At the time of meeting our client, and one of them was dating. After learning that our client was a Nando's demolitionist, he quickly abandoned his then boyfriend to be with our client. Is this because of love? Is it not because of our client's property? Xie Jing had some panic and didn't know how to answer. Yefei gave a reassuring look and told her to answer how she should. Xie Jing sank down and opened her mouth. How do you decide that I'm not with Tong Wei because of love? I would like to ask the defense party. You said you did it out of love. Then why did you abandon your boyfriend who you were together with? Is there not a single reason because our client is a Nandu demolitionist? And, according to our understanding, you wanted to settle in Nandu very much, but unfortunately could not afford to do so, and your ex-boyfriend at the time was equally incapable of doing so. Was this the reason why you chose our client at the time? No. I chose to be with Tong Wei in the first place because of love. Xie Jing's attitude was resolute. This sentence made Zheng Tongwei, who was the person in question, almost vomit. Love? Love you a twist. It's disgusting. Zheng Tongwei was all about to storm out in the courtroom, and he almost didn't spit out yesterday's overnight meal. If it wasn't for Subai stopping Zheng Tongwei, maybe he would have gone on a rampage on the spot. At that moment, Yefei raised his hand. Knock. The gavel fell. Yan Yu looked to the defendant's seat. What's the problem with defense counsel? Yifei organized the materials. Presiding judge, the plaintiff's attorney has already asked our client several questions. If he keeps asking questions like this, it's totally delaying the trial. I apply to terminate the plaintiff's questioning of our client. Knock knock. Yang Yu bangs the gavel. What does counsel for the plaintiffs have to say? Presiding judge, we have no further questions from our side. Hearing Subai's reply, Yang Yu opened his mouth. Now then, counsel for the plaintiff, please present a factual basis or legal defense to the fraudulent conduct of the defense. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai took out a stack of consumption record vouchers inside the organized materials. In here are records about the spending of our client, Zheng Tongwei, and the defendant's client, Xie Jing, when they were together and after they got married. The records of the consumption indicated that the respondent party and our party were in AA contact in terms of finances prior to the marriage, but after marriage, it's a total attitude of solicitude, and the act of patronage to his own 2 brothers, and his own parents, infringes on our client's community property. Subai handed the consumption voucher to the staff member beside him. The staff beside him handed it over to the presiding judge. Yang Yu, Yang Yu flipped briefly glanced at the vouchers of the consumption records. As a male, he frowned slightly after seeing these large consumption records. Although he expressed sympathy for Zhang Tongwei, who was also a man, these are no legal credentials to prove Xie Jing's fraudulent behavior. These are merely vouchers of consumption records, and there is no evidence to prove that the defendant party committed fraud against the plaintiff party. Does plaintiff's counsel have direct evidence of fraud on the part of his defendant client? Yes, Inquisitor. Subai has arranged in advance. Let Li Shuizhen Yifei's fan group chat records as well as short video account video content. Short video in the comments printed out. Finishing handing over to the staff beside him. Presiding judge, this is the evidence that Xie Jing defrauded our client. Xie Jing has joined forces with her attorney, Yi Fei, to defraud our client. Yefei, I'm a ing accomplice to fraud? Requesting recommendations, monthly votes, and catch-up reading. On the bench, presiding judge Yan Yu looked over the information. Yi Fei in the defendant's seat was about to go crazy after hearing Subai's words. What does it mean that Jane C has joined forces with her retained attorney, Philip Yip, to defraud our client? TMs. She's sitting in the attorney's seat at the defense table. So now she's really a defendant? And an accomplice to fraud? Yi Fei raised her hand aggressively. Presiding judge, the plaintiff's lawyer is completely constructing false facts. I apply to dismiss the evidence submitted by the plaintiff. Knock knock. Yang Yu raised his head to look at Yi Fei in the defense attorney's seat. The application is null and void, and it is now time for the court to present its evidence, and counsel for the defense may not interfere by objection. In view of the fact that counsel for the respondent has just objected for the first time, he is now reminded of just that. The next time, he will be given a second warning, and in serious cases, he will be forced to leave the courtroom directly, and the defense attorney will be asked to pay attention to courtroom discipline. Yefei realized that her mood had taken a perverse turn. She had been clearly calm, having an absolute win, but now, obviously pissed off by Subai, the plaintiff's lawyer. Yi Fei stared straight at Subai, her eyes filled with flames of anger. Li Shuizhen pulled Subai's clothes. Lawyer Su, that female lawyer seems to be very upset about us submitting evidence, is staring at us right now. That's the third lesson I've taught you. Subai looked up at Yi Fei and smiled again, dropping his gaze on Li Shuizhen. Lesson 3? The third lesson is to anger the other side's lawyers at trial by making legitimate and not overreaching moves. And the more angry and enraged the other side's lawyers get, then the more they will fall into your logic, and the chances of winning the lawsuit will increase dramatically. Oh, I understand, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen nodded seriously. Subai looked toward the courtroom stage. Presiding Judge Yang Yu is checking the relevant evidence. After checking it, then it is also the most crucial time of this trial. This trial, the most critical point lies in whether or not it can be proved that Xie Jing and Yi Fei fraud fact. Just pull the other side into this debate. Then it would be the same as winning the case. Confirmed unsuccessful. The other side pays for it and divides the property bull *******. Confirmation of success. The other guy pays out and not only does he split the property less, but he goes in. Anyone in the defendant's seat, one counts, has to go in. The key point that can be proven or not is the trial judge's determination of fraud in this lawsuit. In this regard, Subai already had a bottom in his heart. On the bench, Yang Yu frowned slightly, and after skimming through all the evidence submitted by the plaintiff's side, that is, Subai's side, he then transferred the evidence to the defense's seat. The plaintiff sued the defendant and the defendant's attorney for fraud against the plaintiff's client and submitted evidence, which has now been turned over to the defendant's attorney, who can now review it and raise any questions in court. Yi Fei flinched for a few seconds after receiving the evidence. Is this evidence? Isn't that what the chats inside the fanbase and the homepage of her statements and videos inside the fanbase are about? This is also able to be used as evidence of fraud. Where does the content inside this fanbase come from? There can be conditions for entering the fanbase. It's not like she's going to let just anyone into the fanbase. If the other side got it through illegal means, the evidence would not only be invalidated, but she would be able to backtrack on it. Finished with her thoughts, Yefei put the evidence away and laid it out on the table. Presiding judge, I would like to ask the plaintiff's client and the plaintiff's retained attorney on what basis this chat log is used to make a finding of fraud against me and our client. And where did the information about this evidence come from? If it is illegal evidence, then the plaintiff entrusted lawyer Su lawyer. You clear not clear? Know the law. Using illegally obtained evidence to court charges. You have to bear what consequences? The second half of the sentence. One could just say it's a naked threat, but a legitimate one. With regards to Yi Fei's question, Subai didn't take it to heart in the slightest. Presiding judge, I request that the source of the evidence presented be made public. Knock knock. The gavel strikes. Application approved. The eyes of the people at the courtroom were focused on Subai. Subai twisted his head to look at Li Shuezhen. Bring me the cell phone. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Subai took the cell phone from Li Shuezhen, unlocked the password, opened the group chat 8 Yifei, and opened his mouth while operating. This is the cell phone of our trainee lawyer from Baijun Law Firm. She joined your fan group chat. Lawyer Yi, you can look at your own fan group chat as proof of the legality of the source of our evidence. Knock. Counsel for the defense can open his cell phone and determine if the source of the evidence is legitimate. The gavel strikes. Yifei opened her cell phone half-heartedly, and saw that the high-quality customer Snow that she longed for in the fan group had ate herself. Message, attorney yeah. Surprise, 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 pust. Yifei almost exploded with anger on the spot. What does that mean? You disclose the legitimacy of the source evidence just to disclose the evidence, and you come to mock it? TMD. If it wasn't for the fact that she still retained her sanity on the spot, Yifei couldn't wait to fight with Subai. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, Yifei was able to suppress the anger in her heart. Isn't it illegal for plaintiff's attorney Su to flirt with me inside a group chat and pass my fan base with false information? Subai looked at this woman who was furious and unreasonable and retorted. Lawyer Yi, our party notified the message inside the group chat did engage in flirting, but there was no verbal insults. This is not considered illegal, right? Disinformation? What do you mean by false information? Our trainee attorney left a message in the comments section that did not cause property damage to anyone or anything. It was you yourself, Counselor yeah, who insisted on pulling our interns into the fan base and asked for proof of property. It is a fact that the property is proved. There was no offense in the whole process. Thereafter, there was no fraud or inducement whatsoever, and it was Lawyer Yi who took the initiative to look for our trainee lawyers for chatting. What makes Lawyer Yi decide that this evidence of mine is illegally obtained? Do you want us to provide the chat content at that time to prove how enthusiastically you, Mr. Yi, pulled our trainee lawyer into the fan group in the first place, as well as at that time, Counselor Yi, your enthusiastic attitude? Subai looked at Yifei with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this time, Yifei's mind had exploded. What does this Su White mean? Specializing in rubbing salt in people's wounds, isn't it? Yifei took a deep breath, realizing that if she continued to debate on this aspect, she would lose this lawsuit. This is a lawsuit you can't lose, or she's toast. The plaintiff is suing her for fraud. In case she loses, I can't imagine the consequences. You didn't just lose the case. You didn't get your attorney's fees. You lost yourself. Can't absolutely not continue to debate on this. After Yifei calmed down, she quickly pulled the topic in other directions. Counselor Su, in response to your statement, even if the source of your evidence has legitimacy, on what basis do you conclude that we have committed fraud through this evidence? The crime of fraud is defined as the violation of the object of ownership of public or private property. The objective condition for this is that it is objectively manifested in the use of fraudulent methods to obtain public or private property. The subjective condition is direct or intentional, unlawful appropriation of public or private property. In this case, the plaintiff party Zhang Tongwei and our party Xie Jing is a husband and wife relationship, and our request for the division of property is the joint property of husband and wife. Which point constitutes the crime of fraud? Can the common property of a married couple also be called private property? Further, how can there be such a thing as fraud when our client and the plaintiff's client have become married as a matter of established fact? If Counselor Su thinks so, then I have nothing to say. Yifei finished speaking and looked in Subai's direction. This is where the difficulty lies in the crime of fraudulent marriage, where the other party is already married to you and cannot be convicted of fraudulent marriage. However, who says fraud is a marriage fraud anymore? He charged him with fraud. He didn't say anything about fraudulent marriage? Subai did not want to establish the fact of Xie Jing's fraud in terms of fraudulent marriage at the trial. That's a bit of hard logic on Yefei's part. That's not the way to carry a beat. That's what happens when you don't study criminal law properly in the first place. Totally boxed in by him. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice and looked at Yifei. May I ask if the defense counsel is finished? I've finished my statement, and I'd like to ask Counselor Su to answer my questions. The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly, pulling out a piece of information. Lawyer Yi, I'm afraid you've misunderstood my meaning. Yefei, I misunderstood. Before Yifei could react, Subai continued to speak. Our complaint is that Xie Jing, in conjunction with her attorney, Lawyer Yi, the two of you have committed fraud against our client. The constitutive conditions of the crime of fraud this point Yi lawyer is not wrong. The objective manifestation of fraudulent concealment, subjective manifestation of direct intentional purpose. In this case, Xie Jing and we complete the established de facto marriage, which is certified by the law, and we have not denied it, and we have not denied it with regard to the joint property. What our side has been emphasizing is that the two of you, Xie Jing and Lawyer Yi, are committing fraudulent acts against our client. First of all, there is the issue of common property. According to the evidence submitted by the defense, the request for division of our client's property, the court did not make a determination. Now the property in the sense of the law is still our client belongs to the private property. Let's look at the evidence submitted by our side first. The evidence shows that attorney E targeted his fan base with the purpose of enticing, teaching them to divide the common property, and it is an established fact that Xia Jing is a fan of attorney E, isn't it? And according to the evidence submitted by the defense of the division of property shows that the evidence submitted by Xia Jing to divide our client's private property is that we signed a guarantee. According to the contents of the guarantee for us to charge, among the methods that lawyer Yi induced, there is this one: you can make your husband sign a pledge. No matter what method is used, as long as he writes a pledge or something about a gift, then you can divide the private property of the man before marriage. Is this an attempt to divide our client's private premarital property by improper means? Now, the defendant has filed a motion in limine, also requesting the division of our client's premarital property, which shows the subjective intent of the other party to take possession of our client's private property. Isn't this fraud? Presiding judge, I would like to apply for our client to supplement it. Knock knock. The presiding judge banged the gavel. The motion passes, and the plaintiff party may add to it. In the plaintiff's seat, Zheng Tongwei has long been prepared, ready to begin to tell how miserable his married life really is. At this time, Su Bai whispered a reminder. Keep it restrained, don't talk dirty, steady wins. Zheng Tongwei nodded solemnly. Presiding judge, when the defense, that is, Xia Jing, first asked me to write the guarantee and gift, my heart was extremely reluctant. But the other party, in order to achieve what she had in mind, pushed me hard, and that if I don't write then she's insecure and is going to divorce me. But is she really insecure? I make $20,000 a month, $19.99 of which I spend on her. And she, on the other hand, not only practiced verbal violence against me, but spent it all on her own grooming, and gave her own parents a large allowance. She also lied to me about letting a house I had before marriage to rent out to her co-workers, but instead she gave it to her brother to live in for free, and now she's trying to scam me out of my premarital property. This marriage, presiding judge, is entirely in favor of the woman. Zheng Tongwei wanted to continue, but Su Bai interrupted him by pulling on the corner of his coat. Enough said. Saying more might backfire. On the bench, Yan Yu frowned slightly and then looked at the defendant's seat. Does the defense party and defense counsel have anything to say about the plaintiff's complaint? Defendant's seat. Xia Jing couldn't help but be a little flustered as she listened to Su Bai speak. Yeah, lawyer, what should I say? Yi Fei couldn't say that she knew nothing about criminal law. She could only say that she didn't understand it deeply, and she didn't have a good rebuttal. But she's got a killer. Depression. Our client suffers from depression and may have mishandled the marital relationship at the time, but it is the man who is primarily responsible for this factor, and we move to reject the arguments of plaintiff's counsel. Depression? You're getting depressed because you can't get the property, aren't you? Su Bai ignored Yi Fei's statement and asked rhetorically, is this depression caused by our client? What are the causes? Is that in any way directly or indirectly related to this case where we are suing you for defrauding our client? Splitting property for depression works, but it's you I'm charging with fraud. Is it hard to be depressed when your scam didn't work? Faced with Su Bai's series of 3 questions, Yi Fei panicked. How did this really turn into a criminal case? She can only fight marriage cases. I'm looking forward to reading it. Recommendations and monthly tickets, please. Faced with Su Bai's series of 3 questions, Yi Fei looked a bit overwhelmed. No? What the hell is going on here? How does this fall inside the other side of the debate? How is it that my depression is still not working? This stuff is a killer when she's fighting divorce lawsuits. The material description of depression and the diagnosis of the condition she brought with her. Properly prepared. But now, you're not following the rules at all, are you? Yi Fei was about to go crazy. She couldn't figure it out. At the beginning she had full confidence in this case, but if you look at it now, it's completely changed. There is a good chance that the underlying issue of a civil marital entanglement will go from a civil marriage entanglement to a criminal fraud lawsuit. She has a shallow, half-baked knowledge of criminal law. There is certainly nothing wrong with this lawsuit being fought as a marriage lawsuit, but the point is that the debate of the lawsuit gradually began to deviate from her predetermined track, and it deviated further and further. As she said, she doesn't know much about criminal law. Present. The scene was out of her control. Faced with this scene, Xia Jing also panicked. She didn't know too much about the court process, but in this current situation, it was obvious that she could feel that Yi Fei was on the verge of dying. Lawyer Yi, what should we do now? How do we refute? You quickly refute, Yi, lawyer. Xia Jing spoke in a nervous whisper. Yi Fei took a deep breath and held up her black-framed glasses. Don't be in a hurry yet. Xia Jing was about to go crazy. You told me not to rush yet? but I've clearly noticed you're in a hurry, and now you're telling me not to hurry yet? In case we lose this case, then she faces the consequences. Xia Jing shook her head, a look of panic on her face. If she loses the lawsuit, then she will have nothing left and will face a lot of follow-up problems. Thinking up earlier, he and Zhang Tongwei had a good time, but now is facing this situation. It is likely that they cannot fall anything, and even face prison. Xia Jing was already regretting it in her heart. On the bench, Yang Yu looked in the direction of the defense table. I'd like to ask the defense side. This defendant client that's brought up suffers from depression. Is there a connection between this depression and the fraud that the plaintiff is charging? Yi Fei just wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Su by raising his hand. We remind the defense that this case is prosecuted as a criminal proceeding, and if false testimony is given, it constitutes perjury, and the attorney is criminally liable. Knock knock. Yang Yu banged his gavel. The plaintiff's side shall not interrupt the trial inquiry. Given that this is the first time, a reminder is given, and the next time, a warning will be given. Yefei, I interrupt as a direct warning, and Subai interrupts as a mere reminder? Well, she couldn't possibly question the presiding judge in court. After all, this reminder and warning from the presiding judge, this is not considered a violation. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Subai did not continue to speak. Mere words of caution are too common in courtrooms to have much impact. Yang Yu spoke again. Please ask the defense side to give a reasonable explanation for the issues raised by the plaintiff side. Yi Fei originally did not know much about criminal proceedings, and in the face of Subai's warning, she knew that she could not just say anything, and took a deep breath before slowly opening her mouth. This depression arose while we and the plaintiff party were in a marriage for a variety of reasons, of which the marital relationship is one. As to whether it has anything to do with fraud, I still maintain that there is no fraud on our side. I apply to the judge for discretion to consider the fact that we suffer from depression. Knock knock. Yang Yu frowned slightly and banged the gavel. Given that the defendant's depression has little to do with this case, the defendant's application is dismissed. It was also ruled that the respondent's depression was not relevant to the case. Judgment means that the presiding officer made a finding of fact as to depression, which is the equivalent of a verdict. The defense may not rely on depression and then explain the case. Yi Fei's entire body went numb when she heard the verdict. This translates to, both have tricks up their sleeves. The inquisitor's hand directly interrupted her stance. Not just interrupted it, but banned it outright. It's over. I'm probably going to lose. Yi Fei didn't know why, but such a thought suddenly popped up in her heart. No, it can't be defeated. Yi Fei strengthened the belief in her heart and gave herself a strong hint. On the bench, Yang Yu spoke again. Plaintiffs, defendants, do you have any objections to the evidence and argument presented by the other side? If there are objections, they may be raised in court. Does the plaintiff's client, or his attorney, have any further objections? Presiding judge, we have no further objections. Any further objections? On the defense side, the big moves were all banned. Yi Fei had no bottom, afraid that if the debate went on, it would be more and more unfavorable for his side, and it would be over if something really happened. So he opened his mouth. Presiding judge, we have no further objections. Knock. Since neither party has any more objections, we will now go into recess for 1 hour. In 1 hour, the parties make their final court submissions. The presentation is complete and the result of the trial will be pronounced on the spot. Knock. Recess. After the speech, Yang Yu and the other two judges left the court. Yi Fei looked nervously at the departing presiding judge and let out a long breath. The final court statement is her last hope of turning the tables. It can't be lost. This lawsuit must not be lost. Plaintiff's seat. Subai unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a leisurely sip of water. The court statement. His big move is coming, and it's up to the final statement to impress the judge. Through the previous Yang Yu for him to interrupt the trial, only raised a reminder of the punishment. The presiding judge's heart is clearly toward the plaintiff's side. It's a solid win. There is no way the property can be divided, and the depression coming in won't help. However, Subai was not in a good position to make a judgment as to how much he could win. To the side, Li Shuizhen looked at her cell phone page. Lawyer Su, that female lawyer kicked me out of the fan group. Can we send her in this case? Subai. No. People kicked you out of the group chat as an undercover agent and you want to send them in? Last case I was worried about whether I could win. This time I'm asking directly if I can get the defense attorney in. TSK. What a change. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed. It's hard to say. It needs to depend on the judgment of the presiding judge. But on the whole, the other party will definitely not be able to escape punishment. Wait for court. Yefei is not familiar with criminal cases. That's why he was able to ask Yi Fei about his scalp. But to really send the other party in, let's just say there's a certain chance. The magnitude of that chance lies with the defense party, Jing Xie, and the trial judge. Oh, Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuezhen nodded seriously and gravely, her eyes gazing at the defendant's seat. Tomorrow on the recommendation. The recommendation is to see the catch-up reading, so I hope you have time to read the latest chapter tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you to Tank Filled for the reward, and everyone's monthly votes and recommendations. Thanks again. Yifei noticed Li Shuezhen stare and frown slightly without speaking. Xia Jing, who was on the side, was nervous. Lawyer Yi, can we win this lawsuit? If we lose the case, we're not going in, are we? Lawyer Yi, do you think that they can get away with charging us with fraud? Xia Jing asked several questions in a row, causing Yifei to get annoyed as well. It was fine if she didn't talk about it, but she was really getting a little worried when it came to it. After all, what she was doing did involve illegal behavior, and at first, when she first did it, she was worried about being exposed. However, with the bigger and bigger, earn more and more, time and time again wandering on the edge of the illegal, the heart in turn is reckless. This time being charged with lawsuit fraud was something that took her completely by surprise. When all is said and done, who the hell would have thought that you could possibly be sent in as a lawyer to fight a lawsuit? Who understands? No one understood Yifei's feelings at this time. In the face of Xie Jing, Yifei could only say that she should first stabilize and not mess herself up. Don't panic, the other side's lawyers do have the upper hand, but the results of the trial have not yet been pronounced, and it is not known whether the points made by the other side have been recognized by the presiding judge or not, so this is not the time to be in a hurry. Wait until court is in session for court presentations. No one can say what the situation is really like right now, so don't worry. In the face of Yifei's comforting words, Xia Jing's tense demeanor didn't get a single bit of relief. She knew very well in her heart that Yifei didn't have a bottom in her heart either. In this instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How happy we used to be, calling Zhang Tongwei around. If he hadn't been greedy, he wouldn't have gotten to this point, but since Yifei had said so, she couldn't say anything more, and nodded, her attention completely focused on whether she would be sentenced and her regrets, with no other thoughts. In the meantime, the three panelists were discussing the fraud case on today's trial and related matters. Yang Yu took a sip of water. Jiang Hao, Hong Mei, what do you two think of this case as jurors? What do you think is an appropriate verdict? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Looking at the words of the trial argument, it is clear that the plaintiff's side is more dominant. The proposed conditions for what constitutes fraud are justified, and I support the plaintiff's side in finding fraud. Yang Yu looked at Lu Hongmei again. Hongmei, what do you think? Presiding judge, I don't think this case should constitute fraud. You look first at the plaintiff's argument. And while it is true that the plaintiff's argument is well reasoned and the constitutive conditions are clearly stated, it employs a fraudulent means of argument. Of course, it was reasonable and legal at trial. Su White's argument is that the other side constituted a fraud, and that the property defrauded was the private premarital property of the plaintiff, Tongwei Zhang. But the matter is not a settled fact. According to him, Zhang Tongwei's private property is still private property, and Xia Jing has such an idea and is in the process of implementing it. But this does not constitute the established conditions for the formation of the crime, because Xia Jing has not yet gotten her hands on Zhang Tongwei's property, and can only be described as an attempt. And here's the kicker. The fraud conviction is illegal. If Jane C obtains community property by suing for it, the act is legal. It can only be said that Xia Jing has joined forces with her lawyer, Yi Fei, to target her husband, Zhang Tongwei, in an attempt to steal each other's premarital property by legal means. However, Yifei is not a criminal law attorney and does not have a very deep understanding of the criminal law offense of fraud, and was brought in by the plaintiff's attorney, Su Bai, who overlooked this most crucial point. I don't think it's appropriate to find fraud. Lu Hongmei is a professional criminal lawyer from the beginning. For this point to see very clearly, it was purely the fact that Yifei was too much of a rookie to fight a criminal case that led to the possibility of getting himself in the middle of a criminal case. Jiang Hao disagreed with this statement and retorted, I disagree with this point. Xia Jing induced the plaintiff party, Zhang Tongwei, to sign a guarantee as well as a gift agreement by means of forcing a divorce threat, etc. Isn't that a violation of the law? Lu Hongmei once again opened her mouth to retort. This behavior is on the verge of breaking the law, but it is difficult to define and forensically prove this situation, and that is the key problem. But that's also illegal, isn't it? In the face of Jiang Hao's sentence pressing, to Lu Hongmei directly whole speechless. Say it ain't so. Indeed. Say it is. And there's no proof. Yi Fei and do not understand criminal. Did not raise it in court, questioned the other side. Let the other side produce evidence. At the end of the day, it's criminal inexperience. So, the final decision-making authority rests with the presiding judge. It's up to the presiding judge to define the case and the crime of fraud. At this moment, Lu Hongmei was suddenly interested in that plaintiff's lawyer. She could see that the other side was trying to preserve the division of the plaintiff's property and prosecute it for fraud to keep the other side from getting away with it. It would be hard for this case to go to trial as a matrimonial civil case without a judgment dividing the property. So the plaintiff's attorney sued for fraud. Preemptively. It also manages to bring the defense attorney inside the pit. And I have to say, it does have a level of sophistication. Jiang Hao saw that Lu Hongmei didn't say anything and spoke again. This should be illegal, right? No. You're not going to let this go, are you? Yes, yes, yes. It's always an offense. Lu Hongmei was too lazy to break it up with Jiang Haobai. The ultimate key point in the case was how the presiding judge, that is, Yeo, viewed this issue of defining fraud. It doesn't count when she and Jiang Hao say it. Yang Yu listened to the two people's discussion and nodded slightly. His heart was already roughly settled. The point where he was originally entangled was here, but it hasn't been fully finalized yet. But at this point there was a general direction. You need to wait until the opening statement to be able to determine that. Well, there's some truth in what both of you are saying. There is no need to continue this discussion until after the hearing to hear the courtroom arguments of the plaintiff and the defendant. Yang Yu spoke up. Jiang Hao and Lu Hongmei naturally wouldn't say anything more. The scene of the trial. An hour passed quickly. Counsel clients for both sides took their places. All rise. The presiding judge and the two trial judges re-entered the courtroom. Knock knock. In response to plaintiff Zhang Tongwei's case against defendant Xie Jing, the trial continues. The gavel fell. On the scene in the plaintiff's seat, Su Bai's expression was relaxed. Still, it's impossible to lose. Winning was a sure thing, and he had already guessed what the adjournment had just been for. He just didn't know how much he could win. Li Shuizhen continued to gaze at Yi Fei. Zhang Tongwei was nervous. After all, this is about the preservation of his family's millions of dollars of property. Even with Su Bai's assurance and seeing the absolute advantage of the court hearing just now, he was still uneasy. And the defense seat. Yi Fei and Xie Jing's expressions were obviously much more grave in comparison. The final outcome of the trial is not just about winning or losing, but also about the future fate of the two men. I'd like to ask for a recommendation for the monthly reading ticket, please. The sense of atmosphere in the courtroom was drawn out. The seats of both the original and the defendant were tense, except for Su Bai. On the bench, Yang Yu banged the gavel. The trial will now continue, and the plaintiff and defendant parties are invited to make preparations for their final opening statements. Plaintiffs, is your side ready to be heard? Our side is ready for the inquisitor. Let's have your side make an opening statement now. Okay, inquisitor. The most crucial moment came. Su Bai straightened his lawyer's attire and slowly stood up. Presiding judge, I would like to ask the presiding judge a question. Knock knock. Are the questions about which the plaintiff has commissioned interrogatories relevant to this case? There's a connection to the presiding judge. Application approved. Ask. Yang Yu looked towards Su Bai in the plaintiff's seat, suddenly interested in the question he was asking. I would like to ask the presiding judge how he views those who are at the borderline of lawlessness. Yang Yu looked at Su Bai with interest. The fundamental definition of this fraud offense is in the area of definition. Su Bai suddenly threw out such a question, and Yang Yu knew in his heart that the plaintiff's lawyer had already guessed his decision. Facing the question raised by Su Bai, Yang Yu's eyes penetrated a touch of interest. This was trying to convince him through the court's final statement? Tell us about your statement. Smart people don't play dumb. The presiding judge has given the opportunity to persuade, and it's up to you to make your own statement. Su Bai briefly organized his thoughts. Honorable presiding judge, our court states as follows. We believe that the courtroom is sacred and is the place where everything needs to be brought out in evidence. This time we prosecuted the defense for fraud, which the defense denied but could not produce the appropriate rebuttal evidence. This alone shows that the opposing party has been unable to rebut the motion in limine filed against us. At the same time, the respondent, Xie Jing, has taken on very little responsibility in the family and has completely failed to meet the obligations expected of a husband and wife, and accompanied by a subjective intent to defraud, for which the woman can be considered to have completely failed to treat the man as her life partner, as the other half of her life, which is not at all consistent with the attitude towards marriage. Again, it is a subjective fact that the defendant, Jing Xie, in concert with her attorney, Fei Yi, defrauded us. I would like to ask the woman, has our client done anything against the marriage? Betrayed the marriage? In the 3 years that we have been married? Xie Jing was silent. Su Bai continued to speak. What is the reason the woman can't answer this question? There must be only one reason for not being able to answer. Silence means there is nothing to say. And our client, Zhang Tongwei, has not betrayed his marriage. But even so, the woman continued to be insatiable and to defraud us, trying to take away our premarital private property by forcing us to do so. Such people have very little concept of marriage and use it entirely as a means of profit. At the same time, the defendant's attorney, Lawyer Yi, has his own exclusive fan base, short video accounts, and spreads and induces bad marital relationship behavior for profit. As a lawyer, the defendant's retained attorney, Mr. Yi, induced his fans to seek their other half's premarital property, completely knowing the law and breaking it. As a lawyer, doesn't she know that this practice is illegal? Obviously no. Yet she continues to utilize this method of fraud, clearly desecrating the sanctity of the law, forgetting her basic ethics as a legal practitioner. What Lawyer Yi has done is completely wandering the boundaries of the law, and I've heard that Lawyer Yi has won hundreds of matrimonial lawsuits, so that means that at least hundreds of families have had breakups because of this kind of behavior on Lawyer Yi's part. Not only is there a rupture, but these hundreds of families have suffered serious damage to their private premarital property. This is an invasion of private property. As far as I know, there are still many fans of Lawyer Yi who are preparing for or are performing this act because of Lawyer Yi's inducement. And if it succeeds, the seriousness of the follow-up is self-evident. This is a serious violation of the law's protection of private property. Even if Lawyer Yi legally divided the premarital property through prosecution, the subjective fraud is real. As an attorney for the plaintiff's side, I urge the defendant's client to recognize early on that the defendant's attorney's behavior is illegal and shameful, and to report it as early as possible for leniency. Presiding Judge, I have finished my statement to the court. Subai looked at Yang Yu on the courtroom stage. His expression didn't change for a second, and he couldn't pinpoint the presiding judge's thoughts. Take one step at a time. Anyway, it's a win now. Yang Yu's face does not show color. His heart has already made up its mind. Looking to the defendant's seat, please ask the defendant to make a court statement. Yi Fei's entire body was confused after hearing Subai's court statement. That ing totally points the finger at her personally. If this court statement stands, mustn't she just squat and eat a big pot? Presiding Judge, I'm applying for a nullification of the other side's court statement, because the other side is pointing the finger entirely at me. It doesn't have much relevance to this case. Knock knock. Yang Yu frowned slightly. The application is invalid. The defense is invited to make its courtroom statement, and if it does not do so, it is deemed to have voluntarily waived. On the trial stage, Lu Hongmei saw this scene and sighed in her heart. The defendant's lawyer is finished. Yi Fei was anxious in her heart, but there was no way out, and she could only make a hard-headed court statement. Honorable Presiding Judge, our statement to the court is as follows. We, as the legal wife of the plaintiff's client's wife, may have assumed fewer obligations, but we have assumed some of the responsibilities of the obligations, and the plaintiff's filing of a complaint against us is not in keeping with the husband and wife's feelings. I personally believe that the relationship between husband and wife should be harmonious and should not be so. In response to the other side's accusations against me personally, I can't admit it, because I'm protecting the woman's rights in marriage. Yi Fei had no way to make a rebuttal, so she had to play the emotional card. After the presentation, Yang Yu looked towards Xie Jing in the seat of the defense. Defendant party Xie Jing, do you have anything else to say? Xie Jing is now very panicked, to be honest. She is really shaken and would like to admit her mistake in court. However, admitting a mistake is like giving yourself an early death sentence. Afraid she'd say something wrong again, she just shook her head. Inquisitor, I have nothing to say. Yang Yu nodded slightly, organized the materials in his hands, and without any hesitation banged the gavel. Both parties have finished their courtroom arguments and are ready for sentencing. Book, reporter, all rise, and the presiding judge will now announce the results of the trial. Swish swish swish, all rise in the courtroom. I'm begging for investment, monthly votes, and recommendations. It's being coded, and I'll send it out as soon as I change it. Bye bye. Facing the presiding judge on the courtroom stage, the plaintiffs and defense benches were tense. Yi Fei and Xie Jing are nervous about what kind of sentence they will face. Zhang Tongwei was nervous about whether he could keep his property. Li Shuezhen was still gazing at Yi Fei, nervous about being able to send the other in. Su Bai, with a calm face, tugged at the corner of his mouth after noticing this detail of Li Shuezhen's, but didn't say anything more. On the bench, Yang Yu slowly opened his mouth and announced the results of the trial. The cause of this case: the plaintiff party Zhang Tongwei sued the defendant party Xie Jing. Fraud within the marriage of his premarital property. This case is heard by this court, Nandu Junior Court. The court has jurisdiction over the case and the applicable law is based exclusively on domestic law. The results of the trial will be announced below. It was determined by the full court to be in response to the plaintiff's motion to dismiss, based on our definition of the crime of fraud, objective, subjective, and constitutive conditions of the subject. The defendant changed the subjective will of the plaintiff party by threat of coercion to accomplish the purpose of converting premarital private property into public property, which, although attempted, was done with such strong intent as to constitute fraud. The circumstances were aggravated and the amount of the property was enormous. But since the plaintiff and the defendant were husband and wife and had not yet been dissolved, the sentence was lenient and the sentence was 6 months imprisonment. For the defendant, Xie Jing's fraudulent behavior against the plaintiff has violated the basic law of marriage. Agree to the dissolution of the de facto marital relationship as proposed by the plaintiff. In response to the plaintiff's claims, the defendants are required to return the plaintiff's labor and financial losses over the years. The petition is dismissed because of the existence of a legal marriage, but the property given by the defendant to his brother and his parents, which is community property, without the consent of the plaintiff in part, is sought to be returned. Plaintiff's application for emotional distress is denied. The plaintiff's application for damages for the serious impact on his image and reputation is denied. The plaintiff's application for attorney's fees to be borne by the opposing party is denied on the basis of our method of payment of litigation expenses. At the same time, the trial was set up in response to the plaintiff's complaint against the defendant's attorney as it was raised in this case involving the parties. Defendant Xie Jing's attorney, Yi Fei, for defendant Xie Jing to authorize, thereby inducing defendant Xie Jing to defraud plaintiff Zhang Tongwei Fong of his premarital property, constituting the conditions of the crime of abetting, due to aggravating circumstances and overwhelming evidence, sentenced to 1 year in prison and disbarred from practicing law. This case will be notified by this court to the prosecuting authorities to initiate the public prosecution process against the defense attorney, Yi Fei. In response to the defense's motion in limine, the proposed division of property is denied in its entirety as it relates to the issue of criminal liability. This case is a judgment of first instance, and according to our procedural law, the defense can apply for a retrial to a higher court if it finds that there is an error in the adjudication of the judgment or if there is any doubt. The judgment will be sent to the plaintiffs and defendants within 15 days of the closure of the court. Knock knock. The gavel fell. Close the court. Yang Yu's majestic voice fell and the trial ended. Defendant's seat. Hearing the verdict, Yi Fei's entire body was confused. This, TMs. I came to be a retainer lawyer and got myself in? Not only, but also, and it disbarred her from practicing law. It's too expensive to come to this lawsuit, isn't it? Attorney's fees not earned, professional license gone, and people going in? Presiding judge, I do not accept the verdict. Yi Fei broke down, completely and utterly. Who would have thought it would turn out that way? Regrettably, presiding judge Yang Yu, faced with Yi Fei's rant, only had one sentence. Unsatisfied with the results of the first trial decision can be appealed to the intermediate court, and illegal disputes about the process or flow of this case can be reported to the relevant law enforcement authorities. After Yang Yu finished speaking, he glanced at Su Bai with interest and then left the courtroom. Defendant's seat. Xie Jing's entire body stayed where it was, a face at a loss for words. Didn't we say we could win? In the end. Now not only did you not win, you got yourself a 6-month sentence. The house is gone. Millions gone. The community property is gone. The good times are over. TM's only got 6 months to serve. Lawyer Yi, what the hell is going on here? Why? Why do we have to go to jail if we lose? What did you promise in the first place? Xie Jing fell into the midst of madness and pounced on Yi Fei, who was on the side. Luckily, a bailiff on the sidelines was able to stop it in time. Yi Fei was at a loss for words in the face of Xie Jing's rant. No way. Something is definitely wrong with this lawsuit. Inside, there's definitely an inside track. Unlike the state in the defendant's seat, Zhang Tongwei in the plaintiff's seat was in a state of complete exuberance. Lawyer Su this is too raw. Not only did I keep my prenup, but I sent the other guy's lawyer in? Asterisk. Lawyer Su, you are so fierce. Winley was simply right in recommending you to me. Counselor Su, you are. Zhang Tongwei couldn't describe it well for a moment. His face flushed with excitement and he couldn't find an adjective. Anyway, it's just too awesome. Su Bai patted Zhang Tongwei on the shoulder. Ing don't 6. And remember to pay the lawyer's fee. Don't worry, Lawyer Su. The lawyer's fee will be made up when I get back. In the face of such a raw Su Bai, Zhang Tongwei did not dare not pay the lawyer's fee. Who knows whether Su Bai will send him in next. Plus, the lawsuit was won so completely. So relieved. Attorney's fees in turn became a minor issue. Li Shuizhen clenched her small fists and let out a long breath. Eyes by Yubiu sparkling. His eyes fell on Su Bai. Counselor Su opposing counsel went in. Well, get in there and don't get so excited. Li Shuizhen pretty much stared at Yi Fei throughout the entire lawsuit. Su Bai suspected that this was all because Li Shuizhen had stared or cursed the other party in this lawsuit. He ruled that he could win, but sending his opponent in was not at all in his mind. According to the general trial, the defendant party, that is, Xie Jing, a lawsuit dismissal, the return of property ruled, Yi Fei is a penalty of revocation of the lawyer's license. Presiding Judge Yang Yu such a powerful verdict is what he did not expect, far beyond his expectations. Not only does it give the crime of fraud, and it's already heavy in terms of the sentence, sort of a tough win, it should be the court presentation aspect that plays a major role. Stimulation. Lawyer Su, that lawyer Yi, look at you. Li Shuizhen spoke in a whisper. Su Bai snorted. Looking at me? It's probably an eye cramp. Lawyer Su. That's a pretty funny sneer. Had ha. Li Shuizhen tried her best to match the cold jokes told by Su Bai. Please vote for the monthly recommendation. Invest in catching up on reading. Oh. Li Shuizhen's current emotion towards Su Bai was one word. Bull. In 2 words. It's awesome. 3 words. Super bull. Eyes by Yubiu glowing. She studied under top legal minds, and her older siblings are all leading lawyers in legal circles. She had originally interned with the intention of becoming independent and self-sufficient, which is why she chose Hakun and Associates. I've heard my older siblings mention many times that small law firms don't learn much, and that they treat trainee lawyers like cattle and horses. It's hard and tiring and you can't learn anything. Originally, Li Shuizhen had some apprehension, but with these 2 lawsuits down, not at all. Okay. The first one, dry humping Nando's bank, turned a 20-year prison sentence into a few months of probation. In the second, the marriage lawsuit turned into a fraud lawsuit and sent the other side's lawyer in. That's a proper top lawyer. None of her senior brothers and sisters were that powerful. For Su Bai's cold joke, of course Li Shuizhen had to be extremely supportive. Su Bai looked at Li Shuizhen, whose eyes were glowing on the side, and reminded him, court is over. Pack up your materials and go. Okay, Counselor Su. Originally the material was not messy. Li Shuizhen simply finished organizing it, put it into the briefcase, and hurriedly followed Su Bai's pace, passing by the seat of the accused. Yi Fei's gaze was tightly fixed on Su Bai. I will be appealing and filing for a second trial. Su Bai nodded indifferently and continued to walk forward. There's nothing you want to say? Su Bai still did not respond and continued to walk straight ahead. I will win the second trial. I will overturn your first trial verdict in the second trial. No matter what kind of tone Yi Fei had. Su Bai only had one. Don't take care of it, whatever. Yi Fei's gaze was filled with anger. A response did not. Your attitude cannot be so perfunctory. What I'm saying is that I want a second trial. I want to bring the above again. And I want to overturn your trial verdict. Is that the attitude you have? As an attorney, who wants a lawsuit they fight to be overturned by a lawsuit filed in the second trial? It's a loss of honor. For what Yi Fei said, Su Bai didn't care at all. A faint nod was already facetious. For one thing, the attorney's fees are already there, and for another, the second trial will be such a result that it will only change above the sentencing. The second trial requires new legal defenses and evidence to be presented. In the face of the charges in the first trial, some things have already been characterized, and the evidence shows that Fei Yip did have abetment, which is undeniable. You can only start with the fraud angle. As for the angle of fraud will have to be discussed from Xie Jing as a party. Su Bai's gaze turned to Xie Jing. ********. Yi Fei, didn't you say you could win? Didn't you teach me that as long as I do what you say, then I can get Zhang Tongwei's 2 premarital suites? And now there's nothing. No marital property. No house. I even got 6 months myself because you couldn't make it in court. Yi Fei. CNMD. You compensate me for my property and for my mental damage. Woo. Su Bai shook his head, automatically omitting such an image. Other than that, it's too hard to bring a second trial and thus achieve a reversal of the first trial. Besides, the prosecuting attorneys in the second trial aren't on the take. The sentence in the first trial was a bit heavy, but if there is a second trial, there will be other victims who will file lawsuits or act as witnesses. TSK. You're so guilty that you've reached the point of dissemination, and you're still not convinced in the first trial, and you're bringing a second trial? It's a challenge to the authority of the presiding judge. Presiding judge of the second instance, it's just you, isn't it? Come on. I'll show you how to be a good law-abiding citizen. Get in there and stay you. The results speak for themselves and will only lead to heavier sentences. Of course, Yeffy's criminal law defense attorney would have told her about the correlation if she had filed for a second trial. But if you run into an unscrupulous gold-mouthed lawyer like her, the outcome can be hard to tell. Su Bai ignored Yi Fei's attitude and walked straight out of the court. Xia Jing was still accusing Yi Fei, but once she saw Zhang Tongwei, it was as if she had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw. Tongwei, for the sake of our husband and wife, I don't want the common property, and I won't share the money, so withdraw the lawsuit, withdraw the case, okay? As long as the case is dropped, everything is fine. I don't want anything else, just one request. Will you drop the case? We are husband and wife. Can you bear to see me eat a big pot of rice? Tongwei, Tongwei, don't you go. Hearing Xie Jing's heartbreaking cries, Zhang Tongwei's face was expressionless. This woman at the beginning of the time thought that 10 to 9, thinking of ways to force their own divorce, using all kinds of means to want to force their own divorce, and now want to make their own forgiveness? Think about what? If you lose the verdict, you would have gotten nothing and would have had to compensate me for subsidizing my mother's portion of the community property. Let's not talk about whether or not I can drop the lawsuit. I'm being silly. I'm dropping the lawsuit? Zhang Tongwei followed Su Bai out of the court without looking back. Behind her, Xie Jing was stopped by the bailiff and left to fall into endless remorse. Wang Li waited at the entrance of the court early, his face red with excitement. Just now he, as Zhang Tongwei's friend, entered the courtroom and watched the whole trial process, almost screamed with excitement during the exciting arguments and sentencing during the trial, just a little bit closer to shouting out Su Lawyer Bull Bai. After seeing Su Bai walk out, Wang Li was more excited than Zhang Tongwei, the person in question. Counselor Su, bully, Lawyer Su, you're amazing. Really sent the opposing counsel in. It's so criminal. In the future, when my 7 aunts and uncles have lawsuits, I'll look to you for a lawsuit. Counselor Su, I suddenly want to see you in a divorce case. MD is so fierce. Counselor Su. In the face of nagging Wang Li, Su Bai rubbed his brow. This spittle is sprayed on his face. You at least collect a line, right? It was a good thing that Wang Li also realized that his behavior was inappropriate, wiped the corners of his mouth, scratched his scalp and laughed awkwardly twice. Lawyer Su, I'm sorry, just now I was too excited. Counselor Su, let me wipe you. I'll do it myself. Okay, Counselor Su. Wang Li, a burly man, stood at a loss for words. Secret chagrin, too excited. I'll be careful next time. Until after seeing Zhang Tongwei also walk out from the courtroom, Wang Li enthusiastically walked forward and patted Zhang Tongwei's shoulder fiercely. I told you that Lawyer Su is good. You were hesitant at first, but now you know how fierce Lawyer Su is, right? Zhang Tongwei smiled awkwardly. It was me who was ignorant in the beginning. After all, who would have thought that a matrimonial lawsuit could send the other side, including the other side's lawyers, in for a. It's too raw. Please, 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 please. Thank you all for your monthly votes and rewards. I saw someone say they were from somewhere else, and I saw in the background that there were new people as well. Welcome. Can you give a link though? I'd like to see where it was pushed to. Inside Hakun's law office, Wang Li and Zhang Tongwei were sitting on a sofa. Su White sat on the opposite side of them. There are only 2 sofas in the law firm, and Li Shuizhen is also not polite, and moved a small matza to sit behind Su Bai's right. Lawyer Su, now this trial has been won, but I heard that Xie Jing's lawyer, Yi Fei, was talking about filing a second trial at the court hearing there. In case of a second trial, Zhang Tongwei hesitated to finish his sentence. Wang Li picked up with a big grin. In case of a second trial? There's no such thing as a second trial. Even if there really is a second trial, then hire Lawyer Su, and beat them into submission completely. If the second trial doesn't work, the final trial will beat them into submission again. What the hell are you hesitating for? Aren't you afraid that Lawyer Su won't win the case? Zhang Tongwei is obviously worried about the second trial, and the final trial will incur attorney's fees. Su Bai drank a mouthful of tea. Don't worry about the second trial. The other side proposed that the probability of winning the second trial is not very high, and can only be submitted to the second trial to refute the crime of fraud. It will not affect your divorce judgment or property division judgment. Again, even if the appeal is filed, including this aspect, you casually find a criminal or prosecuting attorney, basically able to win the case. Between the results of the first trial's decision, the attorney's fees will not be too high. For this matter, you don't worry about it. Hearing Su Bai's explanation, the stone in Zhang Tongwei's heart finally fell. Thank you, Counselor Su. Lawyer Su, the related attorney's fees. I don't have that much cash flow right now. I have to wait for a few days. When I finish dealing with my family's house problem in a few days, then I can take it out. I may need to stall for a while. Zhang Tongwei's heart was weak when he said this. Su Bai pulled the corner of his mouth. This is worried about delaying the lawyer's fees and finding out things about him himself? You don't have to give me the attorney's fee on the spot. When the time comes and you have the money, just put it directly into my law firm's account and don't forget it. Okay, Counselor Su. Zhang Tongwei took a long breath. Wang Li and Zhang Tongwei did not stay in the law firm for too long, and left the firm after roughly understanding some of the follow-up, and agreed. When the judgment is sent to the law firm, when Zhang Tongwei comes to pick it up, he will pay the attorney's fee into the firm's account. Lawyer Su, our law firm has finished both cases. Now there are no more cases to take for the time being. Should we continue to advertise and take a few cases? Passion for lawsuits. Li Shuizhen is much more fervent than Su Bai. bringing up the lawsuit eyes by a bright. A case has just ended and you can't wait to move on to another case. Subai rubbed his brow, wondering where Li Shuizhen's excitement for a lawsuit came from. This young man's drive. It's so good. Okay, keep advertising. The law firm has only taken on 2 cases now. The first case had a lot of impact on the internet, but sadly no. The second case, still introduced by Wang Li, marriage fraud. Just one. But when the results of this marriage fraud trial come out sometime later, I'm sure it will be able to get the attention of the law firm community. Yi Fei was no longer a lawyer of the Nanyuan law firm. It's not well known. Have their place in the circle of matrimonial lawsuits. Losing this time and being sent in by him, the name of Baijun law firm would at least spread into the ears of many people in the Nandu law circle. It was just as Subai had imagined. On the first day of the first trial, Fei Yi then contacted her criminal attorney buddy at South Dollar Law. The first reaction of Jiang Min, a criminal attorney at Nanyuan law firm, was shock when he learned that Ji Fei had been sentenced to 1 year in prison. You went to a matrimonial lawsuit and got a year in prison. Isn't that bull asterisk? But by the time Kong Min understood the whole story, his face gradually calmed down. Yeffy, I suggest you don't bring up the second trial. Why? There's clearly a chance for a second trial. Is it reasonable for me to get a 1-year prison sentence for a marriage lawsuit? It doesn't make sense. But what you did was really on the verge of breaking the law. And it's true that this first trial sentenced you to a heavier sentence. But if you want to go on to appeal the second trial, you're likely to aggravate the offense. What the trial judge considered in the first trial was that an individual solicitation. By the time you get to the second trial, in the event of a new witness or someone else prosecuting, you're likely to be convicted of group solicitation. Although you are a lawyer specializing in matrimonial matters, you have also passed the judicial exams, and you can understand the concept between an individual and a group, can't you? Yi Fei's demeanor was no longer as calm as it was at first, and she began to panic a bit. Are you sure? Is there not the slightest possibility of success in the second trial? Jiang Min let out a long sigh. That Xie Jing may have already had her trial adjudication completed, and there's almost no chance of winning the case. Yi Fei's face brushed pale. Jiang Min is a professional criminal attorney at Nanyuan law firm and has handled hundreds of criminal cases, large and small. She knew that Jiang Min could not have lied to her, saying that the second trial was risky, that 90% of it was risky, and she did not dare to bet on the outcome of the second trial. Yeffy closed her eyes. Think of some of the list of offenses and crimes you did back then. Until now, she ended up paying a terrible price for her offense. South Metro Law Firm Circle. The lawyers at each firm have contact information with each other. Even if they didn't deliberately try to find out about Ji Fei, they couldn't stop people from spreading the word and passing it on by word of mouth. Especially something like a lawyer being sent in that explodes in lawyer circles. Evening. The news that Ji Fei had been sentenced for alleged illegal behavior then spread throughout the lawyer's circle in Nandu. Have you heard? Have you heard? A lawyer from Nanyuan law firm who specializes in matrimonial matters and has experience in winning hundreds of matrimonial lawsuits has been sent in. Really? You can't be serious? You can get sent in for a marriage lawsuit? This news of yours is a bit less credible. I'm a dog for lying to you. The news is spreading inside all the law firms. That matrimonial lawyer is quite famous. Called Yi Fei. That rings a bell. She was sent in? I seem to remember that she's always been swimming on the edge of breaking the law, right? Giving those fans a boost in fighting marital lawsuits does have a knack for it. Which ruthless person is this who sent her in on marital relations? That's awesome. Which law firm? I heard it's a solo firm. Some kind of Baijun law firm, with only one official attorney. This law firm seems to have heard of it. Oh yes, was it this law firm that took on that Nandu Bank case last time? That really rings a bell. The next day, Baijun law firm was on fire in the South Metropolitan Law Circle. Many law firms are interested in Subai as a lawyer. Some of those who had contact information tentatively asked if they could work at their law firm. Subai politely declined. Working for yourself is not the same as working for someone else. Attorney's fees are also subject to a draw. Working for yourself is nothing more than having fewer cases, but earning more. It's a score he can still settle. I'm looking for readers, votes, and investments. Thanks for the reward. Bye. In the face of Subai's refusal, some law firms expressed regret that people have their own aspirations, but did not say much. Inside Hakun's law office, Subai looked at the system panel. Legal advice, 7/20, case completed 1/2, successful rating /S. After winning this lawsuit, the system evaluated it with an S. Not bad. I just don't know what reward the system will give after completing the mission this time. Forget it. It's better than nothing. He's on his own for now. Hopefully the system will surprise itself after completing the mission this time. In the meantime, North Metro, Law reviewer Luo Daxiang has good connections within the circle of lawyers. Not only law firms, but also some corporate law, and he has a good relationship with. There were several first-class law firms in Nandu, in which some of the first-class lawyers inside these big law firms were still in a relationship with him as a teacher and brother. How's senior brother Luo doing these days? I'll give you a very explosive case. Do you want it? Luo Daxiang looked at the chat interface. The person who sent the message was a junior in graduate school named Xiao Haiba, who worked as a partner in one of the top law firms in Nandu, and was mainly proficient in civil cases. Luo Daxiang as a law reviewer, usually in the circle of friends, will ask some friends. There is no new, good case you can learn from the law review. So usually his mentors and brothers and close friends would contact him with any good cases. What? You guys have another big case in Nandu? I remember the heat from the last Nandu bank case just passed not long ago, right? Is just passed not long. This time is not a big case. Is a marriage fraud case? To matrimonial litigation as the main body, the plaintiff will be their wives to the court for fraud. And also the defense side of the lawyers to send in the case involved is not too complicated. But the other side of the lawyers to send in this operation is very explosive. There are a lot of conflicting issues involved. A lot of marital relationship issues. And a very strong commentary on the law. Most importantly, can you guess which law firm this is? Which one? Luo Daxiang was still a bit curious. By June Law Firm. That's the lawsuit that everyone didn't look favorably on the last time you law reviewed Nandu Bank. That lawsuit was also undertaken by June Law Firm. This firm is a solo law firm. There's only one regular lawyer and one trainee. Tiny and bullish. See the words by June Law Firm. Luo Daxiang thought the name of this law firm was familiar. Right. That appears to be the same law firm that has been posting little ads under his videos all day? Luo Daxiang was a little less sure, purposely scrolling through the comments on the video account. 5 minutes ago. By June Law Firm. Since the new opening this year, the lawsuit win rate of 100%. Sue by lawyer proficient in civil and criminal. Lawsuit. Recognize Nandu by June Law Firm. 10 minutes ago. By June Law Firm. Brand new opening. Feedback to new and old customers. Lawsuit lawyers fees from 9.80% off. 21 minutes ago. Marrying a gray wolf is the best way to get married. And you can't go wrong with Nandu by June Law Firm in a lawsuit. 28 minutes ago. 33 minutes ago. Almost every 10 minutes or so, there's an ad like this. For by June Law Firm, Luo Daxiang is impressed. Usually there are some lawyers or law firms that will go to the bottom of his law review videos to leave a comment or explain some everyday legal tidbits. Use it to drive traffic to your firm or to increase your visibility. Still, it was the first time he'd seen this kind of stoicism in posting a small advertisement. Luo Daxiang suddenly remembered that there's an indictment in Baidu. Ordinary lawyers can't win, and some of the top lawyers won't take it on. This firm is a good choice. I just don't know if they'll take it. Nandu Law University Girls Hostel. Li Shuizhen was lying on the lower table, her entire body slightly suspended, staring at her cell phone with a sad face. She's had a long day of small ads today, but not even one person came for counseling, which caused her great frustration. Is it the wrong way to advertise? But she's already written some pretty awesome copy for this advertisement. Each piece of copy is different and is posted every few minutes. It's easy for her to be able to have a lawsuit and increase the number of lawsuits she filed during her internship. Hey! Li Shuizhen was lying on the table and could barely see her face. The dormitory door creaked open. The sweet roommate walked into the dorm and saw Li Shuizhen lying on the table and came up to her. Shuizhen, what's wrong with you? Did you get aggravated with your internship? The sweet roommate, who was about 5'8" and wore a ponytail, leaned down and whispered her question. Li Shuizhen looked up. No. It's that the law firm has been unable to get cases lately. No cases at Big Law either? The sweet roommate spoke curiously. Li Shuizhen didn't want the others to know that she was interning at a small law firm for the time being and shook her head. It's not that I don't have a case. It's that the lawyer who took me on is pretty good at lawsuits, but it's not well known enough for anyone to come to him for a case. That's a good one. The sweet roommate squinted her 2 eyes and smiled sweetly. I heard that some lawyers can be rolled now, and they will recruit some beautiful intern lawyers to open a live broadcast to popularize the law free of charge, to enhance the exposure rate, and thus increase the popularity. You can try that angle. As long as the lawyers are good at lawsuits, there's usually no problem. There will be a steady stream of people coming to the door with lawsuits once the visibility is raised. Li Shuizhen's eyes by Yubiu lit up. In that way, it seems to work. The firm's visibility has increased, so won't it have cases to take? And it's far easier to follow this approach than advertising under someone else's video. Li Shuizhen Duangduang stood up and sent a message to Su Bai. Counselor Su, I don't think it's efficient to comment under short videos. It's too hard to advertise. I thought of a good way. Su Bai, here's the thing. We can use live streaming of the law to raise awareness of our firm better than commenting under the video. I heard from my roommate that there are law firms that specialize in recruiting young female trainee attorneys to promote law in short videos. Raise the visibility of the law firm. This is a method that our law firm can totally borrow. Sue by? Li Shuejian was somewhat at a loss. Lawyer Sue, what do these 3 question marks mean? I didn't understand. Is it that I'm not a beautiful trainee lawyer? On the other side, Sue Bai rubbed his eyebrows. What's this all about? Do you think that if you are asked to go and generalize the law and raise the profile of our law firm, they will listen to you generalize the law, or will they see you go? P.S. I'm begging for votes and catching up on my reading. Thank you all for the bounty. I don't know how to copy the name, so I'm going to roll with the yards for now. Puja is something that Sue Bai has thought about. Throw some tawdry cases up there. What to do in a hurry. Teach you how to use plutonium. Helping Granny was blackmailed. Backhanded her in. In the face of the company's inaction and non-compliance with labor laws, I'm backhandedly a tax report to the boss in. Both sides were beating each other up? That's bull *********. It was self-defense. What should be the first expression when you are taken in for self-defense? However, honestly, there's not much to this elevated fame. What top law firm do you see that needs to be online to drive traffic to get cases? Almost non-existent. Law firms want fame, but fame for a precise group of people, geared towards some with lawsuit needs. There is no law firm where the barristers don't do their proper business and run off every day to promote the law. Then again, it's easy to get white-knuckled with legal knowledge, and most of it is just chatting without paying or filing a lawsuit. That would be more than enough for their law firm to lose. As for letting Li Shuejian, a trainee lawyer, do this kind of thing, forget it. Li Shuejian, this kind of bayubiu simple female college students. Where to cope with those old colorful batch heads on the internet? In time it just attracts a lot of people who don't have a need for a lawsuit. It would be better to let Wang Li introduce more of his 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. At least it would be more reliable. Facing this question from Sue Bai, Li Shuejian nodded seriously. This reasoning, she did figure it out once Sue Bai brought it up. Mr. Sue, what should we do? Our law firm has no cases now. Our law firm has just won a lawsuit. Don't be anxious. Wait until the lawyer's fee for Zhang Tongwei's case arrives. Spend some money on noble advertisements and take some powerful cases. Don't think about the universal law for a while. Okay, Counselor Sue. Li Shuejian was about to end the chat, but she suddenly saw a private message appear on the pop-up window of her cell phone. Her short video account. May I ask if you're attorney Sue from Baijun Law Firm? Surprise, click in. Li Shuejian froze for a few seconds and hurriedly clicked into the other party's homepage again, with a hint of incredulity in her eyes. This is Mr. Law, a well-known law reviewer? Li Shuejian repeatedly went in and out of Luo Dexiang's video page, finally confirming that this was Mr. Luo. Could it be that Mr. Law was unhappy to see that I left too many comments under his videos? It won't. Li Shuejian shook her head. Mr. Luo wasn't that petty. Thinking about this, Li Shuejian's heart had a small surprise. She didn't expect Luo Dexiang to take the initiative to send her a private message. Hello Mr. Luo. I'm not Lawyer Sue. I'm a trainee lawyer at Baijun Law Firm. Is there something going on in Mr. Luo's private message? It's like this. There's an indictment on the North Metro side, and I'd like to introduce your firm to a lawsuit. If your law firm is thinking about it, you can contact me. Saw the incoming case. Li Shuejian Duangduang popped a little, and excitedly sent a message to Sue Bai, Lawyer Sue. We've come to a case. My efforts have finally paid off. Mr. Luo returned my message and introduced us to a case. Sue Bai? What's with all this fuss? No more legalization. And then a case? It's like this. Counselor Sue. Li Shuejian blah 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 said a bunch of things, and when she saw that Sue Bai didn't respond too strongly, she sent a screenshot of the chat log to Sue Bai. It's really the well-known law critic Luo Daxiang. Only. Sue Bai glanced at this indictment and had a toothache. This indictment is kind of awesome. ING death penalty. Indictment cases are generally adjudicated, mostly after the factual evidence has been established. It can only be interpreted through the text of the law, or to find out what evidence has been omitted from the first trial and adduce it at the second trial hearing. Otherwise, it is very difficult to make a reversal determination. It's not simple to be able to impose the death penalty. The things involved are too complicated. According to Luo Daxiang, such a troublesome case, the lawyer's fee may not be high, still have to run to Baidu. After hesitating for a few seconds, Sue Bai replied, let's wait until we get the verdict on Zhang Tongwei's case first. Okay, Counselor Sue. Li Shuejian looked at the description of the case, and her whole body was excited. Death penalty cases. Some criminal lawyers don't get a fight for years, and it's great that she got one. Mezzo. After 2 lawsuits, Li Shuejian could now say that she was full of confidence in Sue Bai. the 14th day after the trial of Zhang Tongwei's case. The sentences regarding Yifei and Xie Jing have been fully characterized and transferred by the court to the relevant judicial authorities. The judgment was also sent to the law firm. Su Bai had already notified Zhang Tongwei to come and pick it up. And, in the past few days, Su Bai also learned that all of Yifei's fan groups, short video accounts were officially banned. Even those men who have been previously victimized are already looking for lawyers to prepare to sue their ex-wives. Try to see if you can get your premarital property that was divided in the first place. The women, who had earlier tasted the benefits, were shivering inside Hakun's law office. These days time Su Bai and spend 20,000 huge sums of money to the law firm will be renovated a whole. Should add to the ad. The couch. Wang Li and Zhang Tongwei sat on the same sofa. Su Bai sat across from him, and Li Shuizhen pulled a brand new office chair to sit on Su Bai's side. Lawyer Su, I'm telling you, it's really great. Do you know how badly Xie Jing cried when she signed the divorce papers in there? My God. I was there and it was so exciting. Wang Li was much more restrained this time, using his hand to block his mouth to speak furiously, stopping the spittle. Su Bai was able to imagine that image at that time. Zhang Tongwei is signing on the side. Wang Li is screaming, do you know how much this hurts Xie Jing? Sure. How much damage was done was not something Su Bai cared about. All he cares about is getting his legal fees. Lawyer Su, I've already transferred the lawyer's fee. Check and receive it. Lawyer Su, 55,000. Not bad. Not bad. This one case was a direct solution to the law firm's funding shortfall. The lawyer's fee arrived. Su Bai smiled brightly. No problem. The lawyer's fee has already arrived. Just make sure it's okay. Zhang Tongwei smiled and sat with Wang Li at the law firm for almost 2.5 more hours. The main question is to ask Xie Jing follow-up processing of some issues. On the question of how Xie Jing's 2 younger brothers and the joint property previously given to his mother's family without his consent can be claimed back. To this, Su Bai asked Zhang Tongwei to ask for it occasionally to show his attitude. If you really don't pay then, just bring the judgment and go straight through the court's enforcement process. Zhang Tongwei nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Lawyer Su. P.S. I'm begging for a wave of investment. Thanks. Request for monthly readings and recommendations. Thanks for the reward. Every night around 8:30 p.m. Regarding the division of common property and the follow-up, Su Bai asked Zhang Tongwei to find him for feedback on anything. When all is said and done, $550,000 in attorney's fees is a big client for him and the firm now, and must be maintained. What other 7 aunts and uncles have any lawsuits next? Refer them to their law firms, and it's a nice chunk of attorney's fees too. What do small law firms rely on? It is not by a little bit of accumulation of their own customer relations, as well as through the hard power to fight the lawsuit. The law firm's second case, the case of Zhang Tongwei, was still introduced by Wang Li. Before leaving, Wang Li yelled loudly, Lawyer Su, my wife heard that Xie Jing was sent in, and she's been very peaceful lately, so when I want to get a divorce, I'll come back to you. Lawyer Su, Tongwei, you too ha. Zhang Tongwei? I just got divorced. Wang Li patted Zhang Tongwei. There's still a chance. Zhang Tongwei gave Wang Li a blank stare. Wang Li's whole body is much more cheerful since he got out and will make some jokes. In response, Zhang Tongwei didn't say much. After saying hello to Su Bai, he left the law firm with a hard pull on Wang Li. Wait until after the two have left. Li Shuizhen said excitedly. Lawyer Su, now that the case of Zhang Tongwei has been solved, shouldn't we reply to Mr. Luo and take over that death penalty case? This is a case that Li Shuizhen has been looking forward to for days. Now that Zhang Tongwei's case is sort of over, he can take over. Death penalty cases. Su Bai was silent for a few seconds. This case is too difficult, time-consuming and not too flattering. Let's wait a few days. Now that our law firm is now funded, go ahead and advertise at the high end and see if we have any great cases. Awesome case. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's eyes by Yubiu lit up. High-end advertising often takes the most grounded approach. The last time Nandu Bank set off fluctuations on the internet, so that Su Bai realized that advertising on the internet cannot say that the ass is not useful, can only say that the use is not very useful, and not as reliable as the introduction of acquaintances. He was in Nandu. 1 had no contacts, 2 didn't have many clients to introduce to each other, and had to take the simplest and plainest way. Leafleting in front of law enforcement units such as courts and prosecutors. First day of handing out flyers. Li Shuizhen was a little excited. Lawyer Su, is this what you call high-end advertising? Handing out flyers is a little less consistent with what I imagined. Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice and asked a serious rhetorical question. Isn't handing out flyers high-end? The client is precise, has a claim, there's still daily foot traffic, and maybe there's a chance of running into some major case. Isn't that high-end? You think about you on the internet and the short video traffic is so big, every day to send comments, Even a consulting people are not. Shows that there is no accurate customer population. Now we are here to send flyers, at least see the need for people, right? How can it not be considered high-end? So it is. Li Shuizhen nodded seriously. Unfortunately, a day of handing out flyers can't be described as useless, only unproductive. Hang in there a little longer. I'm sure we'll get a case. Su White drew the big picture. Li Shuizhen was serious and earnest. Lawyer Su, I understand that persistence leads to victory, right? Su Bai was pleased that Li Shuizhen was able to comprehend this. Yeah. The day after handing out flyers, one man came up and asked, "What kind of law firm are you?" "Hello, we are the Bai Jun law firm, proficient in civil and criminal." Before the words left his mouth, the man shook his head. "Forget it, I haven't heard of it." The next day at least someone asked, "So that's progress. Go on." Su White pumped up. Li Shuizhen nodded her head and similarly cheered herself up. "Lawyer Su, I believe our efforts will definitely pay off." TSK. Looking at the earnest and innocent Li Shuizhen, the sudden guilt in Su Bai's heart worsened a lot, but it doesn't affect the continuation in any way. Day 3 of leafleting. No one asked for it. Li Shuizhen's face was spread. Lawyer Su can really pull off a lawsuit like this? Why don't you consider the case introduced by Mr. Luo? That death penalty case. And Mr. Luo also said that after the case is over, no matter what, you can give us publicity, and when the time comes to introduce us to Nandu's cases to do, you can also introduce some of Nandu law firm's connections and corporate legal lawsuits. Su Bai, why didn't you say anything earlier about introducing Nando's law firm's connections and this corporate law thing? Su Bai rubbed his brow. This is something Mr. Luo told me last night, so it's not too late for me to bring it up today, is it? Not too late. Su Bai nodded, and with an expressionless face, shoved the flyer into the recyclable trash can. Counselor Su, we're not handing out flyers? Li Shuizhen looked at Su Bai in surprise. Su Bai, after this lawsuit, you'll have contacts. Send out flyers. Send out ING flyers. How many cases can you get by handing out flyers? With contacts. That case and law firm expansion. That must not rub off. Flyers? Take it with you in the trash and eat the dust. No more hair. I think the death penalty case is good. Just in time. Also expand our Bai Jun law firm's business to the northern capital. Pack up and get ready to go to the northern capital. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen put away the flyers and Duangguang trotted to follow Su Bai. Evening. Sheridan Li reported to her school guide that she needed to travel for a few days and would not be returning to school. Even though she was on an internship and had a lot of freedom, she was living inside the school dormitory and still needed to report briefly. For Li Shuizhen's report, the guide directly approved it without even thinking about it. When her sweet roommate saw Li Shuizhen packing her bags, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Shuizhen, you're packing your clothes? Are you going home? Not going to live broadcast the puja?" Li Shuizhen shook her head. "I'm not going home. I'm going on a business trip. The lawyer who took me got a case in the North Metro and I need to get out of school for a while." Hokuto? Sweet roommate full of envy. Shuizhen, this is too good for you. You're going to the North Capital to fight a lawsuit. Congratulations. This kind of internship experience to put on your resume. You might be able to get into the Red Circle Institute when you graduate. Li Shuizhen looked up and smiled without saying anything, and went back to lowering her head and organizing her luggage. The Red Circle? No go. The Red Circle Institute, which is as awesome as the White June marriage counseling law firm. She could sense that there were some cases where the lawyers at the Red Circle firm were not necessarily better than Lawyer Su. She's going to be a partner in Bai Juan's law firm later. She had eaten her fill of the big pie that Su Bai had drawn. On the third day of Su Bai's reply promising the Baidu case, together with Li Shuizhen, they took the high-speed train to Baidu. Prepare to carry out the business of expanding the northern capital. Catch up reading and votes please. North Metro. Su Bai and Li Shuizhen walked out of the high-speed railway station, took a taxi, and came directly to the Northern Politics and Law University where they had an appointment with Luo Daxiang. Inside the office of a law program professor, Luo Daxiang warmly greeted Su Bai. "Hello, Counselor Su. Hello, Mr. Law." Su Bai responded with equal enthusiasm. Luo Daxiang is not only a law critic, but also a senior law professor who has made a mark in the field of criminal law and is a gentle person. Inside the office, Luo Daxiang sat on the office chair, directly opposite Su Bai's sofa, and Li Shuizhen sat on Su Bai's right side. "Lawyer Su, this indictment invited you, Bai Jun law firm, to come over, mainly because I can't personally participate in the trial, and some of the top criminal lawyers I know are unwilling to take over this indictment case. After all, it is a death penalty case. It can increase your own visibility and the fame of your firm, but these top criminal lawyers are not short of fame and visibility themselves, and seeing the two trials you've had, which have been very good. They tried to contact your firm. Subai smiled. The reason is not important. The important thing is that I agreed to take on this case. Having taken it on, then you need to hold the person accountable. I've had a general overview of the case, but need to communicate further with the parents. The parties involved. Luo Dashan smiled and nodded. The other party in this public prosecution case is a famous prosecuting lawyer in Baidu. Doesn't Lawyer Su want to continue talking to me? If Mr. Luo can instruct me a bit, of course I'm willing. Every criminal law attorney has a different perspective to consider. Sometimes, different proposals cut differently into the law, and that can be important in the middle of a trial argument. Luo Dexiang is a top criminal law attorney. Subai was certainly willing to listen to his entry point and angle. Luo Dexiang nodded slightly and continued to speak. This case was on my radar during the first trial, and it had some involvement with me. Luo Dexiang retold the case again. The case is a young college student who got into a confrontation with two aggressive members of the community. Under attack from the other side. In the mall, using the knives in his hands, he killed two of the other guys back. Panic also left the first scene now. The last point is also the most crucial and important. Leaving the first scene. The subjective act of killing someone and leaving the first scene is pulling points. It very much affects the attitude of the presiding judge. In the judgment of the first instance, the subjective intentional homicide and the killing of two persons in a row, which was of grave danger, resulted in a sentence of death and deprivation of political rights for life. The article on deprivation of political rights for life, which is often accompanied by the death penalty in cases that are not exceptional, is not very important. Luo Dexiang went into more detail about how this case happened. Subai nodded slightly. Mr. Luo, what do you think of this case? This case has had a lot of influence on the internet. Some people say it was over-defense. Some say it was intentional homicide. And according to the words of the first instance court's decision, it needs to be interpreted from the perspective of self-defense. Subai nodded. The case did need to be approached from that angle, but he had other ideas. The indicted case, killing two people in a row, resulted in the immediate death of the two people involved. Difficult to get. Difficult as it was, he had a general idea in mind and needed to be sure. At this time, Luo Dexiang continued to remind. The impact of this case is somewhat greater than that of the Nandu Bank case. It's the Nandu High Court broadcasting the trial live. This time the prosecution's lawyer is very powerful. The last time the defense lawyer from the justified defense. Negligent defense. This 2 points to start. It is because of the prosecution's lawyer's debate. Did not get the court presiding judge's support. You have to be prepared, no matter how the final result of the lawsuit. In the end, I'll introduce you to the Nandu side of the legal resources. The corner of Subai's mouth hooked slightly. I'm not sure if I can rule on self-defense in this case, but it's definitely not a death sentence. For Subai, since he chose to take such a case next, in his heart, he had already prepared the worst judgment scenario. Whether you can win or not is not the point. The key is how much can be won. After coming out of Luo Dexiang's office, Subai and Li Shuaishan found a hotel and stayed there. After noon, a contract of appointment was signed with the parents of the person in question. Meeting time. The parents in question had red eyes and looked straight at Subai. Counselor Su, my child is in your hands. The two men made a gesture to pay their respects. Subai hurriedly picked up the two people. This is my responsibility as a commissioned lawyer. I will definitely do my best to help you win this case. After 10 minutes, the two men finally stabilized emotionally. Signed a commission contract. The lawyer's fee is not much. Only 20,000 yuan. The party and the party's parents cannot take out more lawyer's fee. This point Luo Daxiang in advance and Subai greetings. Subai valued not the attorney's fees for this case, but Luo Dexiang's connections. And with good connections and more cases, the attorney's fees are naturally higher. The follow-up is far more important than the attorney's fees for such a public case. Counselor Su, are we going to find evidence? When the parents in question had left, Li Shuaishan opened her mouth and asked, evidence? Subai shook his head. No need to look for it. During the first trial, the prosecution has already looked for it, and the search is much more detailed than ours. We only need to deduct details and legal provisions inside the evidence that the prosecution is looking for. In this indictable type of death penalty case, the first trial has already been completed. So where is the need for them to find evidence? Just look directly inside the file from the first trial and be done with it. Utilizing the interpretation of the legal text to impress the judge presiding is the key issue. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult to prosecute cases. The evidence is overwhelming, but the person in question still needs to be met. So I'll go out and buy wazoo? Counselor Su, I remember the first lesson. The human condition, right? Li Shuaishan's eyes were by Yubiu simple. Subai pulled the corner of his mouth and complimented. Not bad. Remember it clearly. And do you remember what lessons 2 and 3 were? Li Shuizhen was complimented and smiled sweetly. The second lesson is to get paid to do things. And the third lesson is that the angrier the opposing lawyer is, the greater our chances of winning. So now I'm going to teach you lesson number 4. It's called look at the situation and improvise. Depends on the situation, as it happens. Subai explained. Now this is in the North Capital. And the South Capital is different. This is not our territory, understand? Just follow the normal process. Don't engage in those falsehoods. Death row inmates. That's a key caretaker. Is that something Awazu can fix? Just follow the normal process. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. I understand. Lesson 4 randomization. I remember. Li Shuizhen's small face was solemn and she nodded seriously. P.S. Asking for a wave of investment thanks. I'm looking forward to reading it. Tickets. Thanks for all the recommendations. Monthly votes. And rewards. Thanks a lot. Subai nodded with satisfaction. Learning and growing. This was a necessary ability for a lawyer. Apparently, Sheridan Lee is doing a good job at this. It deserves encouragement. Lesson 4 is taught. Subai took Li Shuizhen and the relevant materials to prepare to go to the court of first instance, the Baidu Intermediate Court, to apply for a copy of the first instance file. This death penalty case is more serious because of the state of affairs involved. Before the first trial, in the network against his overdefense and intentional homicide dispute, attracted a lot of netizens' debate. So it's directly the North Metropolitan Intermediate Court, as the court of first instance. Come to the North Metropolitan Intermediate Court. Subai finished submitting the materials according to the process and handed over to the relevant law enforcement officers. After seeing the materials submitted by Subai, one of the female law enforcement officers concerned was slightly curious and surveyed. Nandu Marriage Counseling Law Firm? Are you sure you commissioned this case on the death penalty offense of Qifeng? Qifeng, the young college student who killed 2 people in a row, is the subject of this case. This case has been making a lot of noise on the internet, and as a court of first instance, the female law enforcement officer obviously has some knowledge of the case. Subai's small white teeth showed. What's the problem? No, there's nothing wrong. The female law enforcement officer hurriedly smiled and shook her head. I just didn't expect a death penalty case to find a marriage counseling law firm for commissioning. Moreover, this is a case in the northern capital. You're still a law firm in the southern capital. The materials are already with us, so we should be able to copy the dossier, right? Subai continued to laugh. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll go ahead and copy the dossier for you. Facing the handsome-looking Subai, the female law enforcement officer obviously had a good feeling about him and spoke with a gentle tone. This damned face-reading trend made Subai slightly helpless as well. The female law enforcement officer finished her speech and went ahead to copy the file with the relevant materials. Li Shuizhen paid slight attention to the female law enforcement officer from the sidelines, before straightening up. An hour later, the female law enforcement officer handed the dossier to Subai's hand and asked curiously, "Can you win this case?" Subai smiled and didn't give a precise reply. Do your best. After picking up the dossier, Subai brought Li Shuizhen back to the hotel. Come to my room in a few minutes. Before separating, Subai opened his mouth to remind. Ha, Counselor Su, are you asking me to wait a while to come to your room? Yeah, come over here and read the dossier. Okay, Counselor Su. I know. I'll be there in a few minutes. Li Shuizhen's small face collapsed and she nodded. Subai's room number was 506 and Li Shuizhen's room number was 502. Not far apart. Soon, Li Shuizhen knocked on the door of Subai's room. Open the door and see the rolls of material laid out on the table. Subai handed over a part of the organized dossier to Li Shuizhen. You first find some of the evidence of the prosecution's charge inside the file and summarize it. And I'll take a look at the legal provisions of the prosecution's and defense's courtroom arguments as well as the verdict in the first trial. The provisions of the legal basis of the arguments and judgment of the first trial are of value for the second trial. And Luo Dasheng has said that the prosecuting attorneys of the first and second trials are the top criminal prosecuting attorneys. Reading more about the other side's arguments and the legal regulations used can be useful for your own arguments at the second trial. Half an hour later, Subai rubbed his eyebrows after reading through the court arguments of the first trial and the legal provisions on which the judgment was based. The first trial was indeed as Luo Dasheng said. The whole process is centered around the sentencing of both defensive manslaughter and intentional homicide. And now that he had a bottom in his heart, he was able to determine that the verdict of the second trial would not be upheld in the first trial. But, specifically, it's still up to the presiding judge and Qifeng, the party in question. Come on, go meet the client and bring those evidentiary materials with you. Subai put away the materials for the court defense and rubbed his temples and opened his mouth. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen quickly organized the evidence material and put it into the briefcase. They trotted out of the room and followed Subai. Bright Street Detention Center. North Metro. Inside the guardhouse, Subai and Li Shuizhen came to the relevant law enforcement window, after submitting the relevant materials. Sitting in the lobby waiting for an hour, a law enforcement officer came to Subai. Are you lawyer Subai from Nandu Baijun Law Firm? Right. I'm Subai from Nandu Law Firm. Here's the thing. Regarding the application you submitted, visitation is not possible today. Probably not until the day after tomorrow. Approximately? Is there an exact time? We are not sure. We can only have an approximate time. We have left your contact information here. We will contact you first when we confirm the time. Law enforcement was polite. Seeing this, Subai could not say anything more. Just a toothache. Thinking about the big brother of the Nandu detention center. Really conscience. But this is Norto. Wazi's not very good. The case has such a big impact. If you get caught, it's kind of all over. So just wait 2 days. Come on. Let's go back and wait 2 days. Subai waved his hand and greeted Li Shuizhen to go back. However, Li Shuizhen suddenly spoke up. Lawyer Su, will it affect the progress of the case if we wait for 2 days? Subai pondered slightly for a few seconds and replied. There will be a little bit of impact, but it's not too serious. What's wrong? Lawyer Su, you're not teaching me about the human condition. I just saw an acquaintance I recognize. You wait first. After Li Shuizhen finished speaking, Didi trotted outside the guardhouse and used her cell phone to send a message to no one in particular. Immediately afterward, it returned to Subai, smiling happily. Lawyer Su, I've already taken care of it, so we can go in and visit Chi Feng in a while. Subai looked at Li Shuizhen suspiciously. Not a moment too soon. The polite law enforcement officer from earlier came in front of Subai again, looked at Subai with some strange eyes and took a deep breath and said, your visitation is approved. Come with me. Subai looked at Li Shuizhen, who had a smiling face. No, you still have this North Metro connection? Not earlier? You wouldn't have had to wait if you'd said so. Straightforward humanizing would have been the end of it. When Li Shuizhen saw Subai's surprised eyes, a burst of joy rose in her heart. She, a trainee attorney plus assistant, is kind of doing her part for the case so far. Lawyer Su, let's go. Well, Subai didn't expect Li Shuizhen's connections to be so hard and wide. But think about the top legal bulls shut-in disciple. Doubly loved. So many senior brothers and sisters. Occasionally need some acquaintances is normal. Subai nodded slightly, didn't say anything, and straightly followed the law enforcement officers. I'm looking forward to reading it. Law enforcement officers brought Subai and Li Shuizhen into the arraignment room. Since Chifeng is a felon, summonses take a certain amount of time. Subai sat in the summoning room and waited for a while, still a little curious about the fact that Li Shuizhen could have such strong connections in Baidu. Curious if it's a family factor for her or if it's due to being a closeted disciple of the top bull. Ahem. There were 2 dry coughs. Subai twisted his head to look at Li Shuizhen. What happened just now? The human condition. Li Shuizhen's face was puzzled, and when she saw Subai nodding, she continued to speak. Lawyer Su, just now I did see an acquaintance. That person is the previous South Law University graduated sister. I and she had contact before. You do not say that the human world. I went out and sent a message to my schoolmate, asking if I could help. She agreed, and then it was like this. Do I believe you? Well, a schoolmarm is a schoolmarm. A relationship with the big bulls of the division. Subai nodded and didn't continue to ask, which also made Li Shuizhen breathe a sigh of relief. Soon after, Chi Feng was brought to the summoning room by the relevant law enforcement officers. Chi Feng's face was very poor. There was not a bit of essence in his entire body, and when he saw Subai, he barely smiled and sat down on his seat. Hello, I'm your retained attorney, Subai. Chi Feng nodded numbly, without a trace of emotional change on his face. Hello Lawyer Su. Attorney Su, I'd like to ask you, how are my parents? Mentioning his parents, Chi Feng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but then dimmed again. He's the only son of his parents. It's not like it's a rich and famous family. Thinking about his future life, Chi Feng shook his head slightly and shook his head, his gaze gloomy. Subai noticed Chi Feng's expression and nodded. Your parents' current situation is considered relatively stable. The evidentiary material from the first trial was then organized. Time is limited. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about matters related to the second trial. Second trial? Chi Feng's heart was ashen. Is there any hope for the second trial? I guess I'm still on death row for killing 2 people. The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. Who said the lawsuit is hopeless? There is no hope, or we still have to try. This case is one that Mr. Luo de Xiang Luo asked me to come over and take charge of. And your parents shelled out the lawyer's fees to appoint me as the defense attorney in this case. As a lawyer, getting paid to do this is what I'm supposed to do. And I ask for your cooperation. Hearing the 3 words Luo de Xiang, there was a glimmer of light in Chi Feng's eyes. You're really the one that Mr. Luo de Xiang put you in charge of? Yes. Hearing Subai's words of certainty, Chi Feng's heart ignited another burst of hope. Mr. Luo Daxiang's reputation is very high in the law review community, and he is well versed in criminal cases. The lawyer in front of us was hired by Mr. Luo Daxiang. Maybe, there's still a real chance it could win. You may not die yourself. Chi Feng nervously clenched his fists, his voice slightly agitated. Okay, I'll cooperate with Attorney Su. Subai signaled Li Shuizhen to take notes. After everything was ready, Subai took out the evidence material from his briefcase and handed it to Chi Feng. Look at the above evidence for any problems. If you have questions, you can just ask them. Okay. Chi Feng took over those evidence materials and looked at them carefully, checking them over and over again, and finally shook his head. These evidence materials don't have any problems. And do you have anything to add to your arguments and your own statements at the first trial hearing? No. Does this need to be something I have? Subai pulled the corner of his mouth. No. Just follow your normal needs. That's a no. Okay. There are claims and questions about you that our law firm has been made aware of. As the words fell, Subai stood up. Thank you for your cooperation this time. I'll see you in court. Just remember what we talked about today. Chi Feng was flabbergasted for a moment. No. Just like that. Just a few simple questions. There's something about this that just doesn't add up. Chi Feng stood up a little confused and said, Lawyer Su, thank you. See you in court. Okay. You're welcome. Bye. Subai revealed a small white tooth and walked straight out of the summoning room. Li Shuizhen followed up with a da-da-da-da and waited until after she walked out of the guardhouse before she opened her mouth in confusion. Counselor Su, aren't we asking a bit too simple? Simple? Public prosecution of capital crimes. The evidence and testimony has almost been characterized by the prosecution. You still want to overturn the evidence and testimony? Really think that the prosecution is a tomato, can be pinched at will? This case, the key point is the interpretation of the provisions of the law by the presiding judge and the members of the panel. Trying to disprove it from the evidence is impossible. You know what a litigator is, don't you? Yeah, that's the idea. Just go straight to the legal defense at trial and be done with it. All that needs to be asked has been asked. There's no point in asking any more questions. Let's go. So, good to know. Counselor Su. Trust was written all over Li Shuizhen's little face. About the case of the lawsuit, Subai quickly drafted. Submitted to the North Metropolitan High Court. The North Metropolitan Superior Court quickly took up the case and set a time for the hearing, as well as the relevant court officials. Inside the hotel, Subai called Li Shuizhen to his room. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice. Lawyer Li, do you want to keep the record of winning 3 lawsuits 100%? Li Shuizhen's small face was serious and her voice was resolute. I want to. Then you go and investigate the preferred character of this inquisitor. With a wave of his hand, Subai handed the inquisitor's profile information to Li Shuizhen. Li Shuizhen was slightly surprised when she saw the information. This matter of Counselor Su. Seeing that Li Shuizhen was still hesitating, Subai released a big move. Counselor Li, don't you want to keep your record of total victory? Think about it. If we lose this case, what kind of critical situation our firm will be in? How much you, as a prospective partner, will suffer if our firm has problems. Have you thought about all this? Do you still want to be a partner in by June's law firm? Don't hesitate, it's not an offense. It's just a normal inquiry. We're not giving gifts. Subai followed the advice. Yes, I know, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's expression was earnest and serious. Seeing that Li Shuizhen agreed, Subai was much relieved. The presiding judge. There's some connection with that teacher of Li Shuizhen's. This was also the reason why Subai didn't ask Luo Daxiang directly and chose to let Li Shuizhen investigate. When all is said and done, outsiders only know the outer core. Those with deeper connections know the inner core. Knowing the character traits of the presiding judge also makes it better to play not. I'm asking for a follow-up read and a vote. The investment is on the homepage under the title. Li Shuizhen left Subai's room with the inquisitor's information and returned to 502. When you get to the room, Li Shuizhen looked at the inquisitor's profile information and frowned slightly. This profile information is available from the internet and it is not difficult to get this. For this presiding officer, Li Shuizhen had heard of it, but had not seen it. On account of, she had previously listened to her own teacher scolding and hating her a lot. She asked why, and her teacher said it was because at the beginning, there was a senior brother and her teacher agreed to go to Nandu together to struggle. But it turned out that the senior brother himself stayed in Nandu, and snubbed her teacher to Nandu. It was an incident that kept her teacher on her toes, scolding her every time she thought of it. Scolding aside, the two are again very close. Look at the profile information right on. Her teacher, who she had been scolding before and who was very close to, would have been the presiding judge of this trial, Vice President of the North Metropolitan Superior Court, Yuping Lin. The point of the question was how she was going to open her mouth to ask her teacher, Lin Yuping, about his personality preferences. Li Shuizhen frowned slightly. After much deliberation, he finally settled on how to ask and dialed his teacher's number. Good noon, teacher. Shuizhen, why did you suddenly think of calling your teacher? An old man like me? Did you encounter any difficulties with your internship? Say, in which law firm? If you're in trouble, go to your teacher. I'm sure she'll be able to fix it for you. Receiving Li Shuizhen's call, Feng Lijian cheerfully smiled and opened his mouth. He said this is not for fun. As a professor vice president of Nandu Law University, the legal profession bull, in Nandu, the major top law firms, will more or less sell him a face. Don't mess with things and don't be afraid of them. Li Shuizhen was his shut-in disciple, and Feng Lijian liked this shut-in disciple a lot. Anyone who bullies is messing with him. It's a straight-up no-brainer to stay in the Nando's legal circle. Li Shuizhen let out a long breath when she heard Feng Lijian's words. Teacher Feng, I haven't encountered any difficulties with my internship. It's just that I want to ask teacher for a favor. Help? Feng Lijian waved his hand. Say it. What favor? I will definitely help your teacher. Hearing her teacher's one-bite promise, Li Shuizhen smiled and opened her mouth. It's just that I have a friend. She's going to intern at the Baidu High Court, and Dean Lin has more contact with her. She asked me to help her ask about the character preferences of this Dean Lin, the one you often mention as a teacher. President Lin of the North Capital High Court? Lin Yuping? Yeah. Li Shuizhen nodded repeatedly. Okay, I know this Lin Yuping's character. You helped that friend of yours. You've come to the right place by looking for me. Feng Lijian smilingly told Li Shuizhen what he had learned. Li Shuizhen took careful notes over the phone. After understanding, Li Shuizhen narrowed her eyes and smiled. Thank you, teacher. Then, with a snap, hung up. Looking at the phone being hung up, Feng Lijian was silent for a few seconds, having a heartbreaking feeling of a home-raised white rabbit being led astray. Li Shuizhen, as his close disciple, where interned he certainly knew. Li Shuizhen's idea of wanting to be independent was also clear in his mind, so the matter of interning at Baijun law firm was something he tacitly agreed to. Merely, hey, Feng Lijian let out a long sigh. A homegrown white rabbit, so quick to follow someone else's wolf cub. It hurts. North Metro, inside hotel room 502. After Li Shuizhen finished organizing what Feng Lijian had said about Lin Yuping's character traits, she walked out of the room and knocked on the door of room 506. Opened the door. Counselor Su, here's some information on this trial's presiding officer, all of which you asked for. Su Bai received Lin Yuping's information, and after roughly scanning through it, he had a judgment in his heart. You've gotten credit for this one. When the case is over, I'll grant you special compensation for your internship. After the internship period is over and you meet the conditions for transfer, you'll be transferred at the first opportunity. The last sentence, Subai is not a pie in the sky, he is serious. In the face of Subai's promise, Li Shuizhen, the little rich woman who wasn't short of money, nodded her head heavily in excitement. Thank you, Counselor Su, but I'd like to ask Counselor Su what the cost of a compensatory internship is? Subai? No, are you serious? It's not like you're bad at it. When the original owner posted a free hire all did over, ask for compensation for internship expenses. This Subai hasn't really thought about it, but since Li Shuizhen had asked and he had opened his mouth to say it, it was not good to not answer. Compensatory internship fees are paid at the normal level for trainee lawyers in Nando's. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's little face was excited. She's not poor, but what she earns and what her family gives her is not the same concept. Having internship expenses is certainly a good thing. It shows that one has taken the first step towards independence and self-reliance. Approaching court time, the Chi Feng case also scraped up a storm of heat on the internet. During the first trial of Chi Feng's case, the internet fired up a lot of heat about whether it was negligent defense or intentional homicide. When all is said and done, this kind of thing can happen to you at any time. In the face of a stranger's threat, the slightest carelessness, counterattack for the other party caused serious injury. Convicted of intentional assault, or intentional homicide, that can be considered the end of the game. Media people, who have captured this one pain point in the mass psychology of the community members. On the internet, it set off a wave of public opinion. Most of the voices of public opinion were toward Chi Feng, because most people's vicarious experience is being bullied and fighting back on their own. The eve of the trial. Below the highest played video is a comment with 100,000 likes. The reason why we are paying so much attention to the case of Chi Feng is because Chi Feng represents the psyche of our public. Who wants to be bullied when they can't fight back? If fighting back is ruled to be mutual assault or intentional assault, then are we going to watch ourselves get bullied, and then take up the law when we're done being bullied? Late justice, or the justice we want? The comments resonate well. The number of comments below rubbed off on me. Good point. We really just want the law to protect us, not the other way around to protect the bullies. It's those people that the law should punish, not the weak. Right. Late justice is still what we want, isn't it? It's too good to say. For those involved, the damage is done and nothing can be done to make it right. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's so rightly said. It simply speaks to our hearts. Ooh, it's almost tearful. The legal definition of self-defense is so vague that the general prosecution directly convicts of intentional injury or mutual assault. It's really dry. In the meantime, inside hotel room 506, Subai looked at his comment, which had been pushed to the first position in the comment section, and the number of likes was still steadily rising, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hang up a hint of a smile. I'm looking forward to reading it. A group number has been created so you can come in and press for more. 9232476605. The name starts with, you as a lawyer. This hot comment was posted up by him. Of course, there was naturally his purpose in doing so. Inside the room, Subai stretched his back, looked at the court materials on the table, and let out a long breath. For now, the prep work is all done, waiting for the trial to start. The time was fast approaching and it was time for court. This case has caused more commotion on the internet compared to Nandu Bank. If anything, Nandu Bank is causing some people to have a bad impression of the banking side of things. This lawsuit, then, is about most people's own safety and countermeasures. For this case, there was a huge social outcry on the internet. North Metropolitan High Court X. There are journalists waiting here early in the morning with the aim of being able to cover first-hand information. Subai and the prosecuting attorney arrived at the courthouse at the same time. Information about the prosecuting attorney was brought up in detail by Luo de Xiang and Subai. The prosecuting attorney, named LV Wei, is a criminal attorney who has been practicing public prosecution for many years and has a great deal of experience in public prosecution cases. And, for murder cases, no matter what the cause is, Lu Wei will ask for a heavy and strict sentence. It is said to be related to this lawyer's own early experiences. Subai wasn't too interested in these private matters. All he knows is that getting paid to do a job is the norm for lawyers. And if he receives money, then he has to do the job. The case of Qifeng. He has to do it well and do it right. Lu Wei clutched his briefcase, his face cold. The reporters were obviously more interested in Lu Wei, swarming around him and almost poking the microphone into his mouth. May I ask Counselor Louis, what are your thoughts on treating this indictment? Lawyer LV. Regarding Qi Feng's case, the first trial as Lawyer LVU appeared in court as a prosecuting attorney. Now the second trial. Lawyer LVU appeared in court as a prosecuting attorney again. What kind of thoughts do you have? There are two huge differences of opinion on the internet about this indictment. One thinks Qi Feng is guilty and the other thinks Qi Feng is not guilty. What does Lawyer Lu have to say about this? Lawyer Lu, there is a big controversy on the internet about you appearing in court as a prosecuting attorney. And they all say that you are an executioner. May I ask if you have any thoughts about wanting to make a defense? Lawyer Louis. In the face of the reporter's questioning, LV Wei was obviously prepared for it, and his cold face remained without the slightest expression. Thank you for your interest in this trial, and I know that what you want to know most is whether the prosecution can win in this trial, to which I will continue to answer with the interview I gave before the first trial. The law will give the most just judgment. Qi Feng's behavior constitutes intentional homicide and bad demeanor. The law will judge Qi Feng. This matter is not for me to decide. Please have faith in justice. As for the other questions, I can't give an answer at the moment. Thanks. After saying that, Lu Wei clutched his briefcase and walked into the court without looking back. In fact, media people are quite controversial about the image of Lu Wei, who, on the one hand, as a public prosecutor, dominated the death penalty of Qi Feng. On the other hand, he has his own judicial justice in mind, insisting on the judicial process of making murder pay. Some support it, some oppose it, some praise it, some judge it. Controversial and therefore hot. Lu Wei walked into the courtroom, and the remaining reporters turned their microphones and cameras back on Subai and Li Shuizhen. May I ask Lawyer Su? We in the media have heard that you are a law firm in the area of marriage counseling in Nandu. May I ask why you took on this death penalty case? There are many people on the internet saying that you are doing it for eyeballs. May I ask if this is true? Counselor Su. May I ask how confident you are that you can win the trial? Counselor Su. Do you have any thoughts on facing an experienced prosecuting attorney like Counselor Lu? In response to the reporter's inquiry, Subai revealed two small white teeth. I know that everyone is concerned about whether our client can win in the Qi Feng case, and we, Nandu Baijun Law Firm, will do our best to ensure our client's legal rights and interests. The last bit. Su White pulled a big sense of anticipation. Wanting to say something. The last bit of what? Is that last point a guarantee of success? Counselor Sue. What's that last point? Subai's small white teeth were aimed at the microphone. One last thing, please end the trial, and when you report, bring the name of our Nandu Baijun law firm. Remember, it's Hakun law firm. Media people? Reporter? No. What's wrong with you? What about this interview? You throw out a key point and then it's advertised? It's not exactly eye candy. Good. You tease us so much. When you lose, we'll be sure to put your firm's name at the top of the list. While many media people were stunned and didn't know what to do, Subai walked into the court with Li Shuezhen. The last time he had a lawsuit against Nandu Bank and won. The reason he didn't even get a case as a result was because this media was so focused on covering the blow-up court hearings. Baijun law firm's reputation has not been knocked out at all. This time, he's been so direct, so when the trial is done, it should kind of work, right? I'm sure there will be. Subai meditated, waiting for the court stage. Waiting room. Li Shuezhen was a bit eager to speak. Lawyer Su, can I ask a question? Ask. Subai spoke faintly. Li Shuezhen took a long breath. Lawyer Su, what do you think of what that lawyer Lu said just now? Subai had already seen Li Shuezhen's thoughts just now. College students, inevitably influenced by other people's opinions. Subai asked rhetorically, what do you think of what that Louis lawyer just said? Li Shuezhen was silent. Subai continued to speak. Have you forgotten the second lesson I said? Take the money and do the job. Let's take the person's money. So don't think too much. I know what you're thinking. I'll teach you lesson 5 now. Lesson 5? Aha! Subai nodded seriously. The 5th lesson is that there is no absolute justice, and to be a lawyer you have to stick to your heart. Standing up for that Louis Y lawyer is murder for life. The crime of intentional injury. Killing 2 people in a row and sentencing them to death is to receive a judicially correct trial. But what if you put yourself in our client Shifeng's shoes? He's the victim in this thing. What's the basis for sentencing him to death for no reason in the first place? So intentional homicide, paying for murder. We've been commissioned to win. What is meant by the fairest judgment of the law? We win to receive justice, right? Got it? Subai's voice was not loud, but it fell deeply into Li Shuezhen's ears. Li Shuezhen's small face was solemn. I understand. Lawyer Su. P.S. Asking for a wave of investment. Please vote catch up on your reading. 9232476605. This is the Q group. Seeing Li Shuezhen's sincere attitude, Subai nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. The attitude is sincere. That's the way it was supposed to be. Screw what others think is the fairest trial of the law. Why should anyone think that? One side winning is the most proper way to receive justice. If you can't win, if you lose the case, on what basis can you talk about correctness? You've lost your case, and you're still talking to me about this? That's bull ********. Presiding judge, you're challenging my judgment? The result of the trial, whoever wins, is correct, and really have problems directly to the corresponding judicial authorities to report and finished. No problem. No use questioning it. It didn't take long. The relevant staff member enters the waiting room. The appellant and appellee were notified and counsel for both parties entered the hearing. Appellee Wei Lu and another male attorney were seated. On the appealing side, or Chi Feng's side, Subai brought Li Shuezhen to the appealing side seat. Wait until after the lawyers for both sides and the defendant's client, Xie Feng, have finished their entrances. The clerk began to read the discipline of the court. 2, 3. The reading was completed, and then he spoke. All rise for the presiding judge and the judges to enter the courtroom. Swish. All rise in the courtroom. Lin Yuping and 2 other trial judges entered the courtroom bench. Lin Yuping, dressed in a judge's robe, stood in the presiding judge's seat, speaking into the microphone in the presiding judge's seat. Please sit down. Swish. Inside the courtroom, all members are seated. The clerk reported. Reporting to the presiding judge, all parties in this case are present in court, and the court is ready to open. Knock knock. Lin Yuping bangs the gavel. Court is now in session. Lin Yuping glanced down at the materials on the presiding judge's seat. Please appeal party. State the identity of the person who appeared before the court. In the meantime, since this case of Chi Feng was highly publicized and controversial on the internet, and it was held in a live trial, many lawyers and relevant people interested in this case were following the trial through the live broadcast. At this time, Luo de Xiang is turning on the live broadcast, live broadcasting the trial. Courtroom footage. Presiding Judge Lin Yuping is verifying the identity and information of those appearing in court. Luo de Xiang gave a general overview of the current status of the trial. This time the case of the law review is the second trial of Chi Feng. The result of the first trial must be clear to everyone. Chi Feng was sentenced to death. This case was then after the end of the case. I also conducted a commentary. You can get a detailed look at the first trial from inside my video. and I won't go into the rest of it. Let's get back to the trial. The trial is just beginning at the moment, so I'll start with the relationship of this trial. In this case, it was Chi Fong who appealed against the verdict of the first trial to the Baidu High Court against the prosecution. The presiding judge is now checking the information of the appellant and the respondent. The presiding judge of this session was Judge Lin Yuping, currently the vice president of the Baidu Higher People's Court, a renowned judge who had presided over many famous judgments and had a unique understanding of certain laws. Seated to the left and right were the members of the panel, 2 trial judges. The 2 trial judges are also very experienced law enforcement staff members of the North Metropolitan Superior Court. The trial judge on the left is Judge Fong Mei, and the one located on the right is Judge Zhu Xiong. The appealed party is the procuratorate. The lawyer is LV Wei LV, who has a very rich experience in the criminal profession, and the appealing party is Chi Fong, who is dissatisfied with the judgment of the first trial and has filed an appeal of the second trial. Luo Disiang finished. A flurry of inquiries appeared in the comments section. Mr. Luo, then what do you think about this case? Who do you think will win the case? +1. I also want to know who will win the case. And even more so, I hope Chi Fong will win the case, but it's difficult if we look at it so far. Prosecution cases, general evidence has been finalized. Chi Fong murder evidence facts the prosecution has been characterized. Want to win the case is very difficult. Can only say it is difficult. It's hard and hopeful, isn't it? Anyway, I'm hoping that Chi Fong will win the case. So far it depends on how the lawyer found is doing. Mr. Luo, who do you think will win? Luo Disiang shook his head in the face of the questions in the comment section. The specific decision also needs to look at the trial process. Self-defense in our trial and the sentencing of the winning proportion cannot be said to be not big, can only be said to be very small. Let's hope that this court case, which is in the public eye, will change that. Well, enough of the off-site talk. We've now moved on to the next phase. So look back. I'm sure it'll be a great courtroom debate. For Su Bai, Luo Disiang still had a glimmer of hope, but this case, honestly, is hard. One can only hope. The scene of the trial. After the information of the appealing and appeal parties was verified, Lin Yuping banged the gavel and began to read the cause of action. The appellant in this case, Chi Fong, was dissatisfied with his judgment in the first trial, so he filed an appeal in the second trial. And the appellant, is this the cause of appeal? Su Bai sat on the seat of the appealing party, organized his materials, and nodded. Yes, presiding judge, this is our appeal's cause of action. Lin Yuping banged the gavel. With regard to the appellant's cause of action, the court has taken cognizance and confirmed it as true, and the appellant is now invited to state the application and basis of the appeal. Su Bai briefly organized the materials in his hands, then opened his mouth to make a statement. Our demand for this trial is very simple. We hope that the court can follow the legal basis to impose a reasonable sentence on our client. Here are our motions in limine. A. Our party was in the shopping mall, not intentional homicide, but carrying out the initiative of self-defense. In the other 2 for us to attack and beat the situation. Our party is just a victim. For reasonable self-defense, according to Article 20 of the criminal law, the interpretation of self-defense, for the person who is carrying out the act of unlawful invasion, to take to stop behavior, resulting in damage caused by the unlawful aggressor, belongs to the legitimate self-defense, not criminally liable. We apply for, revoke the verdict of the first trial, sentence to acquittal. 2. With regard to the charges brought against us by the prosecution in the first trial, which caused us to suffer unnecessary losses, in accordance with the state compensation law, we request the prosecution to compensate us for the amount of 55,864 yuan and 75 cents in accordance with the provisions of the state compensation law. Third, to request the prosecution to issue a public clarification of the damage to our reputation in order to avoid subsequent damage to our reputation. Fourth, our client, who is now a young student and for whom this incident has caused serious damage, requests that certain compensatory measures be taken in respect of our client. The statement of Su Bai's motion in limine is complete. Those who watched the trial live thought it was outrageous. The petition for acquittal is still admissible. And you want the prosecution to make restitution? And it was brought up in court. So I can only say, 666. Requests for catch-up reading. Recommendations monthly votes investment. Inside the courtroom. After Su Bai had finished stating his application for appeal, Lin Yuping banged the gavel. Knock knock. The appellant's motion to appeal having been presented, the prosecution will now present its case. Lin Yuping's voice fell, transforming his gaze to Lu Wei in the seat of the appealed party. Lu Wei glanced faintly in Su Bai's direction, his face flat and unchanged, then bowed his head to state his side of the proceedings. Presiding judge, our motion in limine and request for submissions against the litigants are as follows. 1. The appellant, that is, Chi Feng's party filed a motion to dismiss. The litigant filed the party Chi Feng justified defense. There is no substantial evidence to show that at that time Chi Feng was in a state of justified defense. Based on the state of Chi Feng at that time, he was holding a knife, which was completely sufficient to protect his own safety, but he used the knife to kill 2 people in a row. There was intentional injury in the subjective sense, and it did not have the manifestation of self-defense, so we apply to dismiss the litigant's application. 2. As to the issue of compensation against the litigant party raised by the litigant party, it is based on the condition that Chi Feng is in the condition of innocence, but now Chi Feng has not been found innocent. We apply for the dismissal of the appellant party's request. Presiding Judge, our case is closed. In response to the questions raised by Su Bai, Lu Wei refuted them one by one. Obviously, Love knows what the key point of this lawsuit is. The key point is whether Chi Feng is, or is not, self-defense. The law of self-defense has come up in court hearings quite a few times, but basically no winners. Why? Because it's hard to define this subjective element of whether or not it's using self-defense to commit intentional aggression. So this time Su Bai put forward self-defense. Lu Wei directly refuted. As long as guided by the determination of the subjective factor of intentional infringement, then the lawsuit won. Presiding Judge Lin Yuping briefly organized the parties' motions in limine. There were a few seconds of silence. Then looking to Su Bai in the litigant's seat, he thumped the gavel. The prosecution has finished its statement. The appeal guidelines for the prosecution to raise the issue. Your side has no legal basis to prove, or is to come up with the corresponding evidence to prove that the party Chi Feng is self-defense? Here comes the key point. Su Bai briefly straightened his suit. How to confirm simplicity. The key is how to bring the other person into their set and get them to follow their lead. That's the hard part. Louis Wei, as a senior criminal lawyer, this is really quite a bad point. Su Bai took a deep breath. Presiding Judge, our side is able to come up with the relevant legal basis. But before that, I have a few questions that I want to ask Lawyer Lu. Knock. Is the question related to the trial? Yes, Inquisitor. The question asked is relevant to the case and the application passes. Lu Wei curiously sized up Su Bai, not knowing what kind of medicine was being sold inside this pass. Slightly frowning, only to hear Su Bai open his mouth. May I ask Attorney Lu, how did you determine that our client committed intentional homicide? How did you determine his subjective intent? Can't solve the problem? Then throw it at the other person and mess with their mindset first. Su Bai continued. In the first trial, it was Lawyer LV as the prosecuting attorney who charged our client, accusing him of intentional homicide, and his evidence was that we killed 2 people in a row with a knife when we were in danger, exceeding the limits of self-defense, and subjectively had the intent of intentional homicide. May I ask Lawyer LV, how did you determine this? Lu Wei frowned slightly and raised his hand. Presiding Judge, I believe that the litigation counsel's example of the first trial's determination is irrelevant to the second trial, and I refuse to answer the litigation counsel's question to me. Knock knock. The application is granted and the questioning of the litigants is terminated. Su Bai let out a long breath. Terminated? It's not wanting him to carry on with the questioning. Don't let him ask, he's going to tell. Su Bai continued to speak. The appellant approach to our client's intentional crime of the main charges are, the first, subjective intent to injure. 2. The knife used. 3. In the case of the abuser did not have the ability to resist the other party to continue to injure the behavior. 4. Our client left the scene of the crime after the crime was found to be fleeing the scene of the crime. Let's start with the cause of this case. In the context of this case, our client and the other 2 individuals are not acquainted and have not had any prior dealings with each other. However, in the shopping mall, 2 other people verbally abused our client for no reason, and our client was beaten by 2 people when he made a mere remark in return. In the process, our party took the knife inside the shopping mall by hand, and the other 2 people are not the least bit afraid, but also to our party to abuse, and intentionally and again implemented the act of beating. In the process, our party self-defense, resulting in the death of 2 people. The whole process, there is no mistake, right? Lu Wei frowned. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the process provided by the prosecution, but I object to the last point, that it's self-defense, and that there's no evidence that the plaintiff is in self-defense when he's currently in the trial stage. Please, defense counsel for the litigants, watch your language. Good. It's good that the process went through right, whether it was self-defense or not. Su Bai was currently too lazy to continue theorizing. Su Bai revealed 2 small white teeth. Presiding Judge, I would like to apply to question our client. Knock. Application approved. Lin Yuping banged the gavel. Chi Feng was surrounded by 2 law police officers surrounded by 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Looking a little nervous in the face of Su Bai's surprise question, Su Bai gave Chi Feng a look, signaling him not to be too nervous. After waiting for a few seconds for Chi Feng to calm down, Subai slowly opened his mouth. May I ask our client, when you were in the mall at that time, did you deliberately pay attention to where the knives were placed in the mall? Chi Feng shook his head. No. And what was the purpose of your knife then? The purpose of the knife was to scare them. And what was your first subjective reaction after the killing? Chi Feng seemed to recall something bad. His face pained. The first reaction was fear. After inquiring about these few questions, Subai looked toward the judgment stand. Presiding judge, my inquiry is complete. Knock knock. Then let the counsel for the litigant now begin your legal explanation. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai straightened his suit and spoke slowly. An intentional crime, as defined in criminal law, is a state of mind in which the perpetrator commits a criminal act knowing that a socially harmful result will occur and continues to do so. According to Article 14 of our Criminal Code, a crime is committed intentionally and is characterized by two features. For one thing, the perpetrator knows that his or her actions will jeopardize society. Secondly, the perpetrator has a laissez-faire attitude towards the occurrence of its consequences. Both of these characteristics must be present in order to have an intentional crime. How to determine the content of a perpetrator's intent is a complex question that must take into account a variety of factors. In the course of this case, first, our client did not subjectively memorize where the knives were placed. Secondly, our client's subjective aim was to frighten them and there was no intention to kill them. Due to the sudden and unrepeatable nature of the case, our client's first reaction to leaving was fear. And for a young college student, in the event of such things, it is inevitable that there will be fear. This is not just escape behavior, but in the subconscious behavior after being frightened. In judicial interpretation, escape generally refers to a subjective interest in avoiding responsibility for a crime. In the process, our party's consciousness disorder, in the law enforcement party has a record shows, and in the first time rushed back to the scene, surrender, which proves that he in the subjective consciousness, there is no murder absconding behavior, to avoid the responsibility of the intention, and just lose their minds and engage in subconscious behavior. More importantly, according to the prosecution's allegations and evidence, our client is 178 in height, while the height of the other two is 172 and 175 respectively. Our party made several slashes from top to bottom, trying to stop the other party's continued attack. This is only our self-defense action, not a deliberate result, and causing the death of the other party was our action in the heat of the moment in the course of self-defense. Our client did not foresee this result, and its commission was facilitated solely by a strong defensive emotion. In terms of criminal psychology, it's a stress response in self-defense. Our client was in the process of self-defense that led to this result. Therefore, in the face of a complaint accusing our client of intentional homicide, it cannot be sustained. After Subai finished, he quietly looked at Lu Wei, asking for a follow-up read-ticket investment. Thanks. Outside the courtroom, the audience watching the live stream of the trial exploded. Asterisk 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 feels like a pretty powerful way to say, is this a win? Support. Support +1. But what I want to ask is what is that contingency response? And Mr. Law, can you walk us through the litigant's argument? Right. I want to hear it and find out what the hell it means. Mr. Luo, tell us about it. Luo Dexiang listened to Subai's courtroom debate and then saw the comments inside the comments section and nodded with a slight smile. Okay, since everyone wants to hear it, I'll start with the most critical issue of this trial. You've all heard this trial about both parties' motions in limine, and the key point of this trial is whether or not Chi Feng constitutes self-defense. This is the reason why Subai, the lawyer for the prosecution, kept emphasizing during his presentation that Chi Feng was acting in self-defense, while LV Wei, the lawyer for the prosecution, kept denying that Chi Feng wasn't acting in self-defense, because that's the core element of this debate. The statement just made by the litigant, Attorney Su, demonstrates the point that Chi Feng is not an intentional crime, but a stress crime. Why should the litigant's attorney defend from this point of view? The reason for this is that a stress crime is a criminal act committed in response to a sudden state of affairs. Take this case, for example. As per counsel for the litigants, Chi Feng did it under a strong emotion of self-defense, which is an emotional crime and not an intentional crime. If this is determined by the presiding judge, there are two possibilities for the sentence in the second trial of Chi Feng. The first is self-defense, which does not entail criminal liability. The second one is a case of self-defense, which is found to be a crime, but will be punished less severely. In any case, once this is successfully adjudicated, the case will end up with Xifan no longer being adjudicated as a death sentence. However, the specific situation requires the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Louis, to defend himself against the questions of the litigating attorney to see whether the defense is reasonable and legal and whether it can override the statement of the litigating attorney. Through these, the presiding judge will then make a final determination, and I believe that presiding Judge Lin Yuping will be able to give a reasonable and lawful determination. Message from the comment section, so this means that the lawyers for the litigants are digging a hole for the other side? As long as this defense point is established and ruled on, then no matter what, Chi Feng will not be sentenced to death? Luo Xian nodded slightly. That's pretty much what it means, but digging a hole is not so bad. Mr. Louis should also have a great rebuttal argument, and it will depend on the litigating attorneys in court defense, and the presiding judge's inclination at that point. This is a great trial. Let's keep watching. The scene of the trial. Lu Wei frowned slightly as he met Su Bai's gaze. Knock. Presiding Judge Lin Yuping listened to Su Bai's defense, briefly glanced at the information, and banged the gavel. Does the prosecution, the respondent, have anything to state with respect to the defense presented by the prosecution? Respondent's seat. Lu Wei looked at the material evidence in his hands and spoke slowly. In response to the litigant's submission, self-defense and unintentional killing, we respectfully disagree. According to Article 20 of the Criminal Law of China, self-defense refers to the act of self-defense taken by the person concerned in the course of encountering a violent crime that seriously threatens his or her safety. And in this case, Chi Feng was armed with a knife and already had the ability to defend himself, and the other two did not seriously jeopardize Chi Feng's own safety. Again, in the circumstances, when the other two launched an attack on Chi Feng counterattacked with a knife in his hand, and in the process, he carried out the act of swinging the knife. So if it was not subjective and intentional, why did he swing the knife at the two? If it is only for one person, it can be said that it is a non-subjective factor. But facing two people, there is a suspicion of willfulness. For this, we consider the subjective will of the other party to be conscious behavior. Presiding judge, our case is closed. Lu Wei slowly opened his mouth, and as his words fell, he placed the materials in his hands on the table. As a veteran criminal lawyer, he knew that the central point of the case was the determination of self-defense and the determination of intentional injury. Just be able to stabilize those 2 points. After Lu Wei finished his statement, he raised his head and looked in Su Bai's direction. The corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly. Lu Wei frowned slightly, laughing? How could he laugh at a time like this? He didn't think he'd won, did he? For some reason, Lu Wei suddenly had a not-so-good feeling in his heart, but he was also sure that he had no problems with the debate. It was all centered around the core point of the answer. The heart settled a little. On the bench, presiding Judge Lin Yuping heard the two sides debate on the crimes of self-defense and intentional injury, glanced down at the materials in his hands, then looked up. Both defenses expressed their respective opinions on whether Xiphon was subjectively intentional. Litigants, is there anything else your side would like to add? Su Bai slightly straightened his suit and pulled out a piece of material from inside a pile of materials. Presiding Judge, I disagree with what the prosecuting attorney has brought up in regards to Chi Feng holding a knife, having my ability to defend myself, and the other two not jeopardizing Chi Feng's safety. Presiding Judge, this is the report on the determination of the law enforcement officers regarding the information of the two other persons, which is clearly described in the information report. The two would often be involved in brawling incidents earlier, which showed how difficult the other was to deal with. Chi Feng holding the knives was just a psychological comfort for himself, and didn't choose to take the initiative at first. But the other side's move is to prepare to continue to violate our client, Chi Feng, and is committing this act. We are the counteracting behavior that exists in this situation. And subjectively, we cannot be found to have intentionally injured. And we have just stated what is defined in criminal law as intentional injury. First, the knife was not prepared by our client in advance. He just happened to see the knife in the mall in defense and did not start out with a purpose. Second, our subjective intent was clearly to scare them, push them back, and make a defensive move, without anticipating the results that would develop later. According to the basis provided by law enforcement, the psychology of Chi Feng at that time has been described. And what is in the basis is that Chi Feng was in an extreme psychological panicked, with the main purpose of protecting himself. Now the prosecution suddenly suggests that our swinging of the knife at the two men was not a subjective and conscious defense, but an intentional act. So what the prosecuting attorney is saying is that he's trying to overrule the basis provided by law enforcement? We demand that the prosecution present new evidence or disprove the defense relied upon by law enforcement. Su Bai looked at Lu Wei with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. If you can't solve the conflict, direct it elsewhere. You've got an iron head and you want to argue with me. So go ahead and try hitting an iron wall. After noticing Su Bai's gaze, Lu Wei's expression managed to be a bit taut. What? You're asking me to disprove evidence provided by law enforcement? Where am I capable of that? Also, you're thinking too wildly in your defense, aren't you? It's not exactly a lawsuit. Lu Wei almost didn't strain himself and spewed out expletives, and forced himself to hold it down before he could control his expression management. Control is control. Although control of the mouth to soar profanity, but the heart should spit or spit. Lu Wei's inner output was frantic. No, we're having a normal debate, aren't we? You just pull out the stunt? I brought up a gun and you backhanded a bazooka? I could have defended myself if you'd pulled it out earlier. But now, he had already argued. Wanting to refute again was the same as saying that overturning his previous statement would definitely be output by Subai, who would catch his pigtails, and the one who would be in trouble at that time would still be himself. It's too hard. Lu Wei rubbed his brow. This Subai, how did he wind him up in the pit? Not just a pit, but a big, deep, giant pit, the kind that can't be popped in any way. Broken defense is broken. If he continued to defend according to this defense thinking, he would certainly be taken into the pit by the other side and could not even climb out if he wanted to. After letting out a long breath for a few seconds, Lu Wei's entire body calmed down. The basis provided by the law enforcement party is legally binding. There's nothing wrong with him being a prosecutor, but trying to overrule the basis of law enforcement is no joke. Lu Wei looked at Subai, whose mouth corners were slightly raised, and kind of broke the big defense, and exhaled a few more long breaths before he calmed down. Subai looked at Lu Wei with a smile on his face. You have always been able to calm down. Go on. Don't break defense if you can. I'm going straight for the kill with this one. The kind you hold down and can't even get up if you try. It forced Lu Wei himself to admit that Chi Feng did not commit the crime intentionally. It's fine if you want to overturn it. Go ahead, Iron, and fight the law enforcement side. But of course, odds are you won't be able to do it. As long as the current determination is not an intentional crime. It is a stress crime. An emotional crime. Then this can be used to determine that Chi Feng belongs to self-defense or over-defense. It's either one of those two. Chi Feng is not even likely to be sentenced to death. Self-defense is innocence, and over-defense is a lesser punishment, taking into account the circumstances and factors at the time, and is not likely to result in a death sentence. As it stands, it has been determined that Chi Feng did not commit the crime intentionally, and this lawsuit is considered a win. It's still the same. Take the money to do things. Lawsuit. We have to do our best. Win is basic. Win more. That is the real skill. The difference between self-defense and over-defense, which is only one word apart, can make a big difference. Subai was now able to ensure that Chi Feng was not intentionally killing anyone, and the probability was that he could be judged as having over-defended himself, but he could not guarantee that Chi Feng would rule on self-defense, because that would require the presiding judge and 2 members of the panel of judges to make a determination. The key lies with the presiding judge, so the court statement is also a key point. And, for this trial, it's the final statement phase that is the most important and critical point. Knock knock. On the trial stage, Lin Yuping looked at the basis of the material and banged the gavel. The prosecution's application having passed, may I ask whether the prosecution is able to present new evidence or a basis for its defense? Hearing presiding judge Lin Yuping's voice, Lu Wei realized that he had lost this defense point against whether Chi Feng had committed the crime intentionally. He knew in his heart that even if he had an iron head, he would not be able to stiffen the law enforcement side. Reasons for losing. It was that he had fallen into the hole dug by Subai and had been turned against him. Otherwise he would not have gotten into such a passive scene. No way. Trial defense. Caught by the other side on one issue. The other side must be dead set on that issue. But the defense must continue to be defended. The defense may lose. And the non-defense loses outright. Within his procedural justice, to kill is to be subject to the harshest trial and judgment of justice. It must be sentenced with the heaviest and harshest judgment, especially since Chi Feng had killed 2 people in a row, even if it was self-defense. But this was not justice without the death penalty in his opinion. Lu Wei organized himself and looked up at the presiding judge with a serious face. Presiding judge, we have no new evidence, but we believe that, presiding judge, there is no new evidence for the respondent, and we find the following argument irrelevant to the defense. Subai steals the show. Don't give Lu Wei any chance. LW? I haven't even finished speaking, or even just about to, and you're interrupting? Knock knock. Lin Yuping frowned slightly and banged his gavel. Lawyers for the litigants are not allowed to interfere with the conduct of the judicial process, and are here to present a reminder once. If there is a next time, a warning will be filed, and the attorney for the litigant will pay attention to the courtroom discipline. Yes, presiding judge. Our side will take care of the courtroom discipline. Subai opened his mouth seriously and smiled as he looked towards the seat of the party being sued. Knock. The gavel struck again, and Lin Yuping turned his head to look at Lu Wei. The prosecution has no new evidence, so is there a new defense? Lu Wei stared at Subai with unblinking eyes. No, what are you doing? He had planned to show mercy, reason, and a little legal defense to influence the presiding judge's intentions. But what happened? As a result, before he could open his mouth, Subai cut him off. It's normal procedure in practice. But, it's a bit of a red herring. Lawyers can indeed have no bottom line in order to win the case. But Lu Wei has played so many lawsuits. This is the first and only time in the trial site so speechless. Not generally speechless, but very speechless. Now the presiding judge asks him if he has a new defense. What does he say? After being interrupted, there was no chance to say anything, having completely missed the opportunity earlier. Presiding judge, we have no other new defenses. The words fell. Lu Wei's deep gaze fell on Su Bai's body. Li Shuizhen pulled Su Bai's coat corner. Lawyer Su, that lawyer Lu looks at you. Before Su Bai could say anything, he heard Li Shuizhen continue. Attorney Su, I've found a problem. Every time we file a lawsuit, the other side's lawyer looks at you. Su Bai pulled the corner of his mouth and asked a rhetorical question. Ahem. Think about why they don't look at anyone else but me? Because you're good looking, Counselor Su. Not bad. I like that. The corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly. Looking good is only a small part of the reason. The most crucial thing is that we have never lost a lawsuit. They can't afford to lose. They can only release the anger of losing the lawsuit in their heart through this way. If he looks at us, it means we're good. Otherwise he wouldn't look at anyone else. Can you understand that? Su Bai followed the good advice, not mentioning in the slightest that just now he deliberately interrupted Lu Wei's speech, resulting in his later debate not stating the matter. Li Shuizhen nodded seriously and gravely. Lawyer Su, I didn't understand before. I understand now. We're being envied by others because we're too good. Am I right, Counselor Su? Su Bai nodded in satisfaction. That's right. So far, Li Shuizhen, a trainee lawyer, has been taken on the road by him. Clearly, the future is visible. By following him, Li Shuizhen might also be able to train to become the top pillar of Baijun law firm TSK. Not bad. P.S. I'm begging for investment. Ask for a catch-up read. Thanks for the reward. Misty here to say thank you. On the bench seat, to the current stage of the trial, Lin Yuping looked over the material. His heart had a certain decision about the trial verdict. Knock knock. The prosecution has nothing to say, and there will be a temporary recess for half an hour, and the court will reconvene in half an hour. The gavel fell. The presiding judge and the two judges rose and left the room. It went into recess. At the courtroom, Su Bai let out a long breath. Wait half an hour for the adjournment to end. Odds are it's time for the final defense. It also means that the trial's final defense is coming up in half an hour. Eventually the defense and court presentations are done, and it's probably time to announce the results in court. Death penalty cases. It's exhausting. Su Bai took out a bottle of mineral water from his briefcase, unscrewed the cap and took a sip, feeling the smoothness of the water flow into his throat. The whole person was much more relaxed. Li Shuizhen was organizing the materials on the side, and her gaze would fall on Su Bai's body from time to time. For now, the advantage is mine. This trial is a win if you win. So she's the trainee attorney who won all three of her lawsuits during her internship. Mezzo. On the docked seat, the other lawyer and Lu Wei are exchanging words. Counselor Louis, the trial is not in our favor at this stage. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Lu Wei rubbed his brow. The expression on his country face scrunched together. I know this one. The other side's lawyer acted like a litigator and wound me up. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, at this point, it seems like the odds are that the sentence will be for self-defense. It's just that the exact sentence imposed is not very clear. For this result, to be honest, Lu Wei couldn't accept it. This is not acceptable in his philosophy and concept of procedural justice. But, the fact that he couldn't accept it didn't affect the outcome of the normal trial in court. The good thing was that for the moment, he had one last chance. The defense in court statement after the trial, as the final stage of the important statement, is the key point to be able to impress the judge. The statement properly may have a chance. Last chance. Louis Wei mumbled in his mind. Outside the courtroom, the live streaming of the trial was suspended from the screen during the recess. Within Luo Dexiang's live broadcasting room, many netizens have spoken out and speculated about the outcome of this trial. Court is adjourned. But this trial disliking the prosecution is really cool. It was so exciting. I could see the prosecution's lawyer Lu's face was about to change color with anger at that moment. Indeed, the litigating attorney brought the prosecuting attorney in and ended up with a kill shot. How exciting. Cool overload indeed. Not bad. If Mr. Luo hadn't turned off the bounty, I wouldn't have been able to resist rewarding it. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Mr. Luo, the court is adjourned. Review it. Yeah, Mr. Luo, review it. We want to know who actually won in the end. I'm sure it's the litigant. I'll bet a dime. Any more than that and I can't afford it. Bitter, ha ha ha. I'll bet 15 cents. Ha ha ha. I bet 5. Luo Dexiang looked at the comments that were gradually going off the rails in the live broadcast room and smiled and teased. Okay, stop gambling. You guys are gambling inside my live room. Are you trying to send me in? That's not penalized. Flirting is flirting. Luo Dexiang continued to speak again. It's now the adjournment stage. So let's review the entire trial process again. There's no need to say it again when it's been said in the middle of a previous trial. We've all seen the mutual defense in between, and we're not going to talk about it. In the end, there's really not much more to say, is there? Luo Dexiang laughed and joked, then went on to speak. I know people want to see if this case can be won. The most important thing is whether or not it can be ruled as self-defense, but that's not really clear to me. According to the existing trial stage, the possibility of overdefense is relatively large. As for self-defense is not without this possibility, but the possibility is very small. The specific reasons, we all know. I will not say more. This trial was able to do that. Subai has shined. So far at least it proves that he wasn't wrong about the people and that he made the right choice in choosing Baijun law firm. In self-defense, Chi Feng was sentenced to a prison term at most, which is already a win compared to the death penalty. Only, as to whether it can reach the level of self-defense, Luo Dexiang's heart was still vaguely expectant. The members of the collegium consider the room. Lin Yuping, Fong Mei and Zhu Xiong, the three panelists, deliberated on the Chi Feng case. Lin Yuping organized the evidence and litigation materials submitted by the litigants and the prosecution, and slightly raised his head to look at the two people sitting across from him, Fong Mei and Zhu Xiong. Do you all have any thoughts on this case? Zhu Xiong, as one of the trial judges, had spent so many years in the Baida Superior Court, claiming to be a qualified and experienced court officer, expressed his own views on the case, based on the representations and evidence submitted by the litigants, that is, the Qifeng side. This case should be characterized as a case of self-defense, but as for the degree of mitigation, Qifeng, after all, caused significant human casualties, and that requires some consideration. Fong Mei agreed from the sidelines. The defense is indeed uncontested, but then the words changed. But it's not impossible for this case to be ruled as self-defense. How so? This case of Qifeng clearly exceeded the necessary limits and caused the deaths of two people. There's something wrong with self-defense, isn't there? Zhu Xiong frowned slightly. Fong Mei continued to add, it is a bit wrong, but according to the regulations of self-defense, the other two people are carrying out the murder. Subjective factors, it is indeed in the process of defense. Only the limit of this is indeed difficult to carry out the judgment. Besides, we're not discussing it. I'm just bringing up my point of view and thinking about it. Zhu Xiong nodded slightly and looked towards Lin Yuping. The presiding judge is Lin Yuping, another vice president of the Baido court. Their discussion was merely to provide a suggestion, and the power to impose a sentence was actually in the hands of Lam Yaoping. The exact sentence will depend on Lin Yuping's intention. Lin Yuping nodded slightly after listening to Fong Mei and Zhu Xiong's discussion. You two agree on the fact that Qifeng was not intentionally injured, right? The main arguments are still among the points of sentencing, self-defense and overdefense, but deep down, it's really in the midst of both self-defense and overdefense. These two. Lin Yuping slapped his hands on his lap and stood up. About these 2 points, let's hear what the lawyers for the litigants have to say. In Lin Yuping's heart, after having a general judgment, Zhu Xiong and Fong Mei both nodded without saying anything more. It's also a good way to settle a contentious point of view by first hearing what its defense attorney has to say. 30 minutes from the announcement of the adjournment, the recess is over. In the book, the bookkeepers all stood up. Lin Yuping and the two trial judges once again stepped onto the trial stage. Knock knock. The recess is over and the court is now in session again. Lin Yuping looked at the court materials in his hand, raised his head slightly, looked at the litigant's seat, and then looked at the materials in his hand again. On the basis of the motions and defenses of the parties and the prosecution, the court summarizes the points at issue in the second trial as follows. In response to whether Qifeng subjectively committed an intentional crime. In response to the first point, the court, on the basis of the evidence submitted by the prosecution and the prosecution, makes the following determination. According to the definition of intentional crime means knowing that one's actions will constitute a socially harmful result, and still wishing or letting such a result happen. It has been shown from the evidence submitted by the litigants and the defense just made that there is no subjective element of permissive and wishful behavior on the part of Qifeng, so it does not constitute intentional injury. Verdict: Qifeng does not constitute intentional injury. Knock. The verdict is in. It doesn't constitute intentional assault, and the death penalty charge can't continue to stand. Qifeng obviously understood the significance of this. His entire body trembled, his eyes red with excitement, looking towards Subai in the seat on the litigation side, his eyes covered with a circle of mist. No need to die. No need to get shot. It was a moment that shook him beyond belief. Similar to a light appearing in the darkness of a Jedi. What's this? That's the hope, excitement, complexity, and gratitude surged through Chi Feng's mind. Chi Feng's gaze was filled with gratitude. Su Bai nodded slightly, gesturing Chi Feng to stay calm for now. He continued to listen to what the presiding judge had to say. In the presiding judge's seat on the trial bench, Lin Yuping raised his head slightly and looked toward the defendant's seat as he continued to speak. Does the prosecution have any objections or additions to this ruling? It may be raised in court. Lu Wei took a deep breath. The defense had already been lost. There was no point in making additions. There is no objection from our side. Aha! Lin Yuping nodded slightly, picking up the material in his hand and continuing to speak. I now defend the second point of contention in this court, whether or not Chi Feng was in self-defense. Litigant. For your side's argument that Chi Feng was justified in self-defense, please make your side's defense. Lin Yuping looked up at Su Bai in the litigant's seat. Su Bai knows very well in his heart that at present, Chi Feng has already ruled that it is not an intentional crime. So the next step is to fight for the defense of self-defense. In response to the presiding judge's question, his answer was extremely critical. Su Bai organized the litigation materials in front of him. Presiding judge, our defense of Chi Feng's self-defense is based on the application of Article 20 of our criminal law on self-defense. At that time, Chi Feng was in a state of being attacked, and the other party was two people, two recidivist criminals who often have illegal behaviors, and no one can guarantee how much harm they will do to our party. And the danger is high for Chi Feng. According to the judicial interpretation of self-defense and the evidence presented by the prosecution shows, there is a wrongful assault in progress. Second, it is when the wrongful invasion is in progress. Fourth, Chi Feng's act of self-defense was based on the purpose of protecting legitimate rights and interests from unlawful infringement. Fifth, Chi Feng's self-defense against the wrongdoer himself. All of the above, in light of the circumstances in which we found ourselves at the time, are applicable to us. For the third scope of application, the defense cannot exceed a certain limit. I would like to explain emphatically. Presiding judge, Lin Yuping looked at Su Bai and banged the gavel. The motion passes and the litigant states your defense. Su Bai has studied the first trial verdict. Lu Wei focuses on describing the third article inside the justified defense. Acts of defense cannot exceed a certain limit, and Chi Feng killing two people can be said to have far exceeded the limit. Trying to make a case out of it, somewhat difficult. What he wanted to do was not to win from this aspect, but to make the other side unable to take the victory, and then it would be counted as a victory for him. Facing the presiding judge's application to pass, Su Bai regularized the materials and slowly opened his mouth. The penal code provides that the act of defense cannot exceed a certain limit, referring to the fact that the immediate purpose of the implementation of the defense is to stop the continuation of the unlawful aggression. That is to say, after practicing defense, the limit is to stop the act of unlawful aggression. And after the unlawful act is stopped, the act of defense cannot be continued. According to the description of self-defense, when Chi Feng swung the knife, his immediate purpose was to stop the infringement of the wrongful act. At the same time Chi Feng, after swinging the knife in defense, the reason why he continued to swing the knife was that the other two were continuing their wrongdoing. So he carried out several swinging motions. As for the result of the death of the other two, Chi Feng did not foresee it, and his behavior and consciousness at that time were in a process of defense. It wasn't until two of the other men were on the ground that Chi Feng stopped himself and didn't choose to continue the aggression. So Chi Feng's scenario at the time complied with the regulations for positive defense. Presiding judge, our defense is closed. Su Bai's words fell. On the court stage, after listening to Su Bai's description, Lin Yuping checked the evidence provided by the prosecution and confirmed that it was correct, then nodded and looked at the prosecution seat. Prosecution, please begin your defense as to whether Chi Feng was acting in self-defense. Lu Wei appeared calm in response to Su Bai's judicial interpretation, glancing over the material in front of him. Okay, presiding judge, our defense is as follows. We believe that in this case, according to Article 20 of our criminal law, judicial interpretation, if the act of defense clearly exceeds the necessary limit and causes significant damage, criminal liability shall be paid. Chi Feng, for the other two, caused death, which is clearly a major injury, and, according to the lawyers for the litigants, it wasn't until the two other men were on the ground that Xiphon stopped himself and didn't choose to continue the aggression. But in doing so, one needs to consider whether the other two still have the capacity to exercise the wrongful act. The answer is obviously opinion. After Chi Feng swung his sword, the other two were injured. The two men, while subjectively desiring to continue the exercise of the wrongful act, but there is no longer any capacity in the ability to exercise the wrongful act. Obviously, Chi Feng's behavior has exceeded the necessary limits. Presiding judge, Our defense is closed. Lu Wei's words fell. Su Bai's gaze fell on Lin Yuping, the presiding judge of the courtroom stage. Although what he just expressed makes sense, Lu Wei argues from the ability of the perpetrator, which is irrefutable. Sure, the presiding judge will also need to consider his defense. Whether or not it can be ruled as self-defense still relies on the trial judge's intention. And then the last crucial part is the court statement. Please read the book. It's not short and weak. In the presiding judge's seat on the bench, Lin Yuping looked at the material on the mat and banged the gavel. Both the prosecution and the prosecution have now finished presenting their respective defenses. So now for the last item, the court statement. Presiding Judge Lin Yuping looked toward the prosecution's seat. The prosecution will now present its case. The trial proceeded to its final session. LV Wei also knows that this is the most critical link. The court statement. There is no longer any space for defense. By then, the presiding judge will probably pronounce the result in court now. Lu Wei looked at the materials placed on the desktop. Now that it has been ruled that Chi Feng is not intentionally injured, it can be said that he has lost the case. Still, there are also sentencing weights and penalties for self-defense. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wei looked at the litigation materials and slowly spoke. Our court states the following. The over-defense against Chi Feng, which resulted in the deaths of 2 people and continued to inflict certain injuries that led to the death of the other party when he was already incapacitated, can be said to have far exceeded the limits of the act of self-defense. The law seeks equality for all and the right to life. The right to life is the first priority. The damage caused by Chi Feng is incalculable. Not only the demise of 2 lives, but also the immeasurable damage done to 2 families. In this case, we believe that consideration should be given to the appropriateness of its sentence, which should be severe and severe enough to give an acceptable punishment to the 2 deceased persons who lost their lives and their families. So far, since Chi Feng could not be convicted of intentional injury, he needed to maximize his sentence by making a statement. It was the last thing Lu Wei could do. Lu Wei looked up to the presiding judge's seat. Presiding judge, our side has finished its presentation. Knock. Lin Yuping banged the gavel. The prosecution has finished its case, and the prosecution is now invited to present its case in court. Hiss. Here comes the most crucial point. Su Bai had long been prepared and was waiting for this moment. He took out several materials from the litigation materials and slowly opened his mouth. We make the following statement to the court. In the case of Chi Feng, it should not be viewed only from the perspective of the results caused by Chi Feng, but should also take into account the nature of the unlawful intrusion, means, intensity, degree of harm and the nature of the defensive behavior, timing, means, intensity and the environment in which it took place and other factors to start. With regard to the determination of the outcome of court hearings, it is important to ensure that judicial decisions stand up to the test of the law, as well as to the notion of social fairness and justice. Fair and just means not the outcome, but viewed through the whole process of the defense. Our laws are too general in determining the suspension of defense and whether there is the ability to continue aggression, which is not conducive to the public's recognition of legal justice. The Chi Feng case, which has received public attention for this very reason, does not meet the public's expectations of legal justice. Presiding judge, I would like to insert something else relevant to this. Su Bai opened his mouth. Lin Yuping struck the fiat hammer. Agreed. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai nodded and continued to speak. In response to the case of Chi Feng Internet Short Video Network-wide playback, up to hundreds of millions of dollars, of which there is a recent ultra-high playback, reproduced in the video. The comment area below a message of up to more than 100,000 likes, is this way. The reason we are paying so much attention to the case of Chi Feng, the reason is because Chi Feng represents the psychology of our public. Who wants to be bullied when they can't fight back? If fighting back is ruled to be mutual assault or intentional assault, then are we going to watch ourselves get bullied, and then take up the law when we're done being bullied? Is justice delayed, or is it the justice we want? Although there are certain problems with what is expressed in this passage, it represents the voice of our public. It represents the resonance of the masses. Justice under the law should not favor the abusive party. According to our ruling on self-defense, it is very difficult for the injured party to discern whether the aggressor has the ability to continue the aggression or not in the process. It's hard to make a judgment on this ruling. If, say, the abusive party's aggression against the victim, and when the victim fights back, the abusive party realizes that the victim is going to be hurtful to him or her and intentionally stops the aggression, and when the victim chooses to stop, the abusive party once again aggresses against the victim. Isn't that an aggravation of the victim's injurious behavior? The determination of justified defense and over-defense should be thought about in terms of the environment in which it was made, and the environment in which Chi Feng was in at the time was an environment of justified defense. The right to life is the first priority and cannot and should not be based on the violation of the legitimate rights and interests of others. How about the legitimate rights and interests of others being protected if they stand on the basis of their legitimate rights and interests? To borrow a comment from a netizen, is standing up for the legal rights and interests of others a legitimate right and interest? Presiding judge, our case is closed. Subai finished his statement and looked up at the judgment stand. On the trial stage, after listening to Subai's expression, Lin Yuping frowned slightly and remained silent for a few seconds. Litigant, are there any evidentiary basis for the video comments expressed by your side? Facing the inquisition of the presiding judge, Subai let out a long breath, and most of the tension in his heart disappeared. Yes, Inquisitor. Subai submitted the materials prepared in advance to the staff beside him, and then the staff submitted them to the hands of the presiding judge Lin Yuping. After receiving the material, Lin Yuping handed it over to Fong Mei and Zhu Xiong for circulation, and the three panelists' eyes met each other. Knock! Lin Yuping struck the legal hammer. Now into recess. In 30 minutes, the recess will be over and the judgment of the court will be announced. Second adjournment. Subai let out a long breath. The purpose of this adjournment became clear, and it appears that the original intention of the presiding judge was to rule on the defense. But after his court statement and final defense, there's going to be a change of decision. But it's hard to say exactly how to determine that. Subai's gaze landed on Shi Feng's body and he nodded unnoticeably without saying anything. On the other hand, Lu Wei's gaze kept falling on Subai's body, not knowing what he was thinking. Subai noticed Lu Wei's gaze and didn't deliberately avoid it, while not continuing to stare at it, just lightly skimming over a glance. Seeing this, Lu Wei withdrew his gaze and stared intently at the court materials in front of him. The collegial deliberation room. The three panelists conferred again regarding the case, and Lin Yuping looked to Fong Mei and Zhu Xiong. Tell me, I thought the trial was pretty well debated, especially the last part of the defense and statement, so tell me what you each think. Zhu Xiong was silent for a while, then spoke. Both sides' arguments have some legal basis, and based on previous court rulings, it should be ruled as an over-defense. Fong Mei earnestly and seriously nodded. This case, in accordance with the previous trial, indeed should be ruled that the defense is excessive, but this matter is not small impact, especially the litigation side of the lawyers in court to put forward the court statement. Facing Fong Mei's last sentence, Zhu Xiong nodded slightly. The pressure of this trial is a little bit high. The case can already be set up as a very classic case, and it is very much a test of the ability and level of the presiding judge. Hearing the words of the two men, Lin Yuping nodded slightly, his heart making a determination. Seeing this, Fong Mei and Zhu Xiong didn't say much, but at the same time they both thought of something. Outside the courtroom, Luo Daxian Law Review Live. Watching the trial of the people who are on fire. Stuck me at a critical moment? This is not just take off the pants on the end of the matter. Really pure helplessness. Open court. Hurry up and open court for me. I said. That is. And a second adjournment. Which is rare, isn't it? I can't say it's rare. I can only say it's extremely rare. Luo Daxiang saw the comment area trolling after a slight smile. Explained, the second adjournment, indeed rare, in accordance with the reasoning, in the trial before the presiding judge will understand the general situation, the heart of a good judgment. The first trial was adjourned to find Shifeng not guilty of willful injury. And what do people think the second adjournment was for? Inside the live feed, the crowd watching the trial fell into silence when they heard this, and after a few seconds, one person in the comments section slowly typed out a question of uncertainty. Shouldn't be ready to rule on self-defense? When Mr. Luo asks this question and thinks about it this way, it's really possible. And it's still very possible. I throw. If this is true, then this lawyer sue. So powerful. From death penalty direct defense to acquittal in court? Already looking forward to it with a vengeance. Luo Daxiang looked at the excitement of the crowd watching the trial in the comment section, and his own heart was also slightly excited. As a professor in the criminal field, having practiced criminal law for many years and devoted myself to law review for many years, I've seen a lot of cases, some of which can go completely from east to west depending on the lawyer's interpretation. Take this Chifeng case for example. Chifeng case, he originally held the intention of trying to let Subai take over. To be able to rule that the injury was not intentional is, to be honest, already a pleasant surprise. If it can really be ruled self-defense, a step forward for justice, so to speak. He was also looking forward to it. 30 minutes rushed by. 30 minutes after the second adjournment was declared, with Lin Yuping, Fong Mei, Zhu Xiong, 3 members of the trial panel entered the courtroom, announced the opening of the trial. After the court session, Lin Yuping banged the gavel and looked at Chifeng. Chifeng, do you have anything else to say? Chifeng's entire body was nervous and shook his head. Presiding judge, I don't have anything to say. I'll submit to any court trial. Aha! Lin Yuping nodded slightly and slowly stood up. The results of the trial will now be announced. Book. Reporter, all rise, and the presiding judge will now announce the results of the trial. Swish swish swish. The court stood up. And at this moment, no one was more nervous than Shi Feng. As a party to this case, the sentence was the most crucial to him, and Shi Feng looked up to the presiding judge's seat. Lin Yuping holding the court materials. The whole person is not angry. Clear handwriting, announced the verdict. The cause of this case, the litigant is dissatisfied with the judgment of first instance and has filed a suit for second instance. The court has jurisdiction over the case and the applicable law is based exclusively on domestic law. The results of the trial will be announced below. The full court has determined that, with respect to the claims brought by the litigants, in response to the case of Chi Feng's murder in the shopping mall, according to Article 20 of our criminal law, which provides for self-defense, the act of stopping an unlawful invasion in order to protect the state, the public interest, one's own person, property and other interests or those of others from an ongoing unlawful invasion, which causes damage to the unlawful invader, is justifiable self-defense, and is not criminally liable, where an act of self-defense is taken against an assault, murder, robbery, kidnapping or other violent crime that seriously endangers personal safety, causing injury or death to the wrongdoer. It is not an act of excessive self-defense and is not criminally liable. In this case, Chi Feng's exercise of self-defense meets the requirements of self-defense. Ruling. The judgment of first instance is reversed. Chi Feng is justified in self-defense, not criminally responsible, not guilty and released in court. The whole courtroom was a little agitated as the sound of those words fell. LV Wei's eyes are full of incredulity. How can it be possible to judge self-defense? How is it possible to rule on self-defense when you cause significant injury or death to two people? Lu Wei held his breath in his heart and wanted to let it out, but he forced himself to hold it back, because there was no problem with Lin Yuping ruling in this way. It just doesn't fit at all with the procedural justice he has in mind. Silence. Lin Yuping bangs the gavel and proceeds to announce the verdict. 2. In response to the litigant's request for state compensation. According to the state compensation law, the second trial's reversal of the verdict of acquittal requires that the court of first instance and the organ that made the decision to arrest be the jointly obligated organ to pay compensation. Third, require the corresponding authorities to eliminate the damage to Chi Feng's reputation and apologize. 4. Agree to the compensation measures for Chi Feng, while the details will be communicated between Chi Feng and the corresponding authorities. In response to the prosecution's criminal allegations and lawsuit applications, due to the judgment of Chi Feng for self-defense, does not bear any criminal responsibility, to be dismissed in its entirety. This case is a judgment of the second instance, and for those who are not convinced by the judgment rendered by this court, they can initiate trial supervision proceedings. The judgment will be sent to the parties within 10 days of the closure of the court. Knock knock. The gavel fell. Close the court. Lin Yuping's majestic voice fell and the trial ended. And at that moment the whole courtroom was abuzz. Acquitted. From death penalty to acquittal. Hearing the results of the trial, which eventually fell, Lu Wei's complexion moved slightly, and his entire body sat paralyzed in the prosecution's seat, with a godless gaze. Of course, there were more excited people, and no one was more excited than the person in question. Chi Feng. Chi Feng's head buzzed the moment he heard the verdict, and he simply couldn't believe that the verdict was self-defense, and he was acquitted in court. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't have to eat a big pot of food. The moment the announcement was made, Chi Feng was free and couldn't help but growl. In this regard, the law enforcement officers at the trial site were able to understand Chi Feng's psychology at this time and let him vent. Looking at Su Bai, Chi Feng's eyes were red and excited. Earlier he was thinking that he didn't have to get shot. It was already very good. But now, the cauldron is not even necessary. Counselor Su, thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been sentenced to death by now. Counselor Su. I don't know what words of thanks to say. Chi Feng voice choked. From the death penalty to the trial acquittal, who does not know how much his mood is up and down? The mood could be described as a rocket ride from rock bottom straight into space. Su Bai smiled faintly. No need to thank me. I did my due diligence. After saying that, Su Bai looked behind Chi Feng. Chi Feng's parents. The old couple was also in tears now. Your parents are in the courtroom, so go see your parents first. Chi Feng followed the direction of Su Bai's finger and looked behind him. His own parents were standing in the back on the viewing seat, looking straight over in their direction. Su Bai handed Chi Feng a few sheets of toilet paper. After Chi Feng received it, he wiped his tear tracks and thanked him. Thank you, Lawyer Su. Then I'll go see my parents first. Su Bai smiled and nodded. Well, you go ahead and wait until the follow-up can be out of court. Witnessing Chi Feng and his parents' embrace, Su Bai let out a long breath. This trial. Sort of a big win. But there's one thing that's really hard to deal with in a death penalty case. It's mainly the criminal processing that's all the more difficult. Had it not been for the court statement, the lawsuit, in all likelihood, would have stayed only in the realm of over-defense, and would not have reached self-defense. But anyway, it's a win now. P.S. I'm begging for a monthly investment vote. 2 chapters posted together. I really didn't mean to break it. Please read the monthly tickets. Little Lee's hips. Win the case and all is well. It would be a shame to lose the case. Subai unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle, enjoying the soothing sensation of the water running down his throat, and let out a long breath. The lawsuit was won and the mood was happy. It's just that this lawsuit is a bit of a pain in the ass, and it's hard to get a ruling on self-defense if you're not using the influence of public opinion. That last comment he submitted was also not at all an attempt to impress the judge through sensationalism. If judges were that easy to impress, there'd be no lawsuit. Straight to a juggling act, brother, and you're done. What he really wanted to show was the influence of social opinion, and for Chi Feng's sentence to be considered from the public's heart. Only with more influence will judges be inclined to choose. Based on Li Shuizhen's questioning of Feng Lijian about Lin Yoping's character, the factor of Lin Yoping's determination by the influence of social opinion would be significant, and it proved to be true, as Lin Yoping convicted Chi Feng of self-defense in this trial. After drinking the water, Su Bai looked back at Li Shuizhen. The lawsuit is over. Organize your materials and let's go. Li Shuizhen nodded seriously. Lawyer Su, we won another one. This lawsuit is over. Hearing Li Shuizhen's voice, Su Bai felt that something was not quite right. Usually this clear and dull female college student, who would only nod her head and say yes to Lawyer Su. This time the words said were obviously a bit too much. Su Bai twisted his head in confusion and saw Li Shuizhen standing in place. Her small face tangled, so she spoke out to inquire. What are you trying to say? Hearing Su Bai's inquiry, a light flashed in Li Shuizhen's eyes. Didn't Counselor Su promise me earlier that he would specially compensate me for my internship expenses after this case was over? No, it's remembered? The result of the trial has just been announced. You're not short of money, are you? The cost of an internship is the difference between 3 melons and 2 dates for you. What's this money to you? A little rich girl? Sprinkle water. To be able to bring it up in the first place after the trial was over was a surprise to Su Bai. Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere of the scene. Since he had said so, he naturally had to do it. The cost of a trainee lawyer in Nandu is not too high, around 4,500, and moreover there are 2 or 3,000. This lawsuit won the case, after Luo Daxiang introduced more cases, naturally wallet bulging. Spend money. Spend more if you have money. Don't spend if you don't have money. Internship lawyer's fee. Since he said, no more, it is impossible to rely on. A wave of the hand, to Li Shuizhen in accordance with the 4,005 a month. Transferred the internship fee. Li Shuizhen looked at the amount that arrived on her cell phone. Her eyes lit up and she was a bit surprised. Lawyer Su, you really transferred it to me? I thought you were painting me a picture. Su Bai? No. You know how to paint a picture. Was that a test? Su Bai rubbed his brow, realizing that this clear and stupid female college student still had a small mind. Ahem. You are the only practicing attorney at our firm. And previously it was our firm's lack of funds that led to a temporary lack of practicing expenses. At present, our law firm is prospering, and when we have money, we will definitely pay for your internship. Do you honestly think that what I said about making you a partner in our Baijun law firm or something is all pie in the sky? Li Shuizhen shook her head. No. And then the eyes were firm. I know Lawyer Su really wants me to be a partner, but my current caliber is insufficient. But Lawyer Su, I'll try my best. Su Bai nodded slightly, small-minded a little, but not much, not a big problem. He was instantly much more relieved. Then go. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's small face was serious, as if she had suddenly thought of something. Counselor Su, are we going out like this? There must be a large group of reporters waiting for us outside. Aren't we going to prepare for an advertisement? Enhancing our reputation and the name of the firm. Advertise well. Take a few more cases. Take more cases. Our firm's popularity will increase. Increase the financial resources will come. Our law firm will be bull up. Don't you want our law firm to be awesome? Counselor Su? Li Shuizhen blinked in confusion. No. Nice guy. You're giving me the reverse pancake? Without waiting for Su Bai to speak first, he only saw Li Shuizhen take out a red banner from inside her briefcase. Nandu Baijun Firm. Lawsuit. Cow. If you're looking for a lawyer, look for Mr. Su Bai. It's a sure thing. Su Bai? Is this a way to make me an eye-catching bag? Li, you're getting better and better at this. Also, when did you make this banner and when did you stuff it in your briefcase? Subai pulled at the corner of his mouth and shoved the banner hard into his briefcase again. The internet is true and false. No need to advertise. We have Mr. Luo to introduce us to the case. It's enough. Besides, there are more cases than we can take at our law firm's current size. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. As he passed the prosecution's seat, Lu Wei's gaze kept falling on Subai. When Subai was about to walk away, Lu Wei sighed deeply. Does the fact that I lost this trial mean that I was wrong in my earlier thinking? Subai stopped and turned his head to look at Lu Wei. Losing does mean that the previous idea was wrong. And if you weren't wrong, how could you lose at trial? That's a murderous statement. In fact, Lu Wei's idea is indeed extreme. Murder must be judged in the harshest way. But it also depends on the process and the scene and the environmental conditions. It's a hooliganism to make people undergo the harshest trial, isn't it? Besides, we are all civilized people. Legal people. Speaking with legal basis and factual basis. Who lost and who is wrong? This is still need to ask? If you're right, why doesn't the judge rule against me instead of you? When Lu Wei heard Subai's murderous words, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Not knowing what he was thinking, Subai shook his head slightly and walked straight out of the courtroom. Li Shuizhen twisted her head to look at Lu Wei, just for less than a second, before turning back and to follow. Outside the court, a lot of journalists and media outlets are already rubbing their hands together. Chi Feng won the case and was found not guilty from the death penalty, which is a big case with a lot of gimmicky features. This case in particular created a lot of buzz on the internet during the first trial, with hundreds of millions of views across the web, and a lot of influence. If they can find a good entry point for an interview and get first-hand information, then the traffic of their various media outlets will naturally rub up. At this point, they are waiting for an opportunity to explode in volume. Inside the courtroom, Subai walked with Chi Feng and Chi Feng's parents. Chi Feng's parents kept expressing their gratitude to Subai, and Subai was able to understand this mood and responded one by one in the face of Chi Feng's parents' gratitude. Wait until you're about to walk out of the courtroom. Subai stopped and exchanged words with Chi Feng. Chi Feng froze after hearing this and nodded repeatedly. Lawyer Su, this time you helped me. It can be said to be a life-saving favor. I will definitely help Lawyer Su in this matter. I also wish Attorney Su the best of luck in her career advancement. Thanks, Counselor Su. I should be the one thanking you. Subai smiled faintly and did not continue with the polite conversation, waiting until the line of people out of the courtroom just stepped out of the door of the court. Outside the door, a group of reporters instantly gathered around and shoved the microphone directly to Chi Feng's mouth. May I ask, Mr. Chi, what are your views on your release in court from a death sentence of acquittal? What are your feelings now, Mr. Chi, in the face of the results of the trial to sentence you to self-defense? Some people say that this is the progress of justice, to promote a major process of justice. In the face of this kind of problem, do you think it is right to say, Mr. Chi, compared to trial lawyers? Obviously, parties acquitted by commutation of a death sentence are more topical. Other than that, even Lu Wei is more topical than Subai, the winning party. Why? Because the media looks for gimmicks, for people talking and arguing, and directs the conversation wherever there is one. Lu Wei has a lot of talk on the internet from people about his procedural justice, and this loss could be properly hyped. On the contrary, on Subai's side, there were just a handful of reporters who wanted to ask some questions, but Subai had already made arrangements and simply answered a few questions before slipping away. Facing so many reporters' questions, Chi Feng looked a bit overwhelmed. You have so many questions that I don't know what to answer, but there is one thing I am going to have to make clear. The other reporters came on strong with this sentence break. Mr. Chi, are you trying to tell me how excited you are? Mr. Z, we don't have a lot of questions, just one. What are you trying to show? Before Chi Feng's second sentence could be picked up, he was questioned by the reporters who continued to ask in all sorts of ways, only to hear Chi Feng open his mouth. What I want to make clear is this time without my defense attorney, Subai Su, and Nandu Baijun marriage counseling law firm. It would have been impossible for me, Chi Feng, to be acquitted today from a capital crime by commutation of the sentence in court. I endorse the Nandu Baijun marriage law firm. Journalists, media people? There seems to be some deja vu in those words. Seems like I've heard it somewhere. Nope. I think that's what the defense attorney advertised on the eve of the trial, right? This. Awesome. The advertising effect pulls full circle. North Metro. Inside the hotel room, Subai stretched his back then fell straight backward, landing heavily on the bed. This time the object of the media interview is definitely Chi Feng. After the consent of the parties involved, an advertisement is not too much, right? Chi Feng, as a party, must have advertised a lot better than pulling banners. Conspicuous package he can't be. After the case is closed, The system mission is complete. Subai looked at the system. To put it bluntly, this system doesn't have much use in fighting lawsuits. The only use is that he is short of money and gives himself some money to spend. Sort of solves the money worries above. This case was closed and the system gave it an S rating. Golden treasure chest. Subai looked at the system's panel and opened this golden treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the right to lease the premises of a medium-sized law firm at a low price. The lease location: 5th floor of Zhengda Building, Xingye Street, Nandu. Time limit: within 5 days. Awarded $1 million in cash. Access to the host's bank account through subsequent legal channels. Tasks to be completed. Number of lawsuits: 0/5. Subai? This system, it's totally ancillary now. Okay, forget it. It's good enough to have money. As for the leasehold of this mid-sized firm, at present, the law firm is indeed too small a little bit to take the kind of civil cases, but also have to pay attention to a little bit of the surface of the decency is not. It is also time to change a little bit bigger place. Overall, it came together. Barely. University of Northern Politics and Law. Inside the professor's office, Luo Daxiang sat on the south side of the sofa. Subai sat on the opposite side. Li Shuizhen sat on the north side. And Qi Feng and Qi Feng's parents sat on the north side of Luo Daxiang. Several people dealt with discussing what would happen after the lawsuit was won. The main focus is on Qi Feng's subsequent compensation, loss of reputation and a series of subsequent solutions. This time, the case mainly had Luo Daxiang on the line, so several people were in Luo Daxiang's office, conferring. Luo Daxiang first smiled and opened his mouth. This time, Lawyer Su, you made Qi Feng acquitted on the spot in the trial court, which is considered to have pushed forward the progress of justice. And according to my understanding, the relevant law enforcement agencies are now targeting this case and conducting a seminar. Unsurprisingly, the advancement of justice and the adjudication of self-defense is going to move forward for at least a couple of years. Facing Luo Daxiang's praise, Subai smiled and spoke. As a commissioned lawyer, it's proper to do your best, and it's all about the power of public opinion. Subai spoke modestly, but Luo Daxiang knew it very well. Public opinion was one aspect, and Subai's hard power was another. If it were not for the defense of Subai is not intentional injury, will not proceed to self-defense and self-defense over determination among the two rulings, without getting into the middle of the dispute between these two determinations, then all preconditions are gone. Of course, the key to awarding self-defense does have some impact on public opinion, but actually, Luo Daxiang knows something more secretive. That would be Yu Pinglin, who has always had a desire to push for the advancement of justice, but has never had much other opportunity to do so. This Qi Feng death penalty case can be said to be a good opportunity for Lin Yuping to push for judicial reform. Any other judge wouldn't have gotten such a light sentence in this case, or at least an overdetermined defense. Let's just say, it just so happened that the judge at the trial was Yu Pinglin. Lin Yuping was also interested in promoting judicial progress, so he chose to rule on self-defense. And a finding of self-defense wouldn't have much of an impact, even if a supervisory review was filed, which isn't half bad. It is the combination of the above that is the main factor in determining self-defense. Of course, there is also the point that Lin Yuping saw what the public had in mind. Thinking of this, Luo Daxiang couldn't help but laugh. I also don't know who posted that hot comment, which played a role in the court presentation of this case can be not small. After Luo Daxiang finished speaking, he noticed Subai's expression change. This couldn't have been posted by Subai himself, could it? P.S. These two chapters are kind of a twist. I want to read it. Recommendations please. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Thanks a lot. Luo Daxiang paid attention to the expression on Subai's face. Good guy. Luo Daxiang straight called out good boy. Look at this, is really Subai himself posted a comment. No wonder the comments section resonates with so many people. It's specially prepared for the court statement of Qi Feng's case. Luo Daxiang's gaze fell on Subai. Smiled. See through it, just know it yourself, to avoid other troubles. Subai noticed Luo Daxiang's gaze and realized that the other party had already guessed that he had posted the comment. But there's not a whole lot of relevance in this case. After all, this lawsuit was Luo Daxiang's invitation to come over and take over. Not likely, and not likely to get into any other trouble over the whole posting a comment thing myself. The two looked at each other, both knowing exactly what the other's thoughts were like, and neither revealing them. In response to Qi Feng's subsequent handling of the issue, it is not too complicated. Some of the follow-up, Subai made a brief introduction, and let Qi Feng have things to contact him again by phone. This case is even ended here. Case closed. But the case's impact is far from over. A case that can affect justice, so to speak, is few and far between. Qi Feng's case won the case. Nandu Baijun lawyer marriage counseling firm immediately in the circle of fire. And, together with the advertising effect of Qi Feng, It made Baijun law firm a small fire on the internet. For a moment, the phones at Baijun's law firm were ringing off the hook. Some of the country's top criminal law firms are soliciting Subai. Or that is, the golden nest is better than one's own nest. Working for others, then one is an employee. Working for oneself, then one can be a capitalist. TSK, TSK, TSK. This reasoning Subai could still figure it out. It's not just top-notch criminal law firms that call Su white, but some of them are people who are coming to work on cases. However, Subai shook his head straight after hearing some of the case's determinations and the approximate process that went through. Death penalty case, intentional injury, subjective intent, threatened no regrets after killing 2 people in a row, and had plans to continue the assault. There was also a subjective intent to assault a law enforcement officer after being stopped. In this case, the other side is asking for $300,000 in legal fees and less than 5 years in prison. Can you believe it? Sheesh. Even the big Buddha wouldn't dare to make a wish like this. He's a lawyer, not a wishing machine. Who would dare take this case? What kind of criminal lawyer wants to take on a case like this? What? Afraid you won't get in? Subai gave instructions to Li Shuezhen, for this kind of case, don't take it. It's not that all of them can't be picked up. It's that they're too much trouble to pick up. They're totally busy, and they're in such odd conditions. His advice was to stay as far away as possible. As to why, he wouldn't say. Lessons in blood and tears. Understood. But quite a few of these calls came in, which made Subai realize that his law firm was still too small. It had to be expanded. The Chifeng case has made a name for itself, and the future development of the firm will get better and better, and he'll be exhausted if he stays alone. Besides, criminal cases are making a name for themselves at the moment, but criminal prosecution cases in general are not as lucrative as certain civil lawsuits. Third day back in Nandu, Subai brought Li Shuezhen to Nandu Xingye Street. Lawyer Su, what are we doing here? Is there a lawsuit? Every time the lawsuit was mentioned, Li Shuezhen's eyes lit up and her little face flushed red. Subai shook his head. Our law firm is too small. At present, many have the intention to entrust our law firm to fight the lawsuit case. The law firm is definitely not enough with only the 2 of us. We must expand the scale. I understand, Counselor Su. Law firms get bigger and stronger to have more lawsuits. Grow bigger and stronger. And build on it. Yeah, that's right. It is. Let's go. Subai waved his hand. Li Shuezhen nodded seriously and Dang followed. CZ building. Su White found the property's manager and inquired about the lease for the 5th floor. The administrator was a woman, dressed in standard professional attire with a light smile. Hello, sir. The 5th floor of our building was originally a law firm and has just been vacated in the past few days. Are you looking to lease it? Sir? That's right. I own a law firm as well, and I learned from a friend about a law firm relocating here and came over to check it out. So Mr. Lawyer. A hint of solemnity appeared in the female manager's eyes as she led Subai to the 5th floor to take a look around. For the location and decorative layout of this law firm, Subai are very satisfied. Nothing is missing, and the style is quite suitable, equivalent to a direct handbag to move in. After roughly understanding, Subai didn't hesitate, and after checking that there was nothing wrong with the contract, he signed it immediately and paid the rent and management fees. After paying for it, Subai was a burst of meat pain. The original balance of the landlord's house was small, but now it is even smaller, and the rent for the year, plus administrative expenses, amounted to $1,599,876. It's close to the downtown area of Nandu, and the owner, who is not a bad guy, gives kind of a low price. The good thing is that, for now, law firms are indeed growing, at least from the premises up. After solving the problem of law firm premises, all that remains is to solve the problem of lawyer recruitment. It's not hard to hire trainee lawyers. It's hard to hire lawyers who can come in and work on cases independently right off the bat. Such lawyers usually either start their own firm or are doing well at another law firm. If you want to poach someone, you have to pay a high salary and give a high treatment. At the moment their law firm, they are short of such lawyers who can handle cases independently. Thinking about this, Subai had another toothache. It's a tough road to become a capitalist when you want to grow your law firm. Seeing the state of Subai's, Li Shuezhen on the side couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Counselor Su, are we short of funds to expand our firm? Subai nodded slightly. The funds are a bit less than adequate. Lawyer Su, I have a little pocket money, or I lend it to you first, or it is considered an investment in our law firm. Pocket money? How much? Subai twisted his head with some curiosity. Li Shuezhen slightly tilted her head. Pocket money is not much. Mainly it's the New Year's money given by my family elders during New Year's Eve. I personally don't like spending money too much. I've only saved $1 million over the years. Counselor Su, is $1 million enough? What did you say? How much pocket change? 1 million. You call that pocket money? 100 is followed by 10,000. $1 million of pocket money is too easy to say. Sure enough. You're a rich little girl. You're a rich little girl. $1 million is said as easily as 100. P.S. Post a picture of clear stupidity, copyright infringement deleted. The law firm's funding issues are a little tight. But for now, enough. Subai did not accept Li Shuexian's pocket money funding. This caused Li Shuexian's small face to collapse. Originally, she was thinking of using her own money to pay herself, both to invest and to get her money back. Little minds think well, but it didn't occur to me that the plan fell through. On expansion and recruitment of lawyers, Subai went directly to a recruitment website and posted a job posting to recruit lawyers, while letting Li Shuexian take charge of the recruitment business, and painted the big picture. You'll be second in command of our firm when you're recruited, and then you'll have someone under you. Li Shuexian's big pancake was full. The thought of being second in command at the law firm and becoming a partner in the future brought on a rush of energy and a serious little face. I'll try my best, Counselor Su. Subai smiled faintly. Cheer up. In addition, Subai himself is handling the law firm's counseling business and resolving some civil settlement representation cases. Generally speaking, most civil dispute cases are settled, mediated, and agreed upon, unless one can have evidence that will hammer the other party to death. I have to say, since moving the law firm location and the Xiphon case getting internet promotion as well as hitting the ground running, cases are not so lacking. Subai is responsible for several civil mediation cases on his own, but the recruitment has been delayed. Come to the law firm to interview and consult the recruitment of either trainee lawyers, or the standard of lawyers and trainee lawyers are similar. Can independently handle the case is to be able to independently handle the case? The lawsuit a quasi-loss, wages and entitlements, however, are rambling. If you recruit them, you're not destroying the firm's reputation and credibility. Having no choice, Subai had to turn to Luo Dexiang for help. Earlier, Luo Dexiang had promised him that he would introduce him to Nandu's connections. Now is the perfect time to pull in connections and grow your law firm. Luo Dexiang did what he said and introduced his senior brother Xiao Haiba to Subai. Xiao Haiba had heard of Subai's battle record in Baidu, advances in judicial determination of self-defense. What's more, it was he who recommended Subai and Baijun law firm to Luo Dexiang earlier. Nandu Wangli bank case, Zheng Tongwei's marriage case, sent the opposing lawyer in. Qi Feng's death sentence was commuted to a justifiable defense case. Which of these cases, when put out there, is pretty bombastic? When he received the call from Luo Dexiang, Xiao Haiba was also interested in contact such a bomb-level lawyer. Inside the Haifan law firm. Haifan law firm is a top law firm in Nandu and is strong in civil litigation. Xiao Haiba is with Haifan law firm, where he serves as a senior partner. Inside the senior partner's office, Xiao Haiba sat on the sofa. Subai sat on the opposite side, and Li Shuexian sat to Subai's left. Counselor Su, I've heard everything about you from my senior brother Luo Dexiang. At this time, however, no attorney at our firm has an attorney who is inclined to jump ship. The lawyers who came to our firm to submit their resumes, which we don't accept. I've inquired about any interest in going to Baijun law firm. It's just that at the moment there's not a lot of people who want to go to attorney Su's Hakun office. However, I have a nephew. Sort of a nephew. The legal level is good. Especially civil and financial law, these two aspects are okay. Just can independently handle the case, not long. Should be able to meet the requirements of Su lawyers. The name is Su Rang. I wonder if Counselor Su would like to accept. Subai raised his head slightly. Civil and financial law is good, so you should be able to find a good law firm. Xiao Haiba smiled and opened his mouth. That nephew of mine, though, says he's good at civil and financial law, but it's the desire to engage in these 3 criminal cases that you've accepted to be entrusted with. Counselor Su, the Qifeng case, in particular, is a classic, and I think he'd be happy to go to Baijuan's law firm. I can inquire about that if Attorney Su is interested. Our law firm, as long as someone is willing to come, we certainly welcome them, especially this kind of level-headed lawyers. We strongly welcome them. Subai smiled and opened his mouth. Civil and financial law, that's the meat and potatoes. It's a good thing they're making a lot of money coming to their firm, especially in financial law related. The attorney's fee for that one case is worth several years of attorney's fee for other average attorneys. Sometimes there is a gap between lawyers and attorneys. Tremendously. Xiao Haiba smiled and nodded. In that case, then I will turn around and ask that nephew of mine what he thinks. Oh right, there are no cases in lawyer Su's hands at the moment, right? There were cases, but they were minor cases responsible for settlements. So I do have a civil case here. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested in civil litigation? There's about the labor bill. CZ Building, Baijun law firm. After returning from the Haifan law firm, Subai made a cup of tea that cost $1,999 and £3. As the law firm currently operates, if Su Rong can work at their law firm, then the firm is considered to be on the right track, and it will no longer be a small-scale skirmish. It is said that, at the start of a narrative, that labor bill introduced by Shah Haber is pretty interesting too. However, at this point, the client still needs to confirm that the case will not be taken by their law firm. Soon after Subai returned to Bai Jun law firm from Haifan law firm, he received a call from Xiao Haiba. Lawyer Su, my nephew as soon as I heard about the cases that Lawyer Su has been involved in, immediately decided to go to your law firm. This afternoon is ready to go to the interview. I do not know if it is convenient for Lawyer Su. Convenient. Of course, I'm waiting at the law firm anytime. After hanging up the phone, Subai asked Li Shuizhen to get ready. We've got another new person coming into the law firm, so hit the ground running and have your interview later. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's little expression was a bit listless. Wait until about 4 in the afternoon. Su Rong came to Bai Jun's law office. Su Rang about 1 meter 8 tall, visual weight in 90 kilograms or so, Nandu Law University graduates, walking tiger. Inside the office, Su Rang's eyes lit up when he saw Subai. Hello, Counselor Su. I'm Su Rang. I've heard that Lawyer Su has studied criminal cases very deeply, and even pushed for judicial reform in the Chiffon case. I've admired Lawyer Su for a long time. Attorney Su. Su Rang enthusiastically extended his hand and held Subai's hand tightly. Hello. Subai responded with a smile. Su Rang greeted Subai enthusiastically at the same time, seeming to notice a pair of eyes staring at him closely. He twisted his head and saw Li Shuizhen standing on the side. Su Xing's expression was slightly surprised. Little sister, I'm begging you to read it, and I'm begging you to vote for it. Next case. Practicality is strong. Thank you all for your monthly recommendations and rewards, but some of the rewards seem to be that or something. Sometimes I really can't tell the difference. Bye. The thing about Su Rong's induction went well, but on the other hand, neither of the two said anything about Su Rong and Li Shuizhen being siblings. The two men were going to talk about each other. Sherry Li, I'll be second in command of the law firm. Su Ling, I'm your senior. You're still the youngest in the firm. Li Shuizhen, bitter face. Su Rong and Li Shuizhen were, in fact, not considered to be siblings. It's just that Su Rong's mentor is on good terms with Li Shuizhen's teacher. Normally students under both teachers would get together. So naturally, Li Shuizhen was the youngest sister of both tutors. Inside Hakun's law office, Su Lung's induction and onboarding contract has been signed. Salary and commission and some entry requirements. Su White is all set up as a normal law firm. The base salary is not given too much, and the main issue with the package is raised above the split. Although Subai currently advanced to become a capitalist. But if you want a horse to run, you have to let it eat grass. You can't keep people if you don't treat them well. This truth Subai still understood. Subai also handed over some small case settlement matters to Su Rong. So far, the law firm is running everything to good. Just take your time with the development and it will definitely get better. Growing into a top law firm is just around the corner. Inside the office, Subai was leisurely sipping his tea, and after some of the current affairs of the law firm were handed over to Su Rong, his entire being was much more relaxed. Knock knock. After moving to the new location, Subai also has his own office. Outside the door, Li Shuizhen knocked on the office door and walked in. Counselor Su, the wife of the labor bill client that lawyer Xiao introduced to our firm last time is here. Okay, I'll go out and meet them. Subai put down his teacup and came to the parlor. Inside the parlor, a haggard-looking woman who looked to be 45 or 60 years old was sitting on the couch. Li Shuizhen poured a cup of water for the woman, who cupped the cup with both hands and kept thanking her. Thank you. After waiting for Subai to come to the parlor, the woman hurriedly stood up. Excuse me, are you Attorney Su? Subai revealed a gentle smile. Right, I'm Lawyer Su. You sit first. Okay, I was referred here by Attorney Shaw. Mr. Shaw said that it shouldn't be too much of a problem for me to come to Mr. Su for this case. Let's talk about the case first. Whether it's a big problem or not, let's talk about the case first. For this case, Subai had heard Xiao Haiba chat briefly, but the specifics are not too detailed, or you need to continue to talk to the person again. Okay. The woman nodded and began to give a description of the case. Lawyer Su, here's the thing. My man works for a construction company. Construction companies often suppress wages, and my man's wages have been suppressed for 2 whole years, which also includes the cost of advancing some materials, totaling nearly $300,000. All this money is earned by my man's hard work, but the other side is dragging their feet for years and years, not paying at all. During this time, they even threatened my man, saying that he would not be paid if he did not work. And they just kept threatening and dragging it out. Now I've heard that the owner of that construction company, for the moment, is looking for a scoundrel to take the top job and convert the equity debt in legal entity in order not to pay back the money. In case, half an hour later, after the woman finished her narration, after understanding the general situation, Subai frowned slightly. Isn't that a little? Squeeze people as hard as you can and then when you run out, think about converting equity debt in legal entities so you can be debt-free and pat yourself on the back? TSK. It's a beautiful thought. Subai returned to his senses and turned his gaze to the woman. What about your man? Why doesn't your man, the party in question, come over? Seeing that the woman was a bit hesitant, Subai explained. Here's the thing. There are some things we can't judge how the case should be fought until we see the parties. And your man is a party to this matter. And it is only with his commission that our law firm can take the next step in the process. The woman's eyes were red as she seemed to remember something. My family needs money. My man hasn't been able to get the money back. He got sick in a hurry and was on fluids 2 days ago, so I didn't ask him to come over. But I came over myself. Aha! In a case like this, our law firm can provide in-home services. You can start by providing an address if you are sure to entrust our law firm. When the afternoon or tomorrow, we will come to the door for a detailed inquiry and signing of the attorney proxy contract. Okay, Counselor Sue, I'd like to ask if we can get this money back. Can we get it back? After all, it's our hard-earned money. My man of 2 years still has some subsidized renovation materials, and that money can be considered the lifeblood of our family. The woman's eyes turned red as soon as she said this, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling. Li Shuezhen walked up and sat next to the woman, pulled a tissue and handed it over. Thanks. The woman took the tissue and folded her hands in thanks. Subai was silent for a few seconds and suddenly spoke. I've already understood this case after your general description. If the evidence and conditions are sufficient, have you considered filing a criminal complaint? Woman, Cheryl Lee? People just want money, but you want to send people in instead? The woman's expression was tangled. Lawyer Sue, what do you mean by that? Literally, a civil suit incidental to criminal proceedings is submitted to the relevant authorities for filing, and then a lawsuit is filed or submitted pro se. In that case, Lawyer Sue, will we get our money back? It depends. If the other party reaches a settlement and is willing to refund the money, it's fine. However, if the other party is unwilling, you need to apply for property preservation first to see if the other company has any money. But filing a criminal suit, if the other side is reluctant, then a civil suit is probably not a good idea either. And what if the other company doesn't have the money? There's nothing wrong with not having the money, but this is something I'll need to take the next step to find out before I can confirm whether I can help you recover your wages and a range of material costs. It's hard to say exactly. Thank you then, Counselor Sue. The woman rose and bowed. Thank you, Counselor Sue. Counselor Sue. Regarding attorney's fees, Subai had gotten up. Attorney's fees are in accordance with the attorney's fee schedule. At that time, our law firm will present the invoice and apply to have the other side cover the attorney's fees. In labor cases, the other side is usually made to bear the costs after winning the case. You don't have to worry about it. Of course, what is being said here is generally, if the judgment is against the other side, then it will still be the same attorney's fees at the attorney's fee rate. Okay, thanks Counselor Sue. You're welcome. After waiting to send the woman away, Li Shuezhen's eyes straightened out. Another criminal proceeding? Since arriving at Baijun Law Firm, Li Shuezhen has been involved in a total of 3 lawsuits. First bank case, the second divorce fraud case, third death penalty case. All 3 were criminal cases, with some incidental civil cases, but overall, they were criminal. This labor bill shouldn't be sending the other boss in, right? Li Shuezhen looked at Subai with glowing eyes. Lawyer Sue, if our law firm takes on this case this time, then is our law firm going to send the other side's boss in? Subai, what does this simple college girl want? What's that little head thinking, mentioning sending the other boss in? Why is there a sense of anticipation in his eyes? Ahem. Subai dryly coughed, interrupting Li Shuezhen's imagination. This case is not about what lawsuit to file and who to put in it. It's the client's claim that counts. The most important claim of the client is to get back the money. To get back his hard-earned money. So what we should do the most is, how to satisfy the client's claim is the key. Understand? Lawyer Sue, I understand. We don't just want to get the money back. We also want to send that unscrupulous boss of the other side in. Li Shuezhen's small face was flushed with excitement. It's exciting to think about. Subai? 6. You said you were a simple college girl. Why have you changed? The main thing about this labor bill is how to prepare for litigation and some of the conditions for settlement. Generally, under labor law, appeals can be largely won if they are supported by evidence and facts. But the point is that the other side is hard in dragging their feet on paying you. And that's a dry point. Most of them have money to spare and drag you down by dragging you hard. As for the lawsuit, to be honest, It is not too difficult. As long as you have a certain amount of evidence, the judge does not judge blindly. In terms of civil compensation, then it is a sure win. If it's a blind judgment, still, the ending will be exciting. And as it stands, this labor bill is a first trial case, and the first trial has more evidence of nailing the other side to the ground. So even if it's a second trial, then the odds are it will be upheld. Of course, all of this assumes that they've instructed by June law firm. If it's not commissioned, it's got to be for nothing. Well, don't think so much. The other party hasn't entrusted our law firm for the time being. Let's wait until they do. Subai first cooled down Li Shuezhen, lest this little head think of sending people in all day long. The last time she sent the opposing counsel in, it led to the kind of excitement that Sheridan Lee always had. Then, in the long run, a habit is formed, and you look at the judge on the bench and have to send the judge in. Oh, after Li Shuezhen thought this through, her little face drooped and she completely lost her essence. No case, no fun, even less fun without an awesome case. When will I, Lee, become a trainee lawyer who keeps winning all 4 of his internships? And I'm going to be a partner at Bai Jun Law Firm. Thinking of this, the word loss was written all over Li Shuezhen's small face. In comparison, Su Rang, the senior brother in the law firm, busy a lot, although currently dealing with civil settlement cases, but the law firm has him busy, also took a small criminal case. Not too hard. It's a libel and insult charge. The subject matter, subjectivity, and objectivity of defamation and insult are basically the same, but the difference lies in the objective aspect of the crime. The crime of insult is basically manifested in the fact that violent methods and other means can be used to taunt and abuse the victim. Defamation, on the other hand, must be the act of fabricating facts detrimental to the reputation of another person and spreading them. The cause of this minor criminal case is a classic libel and insult. The aggressor insults the victim to his or her face, undermining the victim's dignity. Moreover, the defamation was carried out in private, seriously violating the reputation of others. Based on Subai's guidance, Su Rong was also carefully handling and preparing for the proceedings of this criminal case. Unsurprisingly, the evidence is overwhelming and the victim will definitely win. Li Shuezhen was furious when she heard about the case and asked Subai, "Lawyer Su, this kind of defamation of others is too much." "Right. What should we do in case we meet?" Subai smiled and opened his mouth. "In case of encounter the first time for forensics, the police to deal with, do not carry out self-evidence. Officers from law enforcement agencies will mediate and take evidence accordingly. Of course, if you feel that the penalty is too light, or if the other party refuses to mediate, a lawsuit can be filed to request the cooperation of law enforcement agencies in submitting the appropriate evidence. Take up the weapons of the law to protect your legal rights." ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** lawyer Su. Su Rang also nodded his head seriously on the side. Although he was tired in by June law firm, but he had dealt with a lot of things and made fast progress. Inside the law firm, Su Rong and Li Shuizhen each carried their own little thoughts, pretending that they didn't know anyone. In reality, Su Bai had long seen through everything, and Su Rang and Li Shuizhen's small minds were held by him to death. Pretending you don't know each other makes you not brother and sister? Let's pretend we don't know each other. Then he might as well just act like he didn't see through it. Law firm 3 people, 802 hard eyes. Su Bai accounted for 800 hard eyes. Su Rang accounted for 1.5. Li Shuizhen barely accounted for half. Oh yeah. Li Shuizhen sometimes can be counted as having heart and soul, but not much, and not lasting. Forget it, barely add another half. Wait until mid-afternoon. Su Bai is in his office getting ready for his lunch break. Got a call from the woman in the labor case. Earlier, Su Bai has left his cell phone number to the woman. The two people exchanged cell phone numbers. Look at the woman's phone number. Su Bai smoothly connected. Su lawyer, I and my man discussed. We commissioned by June law firm to fight this lawsuit, but now my man is still at home to recuperate. Cannot go to the law firm. Su lawyer, you cannot come over a trip. There was a plea in the woman's tone. Su Bai nodded slightly. Of course, you can give me an address. When it's time for the party, we'll go over to get the details. Okay, thanks Counselor Su. The woman thanked again. After hanging up the phone, Su Bai walked out of the office and saw that Li Shuizhen was sitting in front of the trainee lawyer's exclusive desk, carefully studying the criminal law, administrative procedure law, and at the same time using a pen to record something. Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed, and Li Shuizhen slightly raised her head and carefully covered what she had recorded with her pen. Su Bai pulled the corner of his mouth. He didn't need to cover, he knew what was being studied, but he originally didn't have the idea to continue probing. Come out with me. That labor bill. The client has decided to entrust our law firm. You come with me. Ask the client about the specific circumstances of the case. Bring the commissioning contract by the way. The labor bill entrusted to our firm. Excitement was written all over Li Shuaisian's small face. Okay lawyer, so I'll go get ready. I don't know how to rub a jump to the top 10. Please monthly votes to read the recommendation, thank you. This labor bill lawsuit isn't too big, and the attorney's fees aren't too much, but the current law firms gradually take off. Want to encounter Zhang Tongwei kind of big hundreds of thousands of lawyers' fees for civil cases? Not too easy. Law firms cannot eat in one step to become fat. This reasoning Subai still understand. Subai and Li Shuaisian took a cab and came to the address given by the woman. The address is in an urban village. Inside the room, the man lay on the bed, his face not looking too good. The woman looked a bit rushed after seeing Subai and Li Shuaisian arrive. Lawyer Su's house is a bit of a mess. There's nothing to entertain you. Let me get you a glass of water. While saying that, the woman poured a cup of plain water for Subai and Li Shuaisian. The man coughed dryly from the sidelines, an apology written all over his vicissitudes of life. I'm sorry Counselor Su for making you come all the way out here. Subai smiled and shook his head. This is our job. No need to apologize. It was followed by a signal to Shuaisian Li to get ready to make a good statement. The man's name is Wan Honghao and the woman's name is Yi Jiao. Mr. 1. Regarding the commission before, we have already heard Ms. Yi make a general description earlier, but the specific details, and some other circumstances and some things that are necessary, are to be heard from you as a party. Okay, I understand. Wan Honghao nodded and spoke with a serious face. I will cooperate with lawyer Su. Subai nodded and made a brief inquiry about something general. Subai had already learned about it, meaning that Wan Honghao worked for a construction company, didn't ask for his money back for 2 years for his work, and even subsidized some of the material costs into it. Want money? Get your fair and lawful money. This is the claim of Man Hang Ho. After the questions about the claims were finalized, Subai opened his mouth to ask a few more key questions. Mr. 1. May I ask if you signed an employment contract with the company in the first place? Signed. Wan Honghao has long prepared the relevant materials to prove it. As he spoke, he took out the contract from inside the bag on the side and handed it to Subai. Lawyer Su, this is the labor contract I signed with that construction company at the time for you to see. Subai took over the labor contract, briefly glanced at it. There is no big problem. Belongs to the normal labor contract. There's nothing major wrong with the contract. So have you filed for labor protection in that 2-year period? Labor security. The general meaning of labor protection is whether or not you have applied to labor-related law enforcement agencies to protect your rights and interests. This has been. Wan Honghao nodded gravely. A year ago, I applied to the Labor Inspection and Law Enforcement Department and submitted my comments and material evidence. The materials and evidence submitted are considered complete. The relevant law enforcement agencies came over to communicate. When the mediation of the other side said, well, what wait for the company's subsequent payment down to give me wages, but the other party has been dragging their feet in the back and not giving it, and said all sorts of nice things to me and kept dragging me, until I really can't drag it out now. I went to him to ask for it, and he just said he didn't have the money and told me to sue him or go to the labor enforcement unit. Anyway, that's the word. No money. But he just traded in his Big Ben. $500,000 or $600,000. I know he has the money, he just doesn't want to give it to me. I also went to the labor law enforcement unit, but the other side said that they have ordered the other side to pay my labor compensation. The rest cannot be done. Let me think of their own way. But, as it stands, the people have long since rolled over the money, so I don't think there's much left, which is why I'm so emboldened to just go ahead and sue. Lawyer Su, do you think I can still get back the money that belongs to me in this situation? In case the other side is deadbeat, hard not to give me, or that there is no executable property, how to do I listen to the other side's tone, as if it is not afraid of me suing. As Wan Honghao said this, his entire brow tightened together as he fell into deep worry. Subai smiled gently and comforted. Don't worry, our law firm has a general understanding about your lawsuit. First file the case to apply for property preservation. If the company really does not have any property to execute, we have to look at the other company's current shareholding structure first. Oh yeah, how many shareholders does that construction company have? Wan Honghao shook his head. I don't know how many shareholders, I'm only clear that this construction company seems to have a big boss behind it. Subai took out his cell phone. Is the name of the construction company called Tianlan Construction Limited? Right. Hearing Wan Honghao's words, Subai nodded slightly and checked the corresponding information of Tianlan Construction Company Limited from the top of the Enterprise Information Network. In addition to this, Wu Qi from Wan Honghao's mouth, who accounted for 40% of the shares. There were two other shareholders, respectively. Xiaoyu accounted for 51% of the shares and Dong Chang accounted for 9% of the shares. Tianlan Construction Company Limited, with registered capital of $8. 000 paid in an actual capital of $500. 000 paid in. But these are the shareholders before the change of claims. The claim is now carried topsy-turvy by two scoundrels. After sorting out the inconsistencies in the claims of Tianlon Construction Company Limited, as well as the shareholding structure before the transfer was completed, the corner of Su Bai's mouth hooked up slightly. According to Man Hang Ho, Wu Qi, the owner of this Tianlon Construction Company Limited, has obviously rolled up the money, replaced the shareholding structure and is ready to run away, not intending to pay this money, and there doesn't appear to be any property in the other person's name at the moment. One of the reasons that the other side is so well established is that the other side has no fear of suing and enforcing the company's property, because the current company is a complete shell. It's unfunded. Trying to collect the debt from inside the company is simply not possible. However, there is a legal provision in the company law called defective shareholders. A defective shareholder is liable for the debts of the business in a complementary way. In one of the simplest terms, if Wan Hong Hao can't get the money from the company, he can pursue Xie Yu and Dong Chang, the two defective shareholders, to make them pay the debt. Don't you Wu Qi have no money? It doesn't matter if there's no money. It's fine if the other shareholders have it. If the other shareholders have it, I'll just ask the others for it. No need for you. And I'm perfectly fine with you not having to pay me back anymore. I'll just sue you for bad faith and malicious evasion of wages. You drive a big car and spend a lot of time drinking. I've worked for nothing for 2 years. And you're not afraid I'll sue? I'll just go straight to the lawsuit and be done with it. Let's see if you're tough with your mouth or big pots of rice. If you don't say how the potpourri is choking your teeth. Su Bai revealed 2 small white teeth, according to the current situation to analyze. Our law firm Probability can help you recover your due property. You have no interest. Add some other claims? Man Hang Ho? Yi Jiao? Li Shuezhen? Gleeful face. Wait until after you leave Man Hang Ho's house. Su Bai breathed a long sigh of relief. He had already learned of Wan Hong Hao's claim, sought the other party's opinion, and signed the contract of proxy. Man Hang Ho's claim is simple. He wants his money back. The thing about sending the boss in is that it's great to be able to send him in, and it's fine to get your money back if you can't. After signing the contract of proxy, on the way back to the law firm, Li Shuezhen looked at Su Bai curiously. Will this lawsuit be able to send the other boss in? Su Bai? No. Why do you keep thinking about sending the other boss in? Based on the evidence submitted by Man Hang Ho, the lawsuit is a solid win. But whether or not he can send in this matter he is really not sure. The situation now is the question of whether or not he can get on the court site. Maybe the other side settled directly before trial, and Man Hang Ho got the money, and everything was fine, and his own law firm got the attorney's fees. 2 birds with 1 stone. Beautiful. If the other party keeps talking and goes to the courtroom, then based on the available evidence, it's not difficult to send the other party in. The difficulty lies in how heavy and harsh the penalties against the other team are. That's the hard part. After all, the penalties for malicious wage evasion, adjudicated by itself, are not too great. Su Bai looked at Li Shuezhen whose eyes were clear and still mixed with innocence. Li Xiaojin's outfit today was a short sleeve with Pikachu's big eyes printed on it, and Pikachu's clear eyes combined with Li Xiaojin's dorky sense of humor was just perfect. I'm teaching you lesson 6 today. Do you remember what the first 5 lessons were? Li Shuezhen's small face was serious, nodding her head repeatedly. Remember. The first lesson is the human condition. The second lesson is to get paid to do things. The third lesson is that the angrier the other side gets, the better off our side is. Lesson 4 is to improvise. The fifth lesson is that there is no absolute justice. After Li Shuezhen finished speaking, she blinked her eyes and looked at Su Bai. Her meaning was obvious. Praise me quickly. Su Bai nodded with a smile. Not bad. Now teach you the 6th lesson. Everything must be based on the claims of the client. Think about it. Have we resolved the client's claims in all of these lawsuits we've been in? Yes. Li Shuezhen didn't hesitate. And what is the claim of Man Hang Ho? Su Bai followed the advice. Li Shuezhen was silent for 2 seconds. Get the money back and then send the boss in. Lawyer Su, think about it. That boss hasn't paid him for 2 years. Wouldn't the client he want to send the other side in? Su Bai. It makes a little sense when you put it that way. Hey. No. How did he get carried away? Am I right, Counselor Su? Looking at the smiling Li Shuezhen, Su Bai nodded seriously. Not bad. Rightly said. At the same time, Su Bai was again meditating in his heart. So far, Li Shuezhen had at least 1.5 hard eyes. The case about Wan Hong Hao soon went to the stage of filing. The definition of malicious wage evasion is actually very vague and it is not easy to make a case. The specific criminal law offense of malicious wage evasion is the offense of refusal to pay. Still, Wan Hong Hao has previously filed an application for labor protection with the labor inspection for Wu Qi's refusal to pay remuneration, And after the previous administrative procedures, then you can directly apply for a case processing. After the case is closed, the court quickly notified the parties amicus curiae to prepare for out-of-court mediation. The court's notice of out-of-court mediation soon arrived at Wu Qi's home. Wu Qi, on receiving a call from the court: yes, court, I understand. I will definitely conduct mediation properly. Don't worry, court. After hanging up the phone, Wan Hong Hao. He really took me to court, didn't he? I'm rich. What's wrong with me being rich? I didn't earn my money through hard work. That's when the saying goes, I borrowed by virtue of my ability. Why should I pay it back? Just don't give it back. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. He wouldn't return the money even if he spent it on a lawyer. He didn't believe that he really had to pay it back. After calming down, Wu Qi called his old friend. Old Fong. Yes. I wanted to ask what law firm was the last time you had a lawsuit. Right. Hey. It's not that group of workers. I don't have the money and have to pay me back. Put me all the way to the court. You say this is done. Who says it's not? If I had the money, wouldn't I give it to them? But I don't have any money. I don't have any property in my name. How can I give it back to them? This is the company's debt, not my personal debt. They are not purely bullying honest people. Ah yes. Still at the Nanyuan law firm. Ha? Civil disputes. Okay. I'll hang up then, ha. I'll get back to you when I have time. Snap. Wu Qi hung up the phone and contacted the lawyers of Nanyuan law about labor law. He's currently in a situation where he has the money. He just doesn't want to give it. Not because he can't afford to shell out the money, but because he's fighting for it. What I give you is what I give you. What you ask me for. I'm just dragging you along. Unscrupulous bosses characterize up belonging to be. Soon. The phone is connected. The lawyer of the law firm of Nanyuan contacted Wuzhou Nanyuan law firm to discuss business cooperation. Inside the Nanyuan law firm, Wu Qi looked at the lawyer in front of him with a smile. Lawyer Zhang, this labor bill. This employee looking for me to ask for money. I really do not have money now. Hands spread out. And that one Hong Hao is under a labor contract with the company. And at present I am no longer a creditor of the company. Besides, it's not quite right for the other party to come to me with the company's debt problems. What do you say, Counselor Zhang? Zhang Xiao nodded slightly after listening to Wu Qi's words and asked a few more questions. This company's current claims are no longer relevant to you, are they? Yes, it's been completely handed over to someone else. Was the debtor notified of the transfer? Notified. And I've got chat evidence here. Your claim boils down to one point, meaning that this debt belongs to the company and the debt issue is not your debt issue. Right. Counselor Zhang. That's my lawsuit. Zhang Xiao smiled slightly. I've got all your claims, and you can sign the power of attorney if you're inclined to do so. Counselor Zhang. I'd like to ask if this lawsuit we can. Zhang Xiao didn't answer, just asked a rhetorical question. At present, the problem of debts are not yours. He signed the contract with the company. Why find you to ask for money? Is it appropriate for him to ask you for money when you are currently no longer in debt? Hearing this, Wu Qi slammed his thighs and smiled cheerfully. I'm relieved to have this from lawyer Zhang. Yeah, the company owes me money. I'm not even a creditor of the company anymore. Look for my ass, and trying to get me to pay. Gentle laughter. Nice try. No money. Want life or not? What the hell? I just won't pay you back. What can I do? Wu Qi thought darkly. 2 shifts together. I want to read it. Recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Thank you. After consulting with an attorney, Wu Qi's entire psyche was much lighter. I'll go to mediation if you want me to. I'm just dragging you along. What can you do? Soon, it proceeded to the mediation stage. Courtroom mediation room. A long rectangular table. Wu Qi and Zhang Xiao are seated on the left as respondents. Su Bai and Li Shuizhen and Wan Hong Hao, a party, sat on the right side as litigants. The court case is before the lower court of Nandu Sin District. The mediator sits at the center side of the long table. Before conducting the mediation, Zhang Zhao's gaze landed on Su Bai's body thoughtfully. Su Bai noticed but didn't say anything more. He knew that the other party was from the Nanyuan law firm. Nanyuan law firm. Yi Fei is from this firm. When handling the second case of Zhang Tongwei, he sent in Yi Fei from Nanyuan law firm. Even if the lawyers at Nanyuan law firm didn't know him, they should have heard something about Bai Jun law firm. Facing Zhang Zhao's gaze, Su Bai met it up. Just send one of your law firm's lawyers in. As for looking at me with measuring eyes, Su Bai smiled and glared back, and Zhang Xiao hastily narrowed his gaze. Mental note, is this the same Su Bai who sent Yi Fei in? It was not until the mediation that he learned that the other party was an attorney from the Bai Jun law firm. However, there was one thing. Yi Fei herself had a problem, which was a well-known thing in the Nanyuan law firm. That's why she was sent in by the other side. He was upright and didn't have any problems at all and didn't have much to worry about. Besides, he's a lawyer. He's paid to file a lawsuit. It's good to win, and losing won't affect his legal fees. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhao's entire body relaxed a lot and prepared for the mediation seriously. The mediator held the material and looked at Su Bai and Wan Honghao. On the matter of mediation, the two sides can have a discussion. And now let's start by asking the party that is going to appeal, Mr. Wan's side, to present your mediation plan. Okay. Confronted by the mediator, Su White came up with the mediation request money. In response to our request for appeal and the good faith of mediation, we gave out a mediation program with the following points. 1. The total amount demanded from the respondent for our salary and the cost of materials paid on our behalf, and interest accrued on wages not paid for 2 years, is $36,874.75 in the aggregate. 2nd. The respondent is required to apologize for our long history of unpaid wages. 3rd. We have suffered serious injuries to our mental condition as well as our physical condition as a result of the respondent's failure to pay our wages for a long period of time, and we propose that the respondent reimburse us for a portion of our medical expenses. The above is the most basic demand for reconciliation that our side has put forward. Wu Qi, I don't even want to pay my salary and you want me to pay interest. The interest is justified, but you want me to compensate you for the medical expenses you caused? You're just trying to get money out of my hand. Not given. Not 1 point. I gave it to you today, but this and that one will ask for it again tomorrow. What should I do? This opening must not be opened. Wu Qi smiled and looked at Wan Honghao, playing the emotional card again. Elder brother Wan, you've been working inside Tianlan for so long, and you're aware of how difficult it is for the company. All my money is invested in the company. I really don't have any money this thing you know. Besides, the company's debts have been ceded, and the company has nothing to do with me anymore. Can you bear to sue me? What about the bond we had before? The bond we had as brothers, as to sue me for such a small amount of money? Can we just drop the case for now? Wu Qi also wanted to use the emotional card first, so that Wan Honghao withdrew the lawsuit. Wait until the withdrawal of the lawsuit and then delayed. Anyway, to money no, this matter is even resolved. However, Wan Honghao had already seen through Wu Qi a long time ago and directly asked a question in return. We have such a strong brotherly bond, and you won't pay me back for such a small amount of money, forcing me to sue you? Why don't we settle today? You pay me back and I won't sue. Wu Qi did not expect Wan Honghao to even say such words. Cannot help but be a little annoyed. He has bowed his head. This money still has to be right? Alright, bro. You are not taking me as a brother at all. For such a small amount of money to take me to court, our brotherly love is considered to be gone. Then you sue me. If you are not afraid of procrastination, not afraid of not getting the money, not afraid of losing the case, let's see you in court. Seeing that he was playing the emotional card didn't work, Wu Qi, one brother at a time, one mouthful of no money, turned around and drove away in his Big Ben. Zhang Xiao also didn't expect his client to be so der, and after being confused for 2 seconds, he didn't say anything more and left the mediation room with his things. Mediation failed. Su Bai was just about to say something when Wan Honghao twisted his head and inquired, Lawyer Su, what was that Wu Qi offense you were talking about earlier? Su Bai? The crime of refusal to pay, which is established in criminal law. Now that you've thought about it, get ready to prepare to file a pro se lawsuit. Mediation fails, and it's faster to go pro se than it is to investigate in court and file an indictment. The offense of refusal to pay may be prosecuted pro se, provided there is evidence to the contrary. Yes, Counselor Su, please. Hearing Wan Honghao's words, Su Bai nodded slightly. Wan Honghao's case, self-represented or civil litigation to get the money back, is not too difficult. Had thought that filing a lawsuit can let Wu Qi know good and bad, can send the money back, but I didn't expect the other guy to just walk away. Refusal to settle. Plus, his request for mediation wasn't too much to ask, was it? It's Man Hangho's rightful interest, but I didn't expect the other party to be so fierce and reject it outright. No way. The soil big money may be owed to the habit, always feel that they are a big man, which still did not run into a hard opponent. TSK. Su Bai shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. Regarding the private prosecution case, the process above compared to the public prosecution case to be much faster. The court accepted the completion of the court directly notified Wu Qi court time. Wu Qi, good man. UING really sued me? After the court time was determined, Su Bai also informed Wan Honghao of the court time and told him not to worry, to prepare the evidence and materials, and to wait for the court at ease. Inside Hakun's law office, Li Shuizhen handed over the organized materials to Su Bai's desk. Lawyer Su, this is the material you asked me to organize. It includes some relationship proofs and whatnot, as well as some materials and personnel information about the current Tianlan Construction Company Limited. Subai picked up the materials and briefly flipped through them. Seeing that the supporting materials he wanted had all been prepared and perfected, he slightly nodded his head. The most annoying thing about this type of labor contract is the trouble with forensics and the fact that some basic information is not too easy to process. The cooperation of law enforcement is generally required. Subai get up is also a headache. But the law all killer ah. Li Shuezhen, the most powerful relation. Some of the information he wanted as evidence was just a sprinkle for Li Shuezhen. For the moment, there is enough evidence prepared. Subai couldn't help but praise. Not bad. Well done. I see you're getting closer to the position of partner in our law firm. As soon as I heard about the partners, Li Shuezhen's little face then showed a small expression of joy. A partner in the law firm of Jun Paik. Who went further? Counselor Su. I'll try my best. Li Shuezhen's expression was serious and earnest. And for the pie drawn by Subai, it was a full meal. This case of Wan Honghao's is soon coming up for court. However, on the eve of the trial, Subai added 2 more litigants for collateral civil liability, one for Xiaoyu and one for Dongchang. Both were previously shareholders of Skylon Construction Ltd. Upon receiving a subpoena from the court, both Xiaoyu and Dongchang were confused. What the hell's going on here? You're sitting at home and a subpoena's coming out? Is this someone trying to screw them? Both Xiaoyu and Dongchang were dumbfounded when they received the court summons. The two of them did nothing and they got a court summons? That's ing bull. Finally, after going through the information on the court summons, the 2 men, Xiaoyu and Dongchang, asked Wu Qi what was going on. The 3 of them, all of whom were halfway decent contractors, did not know much. The other 2 contacted Wu Qi at the first opportunity after receiving the summons from the court. Wu Qi, what's going on? What's wrong with you? Now we're being sued by others in court. What should we do? What the hell are you doing? Didn't you say earlier that those workers you can be pacified? Now how to get to the court? Tell me about you. What did you do? Now we are being sued. And the court even accepted it, and has already notified us of the court hearing. Now what? You two are being sued? Wu Qi's voice was a bit puzzled as he faced the questioning of both Xiaoyu and Dongchang. After realizing that it was Wan Honghao who brought the 2 to court, Wu Qi took a breath and then spoke confidently. I don't know how Man Hangho took you 2 to court, but don't worry, there's nothing wrong with this lawsuit. I've already consulted with the relevant lawyers and have already commissioned the relevant lawyers to prepare for the trial. What was expressed on the part of the lawyers is that the case is sure to be one, so don't worry about it. You too. Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Did the lawyer really say that? Zhang Xiao definitely didn't guarantee it, but Wu Qi opened his mouth. Don't worry about it. That's really what I said. Boss Xie, we've been working together for so many years. Don't you still trust me? Xiaoyu, trust you? You're the only one who can't be trusted. But since the lawyer said so, I'll barely believe you once. Although Xiaoyu could not trust Wu Qi, she still believed in the words of the lawyer and simply did not say anything more. Once the court date had been set, it was soon time for the hearing, and both parties had finished filing their lawsuit and trial exhibits, as well as their briefs. The 2 sides of the trial, the side of Wan Honghao, and the side of Wu Qi entered the courtroom waiting room. Waiting to enter the courtroom. Waiting room. Wu Qi, Xiaoyu and Dongchang. The 3 of them surrounded Zhang Xiao. Wu Qi and Xiaoyu Dongchang introduced up Zhang Xiao. This is Lawyer Zhang. I invited him here. Lawyer Zhang is a big lawyer in our Nandu Nanyuan law firm, specializing in some labor and company laws. This time our case, with Lawyer Zhang, we will definitely win. The average person still has a certain professional filter on the profession of lawyering. Xiaoyu and Dongchang hurriedly smiled. Lawyer Zhang. Hello. Zhang Xiao smiled and nodded. Hello guys. I said, don't blow the power. I'm not the one who decides whether or not I can win the case. All he could say was that he would do his best. And what happened in the end was not within his guarantee. And on the other side of the waiting room, Wan Honghao couldn't stop the worry on his face. Several times he wanted to ask, but he was afraid that if he asked more, Subai would be impatient. Subai could see what Wan Honghao was thinking. It's in fear of losing the lawsuit. So he smiled and comforted a sentence, already about to open the court. Do not worry too much. Wait until the court above. Should say on say. Should not say more. This trial is favorable side is inclined to us. Don't get too anxious. Hearing Subai's comforting words, Wan Honghao let out a long breath and nodded seriously. Okay, Lawyer Su. The 2 men spoke at the same time. The relevant law enforcement officers brought the parties and their attorneys to the courtroom. When he entered the courtroom, Wu Qi also swept his eyes over Wan Honghao from time to time, meaning obviously, my lawyer is awesome. From a big law firm. After Zhang Xiao noticed this point, he was helpless in his heart. Okay, can you blow your brains out without bringing me along? The words of this lawsuit were in Zhang Zhao's mind, but not much. For Su Bai, the lawyer, Zhang Zhao is aware of the cases that Baijun law firm has taken so far this year. Not many, but all of them are very bombastic. Not only is it blowing up, but it's winning so much that it's tantamount to saying that this year's lawsuit win rate for Baijuan's law firm is at 100%. In the case of an ordinary law firm, Zhang Zhao would have wondered if the other party only took on cases that they were sure of, and that was why they were able to achieve such a high win rate. But Baijun law firm is really powerful. From what I can tell, the other side has studied criminal cases in depth and has not conducted any corporate or labor law trials. Of course, this case is also a criminal case, but it is a criminal case of private prosecution. The charge is refusal to pay. Although it was a criminal proceeding, it was, on the whole, a trial dominated by a civil dispute over a labor contract relationship. Zhang Zhao is more skillful at this kind of case, but it's a bit of a long shot to say whether he can win. The courtroom. The litigating party, also known as the Wanhunhao party, was located on the left side of the courtroom stage, and the respondent, the Wu Qi party, was located on the right side. In the litigant's seat, Su Bai, the commissioned lawyer, Li Shuezhen, the trainee lawyer, and Wanhunhao, the litigant's party. On the seat of the party against whom the lawsuit was filed, Zhang Xiao, the attorney at law, Wu Qi, Xia Yu, and Dong Chang, the parties involved. After the parties and their attorneys have all taken their seats, the clerk began to read the relevant court discipline. Punctuation does not count as a word. 2, 3. The clerk finished reading and then continued to speak. All rise. Will the presiding judge and the judges please enter the courtroom? Swish swish swish. All those involved in the courtroom, stand up and all rise. The presiding judge and 2 trial judges entered. Su Bai's gaze looked toward the trial bench. This lawsuit, the relevant presiding judge and trial judge's information he had roughly understood. The presiding judge was a male of about 40 years of age. Name, Yu Zhenyang. The other 2 adjudicators were a man and a woman. The female adjudicator to the left of the presiding judge, named Lu Songping, and the adjudicator to the right of the presiding judge, named Lin Sudong. 3 members of the panel. The presiding judge and the 2 trial judges entered the bench at the sound of the clerk's reading. Presiding Judge Yu Zhenyang's gaze fell on the courtroom scene and spoke into the microphone. His voice thick, please sit down. The words fell. The relevant members of the courtroom were seated in unison in their respective seats. Asked to catch up on your reading. I'm begging for a monthly ticket and a recommendation. Bye. On the bench, in the presiding judge's seat. Knock knock. Yu Zhenyang banged the gavel. The court is now in session. We will now proceed to the identity verification phase and ask the appellant to state the identity of the persons appearing before the court. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai nodded slightly and spoke slowly. In addition to our client, Wanhunhao, the appellant appeared before the court. There were 2 retained attorneys from Baijun law firm, Su Bai and Li Shuezhen. After Su Bai finished stating the identities of the persons appearing in court, Yu Zhenyang glanced down at the litigation materials and turned his head back to the seat of the party being litigated. The appellee is invited to state the identity of the persons appearing before it. On the seat of the party being sued, Zhang Zhao nodded slightly. Okay, presiding judge. We, as the party being appealed, the parties appearing before the court are Wu Qi, Dong Chang, Xia Yu, and the appointed defense counsel, Nanyuan law firm, Zhang Xiao. Presiding judge, the presentation of our appearance is complete. Knock. On the trial seat, Yu Zhenyang slowly opened his mouth. This case was tried on behalf of the Nandu Xinhe District Primary Court, with trial judge Yu Zhenyang as the presiding judge, and trial judges Lu Songping and Lin Sudong forming a collegial panel. Verification of personnel information is complete. Yu Zhenyang began to announce the cause of action. The cause of action in this case, the litigant sues the respondent, Wu Qi, as the former main principal of Tianlong Construction Company Limited, for 2 years' salary arrears as well as the corresponding material costs, and complains of refusal to pay the remuneration, and, adds Xia Yu, Dongchang, 2 former equity shareholders of Tianlong Construction Company, Ltd., did not fulfill the obligation of shareholders to make contributions, and require them to pay on behalf of the litigant party, Wanhunhao, by the debt owed by Tianlong Construction Company, Ltd. The cause of action is true? Presiding judge, the cause of action is true. Su Bai looked up at the judgment stand and opened his mouth. Yu Zhenyang looked down at the contents of the lawsuit materials and banged the gavel, affirming that the cause of action is true. The litigants are hereby invited to state the claims and facts of the case and the basis thereof. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai nodded slightly and simply organized the litigation materials in front of him, followed by pulling out a pre-written litigation request from in front of Li Shuezhen. Presiding judge, we move as follows. I, Wu Qi, as the head of Tianlon Construction Company Limited, the owner of our client. The willful non-payment of our wages for 2 years has seriously offended us and constitutes the crime of refusal to pay our application. According to one of Article 276 of our criminal law, the crime of refusing to pay remuneration for Wu Qi to be punished, and at the same time to pay the wages we are owed, as well as the relevant interest, a total of $368,794.75. 2. During the 2 years of our work, Wu Qi, as the head of the company and our client's boss, regularly exerted some mental pressure on our client, Wan Honghao. For example, say, for our work on the content of the heckling and expression of dissatisfaction, for our party's spirit has caused a certain impact, we ask Wu Qi public apology and compensation for certain damages. Third, our client has suffered damage to our mental and physical condition as a result of Wu Qi's failure to pay our wages, and we request that Wu Qi make certain financial compensation to us. For, during the period when Xiaoyu and Dong Chang were shareholders of Tianlon Construction Company, Ltd., the company's registered capital was $8 million, with $500,000 paid in, and according to Article 28 of the company law, shareholders should pay the respective capital contributions stipulated in the company's articles of incorporation in a timely manner, and those who fail to do so are defective shareholders. The shareholders with defective capital contribution are required to bear the liability of the company to pay the guarantee, the liability to fill the difference, the liability for damages, while the liability for damages stipulates that the defective shareholders may be required to bear the liability for supplementary liquidation to a certain extent when the company is unable to liquidate its debts. So we apply that Xiaoyu, Dong Chang, the 2 defective shareholders, are liable for the repayment of wages as well as the interest that we have proposed. V. We apply for our costs as well as attorney's fees to be borne by the party against whom the action is brought. Presiding Judge, our presentation of the motion in limine is complete. After Su Bai finished his statement, Wu Qi almost wanted to curse his mother after listening to it, and twisted his head to look at Zhang Xiao, Counselor Zhang. The other party's lawsuit request is too much. It's not like you're trying to send me in there. What a bunch of bull ***** refusing to pay for a crime. I think it's all an excuse. Lawyer Zhang, we must win this lawsuit. I'll do my best. Zhang Xiao nodded slightly and looked up to the presiding judge's seat, whose gaze had already landed on the seat of the party being sued. The respondent is hereby invited to state its motion to proceed. Zhang Xiao briefly organized the litigation materials and then spoke. We object to the litigant's application. First, at present, Tianlon Construction Company Limited is no longer under the name of our party Wu Qi. Our party Wu Qi is no longer the principal person in charge and shareholder, and the debt issue regarding Wan Honghao should not be borne by our party Wu Qi, because Wan Honghao's labor contract was signed with Tianlon Construction Company Limited. Wu Qi had already notified Wan Honghao of the transfer of the equity stake in the first place, making a clear notification. So the problem of unpaid wages of Manhwa deserves to be borne by Tianlon Construction Company. That is, under the offense of refusal to pay. We are not its subject person and it does not constitute a failure to pay by us. To put it simply, if you want money, you should ask for it from Tianlon Construction Company, not from us. As for whether or not Skylon has any money, that's not our business. Since we are looking for money from other people, then our side certainly does not constitute the crime of refusing to pay labor compensation. Hearing Zhang Zhao's defense, Wu Qi instantly gave a thumbs up, worthy of being a lawyer from a big law firm. It's just bull. He was able to hear that the words were meant to be completely shrugged off with him. Zhang Xiao continued. Second, based on the issue of Wan Honghao's unpaid wages and the labor contract, which was signed with Tianlon Construction Company, one should look for the current legal head and equity holder of Tianlon Construction Ltd. to claim, i.e., the litigant's claim as appealed above, is not valid. We move to dismiss all of the litigant's motions in limine. It had to be said that Zhang Xiao did have a bit of a hard-on as a lawyer at Nanyuan law firm. After listening to Zhang Zhao's defense, Su Bai nodded slightly. The focus of this lawsuit was not on other aspects. The main issue is over the determination of whether or not Wu Qi is responsible for Manhwa's salary arrears. Judgment is fine as long as it can be determined on Wu Qi. The main focus of the opposing party's defense now is that the legal representatives and shareholdings of Tianlon Construction Company have been transferred, and what he's trying to do at this point is to get the court to rule that this equity transfer agreement is rescinded or that it's a nullity. On the bench, presiding Judge Yu Xingyang, after listening to Zhang Zhao's litigation application and litigation opinions for a moment, glanced over the litigation materials in front of him. Okay, the respondent's motion in limine is briefed. The litigants are now invited to present their opinions and views or factual basis, and defense of the legal provisions. Knock knock. Presiding Judge Yu Jinyang banged his gavel and shifted his gaze to Subai. Subai slightly organized the material evidence and looked up at the presiding judge. Presiding Judge, I'd like to ask the other party a few questions. As soon as Subai's words came out, Wu Qi turned his gaze to Zhang Xiao, his meaning clear. What to do? Zhang Xiao slightly pulled Wu Qi's coat corner, signaling him not to worry. I have the advantage at the moment. What are you afraid of? Seeing this, Wu Qi let out a long breath and calmed down. Knock knock. Yu Jinyang struck the legal hammer. Are the questions asked of the opposing party relevant to this case? Somewhat related. Inquisitor. Knock knock. The application passes, and counsel for the litigant may address questions to the litigated party. Subai slightly organized the materials in front of him, and immediately after, his eyes locked onto Wu Qi's body. Wu Qi was a little nervous for some reason after noticing Subai's gaze. Say it several times in your mind, the advantage is mine. No fear. It took a moment to force the nervous thoughts down, and at that moment, Subai began to ask questions. I would like to ask the party being sued, Wu Qi, about your failure to pay the full amount of registered capital in the first place. Is the current legal head of Skylon Construction Ltd. aware of this? Wu Qi glanced at Zhang Xiao, but Zhang Xiao didn't have any reaction, so he nodded and said, I know. Then may I ask, what is your relationship with Xin Guang, the current legal head of Tianlong Construction Company Limited, who is now the largest shareholder of Tianlong Construction Company Limited? It doesn't matter. Presiding Judge, I'm done questioning. Subai did not inquire further. This caused Wu Qi to freeze for a moment, a bit two-footed. At the same time, Zhang Xiao was somewhat unsure of what kind of lawsuit Subai had in his gourd. The main thing about this current lawsuit, in his opinion, is the company's debt. As long as Wu Qi is not allowed to get involved in the company's debt problems and the judgment is withdrawn from the equity transfer agreement, then there is no big problem. On the bench, the presiding judge, Yu Jinyang, struck the legal hammer. The counsel for the litigant has finished his questioning. So next, let's start the litigant's proof of facts. Okay, Inquisitor. The purpose of the inquiry had been achieved, and the corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly. From within the materials that had been prepared long ago, he retrieved the evidence that had been submitted earlier, and then opened his mouth. Presiding Judge, according to our previous submission, the enforcement letter from the Labor Inspection Department shows that we applied for labor inspection a year ago. The date of the time of filing was 1 year ago, specifically on June 9th of last year, but on the side of Wu Qi, the transfer of the equity as well as the legal representative took place in September of last year. On the date after the labor inspection, we submitted an application for labor inspection to the Labor Inspection Brigade, before the shareholding of Tianlong Construction Company, Ltd., and the legal person in charge were transferred. The Labor Inspection Brigade ordered Wu Qi to pay the salary owed to our client. But Wu Qi, however, has been slow to fulfill his responsibilities and obligations, dragging his feet until the company's shareholding and legal representatives have shifted. As a result, we find that Wu Qi's subjective intent was to maliciously evade the debt by transferring the equity and handing over the debt issues. Moreover, Wu Qi does not have paid in registered capital and is a defective shareholder, and Wu Qi remains obligated to bear our unpaid wages. Presiding Judge, our case is closed. Presiding Judge Yu Jinyang frowned slightly, looking at the evidence that each side had submitted earlier. The evidence submitted by the litigants does contain an execution letter from the labor inspection. Yu Jinyang inquired, twisting his head. Respondent, any objections to the evidence submitted by the litigant? No. Zhang Xiao opened his mouth to reply. There is no question that the evidence submitted by the opposing party is, indeed, an enforcement letter from the Labor Inspection Brigade. The respondent has no objection to the evidence submitted by the litigant. Knock knock. I now call on the appellee. Okay, Inquisitor. Zhang Xiao took out a contract as well as documents. Presiding Judge, according to the evidence submitted by us, it shows that the procedures and contents of our equity transfer agreement and shareholders meeting resolution documents, none of them violates the contract law, company law, and other relevant laws and regulations, and are legal and valid. The transfer of shares is an interest of the shareholders, who are entitled by law to a limited period of time, and the litigant has no evidence that we are evading our debt in bad faith. We are only making normal equity transfers, and we move to dismiss the complaint filed by the litigant. Zhang Xiao looked down at the materials on the desktop, and after finishing his narration, he looked up at Subai again, squarely met Subai's gaze. However, from Subai's eyes, he appeared to detect a feeling that he had fallen inside a pit. The two of them are currently debating whether Wu Qi evaded the debt in bad faith and whether the transfer of equity was reasonable. So far, the advantage is in me. Not much of a problem. Zhang Xiao took a deep breath. But then he heard Subai speak. Presiding Judge, Our side applies to submit new evidence. New evidence? Zhang Xiao froze slightly. On the trial stage, Yu Zhenyang spoke, the application is passed, and the litigant may submit new evidence in court. Okay, Inquisitor. The corner of Subai's mouth slightly raised. Currently, it was obvious that the other party had already fallen inside his pit. Subai presented new evidentiary material to the staff around him. Staff presented the evidentiary materials to the presiding officer's seat. Yu Zhenyang frowned slightly as he looked at the evidence material submitted up by Subai. Litigant. The material you have submitted is the information material of Xinguang, the corporate shareholder of the present Tianlong Construction Company. In response to the evidence submitted by you, the court will review it out of court, and if it is confirmed to be correct, it will be admitted, and if it is confirmed to be incorrect, the litigant will be held fully responsible. Is this clear to the litigants? Presiding Judge, our side is clear. Subai opened his mouth. Aha! Presiding Judge Yu Zhenyang nodded slightly. Begin your side's presentation. Zhang Xiao frowned slightly when she heard the Inquisitor's words and quietly looked at Subai. The evidence submitted is the information of Xinguang, the current legal officer and equity holder of Tianlong Construction Co.? Noticing that the corners of Subai's mouth were slightly raised, he always felt that he appeared to have fallen into a pit. But what exactly the pit was, he couldn't say for a moment. A cheeky request for a catch-up read, a monthly vote, a recommendation. The litigants take their seats. After Subai organized his materials, he slowly opened his mouth. Presiding Judge, the materials we have submitted are the information of Xinguang, the major shareholder and legal head of the current Tianlong Construction Company. According to the information indicated, Xinguang, now the majority shareholder and legal head of Tianlong Construction Company Limited, is an executor with no enforceable property in his name, and Wu Qi did not make any profit by transferring the equity interest to Xinguang. According to Article 20 of the Companies Act, the shareholders and principal officers of a company shall not abuse the independent status of the company's legal personality and the limited liability of its shareholders to the detriment of the interests of the company's creditors. At present, Wu Qi has transferred the equity and the legal head to Xinguang, which is a serious infringement of our client's interests. I would like to ask the party against whom the lawsuit was filed, Wu Qi, that you do not have any relationship with Xinguang. He does not have any ability or property to pay for a reciprocal transaction of your side's equity. Aren't you trying to avoid responsibility for the debt by transferring the company's equity and legal head to Xinguang? Or does it mean that this Xinguang has the ability to pay for the equity issues you transferred? May I ask the party against whom this action is brought? Is there any proof that you can prove to yourself that the other party paid you for the transfer of your equity? If we cannot prove ourselves, then our side has the right to believe that the other party has the suspicion of maliciously transferring the company's debts, and we apply for the revocation of the equity of Wu Qi and the legal person in charge of the equity transfer contract. Several questions strung together asked Wu Qi to death. His head clouded. You say you didn't evade the debt in bad faith, but did the other party pay you your fair share of the equity transfer? If not, isn't that a proper failure to pay? Not even a free gift of equity and a malicious attempt to avoid debt? If it was paid, then how did Xinguang, as an executor, have the money to pay for the equity transfer? This evidence needs to be provided by Wu Up, but the problem is that Wu Qi can't produce any evidence at all. Xinguang is an executor with no property in his name. This was the main reason why Wu Qi chose Xinguang to become the legal head and transfer the shares in the first place, with the philosophy that if I have money, I just won't pay it back. He did try to avoid the debt that way. In the face of this Subai's questioning, Wu Qi did not know how to answer for a while, so he dropped his gaze on Zhang Xiao. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiao realized that he had originally jumped into this pit, taken by the other side. Subai pulls him back to the issue of maliciously avoiding debt. On the bench, Yu Zhenyang bangs the gavel. Knock knock. Respondent. Any objections? Facing Yu Zhenyang's questioning as the presiding judge, Zhang Xiao let out a long breath and saw the smile at the corner of Subai's mouth, knowing that he had now fallen inside the pit. But the stance that needs to be taken still needs to be taken. Presiding judge, we object that our contract as well as the transfer of equity are legal and valid, and that there is no subjective evasion of responsibility. Yu Zhenyang glanced at the evidence material, looked up at Zhang Xiao who was in the seat of the proceedings, and frowned slightly. For the litigating party to raise, does your party have any evidence to prove that Xinguang actually paid for the transfer of your party's equity? In the face of Yu Zhenyang's words, Zhang Xiao was still a bit hesitant, but once he thought that there was indeed no way for his side to prove. In case you say the wrong thing, TSK. That's not Wu Qi's thing anymore. That's his thing. Zhang Xiao shook his head. Presiding judge, our side has no evidence. Aha! Knock knock. Yu Zhenyang bangs the gavel. The court found on the spot the party against whom the lawsuit was filed. Did your party have any evidence to prove that Shin Guang paid your party's equity transfer? And for the finding, did your party have any objections? Presiding judge, we have no objection. Knock knock. Yu Xinyan looked at Subai again. Does the litigant have anything to add? Presiding judge, the parties have nothing more to add. Yes. Yu Xinyan nodded slightly and banged the gavel again. In this case, the former legal person of Tianlan Construction Company, Ltd., shareholder Wu Qi, maliciously transferred the company's debt, and it is hereby ruled that Wu Qi, Xiaoyu, and Dong Chang's transfer contract is invalid and the agreement on the transfer of their shares is revoked. Knock knock. Do the parties have any objections to this ruling? The corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly after he heard the results of the judgment come down. So far, if there is such a ruling, the recovery of the property is considered secure. The revocation of the equity transfer agreement means that the other three have to bear the unpaid wages of Wan Hanghao. The main purpose of Wan Honghao's commission was considered to have been achieved. After Li Shuizhen, who was on the side, heard this verdict, she dropped her gaze straight onto Wu Qi's body, excitement written all over her small face. A 4-game winning streak is kind of a sure thing then. Presiding judge, we have no objection. As Subai's words fell, he turned his gaze to the seat of the party being sued. There is no objection from our side. Zhang Xiao spoke helplessly. In the seat of the party being sued, Wu Qi was sweating anxiously. Lawyer Zhang, what's the situation now? How come it was also ruled that the transferred share agreement was revoked? What now? I'm not really going to be convicted, am I? Wu Qi, who was still complacent, really panicked at this moment. Zhang Xiao rubbed his temples. What else could he do now? The judgment has been adjudicated. There's no way to change the fact that although the transfer of shares is legal, Wu Qi does have the fact and subjective will to evade the debt maliciously. The other party has caused his side to fall into a pit by inducing it through step-by-step rhetoric. And the other party also brought up the crucial point that Shin Guang, the equity owner and legal representative of the current Tianlan Construction Company Limited, is the executor and is not capable of paying money to Wu Qi as the equity transfer payment. If the transfer is free, the trial judge will surely find that it is a malicious evasion of debt and decide to withdraw the transfer of equity. And Wu Qi cannot prove to himself that he did not evade the debt in bad faith. Even if Wu Qi secretly gave Shin Guang a sum of money, but Shin Guang as the executor has no property in his name. The source of the money will also be investigated and eventually traced back to Wu Qi, who is judged to have evaded the debt in bad faith. This is a hurdle that is definitely not going to be overcome. Facing Wu Qi's inquiry, Zhang Xiao took a deep breath. Let's take one step at a time. The exact result still depends on the subsequent defense. When Wu Qi heard this, he looked slightly nervous. The subliminal meaning of taking one step at a time is, isn't it, that there's no bottom now? Then the subsequent defense. Counselor Zhang, are you sure? Your name is not no enforceable property. You are not able to implement the ability to pay wages and not maliciously avoid paying labor compensation. Continue the trial. Hearing this, Wu Qi nodded slightly, and let out a long breath of relief. In his heart, subconsciously, he looked up in the direction of Man Hangho, only to see that Li Shuizhen was staring at him with unblinking eyes. Her eyes felt a bit strange. But what exactly is strange about it? I can't say. What's the little girl doing? Subai twisted his head and saw Li Shuizhen's unblinking eyes, staring at Wu Qi with one eye. Is this ready to stake someone out? Ahem. A dry cough interrupted Li Shuizhen. Stop staring and get ready for the litigation materials you'll need later. Oh, hearing Subai's words, Li Shuizhen's thoughts were pulled back and she nodded seriously. Okay, Counselor Su. There's nothing wrong with the material I asked you to put together earlier. From the IRS, is there? No problem, Attorney Su. Aha! Subai nodded slightly and looked at Yu Xinyan in the presiding judge's seat on the trial bench, ruling that the revocation of Wu Qi's equity transfer agreement is invalid. Then what comes next is much better. Knock knock. On the trial stage, Yu Xinyan bangs the gavel. It has been determined that the equity transfer agreement between Wu Qi, Xiaoyu and Dong Chang is invalid, and neither the litigating party nor the litigated party has any objection. Continue the court process. Both sides began their courtroom arguments against the litigant's submission that Wu Qi had violated one of Article 276 of the criminal law, the crime of refusing to pay wages. Respondent, do you have any objections to the litigant charging your party with the offense of refusal to pay? Hearing the presiding judge question the party being sued, Subai let out a long breath. Here comes the main event. Based on the results of the previous determination, what can already be confirmed is that the wages owed by Wu Qi to Wan Hanghao can definitely be retrieved. What follows is a determination of Wu Qi's refusal to pay offense. Once you've identified, sheesh, as an unscrupulous capitalist, Wu Qi, when the time comes, a tough mouth can't be as tough as the rice in a big pot of rice. Say what you will about going in for a potpourri of food and feel the results of talking tough, owing workers wages, and stiffing them. On the seat of the party being sued, Zhang Xiao looked at the materials in front of him and also knew that the most crucial point of this case was here. After deciding that the equity transfer agreement of the Wu Qi trio was revoked. Next, the debate is directed at whether Wu Qi has violated the criminal law. It's a little hard to do. Facing Su Bai, Zhang Xiao felt a deep pressure. At the moment, the advantage isn't on his side anymore. After letting out a long breath, Zhang Xiao opened his mouth. Presiding judge, we object to Wan Honghao's aforementioned offense of our client Wu Qi's refusal to pay. According to the law, the following are the conditions for the crime of refusal to pay remuneration. Point 1. The party against whom the lawsuit is brought refuses to pay the laborer's remuneration by transferring property, fleeing, etc., or fails to pay the laborer's remuneration when it has the ability to do so. Point 2. The amount of money involved is large. Point 3. Failure to pay despite being ordered to do so by the relevant governmental authorities. According to the evidence provided by us, there is no property in our client's name. Does not constitute a failure to pay a worker when he or she is able to do so. It is the actual inability to pay the laborer's remuneration that fails to meet the conditions constituted by the first point, and therefore cannot constitute the conditions constituting the crime of refusing to pay remuneration. That is, we do not constitute a constituent element of the offense of non-payment of compensation. And as to the litigant's motion in limine, we find it improper and move to dismiss. Presiding judge, our case is closed. After Zhang Xiao finished her statement, she lowered her head and organized the evidence materials in front of her before raising her head. Knock knock. Yu Zhenyang banged the gavel. Now the litigants are invited to plead their case. Hearing the voice of the presiding judge, the corners of Su Bai's mouth rose. The offense of refusal to pay is currently at issue in Wu Ji's first point. Point 2. The amount of money involved in non-payment of salaries is large and is specifically defined in the law. Refusal to pay a worker's labor remuneration for more than 3 months in an amount of $5,000 to $20,000 or more. Apparently, this is something that Man Hongho fits. Wu Qi owed Wan Honghao 2 years' wages, amounting to more than $300,000, which could be said to be far over the limit. The crime of refusal to pay has a prerequisite. The third point, which is the need for an administrative procedure. Roughly speaking, it means that the party who is owed wages has filed a labor inspection. If the labor inspection has ordered the other party to pay, and the other party still refuses to pay, the third condition can be reached. For the second and third conditions, they have substantial evidence on their side, so the other side can only defend from the first point. But, first point. The corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly as he looked toward Zhang Xiao. May I ask the party against whom the suit is brought what objections it has to the other 2 points? Except to the fact that the party against whom the suit is brought has concealed the property in bad faith and evaded it. Our side can answer altogether. Zhang Xiao frowned slightly. What did this Su Bai mean? The other 2 are well documented. And if he raises the issue, he is not making things difficult for himself. If you say too much, you'll get caught. And then I might go in there myself. It's not like they're digging a hole for him. Zhang Xiao spoke calmly. Our side has no questions at this time. Okay. Su Bai smiled and nodded. Our side states the following. According to the interpretation of our criminal law for the crime of refusing to pay remuneration, the first point of the crime of refusal to pay shall be recognized if one of the following circumstances exists. I. Concealment of property, bad faith liquidation, fictitious debts, false bankruptcy, false collapse, or other transfer of disposition of property. 2. Run away, hide. 3. Concealing, destroying or tampering with materials related to labor compensation. 4. Transfer of property by other means. According to the party against whom the lawsuit was filed, Wu Qi did not have any property in his name, but according to the investigation, Tianlan Construction Company Limited was in the profit-making stage before our party filed the lawsuit and Wu Qi transferred the equity agreement. However, it is said to our client that he is unable to pay the salary and wages, and we apply for dismissal of this application. Just now, according to the judgment of the presiding judge, Wu Qi's transfer of equity and legal persons to others without compensation and maliciously evading the issue of debt have constituted the constitutive condition of transferring property by other means. It is true that there was no property in Wu Qi's name, but that was the result of a malicious transfer of all his property, preceded by a clear ability to repay, having reached the condition of having the ability to pay, but refusing to pay the salary compensation. That is, we believe that Wu Qi has committed the offense of refusal to pay against our client. Moreover, Wu Qi's refusal to pay his remuneration has caused serious harm and consequences to our subsequent life and physical and mental health, and we demand that Wu Qi be dealt with severely and rigorously. After Su Bai's words fell, Wu Qi looked at Zhang Xiao nervously, somewhat at a loss for words. Faced with Su White's questioning and statements at the trial, Wu Qi's heart was 10,000 nervous and regretful, and the previous heir of the dirt money to pay for money or life was long gone. Originally, he thought that if he went to court, the big deal was that he would be awarded money. What else? Can't we really send him in? But now, hearing Su Bai's statement, Wu Qi was anxious. I should have known. The money should have been paid if it had come to this. If I had given it earlier, I might not have had this incident. Regret and agitation filled his heart. I'm looking forward to catching up on my reading. Be a little more cheeky and ask for a monthly vote. A recommendation. The respondent's bench. Wu Qi looked at Zhang Xiao nervously. Counselor Zhang. What about this lawsuit of ours? There's no guarantee that we'll win. But don't lose. The two people on the side, Xiaoyu and Dongchang, also clearly realized that this trial was going in the wrong direction. Both of them landed their gazes on Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao signaled the three people to hold their horses for now. But after all, this is related to whether he will go in. Wu Qi cannot be anxious. He was as anxious as fire in his heart. But at such a critical time, Wu Qi could only rely on Zhang Xiao, and did not dare to say anything more as he nodded. Okay, Counselor Zhang, there's no rush. Counselor Zhang, play nice. Zhang Xiao took a deep breath and immediately dropped his gaze on Su Bai. I would like to ask the counsel for the litigants what the litigants used to determine that Skyline Construction Ltd. was in the profit stage? I would caution here that evidence obtained illegally is not admissible as evidence at trial. I request that the litigant disclose the source of the evidence that determined that Skyline Construction Company was in the profit stage. Zhang Zhao's gaze fell on Su Bai, trying to find out the other party's cracks from this verbal loophole in Su Bai. It's a shame. The results would only disappoint him. Knock knock. On the trial stage, Yu Zhenyang bangs the gavel. The application is approved and the litigants will now present the sources of evidence that Tianlan Construction Ltd. is in a profitable stage. The corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly. Illegally obtained evidence? As a lawyer, he must know that illegally obtained evidence cannot be used as trial evidence, isn't that? He certainly wouldn't have brought it up in court if it was illegally obtained evidence, because once you bring it up, then you're in an absolute passive position. However, since Zhang Xiao was able to raise such a question, it indicated a deeper study of this area. But, is there a possibility that he left the breach on purpose, leaving a big hole waiting for Zhang Xiao to jump into? Zhang Xiao noticed the smile at the corner of Su Bai's mouth and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. This premonition appeared to be the same feeling he had the last time he jumped inside a pit, but this one felt quite a bit more intense than the last. Could it be that? Is this a pit too? Under Zhang Zhao's puzzled gaze, Su Bai slowly raised his head and glanced at him. Okay, Inquisitor. Our source of evidence is the Inland Revenue Department. These are the relevant materials we obtained from the IRS. Looking at the tax materials inside Su Bai's hand, Zhang Zhao's mental journey at this moment was as difficult as eating star. Fault. What's with the chain of pits? One after the other. You play Hulanqua to save Grandpa. IRS. This must be evidence of a legitimate source. Zhang Xiao rubbed his temples. He had temporarily fallen into a pit and his thinking was a bit disorganized. On the presiding judge's seat on the trial bench, Yu Zhenyang briefly scanned through the tax materials and after confirming that they were correct, he then raised his head slightly and asked the staff to pass them to Zhang Xiao. The gavel was then struck. Knock knock. Is the evidentiary material submitted by the litigant confirmed and is there any objection by the respondent? Zhang Xiao looked at the certificate presented by the tax and realized that this thing could not be fake at all. Who would dare to fake on the tax? And Zhang Xiao also handed over the tax presentation certificate to Wu Qi, and after confirming that it belonged to the facts, he took a deep breath. Presiding judge, we have no objections. Knock knock. Yu Zhenyang lowered his head and organized his materials, then immediately raised his head slightly, swept his gaze across the litigant's seat and the litigated party's seat, and banged the gavel. With no objections from the respondent, we now proceed to the final presentation of the court. After Yu Zhenyang's voice fell, the litigant and the litigated parties had very different reactions. On the litigant's seat, Su Bai had a calm expression. The expression on Man Honghao's face relaxed slightly, and Li Shuizhen's little face was filled with excitement. Currently in court, the evidence is overwhelming and could definitely send the other owner in. If it doesn't go in, Li Shuizhen's mind suddenly came up with the administrative law she had read a few days ago. If I can't send it in, then my study of administrative law might come in handy. Li Shuizhen's small face was red, her entire demeanor agitated, her eyes quietly surveying Yu Zhenyang in the presiding judge's seat on the trial stage. Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice. What are you looking at? Ha, Counselor Su. I'm just looking around. You have that look in your eyes that no one else knows, but I do? Just a simple casual glance. Learned the hard way. Totally learned the hard way. Who taught you all this? A good seed. Completely brought down. Once he thought that Li Shuizhen was interning at his law firm, Subai was silent for a few seconds and didn't say anything more, only reminding Li Shuezhen, "We're in the final stages of the trial now, so don't think about anything else and focus." "Oh, okay, Counselor Su." Li Shuezhen's small face spread out and nodded. Seeing this, Subai did not say anything more. At present, this trial, their side, whether from the defense, or from the evidence, have won over the other side. It's still the same. The presiding judge doesn't judge blindly. Solid win. But the exact sentence, whether it is light or heavy, then needs to be imposed according to the will of the presiding judge and the presiding judge's understanding of the legal provisions. The court statement is the key to grasping this weight. In contrast to the relief of the litigants, there was a massive silence in the seat of the litigants. The three of them, Wu Qi, Xiaoyu and Dong Chang, were concerned about whether the verdict would have any bad effects on them. Zhang Xiao, on the other hand, was considering whether losing this lawsuit would have any effect on his reputation. The attorney's fees he should have taken. He took them, and he did his best, and if he lost, then there really wasn't much he could do about it. That's the reputation. There may be a few imperfections. Forget it. At the moment, it's not the time to think about that. Zhang Xiao organized herself and looked up at the trial stage. On the bench seat, Yu Xinyan looked to the litigant's seat. The parties to the lawsuit will now be invited to make their courtroom presentations. Wan Honghao faced the judge. A hint of nervousness flashed in his expression, and he placed his eyes for help on Subai. Subai noticed Wan Honghao's gaze for help and spoke in a low voice. "If you're going to make a statement in court, there's no need to be so nervous. Just be honest about what your life has been like since you were owed wages." When Wan Honghao heard Subai's voice, he nodded seriously. "Okay, Lawyer Su." "Aha!" Subai nodded slightly and looked toward the judge's seat. "What is it about gestures that most impresses judges?" "Sincerely, of course. Sincerity is the surefire way to impress the presiding judge. In that case, maybe Wu Qi will be able to stay in there for 2 more days and eat 2 more bowls of hard rice." A few seconds later, Wan Honghao finished calming his nervousness and began to slowly make his statement. "Presiding judge, I don't know how to present my case. I'm only clear that Wu Qi owes me wages for the past 2 years. It took a serious toll on my life and my family, and I had no money for treatment when I was sick, which developed into a major illness over time. My kids don't have money to pay for school either. They borrow from all over the place. The reason I chose to sue to go through the legal process, it is only to be hoped that the law will bring me a fair sentence. Not a harsh one, but one that will exercise a most just judgment upon me. Presiding judge, I have finished my statement." In the presiding judge's seat, Yu Xinyan nodded silently after listening to Wan Honghao's statement. Looking to Subai, "Counselor client, is there anything else you'd like to add?" "Presiding judge, the parties have nothing more to add." Subai opened his mouth. "It's good to stop in moderation. If you add more, it might backfire." Plus, Wan Honghao had already spoken sincerely, and there wasn't much point in adding to it himself. After the prosecution had finished its case, the presiding judge looked again to the respondent. "Respondent, begin your side of the court case." Zhang Xiao opened her mouth. "Okay, presiding judge, based on the current situation, Wu Qi being sentenced is already about to become a fact. The other side dug too many holes and completely slipped him into it. The facts and evidence are in front of us. Wu Qi will not be sentenced. Then there's only one scenario where a settlement before a judgment can be made for a lighter sentence." Zhang Xiao quickly communicated with Wu Qi. "This trial is very unfavorable to our side at the moment." Wu Qi instantly panicked when he heard this. "Lawyer Zhang, what should we do then?" "Do something. You can make a settlement. That is to say, this trial will surely award you to compensate the wages due to Wan Honghao. And it's good to make a settlement before there is a judgment." Wu Qi's heart now has long been unlike the previous mentality of asking for money to die. After hearing Zhang Zhao's words, he hastily nodded his head repeatedly. "Okay, Lawyer Zhang, I'll listen to you and settle the settlement. Whatever you say, Counselor Zhang." "Aha!" Zhang Xiao organized the information in front of him, tossed aside the previously prepared court statement, and began to orally elaborate. "It is the opinion of the presiding judge that our client did not knowingly and willfully and subjectively try to refuse to pay the wages and salaries of Wan Hongho. Our party, now having recognized its mistake, is willing to pay the corresponding salary to Wan Honghao, and if Wan Honghao is willing to do so, our party will pay Wan Honghao the corresponding unpaid salary as well as the corresponding interest within 3 working days. Knock knock. The presiding judge's gavel fell, and Yu Xinyan's eyes fell on the litigant's seat. Did the respondent offer to open a mediation session and did the litigant accept? Wan Honghao looked at Subai in a tangled manner. Subai opened his mouth and said, "The court judgment has not yet come down. The other party is able to propose to settle. As for and whether to settle, the will is in you." Then Counselor Su, "I'm not willing to settle. Will I be able to get my money back?" "It's okay. Hearing Su Bai's reply, Won Honghao's eyes instantly firmed up, and he burst out in a rare manner. Then what's the point of reconciliation? He's too much of a bully. It's only now that he's almost won the case that he wants to pay me back. Why didn't he think to pay me back when I begged him before? Counselor Su, I'm not settling. Aha! Su Bai nodded slightly, then looked to the presiding judge's seat. Presiding judge, our side refuses to settle. Knock knock. Yu Xingyang, what about the reasons for refusing to settle? Su Bai let out a deep breath. Reasons for refusing to settle. The respondent party, at a time when we were in the most difficult situation, was unwilling to pay the salary it owed, causing us financial hardship. It is the greatest blasphemy against the law to offer a settlement when you are being tried by the law, with the intention of evading the responsibility of the law. If everyone is like Wu Qi, who offers to settle in court to escape the responsibility of the law, then it is a travesty of the majesty of the law. That is why we believe that in order to maintain the reverence of the law, the party against whom the lawsuit was filed should be dealt with by a severe sentence. Xiaoyu, Dong Chang, Zhang Xiao, Wu Qi, nice guy. Is an offer to settle in court a travesty of the majesty of the law? Is it a desecration of the law? That's a big enough hatchet. Wu Qi cursed directly in his heart. What does that mean? That's trampling on the majesty of the law? The hat. He can't afford to wear it. What to do? Counselor Zhang, didn't you say that a settlement would be fine? How come now? Looking at the situation, it's still getting worse. Counselor Zhang, what the hell is going on here? Wu Qi was in a hurry. Zhang Xiao rubbed his temples. Who would have thought that the other party would be so good at pulling the flag? What to do? He doesn't know what to do. Wait for the trial. On the bench, Yu Zhenyang nodded slightly. In that sense, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. He had a rough assessment of the case before the verdict. Looking towards the litigant's seat, Yu Zhenyang nodded slightly, and in his heart, he already had a verdict. Bang the gavel. Knock knock. The court is done with its presentation and the litigants refuse to settle. Are there any other objections from the parties? Su Bai, there is no objection from our side. Zhang Xiao, our side has no objection. Knock. Yu Zhenyang banged the gavel and slowly stood up. Since none of them have any objections, we will now begin to pronounce the end of the trial. Clerk, all rise for the presiding judge to announce the outcome of the trial. Swish swish swish. All rise. At this moment, Wu Qi's fat face was covered with fine sweat, tightly clenched his fists, waiting for the judgment of the presiding judge. Just see Yu Zhenyang body erect, holding the court materials, announced the results of the verdict. The cause of this case, the litigant party Won Honghao against the litigated party Wu Qi refused to pay the remuneration, filed a private lawsuit, and at the same time pursued Xiaoyu, Dong Chang defective shareholders, civil liability. The court has jurisdiction over the case and the applicable law is in accordance with domestic law in its entirety. The results of the trial will be announced below. It has been determined by this court that, with respect to the claims filed by the litigants, in response to the complaint that Wu Qi, as an equity owner, legal person and principal of Tianlong Construction Company, Ltd., has committed the crime of refusing to pay wages, the facts are established and the evidence is conclusive. The respondent does not have any objections, and the respondent party, Wu Qi, has seriously infringed upon the rights and interests of Won Honghao, resulting in serious consequences, and it is hereby adjudged that Wu Qi is guilty of refusing to pay. Sentence Wu Qi to 1 year's imprisonment, and, within a limited period of time, pay Man Hangho's salary as well as the interest owed, and, due to Wu Qi defaulted on wages caused by Won Honghao's losses, part of which should be borne by Wu Qi. The specific relevant, after the trial by the court for further coordination. Second, in response to the litigants' question of recourse to defective shareholders, it was ruled that Xiaoyu, Dong Chang and the two others, as defective shareholders, need to bear part of the liability for the salary owed to Won Honghao as well as the interest, and the specific division of responsibility is determined by the proportion of the shareholdings of the Tianlong Construction Company Limited that is in possession of the company. 3. Order Wu Qi to apologize for the damage caused by Man Hangho. Fourth, as to the litigants' request for costs and attorney-related fees, it is ruled, the respondent shall bear them. The claims filed against the respondents are dismissed in their entirety. This case is a judgment of first instance, and according to the provisions of our procedural law, the party against whom the lawsuit is filed may file a review with the relevant unit or file an application for a retrial if it determines that there is any problem or challenge to the adjudication of the judgment. The judgment will be sent to the parties to the lawsuit within 10 days of the closure of the court. Close the court. Knock. The dull sound of the gavel fell, and the trial was over. On the seat of the party being sued, Wu Qi was in a daze, plus a look of helplessness, and even a hint of panic. Me, going in, ask for a catch-up read. Monthly tickets. Recommendation tickets please. After the verdict comes down, Wu Qi's entire body froze in place. I was sentenced? Inside. 1 year's imprisonment. It's not just a matter of not paying. I said I'd give it, and you sentenced me to that much? Presiding judge, I don't obey the judgment. I've said I'm going to settle, not owe wages and salaries, and give compensation. So why am I still being sentenced so heavily? Wu Qi raised a questioning voice. On the trial stage, Yu Zhenyang frowned slightly. Sentencing Wu Qi to 1 year's imprisonment is already considered light. The evidence is overwhelming and there are no points of disagreement or dispute. According to the criminal law, the crime of refusing to pay labor remuneration is punishable by fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention, and if serious consequences result, by fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. Wu Qi owes Wan Honghao 2 years' salary in arrears, which can be said to have caused great impact and very serious consequences on Wan Honghao's life as well as his health. A year is a light gavel. You're still not convinced? On the trial stage, Yu Zhenyang, who was ready to get up, saw Wu Qi looking like a thug and full of questions, and opened his mouth seriously. Judgment is the exercise of the powers of the law in accordance with the interpretation of its provisions and corroborating evidence. If the party being litigated has any dissatisfaction or is dissatisfied with the court proceedings, the evidence submitted, and the legal basis, it can file a retrial or a supervisory review with the relevant law enforcement unit. I will definitely be filing an appeal and review. Wu Qi was getting pissed off. He was going to pay the money, but he was even sentenced to 1 year in prison. Are you being reasonable? He's going to pay. What more does he want? Seeing Wu Qi like this, Yu Zhenyang frowned slightly. Appeal? Not appealing? It seems necessary to have a good chat with one's mentors, and it's not a violation to just talk about the case and discuss it anyway. Yu Zhenyang swept a glance over Wu Qi without saying anything, while at the same time looked back to the litigant's seat, nodded with a slight smile, and then left the courtroom. Wait until after the presiding judge has left the bench. Li Shuezhen popped up slightly in excitement, and underneath her suit, Pikachu's eyes flickered. Lawyer Su, we've won this case. The other guy got a year in prison. It always feels like the sentence is a little low. Li Shuezhen blinked with regret in her tone. Ahem. Subai awkwardly dryly coughed twice to ease the embarrassment and explained. There is some ambiguity in the country regarding the criminalization of the offense of refusal to pay in individual cases. This Judge Yu Zhenyang has always been known for his conservatism in sentencing. A sentence of 1 year's imprisonment is indeed a little short, but if this case is sentenced this way, there won't be much controversy. Even if the other party appeals in the second trial, then it's unlikely that the sentence will be changed, and the probability is that it will be upheld in the first trial. Oh, Li Shuezhen blinked. Wan Honghao, who was on the side, let out a long sigh of relief after hearing the judgment ruling come down. Thank you, Counselor Su. Then, Wan Honghao turned his words around and opened his mouth to inquire. Counselor Su, I'd like to ask, what if the other party files for a second trial, or doesn't pay me back yet? Although he heard the verdict come down, Wan Honghao was still a little worried in his heart. I'm afraid Wu Qi won't pay. In the face of Wan Honghao's concern, Subai looked to the seat of the sued party and revealed 2 white teeth. This is a court judgment, and if you refuse to execute it, you can just file a lawsuit. Article 313 of the criminal law stipulates that the crime of refusing to execute a judgment or ruling shall be punishable by imprisonment for not more than 3 years, or in serious cases, not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. The combination of the offenses could amount to more than 5 years in prison. Again, this time for your compensation issue, also pursued Xiaoyu and Dongchang, the 2 equity holders of Tianlan Construction Limited. Wu Qi hardened not still alright, but with Wu Qi this forewarned. Xiaoyu and Dongchang 2 people cannot be so ironclad. Continue to know the law. This money, for sure, can come to you. After listening to Subai's explanation, Wan Honghao let out a long breath, and his entire demeanor relaxed quite a bit. These workers, the money they earn is hard money, was owed for so long, if they do not get it back that is too much damage to the family. More than 300,000. He practically gave his life for it. Lawyer Su, thank you for this time. Wan Honghao bowed deeply, and Subai hurriedly helped him up. No need for that, it's my duty as your retained attorney. After waiting for Wan Honghao to get up, Subai continued to open his mouth and instructed. Regarding the court judgment, the address filled in at that time was the law firm. The judgment will be sent to the law firm inside. When you come to the law firm to pick up a trip, regarding the impact and compensation to you because of the unpaid wages, the court will coordinate, and when you come to pick up the judgment, I will tell you how to coordinate for the maximum benefit. Okay, Counselor Su, this case has been a labor of love for you. Thank you, Lawyer Su. Gratitude was written all over Man Hangho's face. Facing Wan Honghao's gratitude, Subai responded with a slight smile. Then, he spoke to Li Shuezhen. Well, this trial is kind of over. Let's go. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuezhen briefly packed up her materials. To keep up with Subai's pace. Wan Hanghao walked behind Li Shuezhen, and the three of them left the courtroom together. The respondent's bench. Looking at Wan Honghao leaving the courtroom, Wu Qi's gaze was filled with anger. This Wan Honghao really took me to court. So what if I take him to court? He won't settle and I'll appeal. I'm just going to make sure he doesn't get his money. Not only will I not return it, Brother Xie, Brother Dong, you guys don't return it either. I'll see what he can do. Xiaoyu, Dong Chang, are you taking us for fools? You don't give it back and now you're in. You're asking us not to give it back. You want us to go in with you? Dream on. Ugh. The two of them, Xiaoyu and Dong Chang, turned to leave, turning around without the slightest hesitation. Wu Qi. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Qi twisted his head to look at Zhang Xiao. Lawyer Zhang, what do you think is the likelihood of me winning the second trial if I continue to appeal? Zhang Xiao shook his head and confessed the truth. In your case, with the evidence and the judgment of the first trial in front of you, the probability of winning the second trial is very small. Can't you win a second trial? I'm not sure if I can win, but let's just say it's very hard to win, and it's very unlikely that I'll be able to win. Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, Wu Qi's face swished white. Zhang Xiao looked at Wu Qi, did not say anything, simply organized the materials for the lawsuit, and watched Wu Qi being taken away from the courtroom by the bailiff. This trial shows that the other side's lawyers are indeed formidable. The evidence is overwhelming. Wu Qi was sentenced to 1 year in prison for refusing to pay. If he continues to resist execution, Zhang Xiao shook his head and did not continue to think about it. Good advice is hard to come by. Just remind yourself of it, and let the person concerned make their own judgment as to the follow-up. Baijun Law Firm. The seventh day of the trial. Subai leaned on the sofa and leisurely sipped his tea. TSK. This too, 999 3-pound tea tastes a lot stronger than the $9.90 tea, which tastes a lot stronger. Subai took a sip of tea and whispered. Along with the completion of litigation in one of his cases, the tea he drank became more and more expensive. This time it was 2,999 3-pounds of tea. Tea entrance. Subai placed the teacup on the tabletop. The case of Man Hangho was over. Regardless of whether Wu Qi mentioned the second trial, Wan Honghao's unpaid wages commission is considered to be completed, and Wu Qi's probability of winning the second trial, almost negligible. Eating the pot is a sure thing. After the Wan Honghao case was over, Xiao Haiba even made a special call to inquire about the progress of the trial. After all, he was the one who introduced this case now. Slightly surprised to learn that Wu Qi was sent in for the crime of refusing to pay, because this is a civil labor law dispute. Civil cases, Subai dealt with directly in a criminal manner. Come to think of it, this is also in line with Subai's style. Suddenly it doesn't seem so strange. The two men exchanged pleasantries on the phone for a while, exchanged words to promote their feelings and hung up. This time, the court's judgment, sent rather quickly, was originally said to be sent to the parties within 10 days. 7 days. In the case of Wan Honghao, the court's judgment was sent to Baijun's law firm. When the judgment arrived, Subai contacted Wan Honghao to come to the law firm to pick up the judgment. Things were notified around 12 noon. By around 2:10 p.m., Mr. and Mrs. Wan Honghao and Mr. and Mrs. Yi Jiao arrived at Baijun's law office. Baijun law firm. Inside the office, on the sofa, Subai sat across from Wan Honghao and Mr. and Mrs. Yi Jiao, and Li Shuezhen sat slightly to Subai's right. The two people, Wan Honghao and Mr. and Mrs. Yi Jiao, both had heartfelt smiles on their faces. Here's the court's judgment. You keep it. You might need it later. Subai handed the verdict to the two men. Wan Honghao stretched out his hand and slowly took the verdict, carefully folding it up and putting it into his pocket. Immediately after that, he took out his backpack, opened it, and pulled a banner out of it. The left side of the banner, 100% win rate. Ace Su Barrister. Banner right, lawsuit. Baijun Law Firm. Center. Lawyer Su. This time in our case, the attorney's fees and litigation costs were paid by the other side, and we didn't actually have to pay anything out. And I'm looking for the fact that you've helped us with such a big thing this time. We have to show our appreciation. Solely made such a banner. Lawyer Su, will you see if it's okay? Subai looked at the banner. It's too good. What is the highest recognition for a lawyer? It is not the customer's sincere recognition of it. Send the banner thing, can be said to be the highest treatment of customer recognition. Yes, I love it, and I thank you for recognizing our law firm. Baijun and Associates. Su Bai received the banner with both hands and then solemnly handed it to Li Shuizhen. Li Shuizhen naturally also understand that this is the law firm's signboard. Naturally also very happy. When Wan Heng Hao and Yi Jiao saw that Su Bai liked it, the smiles on their faces became a bit more intense. It was obvious that the two people were truly grateful to Su Bai. Immediately after, Su Bai was ready to have a brief chat with Wan Heng Hao about the subsequent execution of the court's judgment, but did not expect Wan Heng Hao 2 days ago to get the wages owed, interest and subsequent related compensation. Attorney Su, I have been paid the wages and interest that I was owed and the compensation that was inflicted on me. The day after the trial ended, the two bosses, Xiaoyu and Dong Chang, found me in a hurry and said they wanted me to calculate how much money and how much compensation I should get. I spoke to them about the approximate amount of compensation, as you told me earlier, Counselor Su. Without saying a word, the two of them agreed to the amount of compensation I said I would receive. And yesterday, the interest on the wages I was owed, as well as the associated compensation, was credited to my bank account. Counselor Su, I think they're afraid you'll send them in too. That's why you're so eager to talk to me about compensation. Su Bai, send them in too? Uncommunicative. He's a lawyer. He has to follow the law. He can't just send anyone in. But on the whole, it was a good thing that Xiaoyu and Dong Chang, both of whom were afraid of trouble, took the initiative to inquire about Wan Heng Hao and actively paid the interest on the outstanding wages as well as the corresponding compensation. Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed. Since the other party has already paid you the appropriate wages and compensation, now that you have it in hand, this is a good thing. Aha. Yes. Wan Heng Hao smiled and nodded, then spoke. Counselor Su came over this time. I have another thing I want to consult you about. That is, I know a lot of acquaintances in the company. They are similarly owed wages. Some owe less, some owe more. I would like to consult Su lawyer. Like this situation should do ah? Su Bai took a sip of water. In this case, if you put it in, you need to file a lawsuit before you can revoke the issue of the equity transfer agreement. But the court has already ruled that the transfer of the equity agreement between Wu Qi, Xiaoyu and Dong Chang is invalid. So you can directly submit the appropriate evidence to the Labor Inspection Department to prove the material. The rest of the labor inspectors will handle it. They will be contacted. And if they don't handle it, when the enforcement letter from the labor inspector is issued, and they continue to not handle it, they can just turn it over to the court. Just follow the process and you'll be fine. After hearing Su Bai's words, Wan Heng Hao nodded seriously. Okay lawyer Su, I'm clear. Aha! Su Bai smiled and nodded. Wan Heng Hao continued to stay at the law firm and chat with Su Bai for nearly 20 minutes more before leaving the firm. Wait until after you leave, Li Shuizhen asked. Lawyer Su, where do we hang this banner? Hang your office? Su Bai took the banner from Li Shuizhen's hand and carefully surveyed it for a couple of moments with satisfaction in his eyes. Hanging in my office is not enough. This place is too inconspicuous. This banner is equivalent to the customer's recognition of us. It is our second signboard. Understand? Understood. Where is our law firm visible at a glance? The front desk counseling office? Su Bai pondered slightly for 2 seconds. The front desk counseling office was indeed the most conspicuous place at the moment. Then hang it at the front desk counseling desk first. Hang it higher and clearer. After all, this is the first banner our law firm has received. It must be taken seriously. Okay, Counselor Su, I'm begging you to read it. I'm a bit thick-skinned, so I'm asking for a monthly recommendation. Worship, Duong, by June Law Firm. Li Shuizhen looked at the already hung banner and nodded with satisfaction. The expression on his little face was both serious and excited. It was the first banner for their law firm. It was still put up by her herself. That says a lot about your position in the Shuriken law firm, doesn't it? And at this time, Su Rang returned to the law firm from outside. During this time, he's also been running cases and getting a lot of them, though not a lot. The results of that criminal defamation and insult case have also come in. The defamatory party was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment. Sort of a win. As soon as he returned to the law firm, Su Rang saw the brocade banners hanging from the law firm, and his eyes were filled with envy. Lawyer Su deserves to be called Lawyer Su. There's even someone who sends a banner. Sure is awesome. Su Rang stood aside and muttered in a low voice. Li Shuizhen's little face was proud, happier than hearing herself praised. Ahem. That's true. Counselor Su is very good at what she does. Su Rang looked at Li Shuizhen suspiciously. Lawyer Su is indeed powerful. But what's with this proud expression on your face? Senior sister? Li Shuizhen seemed to have read Su Rang's thoughts, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Senior. Think about it. What's the first lesson we should learn most as lawyers? The most important first lesson you should learn as a lawyer. Does this have anything to do with you being proud of following along? Su Rang shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. The first lesson you should learn the most as a lawyer should be integrity and justice? Li Shuizhen smiled and opened her mouth. Elder brother, you say is not right. Su lawyer has taught me. The first lesson is the human condition. Think about it. Isn't it bad to run a case without a human face? Isn't the human face the first place? Su Rang pondered slightly for 2 seconds. The point of being humane is true. Without it, some evidence is indeed not easy to find. But what does this have to do with your face of pride? Of course it's relevant. This first lesson was taught to me by Lawyer Su. Right. I'm Lawyer Su's trainee assistant attorney. Right. Isn't Lawyer Su very good? If Lawyer Su is very good, then his trainee attorney is naturally very good. Su Rang looked at his junior sister and sighed deeply in his heart. Tutor Feng, you come on. Little sister is now on the verge of being abducted. Oh no. It's been abducted. It's alright. Then. It's no use even if Tutor Feng comes. Inside Hakun's law office, Subai took a long breath. It was now the 10th day since the end of the Wan Honghao case. When he was at the original address of Hakun's law firm, he had been living in the firm. Currently, as Shuriken's office began to grow in popularity and the number of cases and clients increased, it was no longer reasonable for him to live in the office. It was no longer possible to live in the office. Simply contacted the agent directly, and rented a 1-bedroom apartment inside the neighborhood near the office, with a monthly rent of 3,005. Along with the law firm is getting better and better. 3,005 rent, 2,999 3 pounds of tea. Subai spend up, but not heartache. Inside the office, Subai pulled Su Rang and Li Shuizhen into a meeting. The purpose of the meeting, of course, is to improve the cohesion and unity of the law firm. For words to be precise, paint the big picture first. Of course, it's important to paint a big picture, but law firms also need a shot in the arm and a summary report. Subai sat on the main seat of the conference room, and Li Shuizhen sat on the right side with a small, serious face, looking at Subai with unblinking eyes. On the contrary, Su Rang, facing Subai, similarly worshipped, but not as strongly as Li Shuizhen showed. The main seat. Subai knocked on the desktop. Ahem. The purpose of our meeting this time is to briefly summarize the current situation of our law firm, and future planning issues. Su Rang, you summarize it first. Su Rang made a brief summary report. Lawyer Su, in recent times, I've taken on a total of 8 cases, including 1 criminal case and 7 civil cases. The 7 civil cases include 6 civil mediation cases. Very nice. Subai slightly nodded and complimented, then turned his gaze to Li Shuizhen. Li Shuizhen was still in the internship stage for the time being and was not able to handle the case independently, swallowing her words. Lawyer Su, I don't have any cases to summarize. I've been following you this whole time. Didn't take any cases. Subai nodded. Li Shuizhen division from the top bulls, looking for evidence material, that is first class. There is this layer of relationship, but also what bicycle? You haven't taken any cases because you're still in the internship stage. After that, you'll surely become the pillar of our law firm. Really? Li Shuizhen's eyes flashed suddenly. Of course, do you not believe me? No, I believe in Counselor Su. Hearing Subai's praise, Li Shuizhen's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon as she smiled. Seeing this scene, Su Rong took a deep breath in his heart, his mind filled with Ms. Fang's heartbroken expression. And at this moment, when Subai asked about Su Rang and what he thought about the current development of the law firm, Su Rang organized his emotions and opened his mouth. Counselor Su, counting from the time I entered our law firm, during this period of time, our law firm does not lack cases, but the current situation is that our law firm lacks some big cases. Previously, our law firm has the Nandu Bank case, the Chifeng case, and the Zhang Tongwei case, which can be considered big cases. Our law firm's popularity in the circle has also increased, but now looking for our law firm to fight lawsuits are a number of small cases without powerful big cases. Hit our law firm in the hearts of those clients. Subai nodded slightly. This was indeed a problem, but the key point was that the firm is not enough. To be precise, not quite enough contacts have been accumulated. Lawyers, this profession is still very important to network and resources. Earlier, if not Luo de Xiang and Xiao Haiba's introduction, it's still a bit difficult for their law firm to grow to its current level. Although the first few were big cases, they were all criminal prosecutions. Criminal prosecutions are hard to get for little money and a lot of work. However, the law firm's financial problems have now been resolved, so there is no need to worry too much for the time being. It doesn't matter if the funding doesn't really work out down the road. The little rich girl has money. If she's broke, just let her take a stake. And the firm has entered a stage of growth where there are no big cases, but there are a lot of small cases, and a lot of civil litigation and civil settlements. Su Ling has been busy all day. The law firm has moved to a point where it is breaking even on expenses. with slightly more than a small profit. But the problems law firms are currently facing are exactly what Su Rang said. How to go about getting some of the bigger cases and expanding your network for the bigger cases. You can't expand a law firm just by taking small cases. Thinking about this, Su Bai had a toothache. This is a troublesome problem. Nanda. Inside the girls' dormitory, Li Shuizhen was lying on the table, her entire body slightly suspended, her small face looking a little sad. At a meeting of the White and June law firm, Su Rang brought up the fact that Bai Jun's law firm doesn't have the human resource connections for big cases. It really didn't look good for her. A trainee lawyer who aspired to be a partner in Hawkins' law firm. She's now a gold medalist attorney with a 4-year internship win streak. If there's a big case, then it's the gold medal lawyer with a 5-game internship winning streak. No big cases, all civil mediation disputes. The failure of Bai Jun's law firm to expand. It's too much for her as a future partner. We need to find a way. At this time, the sweet roommate on the side could see that Li Shuizhen had something on her mind, and curiously came to Li Shuizhen's side. Snow Jane, why are you moping? Li Shuizhen slightly raised her head, her small face spread out. The law firm I interned at, the lawyer I'm currently following, doesn't have any big cases to take? I'm worried about the panic. The sweet roommate lowered herself to the ground, her pinned-up pillbox head bobbing slightly. There is no big case, not just right. You as a trainee solicitor also rare free. But I know, you are motivated to be a big lawyer woman. No big case to take it is very difficult, is not it? Li Shuizhen nodded slightly. It is indeed hard to fight without a big case, but then in his mind, it doesn't matter if he can become a barrister this or not. To become a partner in Hawkins' law firm, that's going to be more than a barrister. The sweet roommate smiled and spoke up. I do know where I can get a big case. Where? Li Shuizhen's eyes glowed and she jerked her head up. Shuizhen, you are not forgetting Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng is not only the law teacher inside our school, but also the top bull in the legal circle of Nandu. Although it may not be able to introduce any top-notch big cases, but if you post an advertisement in your circle of friends, or in a slight introduction of the case, then you can also surely receive general big cases. Go find Mr. Feng. I'm sure he can introduce you to a lawsuit case. Hearing the sweet roommate's words, Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of looking for a teacher? Inside the office of the Vice-Chancellor of the Faculty of Law at NTU, Feng Lijian sat on the sofa, his eyes covered with joy as he watched his favorite student come to see him and bring him small gifts. Shuizhen, you can come to see teacher. Teacher is very happy. But in the future these gifts do not need to buy. It's enough that you have this intention. Oh yeah. Have you had a hard time with your internship lately? Is there anything you need help from the teacher? If there is, just ask, and the teacher will definitely help if he can. Although it was said that Feng Lijian knew that Li Shuizhen was interning at a small law firm, Bai Jun law firm. However, he had also investigated, and this lawyer from Bai Jun's firm was still somewhat powerful. No talk of previous lawsuits. After Shuizhen Li joined Bai Jun law firm, this law firm took on several cases that were tricky and complicated. Nando's bank, marriage fraud, acquitted in self-defense. These cases, they're classic. It's all good. Feng Lijian was still satisfied with Li Shuizhen's internship at Bai Jun law firm. This time, Li Shuizhen came over to see himself and even brought gifts. He was even more satisfied and couldn't stop the happiness in his eyes. Hearing Feng Lijian's words, Li Shuizhen smiled and narrowed her eyes. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Teacher. My recent internship is not hard, but also on the contrary, I have learned a lot. Not bad, not bad. Feng Lijian smiled and nodded. At this time, Li Shuizhen turned her words around again. Teacher, this time I came over to find you. I do have some difficulties. Say, what kind of trouble? As long as the teacher can solve it for you, he will help you solve it. Feng Lijian waved his hand and opened his mouth with a smile. Li Shuizhen let out a long breath. It's like this teacher. Recently my friend interned in a small law firm. That law firm has a lot of cases, but they are all small cases that mediate civil disputes. There's no big case. I'd like to ask your teacher if he can refer a few big cases to that small law firm, even if it's just a favor for me. Do my friend a favor? Li Shuizhen almost had a mouthful, and hastily rounded it back, looking at Feng Lijian somewhat sheepishly. Of course, but this is something that may take a while, so go back and wait. Feng Lijian agreed with a smile as if he hadn't heard Li Shuizhen say the wrong thing. Okay, thank you teacher. Hearing Feng Lijian agree, Li Shuizhen's eyebrows curved into a crescent moon. Seeing this, Feng Lijian let out a long sigh in his heart. It's over. It's over. Homegrown bunnies are kind of taken for a ride. After waiting for Li Shuizhen to leave the office door, Feng Lijian was filled with sorrow. Hey, what friend's law firm? Li Shuizhen is talking about that Bai Jun law firm. He knew that this time Li Shuizhen had come over to him entirely out of her own mind, and not because Su Bai had signaled her intention. He could sort of see that the little wolf cub had taken his own white rabbit and run away with him. It's heartbreaking. However, looking at the gifts that Li Shuizhen had brought over, Feng Lijian's heart only had a small comfort. Immediately afterward, he made a phone call to no one in particular, said something, and mumbled after hanging up. Shuizhen does learn a lot at Baijuan's law firm. The lawyers at that law firm are good at lawsuits, as long as you don't bring people down. Feng Lijian's current mentality towards Li Shuizhen was that it didn't matter how much he learned, as long as he wasn't brought down by the wolf cub. Hey, the more I think about it, the sadder I get. In the meantime, Nanda, inside the girls' dormitory, Li Shuizhen was lying on her back on the bed, her two small feet swaying back and forth. A few minutes later, after Li Shuizhen saw the message Feng Lijin had sent to her, her two eyes lit up and she immediately sent a message to Su Bai. Counselor Su, I got a great case. Su Bai? It's like this lawyer Su. I have a friend, also interned in a big law firm in Nandu. That law firm has a case that can't be picked up, so they told me about it. According to him, this case has high attorney's fees, and it's very tricky. It's an awesome big case. Su Bai looked at the message sent by Li Shuizhen and fell into silence. A friend? Couldn't take the case, gave it to her? And it's a very expensive case? It's impossible to think about it anymore. He's not stupid. Surely he doesn't believe that. If Li Shuizhen was able to receive the case, then she must have approached her senior brother and sister, or that big bull teacher. In this regard, Su Bai was more inclined to think that he had sought out that big bull teacher. It's still pretty easy to introduce a lawsuit to the greats of the Nando's legal community. Hiss. Seeing the brief introduction of the case sent over by Li Shuizhen, Su Bai sucked in a breath. This case? It's kind of awesome. I'm asking for a catch-up read. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets, please. Thank you very much. After reading a brief description of the case, Su Bai took a deep breath. It was indeed an awesome case. Not only was it awesome, but the lawyer's fee was quite a lot. But, how can I put it? This case is a bit tricky. Su Bai replied to Li Shuizhen. Are you sure this case has been accepted by our law firm? Li Shuizhen's expression was excited. Of course. Lawyer Su, if we take this case and win it, then our law firm will be awesome. Definitely able to expand relationships and grow bigger. Counselor Su, don't you want to get bigger and better? TSK. Reverse pie painting. That did learn, haha. Su Bai rubbed his temples. This case is indeed powerful, and is really difficult to get. Compared to the last death penalty case, the difficulty between the two is nothing more than that. Okay, we'll decide when the time comes and the client comes to the law firm to contact us. Otherwise there's no point in saying more. This case has just been introduced to us. We haven't signed the commissioning contract yet, so don't get too happy just yet. Okay, Counselor Su. After Li Shuizhen replied to the message, her little face was excited. Her teacher's referral should go to their firm to take on the case. If I take this case, then I should be a 5-win trainee lawyer. With regard to Su Bai's level of winning, Li Shuizhen had a blind adoring confidence. 100% internship win rate. 5 consecutive wins. This name is not enough to be a partner of Baijun law firm. Gotta keep it up. Li Shuizhen sighed slightly as she remembered the Baijun law firm partners, so far away from her. Pity. If it wasn't for Su Bai not accepting her pocket money into her shares, she would have been firmly in the predetermined qualifications for a partner in a law firm by now, right? It can't be that I didn't pay enough. Such a thought suddenly surfaced in Li Shuizhen's mind. Morning, 9:30 a.m. CZ building, the sun is shining. Inside the Baijun law firm, Su Bai looked toward the outside. All the skyscrapers, the scenery, what all cannot be seen. After taking a sip of tea, Su Bai withdrew his gaze. Knock knock. A knock sounded outside the office. Come in. Su Bai opened his mouth, and after seeing Su Rang walk in from outside, he opened his mouth. There are only 3 of us in the law firm at the moment, so it's a small group of people, and besides me, it's you and Shuizhen. So next time, just push your way right in. Su Rong smiled faintly. Okay, Lawyer Su, what is it that you want to see me about? Is there some kind of tricky dilemma or trouble on the case? No, Counselor Su. Su Rang shook his head. It's like this, Lawyer Su. The last time we met, our law firm mentioned at the meeting how to get contacts and ways to get big cases. I thought about it when I got back, and I think the best way to broaden my network is to meet lawyers who know other big law firms. From what I understand, there's going to be a lawyers' exchange in the South Metro in a couple days. There are quite a few lawyers from big law firms who will be attending this lawyer exchange. Lawyer Su, I have a friend who said he has an invitation, just don't have time to go, so he gave it to me. Lawyer Su, do you want to go and take a look? Su Bai, have another friend? TSK. This friend Su Rang was talking about himself, right? Lawyer exchange, to put it bluntly, is a group of first-class lawyers exchange of ideas? Big law firm lawyers know each other. Exchange of feelings. There are a few remaining lawyers from small firms that go over to hold their own and get a small chance to be seen by the big brother lawyers. This kind of exchange is suitable for lawyers who are just ready to work on their own cases. As for him, there won't be any networking opportunities. After all, there's only so much business to go around. And Baijun law firm can't grow without a caseload of big cases. Law firms have a caseload that is all important, especially some of the bigger cases. You do more, they do less. It's not a very good relationship, or it's not possible to make a case for you. If you really want to expand your network, you still have to look at smaller gatherings and circles. For example, say, Xiao Haiba introduced by Luo de Xiang like this. Thinking of Luo de Xiang, Su Bai suddenly realized that he hadn't contacted Mr. Luo for a while. How about letting Mr. Luo give himself a Hiroko? That case will come in thick and fast. But Su Bai only thought about it for a few seconds before dismissing the idea. That's not how favoritism works. This level of human kindness has to be used when it counts. And hitting Hiroko is too much of a luxury. Phew, I won't go to this exchange meeting. You can stay for now. You can go over to have a look and get to know more top lawyers in the industry. It might help you in your future path as a lawyer. Su Bai slowly spoke. Su Rang hadn't expected Su Bai to refuse, but on second thought, Su Bai was also a first-class barrister who handled cases. All that's missing is the caseload. It does seem a little inappropriate to attend this lawyer exchange. So he nodded seriously. Okay, Counselor Su. Since Counselor Su isn't going, I'll take this invitation myself. Aha! Su Bai smiled and nodded. Immediately afterward, Su Rang pushed the door and walked out after asking Su Bai some more questions about certain cases. As Su rang out of the office. In the meantime, Li Shuizhen was sitting in the Baijun lawyer's office, carefully studying the criminal law, administrative law, and the administrative procedure law. Every now and then a pen is used to record certain highlights. The frown deepened as he studied. Yesterday, she was opening her mouth with Feng Lijian to ask for help, and Feng Lijian agreed. And after getting the source of a big case, she informed Su Bai with gusto. But it's nearly 12 o'clock and the other guy hasn't come yet. It dulled her impatience a bit, and she could only fill the excitement in her heart by studying. Su Rang walked out of Su Bai's office and passed by Li Shuizhen's office location. Noticing that Li Shuizhen was reading a book, she smiled and opened her mouth to quip. Not bad. Always knowing how to study. You can definitely become a partner of our law firm in the future. Su Rang already knew Li Shuizhen's struggle, so he boasted, but also boasted at the point. Li Shuizhen squinted her eyes and smiled into a crescent moon. Thank you, senior brother. Definitely. Su Rang still had some civil cases to deal with and smiled and waved his hand without saying much, but when passing by Li Shuizhen's side, his afterglow subconsciously saw the highlights of the administrative law and administrative litigation law that Li Shuizhen had drawn with a pen. There was a sudden pause in his steps. No, ma'am. What's the point of all this? Su Rang had wanted to ask about it, but Li Shuizhen seemed to have realized something and forced herself to calmly open her mouth. I did flip through each focus and made key markers. This is my habit. Senior brother Su, don't you have this habit? Su Rang smiled and shook his head. I really don't have this habit. You study hard. I'll go and get busy first. Okay, Counselor Su. After Li Shuizhen saw Su Bai walk out from inside the office, she immediately changed her address. Su Bai? You call him Mr. Su behind his back, but you call him Lawyer Su in the open? Sheesh. This relationship can't be put out in the open. What about acting out the no-doctrine room at the law firm? Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice and continued to pretend that he didn't know the identities of these two people, calling Li Shuizhen to make a trip to his office. Counselor Li is coming to my office later. Okay, Counselor Su. As soon as she heard Su Bai call her, Li Shuizhen's eyes burst out a light. She wore a tight purple top over a little blazer today, and Tata Duan trotted into the office. Inside the office, Su Bai took a sip of tea and gestured for Li Shuizhen to sit down. After Li Shuizhen sat down with a small face of delight, she opened her mouth and said, Lawyer Su, you're looking for me? Su Bai. What else? Su lawyer, you look for me. What is the matter? Is not yesterday I told you to take the case thing? Yesterday's case? I've talked to my friend. I don't know why the other guy didn't come over. Maybe he's busy with something. Li Shuizhen's gaze stayed fixed on Su Bai, noting the expression on his face. Su Bai smiled and spoke. It's not this matter. I called you in to ask you about some other things. Other things? Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up. Her small face was elated, and she instantly came to life, slightly straightening her body. Lawyer Su, you ask. Su Bai? What's this all about? I was just going to ask some career planning questions. What do you mean you're sitting bolt upright with a hint of anticipation in your expression? Ahem. Don't be so formal for a second. I'm just casually asking about something above your job. Oh. Li Shuizhen's small face collapsed, and she couldn't stop the loss on her expression. Subai dryly coughed twice, pretending not to see it, and opened his mouth. Attorney Li, how long have you been at Baijun Law Firm? It must have been 6 months. Li Shuizhen thought back carefully, then nodded. It's been nearly 6 months. Shuizhen Li came to Baijun Law Firm and has been exposed to 4 cases. While it's true that each case doesn't take very long, on average, each case takes about a month and a half to litigate, plus the time between cases. The conversion of an internship to a full-time position takes at least 1 year in the program. Currently Shuizhen Li has been at Baijun Law Office for 6 months as a trainee attorney. Then you need to wait at least another 6 months for the internship to be regularized. Li Shuizhen looked at Subai suspiciously. Lawyer Su, why are you suddenly asking me this? Subai smiled and spoke. Inquiring about this, of course, is to further understand your internship time. When the conditions for transfer are met, after the transfer, you will be promoted to the second in command of our law firm at the first opportunity. How about? Thank you, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's little face was so excited that she didn't notice at all that Subai's pie was big and round. Second in command. There are only 3 people in the entire firm. But in reality, it is true that Subai is not considered to be painting a cake. Li Shuizhen's background as the firm's first trainee lawyer is awesome again. Becoming second in command of a law firm after the transition is a totally good thing for the firm. Did not see. The law firm did not have a big case. Li Shuizhen ran to his teacher to find a great case. That's the power of networking resources. Michael. It's just that, for the time being, Michelle Li is working as a trainee attorney and can't handle cases on her own. He called Li Shuizhen into the office this time. In addition to chatting about this, there was also a part to pull in the feelings. Talking about Li Shuizhen's teacher Feng Lijin. After all, as a bull in the legal profession of Nandu, this hard relationship is the top networking relationship. Only, Li Shuizhen is wary as a kitten when it comes to her school life. Subai also had to give up for the time being. After Li Shuizhen left the office, her tense little face instantly relaxed and she let out a long breath. Just, the client of the case introduced by Feng Lijin. A day passed and still did not come to the law firm. This left Li Shuizhen a little sullen for the rest of the day. However, she also knew that the parties involved in the case would not necessarily be able to come over at any time. So although she was anxious in her heart, she didn't care too much about it. The next day, still didn't come. Day 3, still not here. Day 4, little Li is annoyed. Day 5, little Li's little face caved in and he slumped over the table, losing all color in his eyes. Why don't you come? The teacher introduced the case. There should be no problem. Although her teacher didn't introduce the case directly, those old friends of her teachers who introduced the case should be very reliable. Li Shuizhen's entire body on the table. A few days in a row the parties to the big case did not come to the law firm for consultation and commission. This frustrated Sheridan Li. A fierce sense of frustration grew within. And just at this time, outside the law firm, walked in 2 young men wearing plaid shirts. Their ages looked no more than 27 or 18, but both of them had an indescribable feeling about them. It's like a sense of vicissitude. Once the 2 men walked in, they began to survey each other inside the law firm. Hello, is this the Hakun law firm? One of the young men opened his mouth to inquire. After seeing someone coming, Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up and immediately came to life. Hastily getting up. Hello, this is the Hakun law firm. May I ask if you're here for legal advice or to retain an attorney for a lawsuit? The young man propped up his black eyes, and his whole demeanor looked a bit formal. We were referred by other law firms who said that this case of ours was tricky and that Baijun law firm could settle our claim. So we're just going to come over and check it out. To get some counseling first. It looks like this is the person who was involved in the case that the teacher introduced. Li Shuizhen nodded seriously. Yes, come in first. Okay. Those 2 young men nodded at the same time. And at the same time, they noticed the banner hanging at the counseling office of Baijun's law firm. That's a banner. That's a bit of a bullseye to write. When they saw the banner, both of them breathed a long sigh of relief at the same time. I'm shamelessly begging for a monthly ticket. I'm begging you to read it. Woo. Before the 2 men came to Baijun law firm, they purposely went online and consulted the reputation and situation of Baijun law firm, have some knowledge of the White and June law firm. The reason for the delay was because it was a discussion about whether or not to come to Akun's law office. The reason for this is that they are searching and consulting online for information about Baijun law firm. Saw a comment, and I can't say it was a comment. It was from a person. The man was cursing a lot. Hundreds of curses. Cursing once or twice almost every so often. It says that 2 years ago, the Baijun law firm was commissioned to fight the lawsuit, which was supposed to be a divorce lawsuit. As a result, this Su-bai, as a client attorney, sent him in with bigamy when he was defending himself against the opposing attorney at the trial site. In hell. Sentenced to 6 months in custody. When I got out, I lost my house, I lost my car, I lost my wife. They went in themselves. So for the Hakun law firm, extremely resentful. So they've been skeptical about that big law recommendation. Until again, I watched this year's case lawsuits at the White & June's law firm. It was only after learning about it that I decided to come over for a consultation first. When the counseling is over, if you don't feel reliable, then change your law firm. Inside the office of Bai Jun law firm, Su-bai looked at the 2 young men in plaid shirts and spoke enthusiastically. Sit down first. Wait until after the 2 are seated. Li Shuizhen had already asked for the basic information of the 2 people just now and smiled as she introduced Su-bai from left to right. Lawyer Su, this is Lin Quan, and this is Meng Xiaofan, who came over to consult on legal issues, and had already contacted our law firm earlier. This is the person who was involved in that awesome case phone Li Jin introduced. Kinda young. Su-bai smiled and extended his hand and spoke. Hello guys, I'm a lawyer from Bai Jun law firm. Su-bai. Hello Counselor Su. Hello, Counselor Su. Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan shook hands with Su-bai one by one. After both sides exchanged pleasantries, they stepped into the middle of the business. Previously about the introduction of the case, Su-bai is only clear that it is about the infringement case, involving plagiarism and other content, and the goose fight, the first trial lost, is preparing to bring a second trial. The rest is not very clear, as the case is not presented in great detail. Yes, this goose is, that awesome, flapping 2 little wings, called the undefeated goose of the South Mountain. It's not just difficult to fight a lawsuit against a company like this, and there's also the point that it's a copyright infringement case, and it's very difficult to adjudicate, not to mention large companies, even if the general small medium-sized companies plagiarized infringement, and this kind of companies partnership law firms to fight a lawsuit. In the face of this kind of infringement case, it is difficult to determine that the other party is an infringement, if not have the evidence that can directly hammer the other party. The key lies in the domestic plagiarism case. Infringement of this case is vaguely defined. It is difficult to prove that constitute plagiarism. The other side is longest to seize this point to defend the lawsuit. Litigants, then, have a hard time winning. With 2 people, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan, it was obvious that Lin Quan was the dominant person. Lin Quan, dressed in a plaid shirt, a black-rimmed glasses, a technical bigot's outfit, opened his mouth. Lawyer Su, we were introduced by another law firm and came here in admiration. About our case. Lawyer Su has already roughly understood it, right? Su-bai smiled and nodded, understand a little bit. The other party is a big enterprise, big company. Legal ability is very strong. About the infringement of plagiarism aspect, the rest is not known. Lin Quan was slightly relieved when he saw Su-bai's calm expression when he heard Nanshan undefeated. About this case lawsuit, they had consulted many law firms in Nandu, and these law firms had more or less acted a little surprised once they heard that the other party was Nanshan undefeated. Again, I hear plagiarism infringement is involved. Completely pulled across. Either they can't afford the astronomical attorney fees, or they say they can't take the case and finish the engagement. Su-bai's calm demeanor caused a glimmer of hope to flare up in his heart again. Su-bai looked at Lin Quan and saw what was in his heart, then continued to speak. This case can be told in detail. Okay, Counselor Su. Lin Quan nodded slightly and continued speaking. It's like this. Meng Xiaofan and I, the 2 of us were originally computer graduate students from Nandu University of Electricity and Science. Just graduated a year ago. The 2 of us were good at technology during our graduate school years, and we usually like to write some small game code to earn extra money and pocket money. Along with the fact that we were making more and more mini-games and gradually starting to turn a profit, the 2 of us focused on making games after grad school, and a game studio was created on purpose. Not large, but not small either. The main model for our games is to publish the games we create to go to game applets and game platforms. What we didn't expect was that we'd make out there was a little game that unexpectedly caught fire, due to the good word of mouth and sales of this little game, getting certain platforms to notice us. At this time, the platform contacted us and offered to work with us. Actually, we'd like to, but the deal they're proposing is so unreasonable, so we just didn't agree. But what we didn't expect was that after we refused, the platform directly took down our mini-game, and in a few days, a side of parody mini-games hit the shelves. In the first trial, we sued the other side and lost. When Lin Quan told the story of what had happened, his entire body was bruised and his tone was filled with anger. The point of anger is that the platform not only copied their minigame, but also downgraded their minigame and copied it to the platform. These 2 things combined made Lin Quan extraordinarily indignant and helpless. Su-bai could understand Lin Quan's feelings. After all, it is their own hard work to create something. It is not easy to fire. All of a sudden was copied by others. Not only copied, but also killed your original version. This is the equivalent of how to say, I can't beat you. I'll just block your number. I'm not reasonable. I'll just open up. Should I be angry in the face of this situation? Must be all pissed off, to be honest. Can you not be angry when your opponent's little wings are flapping nakedly in your face? Definitely angry. But there's no way around it. But, according to Lin Quan, he lost the first trial. This is too normal. South Hill is undefeated, top legal in the country. And it's so easy to fight a studio lawsuit. Those two little wings, a left slap, don't even need a right slap. Just ask the guy over. After listening to the pre-existing description of forest rights, Subai had a toothache for a while. The lawyer's fee in this case, not too good to earn. It's all TM hard work. Inside the office, Subai let Li Shueishan pour 2 cups of tea and put it on the desktop, while making a good transcript, carefully recording the key issues about what Lin Quan said. Every now and then a few questions are asked. For example, in the first trial, the specific verdict inside the judgment is decided by those points to lose the case. Penguin Law came in with a couple of people, and what was the central point of the other side's lawsuit? What was the judge's attitude toward this lawsuit during the trial? An hour later, Lin Quan's mouth was dry from speaking. When Meng Xiaofan opened his mouth, Counselor Su, in the face of this situation, do you think we can win in the second trial? After Subai received the roughly recorded information from inside Li Shueishan's hand, he opened his mouth. Whether or not you can win depends on your claims. What are the claims you are suing for? Lin Quan was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. Lawyer Su, our demands are simple. As long as we can get Penguin to apologize to us, admit to plagiarism, and compensate us for our losses. Apologies. Compensation for damages. Hiss. This mustn't require holding a penguin down in court to do that? Subai smiled and spoke. Regarding this case, I can't guarantee to fulfill your claims, but I will try my best. To be specific, you will need to engage our law firm in order to continue the research and give certain options and answers. The key is whether or not you retain us at the White and June law firm for this second trial lawsuit. Facing the difficult, fluttering penguins, Subai had some confidence that he could win. After all, the other party, as a large corporation, kept a lot of legal affairs, and a lawsuit against a studio like Lin Quan might seem like a minor lawsuit to the other party. Law clerks don't have to be top-notch, but it's still difficult if you want to fulfill a claim for forest rights. You can't say too much. Lin Quan's expression was a bit hesitant as he asked the most crucial and important question. Counselor Su, this case, roughly how much attorney's fees? After Subai glanced at the details presented by Lin Quan, he slowly opened his mouth. Based on the difficulty of the case and the amount of money involved, the estimate is that the attorney's fees will be around $800,000. The exact cost, if any, needs to be further understood before it can be confirmed. The motion in limine may request that the opposing party bear the attorney's fees, but this attorney's fee will be borne by your studio if the presiding judge rules that the opposing party will not bear it. When he heard about the $800,000 lawyer's fee, Lin Quan's expression was a little torn. $800,000 in attorney's fees, not exactly a small amount for their studio. Okay, Attorney Su, thank you, Attorney Su, for answering our inquiries today. But this case, the second trial, if it's important to us, we need to think about it again. Okay, this case is indeed important and is something that should be considered before making a decision. Subai nodded with a slight smile and sent Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan out of the law firm. And as he was leaving, Lin Quan thanked Subai again. When Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan left the law house, Li Shueishan's small face was puzzled. Lawyer Su, I saw them frown when they heard the price of the lawyer's fee. Are we asking too much for this lawyer's fee? They're still just fresh out of grad school. Do they have that kind of money to spend on a lawsuit? Ahem. There's something not quite right about this little rich girl's thinking. Subai coughed dryly and asked a rhetorical question. How many lessons have you learned in your current progress? Attorney Su. Lesson number 6. Then I'll teach you lesson 7 today. When Li Shueishan heard the teaching, she couldn't help but be serious with her small face, only to hear Subai open his mouth. Don't think of your customers in terms of inherent thinking. Think about it. If they can't afford that much in legal fees, would they come to our firm? Li Shueishan shook her head. No. So what did he come to our law firm for? Li Shueishan's eyes lit up. I know this. It's because I want to win. Subai rubbed his temples. Is there no other reason? Other reasons. The other reason must be that they can afford the lawyer's fee. And just now they told that they have already been to some of the top law firms in Nandu. And those top law firms, the price they want must be higher than ours. $800,000 in attorney's fees. We're asking for the advertised rate already. Our law firm isn't a charity law firm that doesn't charge for lawsuits. After all, expanding the firm in the future isn't a small expense. How much it should be how much it should be. Besides, it's not a random attorney's fee. It's an estimate based on the amount and difficulty of the other side's lawsuit. Got it? Li Shuizhen nodded seriously. Lawyer Su, I understand. But at the same time, as soon as Li Shuizhen heard about the money, she immediately came into the spirit, knowing that the opportunity had arrived. After Subai noticed Li Shuizhen's burning gaze, Li Shuizhen smiled and spoke. Lawyer Su, are you short of money? Expanding a law firm should require a lot of money. It should take a long time to save up if it all relies on attorney fees. Subai? On the workstation, Li Shuizhen drooped her little face, full of sorrow. It seems that 2 million is still not quite enough, but she's already taken out her own little stash. Drain the kitty. There's not a penny left. Hey. Li Shuizhen flipped through her messenger app chats and sent a message to her dad. Dad, what if, say, I want to take a stake in a law firm and I don't quite have enough money. Old Li, not enough money? My good daughter, you tell me you don't have enough money? I'm such a failure as a father. Wait a minute. A few seconds later, Li Shuizhen saw an alert text message come from her bank card. Li Shuizhen counted carefully. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 5 at the beginning, 6 zeros at the end. After counting, Li Shuizhen's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Thank you, Dad. It's only $5 million. What are you thanking me for? I make money just for you to spend. As long as you don't fall in love. Dad, I'm not asking for money for a relationship. I'm asking for a stake in the law firm. Dad, don't worry about it. Li Shuizhen emphasized seriously. Old Li looked at Li Shuizhen, returned to the message. Very pleased. Good daughter in the school, learned well. And now not yet graduated. You know to invest. Or a law firm. Not bad. Have a vision. As for the 5 million, Laoli did not put it on his mind at all. Just 5 million. Sprinkle water. As long as his good daughter is not led astray, spoiled, or run away by other people, $5 million is nothing to him. Not a thing at all. I'm begging you to read it. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendations. Woohoo! In the meantime, Nandu, inside the South Tour Studio. Nanyu Studio is the game studio created by Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan. Meng Xiaofan looked toward Lin Quan, who was reclining in his office chair, and opened his mouth to state his inclination regarding the choice of law firm. We've looked over all the big and small law firms in Nandu, and some of the top firms are asking for more than $1 million in attorney's fees, and they don't necessarily win. That by June law firm, it's only $800,000 in legal fees. Why don't we just choose that by June law firm? Lin Quan rubbed his brow and let out a long breath. 800,000 attorney's fees is one aspect. Although our studio doesn't have much money, we can still come up with 800,000 attorney's fees. $800,000 in attorney's fees to put up with the pain would be a good thing if we could win. Of course, but that Hakone law firm, plus a trainee lawyer, only has a total of 3 people. Can they really beat the Penguin? Penguin Legals, those 2 little wings fierce. Don't look at the wings small. Fan people is really painful. We lost the first trial. The second trial, if we still lose, then for our studio words, is a big blow. Penguin Law is known as the undefeated South Mountain. Basically never lost on the infringement case. We must be more secure. We can't lose. In case we chose the wrong law firm, losing the case will only be a big blow to us. That's the point I'm worried about. Lin Quan took a deep breath and spoke out his heartfelt concerns. He is not worried about the hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees, but whether or not he can win this lawsuit. It doesn't matter if the attorney's fees are a little higher if you can win. But, you can't win a case. That's a wasted attorney's fee. And it was too much of a loss for their studio to not only lose their legal fees, but to lose the case. Meng Xiaofan frowned slightly and slowly spoke after a dozen seconds of silence. Although this law firm is a bit smaller, it was referred by other top law firms, so it must have some hard power. And, I always feel that this lawyer, Su, can win this case. If we win this lawsuit, in the future, our studio can directly make a name for itself in the industry. And as long as we don't go through Penguin's platform, we can grow in the future. This by June law firm. This year's previous several lawsuits are very explosive. Although said in this year's previous lawsuits lost a little ugly, but that is the past clouds of smoke. This year's lawsuits to fight powerful not on the line, and this by June law firm has a good reputation on the internet. I do think that this lawsuit can be entrusted to this by June law firm to try. Aha! Lin Quan took a deep breath and didn't say anything, not knowing what was going through his mind. Inside the Nandu by June law office. Inside the office. Subai was lying in his office chair drinking tea when Li Shuizhen pushed the door and walked in. Helplessness was written all over his face. Lawyer Su, that game studio Penguin lawsuit. We have been waiting for 2 days. The other party hasn't approached us or given us a response. Maybe they didn't choose our law firm. Should we try another case? My friend's law firm has quite a few cases. There might be other cases. Should I ask again? It was indeed okay for Li Shuejian to ask Feng Lijian for a source of cases. There's nothing terribly wrong with it either. According to Feng Lijian's level of concern for Li Shuejian, not to mention one case, even if it is 10 or 8 cases, it will not blink at all. But this penguin case, if we say he didn't keep the case, and then asked for the case, then he wouldn't be a soft touch? Although this soft food can be eaten hard. But the development of the law firm still needs its own accumulation. Cannot let Li Shuejian 3 days to run over to ask for referral cases. It's inappropriate. That's not the way to eat. Su Bai rubbed his temples. There's no need to rush. It's only 2 days. Besides, your friend's law firm has quite a lot of cases, but it's not good if you always go. Oh, Li Shuejian nodded seriously. Okay, Counselor Su. Just as Li Shuejian and Su Bai were talking, outside the law firm, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan walked in. 2 people after 2 days of discussion finally decided to entrust the Baijun law firm to fight this penguin case. The other law firms on the Nando's side they compared. In the first trial they hired one of the top law firms in Nando's regarding infringement cases, but unfortunately they didn't win. This second trial, for their studio, is critical. After thinking about it, I chose the tiny, bullish law firm of Baijun law firm. Hopefully, this law will bring them unexpected surprises. After Su Rang saw the 2 people, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan, he knew that this was a big client of the law firm, so he brought the 2 people into Su Bai's office. Inside the office, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan sat on the sofa across from Su Bai, and Su Bai, Su Rang, Li Shuejian, and the entire staff of Baijun law firm were in the office. Lin Quan opened his mouth and directly stated his intentions. Su lawyer, we go back. About our lawsuit entrusted to discuss and explore. The final result of the discussion is the decision to entrust you Baijun law firm to fight this lawsuit. After Su Bai heard Lin Quan's words, he revealed 2 small white teeth. Thank you for your trust in our Baijun law firm. This lawsuit, we, Baijun law firm, will definitely try our best to reach your claims. Don't worry, we'll do our best not to let your legal fees go to waste. Lin Quan's words kind of made this lawsuit between Baijun law firm and Penguin next. This lawsuit is a purely civil action, and it couldn't be criminalized if it wanted to be. If they win, then it's considered their law firm's first purely civil case. Can't help saying that. It's the civil cases that make the money. $800,000 a case. The Nandu Bank case, the marriage fraud case, the labor law case, and the Chifeng case, which together cost less than $800,000 in attorney's fees. The Penguin case dried right up to $800,000 in attorney's fees. A top 4 up belongs to yes. Su Bai looked at Lin Quan. A light flashed inside his eyes. This is the god of fortune belongs to be. Mentioning the god of wealth. Su Bai looked at Li Shuejian again, remembering that Li Shuejian asked him if his law firm was short of money to spend. And once he made a move. It was 2 million. Okay. Actually, the real big money is the little rich girl. Millions of dollars in pocket money. And $2 million with a little digging in the kitty. If it wasn't for his strong moral heart, if it were anyone else, this law firm would probably have let the little rich girl buy it. Forest Rights has settled on retaining the White and June law firm. After the intention of commissioning is accomplished, Su Bai asked Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan for their opinions, allowing Li Shuejian to summarize them by making certain notes in response to the 2 people's opinions. After all this was discussed, Su Bai smiled and looked at Lin Quan. If there are no questions, then we signed the commission agreement? Lin Quan nodded with a smile. Yes, I believe that, lawyer Su, and I also believe that Baijun law firm can handle this lawsuit issue with the defendant. We can sign the entrustment agreement now. Su Bai nodded slightly and asked Li Shuejian to go and print out a proxy agreement. After the commission agreement was printed out, Su Bai handed it over to Lin Quan again. Regarding the content on the commissioning agreement, you can look at it in detail and confirm that there is nothing wrong with it, and then you can sign the contract. Okay. Lin Quan roughly passed a glance, followed by the power of attorney, and handed it over to Meng Xiaofan. After Meng Xiaofan read the power of attorney in detail, he nodded slightly. There's no problem. This power of attorney agreement can be signed. Hearing Meng Xiaofan's confirmation, Lin Quan directly signed the power of attorney with a pen. In duplicate, one copy was kept by the law firm and the other was given to Lin Quan. After putting the power of attorney away, Lin Quan let out a long breath. Lawyer Su, this lawsuit, this case is in your hands. I believe that Baijun law firm will not let us down. When he said this, Lin Quan had no bottom in his heart. After all, the opposite side is a large company. The legal ability is strong. This is all taken as a pep talk for himself. Su Bai smiled and spoke. This case is facing a big company, so it is indeed a bit difficult to fight. But since you have now entrusted our Baijun law firm, then we, The Baijun law firm will certainly do our best to reach your claims. Facing Su Bai's words, Lin Quan didn't know why, but he was inexplicably relieved in his heart. After sending Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan away, Su Bai handed the commission agreement to Li Shuezhen. Li Shuezhen's face was excited. Lawyer Su, this is the 5th case our law firm has taken. Who is going to be sent in this time? Su Bai? This one is entirely civil, not criminal at all. And the subject is the company. What puts who in? Crooked. Totally carried away. What goes on in that little head every day? Su Bai rubbed his brow. A good simple female college student. How can she learn to be crooked? Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice. This time it's a purely civil case. There's no criminal responsibility. Hearing Su Bai's words, a trace of despondency appeared on Li Shuezhen's face. Oh, earlier it was all a civil case and it was all made into a criminal case. Hearing Su Bai's words, a momentary loss appeared in Li Shuezhen's heart, but the despondency existed for less than 3 seconds. Immediately after, Li Shuezhen seemed to be remembering something again, and returned to her joyful expression, and mumbled in her heart, clock in. First civil case, Baijun law firm. Su Bai was using his cell phone to try out the minigames made by Lin Quan in their game studio. By UBU. Puppy connection puppy. Elimination. Tiger cub connects with tiger cub. Elimination. Cubby connects with cubby. Elimination. Isn't this a ING minigame? The game is simple and uncomplicated for getting started, and it also makes a pass ranking. The game has a very strong character. The code is simple and easy to copy, and it applies to a wide range of people. And you can watch commercials resurrected if you can't achieve the elimination task, or if you run out of ad resurrections. You can do a recharge and choose a resurrection opportunity. The game is simple and easy to play, and has exploded in popularity with mainstream players. Su Bai went to the internet to briefly check, and found that in this parallel world, there is no elimination of this small game. None of the classic elimination games. This parallel world is so much fun. It's not even close. Su Bai didn't rush, but opened the little game that was shelved by the goose again. The gameplay mode isn't too far off from this minigame from Forest Right Studio. If there's only difference, it's probably that as a big company, it's a bit more beautifully crafted for this kind of minigame. But I don't know if it was because Su Bai had previously played that little game made by Lin Quan's game studio. It always felt like this little game after the plagiarism wasn't silky smooth enough. It's a bit different from that minigame made by Lin Quan Game Studio. Su Bai sent a message to Li Shuezhen, asking her to come to the office. Li Shuezhen today a set of white corseted top with a small suit, the lower half of the body with a professional short skirt. After receiving Su Bai's message, jogging to the office. Counselor Su, you wanted to see me? Looking for you. You try which of these 2 games is more fun. As he spoke, Su Bai handed his cell phone to Li Shuezhen. Half an hour later, Li Shuezhen returned the phone to Su Bai. Lawyer Su, I think the first one I tried is a bit more fun, but I can't say exactly what's fun about it. Su Bai nodded slightly. The first game was made by Lin Quan's game studio and it does silky smooth some. But, as things stand, it's simply not possible to establish plagiarism with the evidence currently available alone and use the infringement case to defeat the other side. 7 flaps of the opponent's tiny wings flapped the man. Hiss. Su Bai rubbed his brow, stood up, and spoke solemnly. Lawyer Li's lawsuit this time is related to the reputation of our law firm. And once we win this lawsuit, we're a small law firm that has defeated the myth of the undefeated. How awesome it is to say that. Li Shuezhen nodded seriously and gravely. Anything Lawyer Su wants me to do. It's fine. Ahem. Not expecting to be discovered by Li Shuezhen in advance, Su Bai awkwardly coughed dryly and then opened his mouth. If we lose this lawsuit, then not only will it cause great damage to our firm's reputation, but your winning streak will be gone. Mr. Li, Counselor Li, you don't want your winning streak as a trainee attorney to go away, do you? Lose and the 5-game winning streak is gone. It's not feasible. Li Shuezhen's head shook into a rattle. Lawyer Su, I don't want to lose. I want to win this lawsuit. Okay. Just don't want to lose. Do not want to lose. Then there is motivation. In this regard, Su Bai can be described as holding Li Shuezhen to death. The law firm here. There is a difficult task to be given to you. It's about whether our law firm can win or not. Lawyer Li, this lawsuit depends on you. Seeing Su Bai's serious face, Li Shuezhen nodded solemnly. Okay, Lawyer Su. Lawyer Su, go ahead. I promise to get the job done. P.S. It's the end of the month. I'm begging for a monthly pass. I want to read it. There's less prep work for this case. On the one hand, there is a weak awareness of copy protection copyrights in the country. The second is that there is no specific guiding case, which has led to a very conservative determination of plagiarism in the country. More importantly, there is also the point that plagiarizing parties, in general, have a low cost of plagiarism. The cost of being sued by a plagiarizing party is large, not just in terms of time costs, but also in terms of other costs, such as, say, a high probability of not winning the case, and the litigation costs of lawyers. Just like that game studio in Linquan this time, people simply copied you. It takes a lot of time, money and effort if you want to defend your rights, and there is a certain chance of losing the case, which is the root cause of the other party's recklessness. Phew, Subai let out a long breath. The task he arranged for Li Shuizhen was very simple. Suing the other party, definitely going to the other party's hometown for prosecution. In the other side's hometown, that's the other side's territory. Then the other side of the presiding judge and the legal defense. The plaintiff and the defendant cannot reach a unanimous understanding of the law and there is not enough evidence to hammer the other side. The presiding judge may be more biased in favor of the other side. In other words, on the other side's turf. The other side will certainly also know more about the character of the presiding judge and thus have an advantage when it comes to pleading. This wouldn't be a problem procedurally. The task he gave Li Shuizhen was to ask Feng Lijian if he knew any judges, deans, or the like in Nanshan, and to find out what was going on over there. At least find out about the character of the judge-president on the South Hill side and then find out if there are any insiders. If there is one, Michael, things are much better. One mustn't learn more about the situation when one is in someone else's territory. It's all about the human condition. Subai rubbed his brow and muttered in a small voice. Nandu Law University. Inside the girls' dormitory, Li Shuizhen flopped down on the bed, her little feet waving in mid-air, and sent a message to Feng Lijian. Teacher, I'd like to ask teacher if you recognize the judge in South Hill. After Feng Lijian saw Li Shuizhen's message, he smiled and replied, What's wrong? The last time you were introduced to you, your friend's case was a South Mountain case. You wouldn't be trying to go through the back door for your friend, would you? Then he spoke again in all seriousness. Yuki Jin, teacher is reminding you very seriously not only as a teacher, but also as your elder. Those things that are illegal, can't be done, understand? Li Shuizhen smiled and replied, Teacher, I definitely won't do anything illegal. Don't worry. At the same time, it is also in the mind. That's all human nature. How can you call it illegal? Aha! That's good. After hearing Li Shuizhen's assurance, Feng Lijian was relieved. He was really afraid that this shut-in disciple student of his would learn something bad outside and learn something messed up. No major problems, just fine if you look at it so far. Your teacher, I still have a little network in the domestic legal profession. Nanshan sighed. Well, indeed there are some contacts. Are some old classmates, senior brothers and sisters of those. I know a Nanshan High Court vice president, is my senior brother. Well, you can rest assured that in the South Mountain Court, there is no such thing as a private agreement with any company. It is simply that the people's company is more capable of legal affairs and has a deeper understanding of the law. There's not a lot of favoritism if a judge makes a ruling. It's all about ability. This case still depends on your friend's law firm's understanding of the letter of the law and the evidence. Right. Feng Lijian told Li Shuizhen the information he knew. Li Shuizhen recorded it carefully, and after greeting Feng Lijian, she hung up the phone, followed by a long breath. He made a summary report of the situation, made a document, and sent it to Subai with a smile, and added another text message content. Counselor Su, I've completed the task you set out for me. Subai nodded with satisfaction after seeing the document sent by Li Shuizhen and opened his mouth to draw a big pie. Attorney Li, good job this time. The law firm has seen and remembered all that you have given to the law firm, and the law firm will not forget what you have given to the law firm. You'll definitely have a share of the law firm's partner position in the future. Li Shuizhen smiled and narrowed her eyes. Thank you, Lawyer Su. At the same time, there was a little snicker in the back of her mind that she was one step closer to being a partner. And at this point, the door to the dormitory was pushed open and the roommates all walked in. Happy mouths talking about the day's events. Sweetie's roommate came under Li Shuizhen's bed after seeing her in the dormitory. Shuizhen, you come down first. I have something good to share with you. The dormitories at South Law University were beds with tables, and after hearing her sweet roommate's words, Li Shuizhen got out of her bed. What's good? The sweet roommate's expression was a little excited, and she let out a deep breath. Shuizhen, at our school's job fair this year, a Red Circle Institute came over to enroll students, saying that our school wasted a lot of effort to invite them over. I think you've gained enough experience as Mr. Feng student and having been out running lawsuits during your internship to give it a shot. According to your strength, I think the probability of getting into the Red Circle Institute is high. Shuizhen, do you want to give it a try? Li Shuizhen shook her head when she heard it was a good thing to go to the Red Circle Institute. The Red Circle Institute didn't hold much appeal for her. It's not nearly as appealing as staying on at White and June's law firm. Forget it, I'm not going for a while. It's good to stay in this law firm now. Thank you for telling me about it, but I'll pass. Hearing that Li Shuizhen had refused to go to the Red Circle Institute, the sweet roommate's small face was filled with surprise. As a law student, could anyone else resist the temptation to go to the Red Circle Institute? Snow Jane, are you sure? Sweet roommate Wang Kurson followed up with another question. Li Shuizhen smiled and nodded. Xin. I think this law firm I'm currently staying at is quite good. Besides, I've already interned for half a year, so I won't go to the Red Circle firm. That's a shame. The little pill on top of Wang Kuxian's head shook with a look of pity. However, on second thought, Li Shuizhen, as teacher Fang's close disciple, it was obvious that her family's circumstances were relatively good on a regular basis. It's not unusual for the Red Circle Institute not to be interested. But what she doesn't know is that in Li Shuizhen's mind, everything is currently focused on becoming a partner in Baijun law firm. Forget the other law firms. Does everyone in the Red Circle teach her the ways of the world? The answer is no. Since it's not going to be, doesn't that make all the rest of it okay? Inside Hakun's law office, Nanyu Studio sued in the Nanshan Intermediate Court. The second trial will therefore also be heard in the High Court. Regarding the relevant information and evidence, Subai had already finished understanding it. Nanshan High Court side of the information, but also through Li Shuizhen to find Feng Lijian inquired. Got some relevant content he wanted to know. There's nothing much left. Everything is ready. Immediately afterward, Subai filed a lawsuit against the Nanshan High Court. Gusan receiving notice of the court, not taken seriously at all. The legal department was notified directly to come and claim the lawsuit. Sue, they're such a big corporation. Are they afraid of a small studio suing him? Keep in mind that they have almost 300 lawsuits a year. Almost a small one a day and a big one a day for 3 days. A studio sues. So what? No one knows more about tort cases than they do about tort cases. 100% chance of winning. Put it here. What's more, the trial is in the Nanshan High Court. What is Nanshan? Their turf. For this case, they can still lose the fight? It would have been hilarious to lose. So the legal department didn't even take it seriously. The director of legal affairs referred the case to the two principals of tort litigation to which it belonged. We've got another case coming in from legal. It's a case the other side is suing us on, so you two read the case first. The two principals are Chun Chao and Kong Hao. After taking over, for the South Tour Studio and Baijun law firm immediately conducted an investigation. This South Tour Studio has filed a lawsuit against us before. It was fought in the intermediate court, lost, not convinced, and filed a lawsuit for a second trial. Second trial? This one case attorney fees nearly $1 million at a small studio. Brought up the second trial, no wonder, looking for a small law firm. Should be going through the motions. This little law firm has a pretty impressive litigation track record when you look it up online. I've seen it, and the lawsuits are pretty much all about something to do with criminal law. But we're civil, so the other side can't necessarily bargain. Besides, our company's legal affairs are too familiar with the process of handling this kind of infringement case. There's no need to take it to heart. For Southbound Studios as well as Baijun law firm, the company arranged to deal with the lawsuit and litigation of the two legal affairs. Chen Chao and Kong Hao, two people simply organize the information. Not at all too much on the heart. As a South Mountain law, you must have strong litigation experience and litigation ability. And two people put inside the general law firm, also called the first-class tort lawyers, especially since the other side is just a tiny studio. The prosecution is still in South Hill, so it just didn't bother me too much at all. In the meantime, inside Hakun's law office, Subai was leisurely drinking tea, and after the court accepted the case, he didn't rush to Nanshan at the first time, but stayed in Nandu. The current court session has been determined, and Subai has also learned some information about the presiding judge and judges of this Nanshan High Court trial, and has a bottom in his heart. Meanwhile, arrangements were made for Li Shuizhen to collect some evidence that would be crucial at the trial. After it was all completed, the White and June law firm also received information about the court mediation. The court's mediation room, rectangular table. The mediator sat in the center of the room. Subai and Li Shuizhen sat on the left side as the litigants, and the defendant lawyers Chun Chao and Kong Hao sat on the right side. The mediator was able to organize the content of the mediation between the parties. The plaintiff party, South Tour Studio, claimed an amount of $8 million from the defendant party for the plagiarism of their game, and demanded that the defendant party make a public apology for the plagiarism of their studio's minigame. What is your opinion on this? Defense clients, claiming $8 million, and they were asked to make a public apology? $8 million isn't much for them at all. The point is to ask them to make a public apology. A public apology? What conditions require them to publicly apologize? It's not a slap in their face. As Nanshan lawyers, Chen Chao and Kong Hao have never encountered such a situation, but they also know that this situation, for sure, is unacceptable. In response, Chen Chao spoke. We do not agree to the conditions put forth by South Tour Studio. First, we did not engage in plagiarism. And second, based on the fact that we did not plagiarize, there is no such thing as a so-called claim or honorary apology, which is a completely false accusation against us. In this regard, we reserve the right to pursue the other party for falsely accusing us of plagiarism, and we also ask the other party to be careful with their words in order to avoid unnecessary litigation trouble. Subai? No, listen to what you're saying. Sue you for plagiarism and you retain the right to pursue false accusations of plagiarism against your side? It also says to avoid causing any unnecessary litigation trouble. What litigation trouble? Where's your face when you say that? Come on. You sue. I look down on you if you don't come and sue me. If you sue me, the place to sue can be in the Nandu court, although both carry the word south, but the court can be different in Nandu and Nanshan. In Namsan your little wings were awfully fierce. In Nandu, I broke your little wings. When Li Shuezhen, who was on the side, heard the other party's words, she frowned slightly and spoke in a small voice. Counselor Su, the legal department of this big company is so shameless. We haven't said anything yet, and the other side is reserving the right to sue us and wants to take us to court? Subai snorted. Great talk. You'll let him try to sue us. Although Subai's voice was not loud, the space of the venue was equally small, and the sound clearly reached Chen Chao and Kong Hao's ears. Chen Chao and Kong Hao's faces were suffocatingly red. They also mean to talk about it and scare each other. Definitely not going to sue each other over this. After all, it's not easy to stand up to a lawsuit against the other side because of such a statement. Mediation naturally failed. Chen Chao and Kong Hao left the mediation room in anger. In Nanshan, there is no lawsuit that they cannot win. And it is still an infringement case. You know, they have an almost 100% win rate in tort lawsuits. What's the concept of almost 100%? The concept is that as long as I'm in South Hill, I can't lose. Of course Subai could see the other party's thoughts, but, this time he was going to break off the other's wings. He wanted to see how hard the other's little wing poofs were. Get ready. Mediation has failed. Get ready for litigation to go to trial. The corner of Subai's mouth hooked up as he spoke to Li Shuezhen. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuezhen nodded solemnly and seriously. This time, the other side encountered their Baijun law firm. Su lawyers will not be able to break people's little wings? There's really no water. It's not intentionally not advancing. It's slowed down a bit because someone said the case would be fatiguing to read too much. Progress will be accelerated next. Woo! Asking for a vote. After the mediation failed, the Nanshan Superior Court quickly notified the parties of the exact court date, so that they could prepare for the trial and get ready for the preliminary work. In the meantime, Nandu, Main Street, Li Shuezhen, a set of green frogs, is doing research on the street, asking passers-by what they think of the two games and the penguins. Half an hour later, Subai walked over to Li Shuezhen, removed her hood, and handed her an ice cream. Okay, mission accomplished, call it a day. Counselor Su, is it done already? Li Shuezhen took the ice cream and winked. Subai looked at the information collected by Li Shuezhen and nodded seriously. It's already done. The preliminary preparations are almost complete. Let's go. Just go back to the law firm and wait nicely for the trial. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuezhen nodded with a serious little face and took a bite of the ice cream. It was so sweet. Inside Hakun's law office, Subai is going through the file of the first trial and Penguin's previous infringement case to summarize it somewhat. Know the first trial's dossier and know the Penguin so you can better over the Penguin. When he finished reading all of them, Subai closed the dossier and let out a long breath after finishing it. At present, all the preparations for the trial have been completed, and we are just waiting for the trial to begin. This time the court was held in the South Hills, so you could say it was on the head of a penguin. Infringement, plagiarism cases are not good. You have to think differently to fight them. Subai reads silently. After setting a time for the hearing, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan also made a special trip to the office to inquire about the situation. The general idea is that you want to take a shot in the arm and know if you can win this lawsuit. Subai didn't give them a clear answer, but the two were also slightly relieved when they heard Subai say that the lawsuit had been properly prepared. Although the heart is still slightly relieved, but has now come to such a time, can only pray that Baijun office can create a miracle. Get down on the penguins and get the legal rights they deserve. The time for the official court date was fast approaching. The day before court, Subai brought Li Shuezhen to Nanshan in advance, leaving Su Rang himself in the law firm's old home. On the eve of the trial, the mediator had the intention to ask once again whether to continue mediation, but this time the mediation was directly by Chen Chao and Kong Hao refused. The last time they were in mediation, they were furious. This time out of sight, out of mind, knowing that there was no way he could agree to the other side's settlement offer and that the other side would not sue. he simply refused outright. Plus, them penguins, when was mediation ever used in South Hill? Two little wings flap chop chop, and they flap each other away. So what's the need for mediation? No, mediation is not needed at all. Even if it is mediation, then it must be the other party begging them to mediate or they have taken the favorable side. It's a dream to make them pay for mediation, isn't it? Out of pocket. That's not a slap in the face to their little penguins. Denial. It must be rejected. Mediation was denied and the trial continued. Court. Admission to the court waiting room. Plaintiff waiting room. Li Shuizhen smiled and opened her mouth. Lawyer Su. This time we are facing a penguin. This time the penguin's little wings shouldn't be broken, right? This lawsuit against Penguin was won. Breaking Penguin's 100% win rate in South Hills. Lost. By June Law Firm. This year's 100% win rate is gone. And this ace barrister. 100% win rate is also gone. If you lose, how do you go to see the banner hanging on the front door of Baijuan's law firm? Losing is something you certainly can't and won't lose. But it's really impossible to say how much you can win. You need to go to the trial judge's decision and understanding of the infringement case. The specifics of this lawsuit will have to wait until we get to the courtroom, and the specifics still need to be determined by the presiding judge. Oh, Li Shuizhen nodded, and then seemed to remember something and asked after him, Counselor Su, so what if the presiding judge deliberately misjudged the case? If the presiding judge is deliberately biased in favor of the penguins, then isn't it? Li Shuizhen's eyes were glowing. Su Bai twisted his head. What's in this college girl's head? Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice, pulling Li Shuizhen's thoughts back. The trial judge for this trial has already been determined. The trial judge is the vice president of the High Court, who has some research on tort cases, and this vice president has appeared in court as the trial judge very few times. There's no relationship exchange with penguins. It's the penguins who should be worried about this infringement case, in my opinion. Oh, Li Shuizhen's small face spread out and she nodded breathlessly. Seeing this, Su Bai didn't say anything more, but only reminded, well, don't think too much. There will be opportunities in the future. The trial is about to start, so get ready. There's a chance. Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up and she nodded seriously. Okay, Lawyer Su. Soon the relevant staff came into the waiting room. The trial is about to begin. We are now entering the courtroom. Please follow me. The staff member smiled and spoke. Okay. Su Bai nodded and followed. Li Shuizhen also trotted to keep up with Su Bai's pace. The courtroom. In the plaintiff's seat, Su Bai, Li Shuizhen. In the defense's seat, Chen Chao, Kong Hao. After all the attorneys were seated, the clerk began to read the relevant court discipline. 2, 3, 4. The clerk finished his reading and continued speaking immediately afterward. The reading of the legal discipline is complete. All rise, and now the presiding judge, and the judges will enter. Swish swish swish. All concerned in the courtroom, rise. The presiding judge and two trial judges entered. Su Bai looked toward the judgment bench seat. Presiding judge, Chao Liqiang. Female judge on the left, Zhang Hongyan. Male judge on the right, He Yangan. 3 members of the panel. Su Bai retracted his gaze. According to his understanding, this time, the Nanshan High Court was still relatively important for this trial. Otherwise, a vice president would not have been allowed to serve as presiding judge. After the clerk had finished reading, the presiding judge and the 2 trial judges stepped up to the bench. Presiding Judge Chao Liqiang swept his gaze across the courtroom, nodded slightly, and then immediately spoke into the microphone with a hint of majesty in his voice. Please sit down. The words fell. Swish swish swish. The people involved in the courtroom sat back in their seats and looked up at the bench. The bench, in the presiding judge's seat. Knock knock. Chao Liqiang banged the gavel. The court is now in session. With the fall of Chao Liqiang's gavel, the hearing was called to order. Li Shuizhen's little face was also agitated nonstop, and her gaze kept hovering over the 2 people, Chen Chao and Kong Hao. This put Chen Chao and Kong Hao wholesome silence, but the opposing counsel didn't do anything out of the ordinary. They ended up not saying much, just treating it as if the other party was deliberately messing with their minds. They didn't take this matter to heart and chose to ignore it. The bench, the presiding judge's seat. Knock knock. Chao Liqiang banged the gavel. Now that the trial has begun, the following for each party's client. The party's information for verification. Please appeal party statement of the appearance of the personnel and the authority to represent. Proxy authority is divided into general authorized proxies and special authorized proxies. The difference between the two is that the latter may have the right to reach a settlement on behalf of the party or parties and cancel the lawsuit. To put it bluntly, the lawyers who are specially authorized to represent them have a lot of power. The appellant, also known as the Su White plaintiffs. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai nodded slightly. The members of the appealing party appearing before the court. Nandu Baijun Law Firm's commissioned lawyers, Su Bai, Li Shuezhen. The authority to represent them is specially authorized. After Su Bai finished his statement, Chao Liqiang glanced down at the personnel reviewing the information before turning to the litigated party's seat once again. Will the respondent's client please state the identity and authority of the person appearing before the court? Although the party being sued had arranged for two people, Chen Chao and Kong Hao, the main person in charge was Chen Chao. Facing presiding judge Chao Liqiang's inquiry, Chen Chao spoke. Yes, presiding judge. Our appearing officers are Legal Affairs Chen Chao, Kong Hao, represented by Special Authority. Presiding judge, the presentation of our appearance is complete. Chao Liqiang nodded slightly after verifying the personnel information and agent authority. Knock knock. In the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqiang slowly opened his mouth. This case was tried on behalf of the Nanshan High Court, with trial judge Chao Liqiang as the presiding judge, and trial judge Jiang Hongyan, and trial judge He Yangan forming a collegial panel. Pursuant to the Code of Civil Procedure, a party to a lawsuit and the person against whom the lawsuit is filed may move to recuse themselves if they have questions about the trial judge who appeared in this case. Do the litigants and respondents move for recusal? Su Bai, no objection. No application. Chao Chen, no objection. No application. After hearing the responses of both parties, presiding judge Chao Liqiang began to announce the cause of action. Is the cause of action in this case? The plaintiff party, South Tour Studio, suing the defendant party for plagiarism and deliberate suppression, monopolization and undue competition. True, when Chao Liqiang inquired, both Chen Chao and Kong Hao, in the litigated party's seat, were flabbergasted for a few seconds. The lawsuit, that's a big enough hatchet. Add monopoly and undue competition to the list. But the two didn't care too much about such. After all, some people have filed labor lawsuits and have applied to have their bosses shot. Admissibility is one thing. The point is how bluffing it is to say it. So the two weren't too surprised and quickly calmed down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Bai faced the presiding judge's inquiry and nodded seriously. Presiding judge, the cause of the case is true. Chao Liqiang nodded slightly and after glancing at the litigation materials, he banged the gavel, affirming that the cause of action is true. The litigants are hereby invited to state the claims and facts of the case and the basis thereof. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai nodded slightly, also knowing that the critical time had come, let out a long breath, and drew out the litigation application written in advance from within his litigation materials. Presiding judge, our motion in limine is as follows. 1. The defendant plagiarized our South Tour Studios game Work Crazy Elimination, which caused huge economic losses for us, and we demand that the other party compensate us for our economic losses. $9,567,896.78. 2. The defendant, when our South Tour Studio released the small game Crazy Elimination, saw the commercial value of Crazy Elimination and made an appointment to cooperate with us. After the presentation of the hegemonic terms and conditions and our clear refusal to cooperate with them, they took advantage of their huge volume and their platforms to carry out monopolistic behavior, and contributed to the unfair, undisclosed and unfair competition, and took down the Crazy Elimination game produced by us on their platforms and in their fields, which seriously infringed on our interests, and we demanded that the other party relaunch the game of ours and make compensation for the losses caused by us. Third, since the defendant's game, Happy Elimination, plagiarizes our game, Crazy Elimination, we demand that the other party stop the operation of the copyright and take it off the shelves. 4. The defendant plagiarized our game, not only for our interests of the damage, or for our creation of a major injury, and even in terms of public opinion, but also caused a huge impact on us. We demand that the defendant for their own plagiarism, to us for a public apology, apologize for the way, including but not limited to the other party's own self-media platform. 5th, we demand that the respondent bear our legal costs and attorney's fees for the damages it has caused us. Presiding judge, the presentation of our motion in limine is complete. After Su Bai finished his statement, Chen Chao and Kong Hao frowned slightly after hearing Su Bai's application claim. Over $9 million in damages. That should be the maximum range of compensation amount requested, right? That's quite a pinch of compensation. Then again, that second one, it's totally a hatchet job on them, isn't it? What if this is a hatchet job? This has a huge impact on their reputation. Any of the above is unacceptable to them. The most crucial thing is that this lawsuit application of Su Bai is completely and totally putting a hat on their heads. And it's not simply a matter of withholding the hat, which in case it's true, then it's a major injury for them. It might have some bad, huge impact on them. Anyway, there's only one thing in general, and that's this lawsuit. They can't let the other guy win, because it's not just about the undefeated win situation. And there are other circumstances involved in the plaintiff's side suing them that would have a very large impact if they lost. Just the content of a public apology could be completely overwhelming to them. In the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqian looked at the litigation materials in his hand expressionlessly and frowned slightly, then looked to the defense side. Plaintiffs having been briefed, the defense is now invited to present its motion in limine. Chen Chao organized the materials for the lawsuit, while at the same time organizing his emotions, and then opened his mouth. To the motion of the litigants, we object. First, in response to the litigants' claim that we plagiarized, which we deny and challenge, may I ask how the other party determined that we plagiarized? Second, the litigants' suggestion that we have used our large volume and platform to monopolize and enable unfair means of competition because we have refused to cooperate with the litigant is even more untrue. There has been no such behavior on our side at all, and taking it down is a requirement for the platform to deal with it internally. So it's entirely the litigant's own opinion that what the litigant has brought up violates the litigant's rights, and this self-assertion, which has no basis in fact, is not supported by any facts, and we believe that the opposing party's request for a reshelf should be denied. When Chen Chao finished reading the second point, he looked up at the litigant's seat, followed by looking down at the litigation materials as he continued to speak. Third, based on the first point, we did not carry out plagiarism. The damage to the interests of the litigant is entirely due to factors caused by the other party itself. We likewise did not guide public opinion and do not have the responsibility to assume and apply for the dismissal of the litigant's request. Fourth, we apply for the costs associated with our lawsuit to be borne by the losing party. Presiding judge, our case is closed. After Chen Chao finished his statement, he looked up at the presiding judge's seat. Chen Chao's counter-argument is simple. First, we didn't plagiarize. Second, we didn't plagiarize. And third, still didn't plagiarize. Anyway, it sums up to one thing: our side did not plagiarize. And there is no violation on our side. The downgrade is because you are violating the law, not because I have a monopoly. Sheesh. Who would believe that? Now that it's all been called to trial and these points are being made, then there must be a basis for them. Only the defense's statement. Very deliberately. Attorney's fees are made to be borne by the plaintiff's side to raise the cost of litigation on the plaintiff's side. I have to say, the defendant's legal department has a knack for doing this. On the plaintiff's seat, Subai saw Chen Chao's gaze fall over, and after the two of them looked at each other, Li Shuizhen spoke in a small voice. Lawyer Su, you fight the lawsuit properly. I'll keep an eye on this one. Counselor Su, I'm currently practicing my luck at staring at whoever is finished in court. Subai, as a lawyer, a highly educated person, you're telling me you believe in luck? Nice guy. 6. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed. Don't stare for now. Oh, Li Shuizhen's tone was low. Then she didn't know what came to her mind and said happily, then I'll stare later. Okay, very 6. This innocent and stupid college girl is now completely crooked. Subai took a deep breath and didn't say anything more, but just read in his heart, this. It shouldn't be me who brought the crooked one, right? Aha! Absolutely not. How could a lawyer of his integrity teach a crooked innocent college girl? Subai reassured himself in his heart. In the presiding judge's seat, presiding judge Chao Liqian looks down at the litigation materials, after making a mental note of the party's motions in limine, and then he looked up again at Subai in the litigant's seat and slowly opened his mouth. The party against whom the lawsuit has been filed has finished its statement, and the party against whom the lawsuit has been filed will now be invited to present new evidence, factual basis, or defense of the legal provisions in accordance with the evidence provided or in court. Knock knock. The gavel strikes. Presiding Judge Chao Liqian's gaze fell on Subai. Subai realized that the first critical point had arrived. The first and most crucial point of this lawsuit lies in one aspect, that is, whether the defendant's construction does not constitute plagiarism. But here's the thing, this point of plagiarism is hard to define. In particular, the law is still very conservative today with regard to copyright in such infringement cases, and where the defense is good at Tai Chi. Playing Tai Chi is roughly what it means, a vague approach to the defining issues associated with infringement cases. From there, the trial judge's decision was conservative and a victory in the lawsuit was achieved. Subai has studied its routines, and the Tai Chi of that infringement case lawsuit is not generally fierce, but playing Tai Chi, he can do that too. Subai took a deep breath and then spoke. Presiding judge, in response to the defense showing that their side did not plagiarize, I would like to apply to ask the opposing client a few pertinent questions. Ask a question? That doesn't follow the formula. Chen Chao and Kong Hao frowned slightly. Usually when the other side's lawyers asked questions, they were either laying down a trap or engaging in mindfulness. In the face of Subai's application, both Chen Chao and Kong Hao were prepared to respond solemnly. In the presiding judge's seat on the trial bench, Chao Liqian banged his gavel and spoke. The application is passed. Hearing that Chao Liqian had passed his application for questioning, Subai dropped his gaze on Chen Xiao in the defendant's seat and opened his mouth to ask. I would like to ask Mr. Chen how to define copyright plagiarism of writings? Chen Xiao frowned slightly and after thinking for a while to make sure there were no pits, he opened his mouth. According to the provisions of our justice, there are 4 criteria for recognizing copyright plagiarism. 1. Look at the time around when the work was published. 2. Whether the work is original. 3. Look for plagiarism, and whether the objective conditions for plagiarism are present. 4. Look at the comparison of the characteristics of the work, and whether the characters' plots play out the same way. And for game plagiarism is defined as elements such as code, text, and art. This includes the copying of names included in the game or within the game. And finally, whether the copying of gameplay, etc., is original. After Subai heard Chen Xiao's answer, he nodded slightly, and then immediately continued to ask out a second question. I would like to ask, Counselor Chen, what then constitutes unfair competition? Chen Xiao frowned slightly, and although he didn't know what kind of medicine Subai was selling in his gourd, he still opened his mouth. We have 7 conditions for what constitutes undue competition. I. Fraudulent trading. 2. Improper business practices. 3. False advertising. 4. Violation of trade secrets. V. Predatory pricing. 6. Deceptive price sales and megaprice sales. 7. Defamation of the other party's business reputation. After the answer was over, Chen Xiao raised his head slightly and raised his hand to look at the presiding judge. Presiding judge, I have answered the question about the plaintiff. My answers, however, do not appear to have much relevance to this case, so I am requesting that counsel for the plaintiff stop questioning me. The first few questions are simple legal questions that don't have much impact when answered. However, if he was asked step by the other party, he might be asked into the pit by the other party at any time. So, Chen Xiao decisively seized the opportunity and applied to interrupt Subai's questioning. Knock knock. In the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqiang banged the gavel. The defense's application is passed. The plaintiff's side stops asking questions. Let's continue the statement. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai let out a long breath and nodded slightly. I have to say, Penguin has a lot of legal experience. It's impossible to dig a hole, so the only way to break the little penguin's wings is with hard power. And at this time, Chen Xiao noticed that Li Shuizhen had been looking at him with unblinking eyes. However, he didn't think too much about it and instead placed his gaze on Subai, wanting to hear his statement. Plaintiff's seat. Subai slowly spoke. The legal provisions Lawyer Chen said just now are all correct. According to the definition of plagiarism for games, code, text, art, including internal character names, these are all key elements. But, the most critical thing for a game is one thing. The most central point of a game. The core of a game is its gameplay, and gameplay plagiarism is the key to game plagiarism. First, the game of Crazy Elimination is an original game mode created by our client, Nanyu Studio. Can the defendant explain why our minigame, Crazy Dissipation, has 3 animals connected together and disappeared? And your Happy Dissipation is also 3 animals connected together and disappeared? Why aren't there 4 critters connected and disappeared? Or 5 critters connected and disappeared? Instead, it's 3 critters connected together that disappeared, just like our Southbound Studio? This is clearly a plagiarism by Penguin Holdings Ltd. Of the core gameplay of Crazy Elimination, which was originated by South Tour Studio. Likewise, in terms of naming, our side is eliminating elimination. Why your side named elimination on elimination? In people's popular perception, elimination is elimination, and elimination by elimination is likewise elimination. And we believe that the other side is stealing the core constituent elements of our name. There is another point, that is, for the overall framework, the overall frameworks of the game Happy Fun 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 produced by Penguin Holdings Ltd. And the Crazy Fun 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 produced by us are roughly the same. Is this not plagiarism? Based on the evidence that has been presented, it is clear that there is a very high degree of similarity in the gameplay between Crazy Dissipation and Happy Dissipation. Though this Happy Fun one by Penguin has been altered in terms of code, text, art, and certain details, but the essence of the gameplay plagiarism, which is for the core points of the game to copy, same as gameplay plagiarism. Therefore, we apply for a judgment that the minigame Happy Elimination produced by Penguin Holdings Limited has plagiarized the minigame Crazy Elimination produced by our Nanyu Studio. Presiding Judge, our case is closed. Knock knock. On the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqiang listened carefully to Subai's statement before banging the gavel. The plaintiff's side has finished its statement. The defense is now invited to make its case. After listening to Subai's statement, Chen Xiao smiled. Subai, this thing to speak and previously come to sue the Penguin charges, cannot say exactly the same, can only say that there is 80% of the degree of recognition. To summarize, I've seen it so much that I can know how to answer it with my eyes closed. After Chen Chao organized the materials he had prepared long ago, he slowly opened his mouth. We have the following answers to the plaintiff's questions. The first point is about the core of the play that the plaintiffs have brought up. First of all, the plaintiff party refers to the core of the gameplay, refers to 3 small animals connected together to eliminate, and Penguin's happy elimination of 1 elimination is also 3 small animals connected together to eliminate. On this point our side objections were raised on the following points. First, why 3 critters? Why not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? That's because our side thinks that this 3 critters better reflects the fun of this game. And, of the 3 critters, for the concept of why it's 3 and not 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, this 3 is generic and not original. According to the law, originality means having novelty, but 3, it's just a number. It doesn't have originality, and Southbound Studio can't say that the 3 out of 3 animals is theirs, can they? Critters are connected together for elimination, and this are equally original as the 2 games are contrasted. First, the critters included in Crazy Elimination are bears, tigers and some other animals, but the critters included in Happy Dissipation 1 are little lions, penguins and other animals, which are completely different from the animal elements of Crazy Dissipation. Point 2. In response to plaintiff's comment about the name issue, we believe that plaintiff's focus is somewhat problematic, and that Crazy Elimination and Happy Elimination 1 are the names that complete a subject. Although the meanings of eliminate and eliminate a subject are similar, they are not considered a subject when the first 2 words are erased. Therefore, in response to plaintiff's claims regarding the taking of names, we do not believe that there has been any theft of the names of plaintiff's games. The third point, the overall framework, based on the style of the 2 games. The overall framework is generic and does not have an element of originality, so we believe that the plaintiff's application should be dismissed. Chen Chao slowly finished his statement. At the same time, he also let out a long breath. So far, if you look at it, the other side is about the same level as the lawyers of those previous lawsuits. The probability that this lawsuit can be won. And after Chen Chao finished his statement, the corners of Subai's mouth were also slightly raised. Through Chen Chao's statement, you can tell that Penguin has researched this kind of copyright infringement lawsuit thoroughly. Still, he's done a lot of research on penguins, too. For Penguin's program to deal with the infringement case, Subai that is studied to death. Penguin? Come on, let's have a good touch. Subai has long been aware of the infringement case. Regarding the reasons why infringement cases are not good, the main one is the vagueness of the definition. What do you mean by defined ambiguity? Meaning it's difficult in terms of adjudication. Determine something, whether it is plagiarized or not. For this determination, the domestic law is vague and not easy to define. It's not easy to pin it down. It's much easier to refute it instead. From the arguments of the defense, what Chen Chao said made sense, and according to this basis, there was a high probability that the average lawyer would lose, but he was facing Subai. When Chen Chao saw that Subai was not panicking, he was a bit puzzled in his heart and did not understand where the other party got such a big bottom, but didn't think much of it. After all, infringement cases, for tort cases, there's no one who knows how to fight a copyright infringement case better than he does. The bench, in the presiding judge's seat, after listening to Chen Chao's statement, Chao Liqiang frowned slightly and glanced down at the litigation evidence materials for a few seconds before banging the gavel. The defense rests its case. Plaintiffs, is there anything else that your side would like to add or state to the defense's presentation? Subai let out a long breath, looked up at Chao Liqiang in the presiding judge's seat, and opened his mouth. Presiding judge, we have questions about the defense's statement, and we believe that the defense has misrepresented several points and has misdirected the case in some way. Chen Chao, poorly stated and somewhat misguided? What is the leading misdirection in his statement? Chen Chao frowned slightly, a little bit unable to understand the meaning within Subai's words. Just listen. Knock knock. On the trial stage, presiding judge Chao Liqiang bangs the gavel and voices out. Where the plaintiffs believe there are objections they may raise them in court, and the plaintiffs will state what points you believe the defense has misrepresented. On the plaintiff's seat, Subai drew out a piece of litigation material and slowly opened his mouth. It is our contention that the statements and rebuttals of the defense are in conflict with each other, conflicting with each other in the following ways. First, our side is suing Happy Elimination and Crazy Elimination and why the core gameplay is all about 3 critters connecting together for elimination. The defense attorney's defense is that the reason why the 3 critters were joined together for elimination was because the 3 critters were fun to play with. We do not believe that this is a reason for the other side's failure to plagiarize and is not a legal defense. At the same time, the other side in defense 3 is not our originality, but the generality of the public use. So do not agree with the respondent holdings limited released Happy Elimination 1 elimination 3 small animal elimination is plagiarized our core gameplay. I have doubts about that statement. Because, according to counsel for the defense, crazy elimination and happy elimination, elimination, both of which do not have integrity and therefore do not constitute infringement of our name. Then, counsel for the respondent has brought out such a 3 to explain that your side's 3 critter elimination and our side's 3 critter elimination are not original, based on the defense's back and forth statements. Aren't they contradictory? The gameplay of both Crazy Elimination and Crazy Elimination 1 is 3 animals connected together for elimination, and 3 animals connected together for elimination, which is one main body, and there is no such thing as separate use of originality or generality. Since our play is original, is it generic for the defense to copy our play? Presiding judge, our case is closed. After Subai finished speaking, he quietly looked at the defendant's seat. Subai has studied all of the defendant's lawsuits in the infringement case, so he has a general understanding of the methods of their lawsuits. The key is to capitalize on the opponent's vulnerabilities. That was why he had put the previous questions together and raised them together, on the basis of his projection that the defense, in accordance with its litigation habits, would surely be playing too much of a game. Sure enough, the truth was pretty much what he thought it would be. The defense was there just as he thought it would be, frantically playing Tai Chi and parsing every question he asked. But these 2 questions, inherently, have contradictory points. If separated, then there is not the slightest problem with what the defense is saying, and even, to put it mildly, it is so brilliantly said that one can't pick fault with it. But when put together, it's a contradiction. On the seat of the defense side, Chen Chao frowned slightly. According to Subai's statement, there was indeed some problem with his expression just now. It seems, the lawyer on the other side, it's going to be a bit tougher than he thought. Chen Chao let out a long breath. Kong Hao spoke in a low voice. The other side of the lawyer caught the loophole in our statement. Previously not how this situation on now how to do? Chen Chao spoke. What can we do? Continue to plead. The other side did catch a small loophole in our statement, but it's not a dead end. At most it will slightly affect the presiding judge's inclination. As long as there is no critical evidence, then this trial, who will lose and who will win, it's still not clear. Aha! Kong Hao nodded solemnly and let out a long breath. He always had a not so good feeling that, for the moment, the other side still held a certain advantage. If the other side extends this advantage, wouldn't that 100% myth of South Mountain be busted? In the event that it is broken, there are still repercussions for the defense. By then, forget it. Don't want to. Although the other side was now holding a certain advantage, it was only a current advantage. They were 100% winners at South Mountain. How could they lose? After Kong Hao organized himself, he looked up and dropped his gaze on the presiding judge's seat. After Subai finished his statement, presiding judge Chao Liqiang nodded slightly, briefly organizing the points stated by Subai. In the defense just now, it was clear that Subai had a certain upper hand, and the defendant's side presented a weak case. He had some judgment in his mind. However, as to the subsequent determination, this still needs to be determined through the arguments of both parties. Chao Liqiang let out a slight breath and looked towards the defense seat. 2 thuds. After banging the gavel, he opened his mouth. The defense. With respect to what the plaintiffs have raised, your statement is unclear. The point of the problem with the unclear statement is that, with respect to the understanding of ingenuity, your side has expressed inconsistencies in terms of the mode of play and with respect to the name of the game. And is there anything that your side would like to express, or is there anything that you have a problem with that you don't have? In the face of the questions posed by the presiding judge, Chen Chao looked at the litigation materials unhurriedly and then opened his mouth. Presiding judge, our side has an objection. The first is that there is a problem with the focus of these 2 issues. Plaintiff's submission that the gameplay is plagiarized, and our submission that the elimination of 3 animals in a row does not constitute plagiarism, are explained in relation to plaintiff's submission that the gameplay is plagiarized. And the words of the name, what the plaintiff said did not express completeness, and that's why our side is expressing it in accordance with completeness. After Subai heard Chen Chao's statement, he pulled the corner of his mouth. This defendant's legal counsel is quite capable of pulling his punches. The bull is messed up. Subai raised his hand. Presiding judge, our side objects. Knock knock. What are the plaintiff's objections? Facing the inquisition of the presiding judge, Subai opened his mouth. It is true that 3 foot is universal, but other numbers are equally universal. But why is it necessary for 3 animals to be used in a happy elimination game produced by the defendant, instead of 4, 5, 6, 7? Isn't it because the crazy elimination produced by South Tour Studio is 3 animals connected together for elimination, which has been proven in the market? So the defense directly copied it, took it over and used it? Will the respondent please answer positively the questions put to it by us? This. In the defendant's seat, Chen Xiao was silent for a few seconds and rubbed his temples. He was certainly aware of the reason why the happy elimination produced by the defendant had to be eliminated by connecting 3 animals. Because crazy elimination is 3 animals connected together to eliminate. And this has been proven in the market. Take it over and use it. He was accused of plagiarizing the game. But he didn't care about the rest of it. It could be market proven. Leave the rest to legal. The legal department can handle it anyway. Originally, Chen Xiao also felt that he was able to handle it easily. But the other party was dead set on this issue, which caused him to slightly feel a hint of pressure. The question. He really can't explain it well, but the court won't give him a chance if he can't explain it well. After all, the advantage is not on his side at the moment. Hiss. Chen Xiao sucked in a breath and opened his mouth, barely finding a reason to make a statement, and said, "We did not plagiarize and use 3 animals for connecting and eliminating because we found after research that 3 animals for connecting and eliminating is the most advantageous." The bench. In the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqiang, as a judge with some senior understanding of copyright, had a general understanding and judgment in his mind after hearing the arguments of both parties. Knock knock. Banging the gavel, after the statements of the plaintiff and the defendant, the points of contention between the parties are now summarized and summarized. Knock knock. Chao Liqiang continued to speak. The current point of contention between the parties is whether or not the game Happy Fun Fun Fun, produced by the defendant, plagiarizes the game Crazy Fun Fun Fun, produced by Southbound Studios. The central issue at the point of contention boils down to this, whether or not it's a plagiarism of the gameplay model. The plaintiffs and defendants. There is no dispute as to whether this is true. Su Bai, there is no dispute on our side. Chao Chen, there is no dispute on our side. Knock knock. On the issue of co-reduction, there is no disagreement between the parties. Chao Liqiang looked at Su Bai and continued to speak. Is the crazy elimination's disappearing play mode of 3 small animals connected together original to South Tour Studio? Su Bai slightly raised his head to look at the trial stage. The playing mode of crazy elimination is the original creation of South Tour Studio, and there is evidence of this in the evidence submitted by our side earlier. Knock knock. Chao Liqiang again looked at the defendant Chen Xiao. Does the defendant have any objection to the fact that the gameplay mode of crazy elimination is the original creation of Nanyu Studio? If you have any objections, please submit relevant evidence to prove it or challenge it against its mode of play. At the words of the presiding judge, Chen Xiao took a deep breath. Show that. Can't get it out. The defense is a defense. But the proof. There's no such thing. Chen Xiao spoke up. Presiding judge, we still maintain our original view. After hearing Chen Xiao's words, Chao Liqiang once again banged the gavel. Knock knock. The crazy elimination play mode, an original creation of South Tour Studio, is controversial, but the plaintiff's side can submit relevant evidence, and the defense cannot. On the bench, after the presiding judge, Chao Liqiang, had consulted this issue clearly, he glanced at the litigation materials and continued to speak. Does the defense have any objection to this point? Chen Xiao shook his head. No objections. Then, Chao Liqiang slightly raised his head again to look at Su Bai in the plaintiff's seat. Plaintiffs, is there anything yet to add to the evidence or the law? Su Bai took a deep breath, knowing that this was preparation to determine whether or not to categorize plagiarism. According to the information provided by Li Shuezhen, this Chao Liqiang, for the time being, has already had a tendency to decide against the plagiarism case. And the tendency, of course, was toward his side. It's time for the obligatory kill. Presiding judge, we have something to add. Aha! Chao Liqiang glanced down at the litigation materials and then looked up at Su Bai. Plaintiffs, what are the supplementary materials you have produced? It's a related investigation. Presiding judge, Su Bai handed over the relevant investigation to the staff around him and continued to add. This survey was done legally with a random sample of 20 passers-by doing reviews of the 2 games. Chao Liqiang frowned slightly. I'm here to remind you that the evidence submitted by the plaintiff's side needs to be held fully responsible by the plaintiff's side if it's reviewed for any non-compliance. Presiding judge, we understand that all of our self-certified legal sources are included, and we are willing to take full responsibility for any non-compliance. Aha! Chao Liqiang nodded. For the investigation to check up. Su Bai saw that Chao Liqiang was checking out the evidence and sort of let go of 100 hearts. A ruling that the defense plagiarized could be a nail in the coffin. Not a nail in the coffin, but at least 90% sure. The contents of these investigations submitted by him, though said to be evidence, are not of much use in determining plagiarism on the part of the defendant Holdings Ltd. What should be said in the courtroom? Su Bai has already said all. Submitting these things doesn't make it possible to convict the defense of plagiarism, but it does something else. That's the tendency to influence the presiding judge. Look, people say that both games play a lot like plagiarism. The inquisitor can't possibly deny from perception that the two games don't look like plagiarism, can he? As soon as the presiding judge has a slight inclination, the tendency of this identification increases, or, rather, break Chao Liqiang over when he tends to favor the defense side. That's the proper way for him to present this evidence. After Chao Liqiang watched these trial court evidence submitted by Su Bai, he then passed them on to Chen Chao of the defense. Chen Chao spoke immediately after reading the court evidence submitted by Su Bai. Presiding judge, these passers-by's reviews of the two games don't have any legal validity, and I'm filing for dismissal. Chao Liqiang was certainly aware of this, but of course, he was even more aware of Su Bai's purpose in handing these over to him. It had to be said that Su Bai's purpose had been achieved. He serves as the vice president of the South Mountain High Court and has studied copyrights, and more. After reading the evidence submitted by both parties, a general verdict on this judgment was made in his mind. However, the specifics of the case are still to be determined by the defense of the trial. It is important to realize that the defendant has a win rate of almost 100% in litigating about infringement cases in their own home. He hadn't expected that in today's courtroom, Su Bai would win his defense. Isn't that the equivalent of holding their defense heads down? Chao Liqiang's gaze slightly swept over Su Bai, and in his heart, he did not have any bad senses, and even had a point of appreciation. Knock knock. Chao Liqiang banged the gavel. The application is approved. Hearing the application passed, Su Bai heart did not have too many waves. Can pass the best. Cannot pass pull down. Come over from the enemy side. I've served my purpose. This wave He stood in the atmosphere. Chen Chao was originally a little pleased when he saw that Su Bai's application had been rejected. However, when his eyes swept over the plaintiff's seat and noticed the smile at the corner of Su Bai's mouth, his heart thumped, and he always had a bad feeling. But where this not-so-good feeling came from, he couldn't say. The bench, in the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqiang banged the gavel again and looked to the defense seat. Defendant, does your side have anything to add in response to plaintiff's complaint against your side for plagiarism? Chen Chao also realized that the decision against plagiarism was coming down, and he was a little nervous, because based on the current situation, they don't have the advantage. But, what's been said has been said, and there's basically nothing more to continue to add. After recognizing the situation, Chen Chao rubbed his temples and could only speak helplessly. Presiding judge, we have nothing further to add. Knock knock. Chao Liqiang hit the gavel. Neither party has anything further to add to the plagiarism. There are no objections, and the following judgment will be made. Judgment. The minigame Happy Elimination 1 produced by Defendant Holdings Limited is highly similar to Crazy Elimination 1 produced by South Tour Studio, and the gameplay is suspected to be plagiarized. Alleged determination of plagiarism factor. Defendant Holdings Limited produced Happy Eliminate 1, which is highly similar in gameplay to Crazy Eliminate produced by Nanyu Studio, and this gameplay is the sole creation of Nanyu Studio. Knock knock. Are there any objections to this ruling by the parties? The corner of Su Bai's mouth slightly raised. Nanshan will win. Aren't you bullish? Aren't you a little winged huffing and puffing? There you go. Broke your little wing, didn't I? TSK. Satisfaction. Su Bai spoke. Presiding judge, our side has no objection. Chen Chao, presiding judge, we have no objection. After the words fell, Chen Chao frowned deeply and let out a long breath, knowing that there was no use even if he had objections. And then there's this. The conditions of the evidence were there, and it was of no use for him to have objections to produce evidence. But, for the plagiarism ruling, it means the 100% win rate is gone. Chen Chao's mind was somewhat broken. Kong Hao, who was on the side, was also slightly flabbergasted when he heard the ruling. He didn't expect this to directly rule that they had plagiarized. If that's the ruling, then their 100% chance of winning isn't gone. Then back at legal, the two of them would surely be nailed to the legal department's pillar of shame. Law department staff, in our territory. You damn also lost the fight, especially in the case of copyright infringement. They could imagine the scene when the time came. Shame on you. Chen Chao heart long sighed. Ruled plagiarism. This is not something he can control. Lost the case is okay, but this is the second trial. Just the plagiarism of the judgment is okay. However, the rest, in case, lose again, then it's all over. A pillar of shame, of sorts, is nailed to the coffin. Plaintiff's side seated. Su Bai's expression looked slightly relaxed. The definition and determination of plagiarism has been completed and is considered to have been won. But the motion in limine regarding the defendant's unfair competition hasn't been completed yet. But, the hardest part of this lawsuit is determining plagiarism. Because the hardest thing to define in game plagiarism is gameplay plagiarism. If it were not for the fact that, the South Tour Studios gameplay was original, then it would have been impossible to find the defense guilty of plagiarism on this occasion. And then there's this. The defense has had a lot of legal knowledge, but it's too condescending. If it was possible to study it carefully, then he would need to raise the difficulty of getting the presiding judge to rule that the defense had plagiarized by at least 30%. After the game plagiarism ruling is over, this case is already considered a win, but it's still the same thing. Winning a case is just the basics at the law offices of June White. A plagiarism win can only be considered a break in the little wings that would have been fluttering for the defense. But as an adult now, he wants both. On the bench, in the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqian once again struck the legal hammer after he ruled that the defendant, Fong Holding Company Limited, had plagiarized Nanyu Studio. Knock knock. In response to the plaintiff's party, South Tour Studio, suing the defendant for plagiarism determination is complete. Did the plaintiffs and defendants continue to litigate or reach a settlement with respect to the defendant's improper competition? Subai took a deep breath. Presiding judge, we have the will to reach a settlement, but the conditions under which we reach a settlement are: 1. The defendant apologizes and publicly apologizes to us for its improper, undisclosed, and unfair methods of competition. 2. Relaunch our minigame, Crazy Elimination, and compensate us for our losses. We are willing to reach a settlement with Penguin Holdings Limited if Penguin Holdings Limited is willing to accept our settlement terms. Chen Chao, no, isn't this offer you're making a blatant slap in the face of the defense? Isn't that tantamount to us admitting undue competition? Kong Hao, who was beside him, spoke in a low voice. Our legal department has never been so stifled. We used to be the ones to make this kind of settlement request, and now, we, legal affairs, have been presented with such excessive demands by others. Who would dare to believe it when we say it? Keep fighting. Absolutely no reconciliation. Chen Chao rubbed his temples, nodded heavily, and opened his mouth. The litigants have made settlement demands that we cannot accept, and we ask that the trial continue. The corner of Subai's mouth slightly raised, looking at the defendant's seat. I have given you the opportunity. You cannot grasp. Li Shuizhen similarly followed Subai's example with the corners of her mouth slightly raised as she opened her mouth in a small voice. Counselor Suai lost the opposing counsel. Subai? This? Okay. He couldn't say anything more than a single deduction of a 6. Chen Chao was directly silenced after he noticed Li Shuizhen's gaze. What was the meaning of this staring at him all the time? That's not the way to mess with your mind. Thank you all for your subscriptions. This case will be over tonight, so you can get up tomorrow and read it. I'm begging for a July new moon ticket, please. The bench. Knock knock. In the presiding judge's seat, Chao Liqian left no trace of a glance at Subai and banged the gavel. The defense refuses to settle. The trial continues. Plaintiffs, please state your defense, legal defense, or submit evidence of your determination that Defendant Holdings, Inc., has exercised an unfair competition defense against you. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai slowly spoke, but before that, we need to ask the defense a question. First, according to the previous statement of the counsel for the defense, the downgrading was an internal rule of the platform to deal with the matter. But may I ask which internal rule of the platform the downgrading was motivated by? This issue. They've been through this many times before. Chen Chao was no stranger to this kind of question and spoke slowly. It came out of a risk assessment for outside trivia games. It came out of a concern for the safety of our platform. And so, it was taken down for the trivia games produced by the plaintiffs. In response to this kind of question, Chen Chao immediately opened his mouth. Straight up dumping. You're accusing me of unfair competition, but I'm doing it for my own safety. So who are you to say that I'm unfairly competing by taking it down? If you're asking, what safety is affected? I'm sorry, I don't know, haha. Or, this is a certain mistake in our operation. Sorry, we will change it immediately. Sincere attitude in admitting mistakes. That way, even if there were any problems, that wouldn't involve legal competition. It's the equivalent of pulling a big flag and flinging it around without having to take any responsibility for the problem. Click one's tongue. The corners of Subai's mouth were slightly raised. This security department had taken a big bite out of the pot, but he studied the defense deeply. He knew that his side sued. What is suspected of monopolization? Suspected of unfair competition? The other side will have 800 reasons, of which 699 are dumping the risk of the security department to take the blame. But does the defense think that finding a backstabber will help? Make fun of? Still, I've studied you to death. What are you going to fight me with? The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly as he continued to pursue the question. Please ask the defense about the downgrades involved in the risk control department. In accordance with the regulations on corporate normative management and cooperative management, it should be publicized or a detailed notice should be given to our South Tour studio. However, our South Tour studio did not receive a detailed notification, only a notice of the downgrade without any cause. Plus, the defendant's side and our side have a sense of reaching a cooperation. but after we refused, we received a takedown notice from the defendant, Holdings Ltd., and after Crazy Elimination was taken off the shelves, Happy Elimination 1 was put on the shelves right after, and it was copied on the shelves. There was no detailed notice that the purpose of the cooperation had not been reached, and our products were directly taken off the shelves during the period of cooperation. Based on the above conditions, may I ask the defense, how did your side determine that we violated the law, resulting in being winded down? In the face of Chun Chao finding attempt to take the blame, Subai directly threw the question back at him with a series of rhetorical questions. Self-evidence. You say you don't have it, then show proof that you don't have it. You come up with evidence, and there's a loophole. Then I'll come at you through this loophole. If you do come up with evidence that Crazy Elimination has a problem, then you'll wait to go in. You should know that Subai has studied the rules related to the defense side thoroughly for a long time. Also long ago asked Lin Quan to find a professional organization to test the Crazy Elimination of elimination in its aspect has no problem. It has been tested many times to ensure that there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. That's why he dared to say it so directly. Faced with Subai's question, Chen Xiao did not know how he should answer for a moment, because he realized that the other party seemed to be particularly familiar with the process of their lawsuit. As a result, he was blocked no matter which way he started. The side of Kong Hao slightly frowned, muttered in a low voice, "This lawsuit is considered to be smashed in both of our hands." In the face of their own colleagues, Kong Hao knows no more. This lawsuit carries on here. It can be said that they have lost the loss of the body without skin. Pants are not left the kind. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and slightly patted Kong Hao's shoulder, indicating that there was still a chance, and continued to speak. Regarding the matter of our wind control not giving a detailed notice, I am not very clear about this aspect, and I can make further inquiries, but the plaintiff party cannot sue us for undue competition on the basis of our failure to produce the details of the wind control downgrade. Michael, the question is thrown back? Ro, you're so tough. I'll hammer your head off this time. Subai took out a bunch of materials from the litigation materials and opened his mouth. Presiding judge, these materials are the latest wind control rules of the current defense company, and the wind control appraisal report that we have already made. If the defendant does not agree, we have invited the relevant professionals, can be on the spot to test our original off-shelf version of the Crazy Eliminate wind control problems, has not reached the requirements of the defendant company. The defense can apply for on-the-spot testing. Chen Xiao, no, what are you doing? You're all set to hammer the evidence in the courtroom? Chen Xiao was speechless. After a long breath, after receiving the relevant materials from the hands of the staff, he was directly silenced. According to this evidence from the other side, this preparation, even if their director of legal affairs comes over, it is estimated that they will lose the case. At this time, in the presiding judge's seat on the trial bench, Chao Liqian looked to the defense seat and opened his mouth to inquire whether or not the defense applies for an on-the-spot test. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chao calmed down. On-the-spot or not on-the-spot test is no longer necessary. He had seen it. The other side of this is not to be at the trial. To their head hammer flat. For the charge they accused of improper competition behavior is well prepared. There is a high probability that the on-the-spot inspection will also be as described in the material without much deviation. Chen Xiao shook his head slightly. Our side does not apply for on-the-spot inspection. Knock knock. Chao Liqian banged the gavel. Does the defense have any objections to the evidence provided by the plaintiff? Chen Xiao, our side has no objection. Knock knock. Chao Liqian glanced down at the materials of the trial, and then set his eyes on the plaintiff. Shi Subai, does the plaintiffs have anything to add? The trial was so conclusive that it crushed the other side to death, and there was no point in adding to it. Maybe it might backfire. Subai spoke. Presiding judge, our side has nothing more to add. Knock knock. Chao Liqian nodded slightly, and after passing a few general glances over the court materials, he looked at the defense again. Defendant, is your party able to state precisely why it took down the Crazy Dissipation minigame from South Tour Studios? Chen Xiao sighed a long sigh. There is no heart power. The other side of the evidence is pressed to death, and it is meaningless to say anything now. And it's a loophole issue left over from the gaming sector. He couldn't answer. Chen Xiao opened his mouth. We cannot state precisely why we took down the Crazy Dissipation game from Southbound Studios. Knock knock. May I ask the agent for Defendant Holdings, Inc., if he is unable to give a valid answer to the question asked by plaintiff? Chen Xiao, yes. Good. Chao Liqian confirmed. The trial materials briefly flipped through once, to confirm that there is nothing else wrong. The eyes along the plaintiff's seat turned to the seat of the defense, followed by collecting back to the eyes. The gavel was struck. Knock knock. We will now begin the presentation phase of the court's case and call on the plaintiffs to present their case. Inviting Chao Liqian's voice, Subai let out a long breath. As of now, the lawsuit is considered to have been won. The final stage of the court case is to pull the flag. I thought your little wings were so fierce, but I broke them this time. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai nodded slightly and immediately began to state. In this case, we state the following. According to the Anti-Unfair Competition Law, Article 1, it is formulated to promote peaceful social and economic development, encourage and protect fair competition, stop unfair competition, and protect the legitimate rights and interests of operators and consumers. For certain situations, small studios are producing a product that is so badly squeezed that it's in complete breach of the relevant legislation. Therefore, we believe that the bullying behavior of some small and medium-sized enterprises, which relies on its large base, should be seriously punished. Presiding Judge, our case is closed. Chao Liqiang smiled slightly as he looked towards Subai and nodded subconsciously, then immediately turned his gaze towards the defendant's seat. The plaintiffs have been briefed and the defense will now present its case. Defendant's legal services have some knowledge of the various presiding officers and executives of the South Hill Court, so Chen Chao had some understanding of Chao Liqiang's character. The trial has been carried out to the stage of court statement. This Judge Chao's heart is estimated to have already had the results of the verdict. The court statement, for this presiding officer, is not very influential. Therefore, more words will be lost. Saying more is far less effective than evidence. Chen Chao simply gave up the statement directly. Presiding Judge, our side waives its case. Knock knock. The defense has determined that it is waiving its statement? Okay. Aha. Chao Liqiang nodded slightly, and after confirming that the defense had waived its statement, he once again banged the gavel. Knock. Are there any objections from the parties to the trial at this time to the evidence or legal defenses presented by the other side? Subai, no objection. Chen Chao, no objection. Knock. Since there are no objections from either side, we are now in the adjournment phase. Adjournment time, 1 hour, and the court will be declared open in 1 hour. Knock. Recess. At the end of the sentence, Chao Liqiang and Jiang Hongyan, as well as the 2 trial judges, He Yangan, left the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, at the defendant's seat, Kong Hao's brows were tightly furrowed together. This adjournment. The probability of the adjournment ending is that there's a high likelihood that a verdict will be announced. This case, what do you think the chances of winning the case are? Faced with Kong Hao's inquiry, Chen Chao was worried. What are the chances of winning? Having already ruled that the game was plagiarized, it's already lost. There's no winning, except with regard to the aspect of undue competition. It may be a lighter sentence. Wait for the verdict. It's useless to say more when the verdict in this case is still pending. Chen Chao took a deep breath and said, he was in the middle of a mess right now and didn't want to continue talking on this topic. Seeing this, Kong Hao nodded seriously and did not continue, and in the meantime, the plaintiff's seat seemed much more relaxed and cheerful. Subai unscrewed the mineral water from the table and took a sip. Feeling the nourishment of the water, he let out a long breath. Just now, I argued and spoke so much that my mouth was dry. Li Shuizhen on the side laughed lightly, excitement written all over her small face. Lawyer Su, do we, for once, count ourselves as having broken the defendant's little wings? The corner of Subai's mouth narrowed slightly. Breaking the defendant's wings, this was too much of an underestimation of him. So far, it's not about the wings anymore. The point is, he's already sort of whacked the other guy's brains out. The myth of the undefeated South Mountain is shattered. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice. Of course it counts. Li Shuizhen smiled sweetly, her eyes squinting into a crescent moon. Clocking in. First civil case successful. Oh no, the verdict hasn't been pronounced yet. Forget it. Whatever. It's impossible to lose anyway. No matter what. I'm so happy that I've made it. In the meantime, the 3 panelists are discussing the case. Chao Liqiang slowly spoke. I'm quite surprised about today's court defense. I didn't think that the defense's legal affairs, in the defense of the infringement case, but also fell into the lower success. It seems that the original party is very well prepared. It's a certainty that the defense will lose, but I haven't decided on a range of penalties for the defense's verdict that we can talk about. Jiang Hongyan nodded slightly, agreeing with Chao Liqiang. For the defense side to lose the case, there really isn't any question about that. And above the penalties, according to the plaintiff's side statement, the defendant's side is indeed suspected of improperly competitive behavior. There are even monopolistic practices that can be severely penalized. What about you, Yan Gan? What do you think? Chao Liqiang took the initiative to ask when he saw that He Yangan was standing on the sidelines, not opening his mouth. He Yangan was silent for a few seconds and slowly spoke. I agree with Hong Yin. Chao Liqiang nodded slightly and spoke with a smile. It seems that you all had some grudges against the defense when you served as presiding judges at the High Court. Aha! Regarding the defense's verdict, then it's settled. However, in terms of the amount of compensation, Follow the normal compensation standard. The court has already made a form, so follow that. Aha! Yes. Jung Hongyan and He Yangan both agreed. Soon, an hour passed. The three panelists, Chao Liqiang and Jiang Hongyan, as well as He Yangan, re-entered the court amidst the clerk's standing ovation. Knock knock. Chao Liqiang banged the gavel, his voice serious. Court is in session. In the case of South Tour Studio against defendant Fong Holdings Limited for plagiarism and improper competition, the trial continues. Knock knock. The gavel fell. Plaintiffs and defendants. In response to the pre-adjournment phase of the trial, whether there are any objections, it may be raised in court. Subai, no objection. Chen Chao, no objection. Knock knock. Since neither party has any objection to this, we are now ready to pronounce judgment. Clerk, all rise. The presiding judge will now announce the verdict. Swish swish swish. All rise. At the defendant's seat, Chen Chao and Kong Hao both looked a little nervous, although they had anticipated the verdict. But after all, this lawsuit is about whether it will break the defendant's record of winning almost 100% of its cases in South Hill, so they still had a glimmer of hope before the verdict. The two men's eyes fell on the presiding judge. Just listen. Presiding Judge Chao Liqiang spoke slowly and announced the verdict. The cause of action in this case, the plaintiff sued the defendant party for copying the game it produced and for unfair competition, and the case was tried in this court, the Nanshan Superior Court. The court has jurisdiction over this case and the law applicable to it is based entirely on domestic law. The verdict is announced below. In accordance with the decision of the members of the full court, in response to the petition filed by the plaintiff's side, it is ruled that the happy elimination produced by the defendant company plagiarized the game work of South Tour Studio. Crazy elimination. For South Tour Studio has caused great losses. The defendant party compensates South Tour Studio for the economic losses. 680, 545, $465.92. And take down the plagiarized game piece. Happy fun fun fun. When the first point was announced, Chen Chao and Kong Hao, who were in the defense's seat, did not have much of an emotional reaction, because as far as plagiarism is concerned, it's been ruled on previously. The key issue they care about is the determination of undue competition. Just listen. Presiding Judge Chao Liqiang continued to speak. Second, ruling. The defense is suspected of improper competition. Defendant cannot produce the downgrading of the plaintiff's side of the small game of accurate evidence and complete factual basis for the formulation of clear. The plaintiff's side of the small game. What kind of risk? The defendant's platform is not clear. Need to bear a certain degree of responsibility. Demand. Defendant's platform. To relist the South Tour Studio minigame, crazy elimination. At the same time, a public apology for their behavior and inappropriate competition. 3. This case is for plagiarism as a cause of action on the part of the defendant, and the costs of the action on the part of the plaintiff shall be borne by the defendant, but not the attorney's fees. 4. The motions in limine filed against the defendant are dismissed in their entirety. According to our civil procedure law, the defense may initiate a supervisory review or file a retrial proceeding if it believes that the judgment ruling is erroneous or has other doubts. The judgment is over and will be sent to both the plaintiff and defendant within 10 days. Knock knock. Close the court. Chao Liqiang's serious voice fell, and on the defense side seat, both Chen Chao and Kong Hao were confused. They knew there was a possibility of an improper competition verdict, but they didn't realize that it would be such a heavy sentence. Now that's a head whack. How are the two of them going to make it back to legal? P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Woo! Catch up on your sleep. Catch up on your sleep and continue when you wake up. Does it matter if you lose the case? Not important. What's important? The important thing is that the goose's head was hammered off and both of its poofy little wings were broken. There goes the undefeated 100% win rate for South Hill. The myth of maintaining a 100% win rate is busted. And a public apology. And it was hammered with the name of an infringing plagiarist who needed to make a public apology. The result. Hiss. It is conceivable that this lawsuit will become a template for other small game studios and medium-sized game companies to hammer each other in the future. Maybe the game company that lost the previous lawsuit will file another lawsuit against the other side after learning about this. If every single one of them did that, then good lord, the other side would just about run out of games. Straight up crying on the spot. The lawsuit was lost. And the $8 million in damages was only the least of the problems with losing this lawsuit. A whole bunch of issues that follow that need to be dealt with and resolved. Everything must be handled with care, or else, there's a good chance it'll lead to something big. These are the ones that weigh most heavily on the defense. So when presiding Judge Chao Liqiang pronounced the sentence, Chen Chao and Kong Hao had a headache about how to go back and deliver the sentence. The verdict. The press can't deliver. Chen Chao's mind was a bit taut and he opened his mouth in a small voice. MD. After this lawsuit gets out, I guess we'll both have to change careers from now on. Kong Hao also took a deep breath, followed by a heavy sigh. Whether to change the profession is no longer our decision. We have this lawsuit. Who would dare to use us in the future? Hurry back to notify the director. There may be remedial measures. At least for now the case hasn't gotten much attention, hasn't reached dissemination, and hasn't had much of an impact on the company. In the meantime, on the plaintiff's seat, Li Shuijian's small face looked excitedly at Chen Xiao and Kong Hao on the defendant's seat. Won the case. The first civil lawsuit clocked in successfully. Not bad. Lawyer Su, we've won this case. Broke the other guy's wing poof. Oh no, it's hammering the other guy's head off. Su Bai, where did you learn so many words? Head hammered. That's the word you're spitting out of this innocent college girl's mouth. Learned the hard way. It wasn't me who brought the crookedness. Su Bai mumbled in his heart and coughed dryly. Alright, the lawsuit is over. Stop thinking about the hammer. Getting carried away. Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice, then spoke. The lawsuit is over. Pack up your materials and prepare to go back first. I guess Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan are already waiting anxiously, so I'll talk to them about the results of the trial first later. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuijian quickly packed up the litigation materials on the desktop of the plaintiff's side. Wearing a burst of professional small suits, De Duan trotted to follow Su Bai. Su Bai turned back and saw that there were a bit too many litigation materials this time, so he reached out and took the briefcase that Li Shuijian was slung across. Thank you, Counselor Su. It's okay, keep going. Su Bai nodded slightly, and it so happened that as he was preparing to leave the courtroom, he collided with the other party's legal affairs on the opposite side. Neither side said anything, however, and each left the courtroom straight away. Only, after seeing Su Bai walk away, Chen Chao let out a long breath, not knowing what was in his heart. Dry pour. After the trial, leave the first hour after the trial. Su Bai let Li Shuijian inform Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan of the general outcome of the trial. They pulled a penguin group earlier. Li Shuijian was directly notified inside the group, stating the general verdict. At the first moment of learning the results of the trial, Lin Quan slightly froze for a few seconds. The lawsuit won? Really won? That's an industry giant. South Mountain is undefeated, with a 100% win rate, and will be the goose that dries out many small game studios. This time, he found the Baijun law firm and hit the other side, originally holding out little hope. It's a miracle to be able to fight and win. That sends a miracle. But now a miracle has happened. In his heart, there was only one word for Su Bai, and that was bull. 2 words are bull. 3 words, very bull. 4 words, invincible old cow. He's in the right place with the White and June law firm. Lin Quan suppressed the excitement in his heart and pronounced excitedly inside the penguin group. Lawyer Su, you're also too powerful. In other people's territory can win the lawsuit. You the strength of the law and skills are too strong. Finally, the goose is Ed. Counselor Su. Su Bai clicked on the voice inside the small group, listened to the first 2, and then sent a message inside the small group. Don't get excited first. Temporarily won the case. There are still some subsequent issues that need to be dealt with. Wait until after I return to Nandu. Notify you. You also need to come to the law firm. Okay, Counselor Su. Lin Quan did his best to suppress his excitement and replied. Immediately afterward, he looked at Meng Xiaofan in the workroom. Xiaofan, your intuition is awesome. We really didn't make a mistake in choosing Baijun law firm. Meng Xiaofan smiled cheerfully. Listen to my intuition, right? At that time, the Nandu first-class law firms their studios almost look over once. He always had a feeling that it would be good to entrust this case to this Baijun law firm. He didn't expect it. Surprisingly, it did come true. Lin Quan nodded heavily, then seemed to remember something, picked up his cell phone, and sent a message inside a large penguin group where game studios communicated with each other. Brothers, defend our rights. We can't be bullied by geese anymore. Groupie 1? Groupie 2? Groupie 3? Do you realize what you're saying? Is it that we don't want to defend our rights and be bullied by geese anymore? The other side is just like what the other side is doing. They've taken away my house. My wife has taken away my house. We can't sue them. We don't want to sue them. We can't do it. Lin Quan watched as the group that used to protest against penguins' plagiarism because of their rights livened up and immediately spoke up. Would you believe me if I told you that there are lawyers who can each other over? All group members? After Lin Quan threw out a screenshot, all the group members, why don't you introduce it earlier? MD, that dead goose, die for the master. Lin Quan looked at the message inside the group and smiled. This is not equivalent to helping Baijun law firm advertise. According to the litigation caliber of Su's lawyers, it's perfectly possible to just rub the other side the wrong way. In contrast to the litigant here, the defendant, the legal services department, The mood is slightly less right at this point. Inside the office of the Director of Legal Affairs. Legal generally has a debriefing process after the conclusion of litigation. The game business department was more attentive to this product. So Miao Jun called Chen Xiao and Kong Hao into the office at the first time after the lawsuit was over. The original director of the legal department, Miao Jun, inquired about this lawsuit with a smile on his face, because in their legal eyes, such a small studio lawsuit is hardly worth mentioning. But when Miao Jun asked if there were any problems with this lawsuit, Chen Xiao and Kong Hao both lowered their heads, and the two appeared to be somewhat silent. At this time, Miao Jun realized that this matter seems to be a little less than a slight frown. This lawsuit should not be no victory, right? Chen Xiao spoke in a small voice. It is true that this lawsuit did not win and lost. Director Miao, this is the court's judgment on the spot. Chen Xiao handed over the organized court materials to Miao Jun. After Miao Jun received the trial materials from Chen Xiao's hand, the more he looked at them, the deeper his frown became, until his eyes rested on the top of the judgment. The whole person was completely tense after a few seconds of silence. Opening his mouth, he raged. You can lose a lawsuit against such a small studio? And with such a harsh sentence? What are you two doing with your legal work? You two are ready to quit your jobs and get out. Chen Xiao and Kong Hao lowered their heads and were silent without a word. Miao Jun ignored the two men, and when he finished, he immediately took the litigation materials to the office of the head of legal affairs. This thing has a big impact on them. If you don't handle it right, the subsequent impact, then, can be significant. It was no longer something that he, a director of legal affairs, could resist. After the matter reached the head of the legal department, the department quickly notified the relevant leaders. Meeting for decision-making. Baijun Law Firm. After the case was over, Su Bai took Li Shuizhen back to Nandu at the first opportunity. Combined with going a day early and returning the next day, there wasn't too long of a delay in the South Hills. Inside the office, there were only 3 people, Su Bai, Li Shuizhen and Su Rang. Li Shuizhen's little face was excited. Su Bai took a sip of tea and then spoke. This time, our Baijun law firm, defeating the undefeated myth in the trial litigation, is considered to be the first step to open up the first step in a big case and get the contacts and resources. I heard Lin Quan say that he publicized our Baijun law firm in their game studio group. For the next period of time, our Baijun law firm may be busy. The corner of Su Bai's mouth hooked up slightly as he smiled and opened his mouth. This time after holding the opponent down and rubbing him on the ground. Not just getting attorney's fees, it also sort of opens the door to law firm connections and resources. This case is described as a rewarding one. Su Rang was at the side, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, and nodded solemnly. Our law firm represented the lawsuit with Goose and won it in South Hill. So it is expected that any company or individual who wants to fight with the other side and has a need will come to our law firm. This time, our law firm is really going to grow. Su Rang smiled and opened his mouth. Aha! Su Bai nodded solemnly. The case resources are available. The future development and growth of the law firm is just around the corner. Hearing the exchange between Su Bai and Su Rang, Li Shuizhen's originally excited little face wrinkled. It's over. It's over. If the firm grows, then my money is useless, right? Thinking of this, Li Shuizhen's small face collapsed, completely losing the happiness she had just. There's no use for a little rich girl's money. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket, thanks. A few days waiting for the judgment to be issued. Extremely well respected due to the introductory promotion of forest rights. And the results of the trial will be communicated to some small and medium-sized game studios that have been plagiarized. Many small and medium-sized game studios that claim to have been plagiarized came running over and contacted Baijun law firm. The purpose of the contact, naturally, was also to make a statement. Hopefully, I will also win my case and get the legal rights I deserve. A few days down the road, Su Bai face-to-face contact down small and medium-sized game studio in charge of no less than 8 people. Among them, no less than 20 people have made inquiries through the internet. Of course, understanding the case is free, but consulting on legal terms and legal amateurism, these are paid consultations. Can't have people whoring out knowledge for a case that didn't come to them, can we? The price is not high. The lawyer's fee for the South Tour studio was paid into the law firm's account by Lin Quan the day after the verdict first came out in order to show his sincerity. This one case brought the tea Su Bai drank up a small notch. 5,999 £3, totaling £2,001. A single consultation for half an hour costs 2,000, almost enough to buy a pound of tea. 20 counselings, some of them for a longer period of time, and the total cost of the counseling was probably around $60,000. Generated income belonging to is. For this reason, Su Bai also added $200 per month to Li Shuizhen's internship fee. Only, Li Shuizhen didn't know why. Her little face was innocent. Lawyer Su, are you rich? Subai nodded and asked with a smile. Right. This time we have all the money in our law firm. Give you a raise? Happy? Li Shuaishan's small face revealed a forced smile. Happy. This. How does being happy feel worse than being unhappy? Subai was puzzled, but did not ask more questions, which is not happy about the salary increase. Maybe it's just that the little rich girl is so rich that she doesn't mind for $200. But what Suzy Lee actually thinks is that the law firm has all the money. Then she won't be able to get her money in? Lee's frown. Inside the office, Subai leisurely sipped his tea, followed by a long breath, glanced out the window, didn't see any scenery, and retracted his gaze. The judgment from the Nanshan High Court was sent to Bai Jun's law firm, and he had asked Li Shuaishan to notify Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan to come pick it up. According to the time, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan were almost close to arriving. Soon, before 10 minutes had passed, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan arrived at Bai Jun's law office, guided by Li Shuaishan. He walked inside Subai's office. Hello, Counselor Su. Good noon, Counselor Su. The two of them, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan, greeted Subai warmly. Subai responded with equal enthusiasm, and he arranged for Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan to sit on the sofa opposite him. After Subai sat down, Li Shuaishan poured a cup of tea for each of the several people, and then sat behind Subai in a well-behaved manner. Subai handed the judgment to Lin Quan's front. Previously, the court mailed the judgment to fill in the address. Filled in the law firm. This is the judgment. Keep it. Okay, Counselor Su. Lin Quan smiled as he folded up the judgment and put it inside the bag he had brought with him. Then he spoke again. Lawyer Su, the heads of those game studios I introduced you to earlier were okay. Weren't they able to receive quite a few cases of friction penguins again? Subai smiled and nodded. Lin Quan referred them, and the counseling was enthusiastic, and there were several contacts. But as of now, there are no people who are sure about the lawsuit. When all is said and done, the other side is a penguin. The lawyer's fee is big, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The average person cannot afford this cost. And then there's the fact that some of them demand a package win. Please, any more? It's a penguin. Let's not even talk about whether or not if you file another lawsuit you will have someone's legal department fully prepared. Just from the case alone. Some game studios make games that are copied and stitched together 7 times. You yourself are 7 copies. Stitched together plagiarized game. To sue others for plagiarism? Why? A backhanded counterclaim from someone could cause the plaintiff's side to not only lose the case, but possibly face certain penalties. This is the kind of case that you definitely can't win. Lin Quan won this case only because of ingenuity, and crazy elimination is completely absent from the market, which is why it can be ruled on originality. So after contact down the line, after making the situation clear, there was only one studio that was willing to continue the contact. That studio's game, indeed, is also original, and in the art, elements, Penguin also carried out a certain amount of plagiarism. Sue up or sue. One hit and you can definitely hammer the penguin's head off. Facing Lin Quan's inquiry, Subai smiled and opened his mouth, saying thanks. I did get the case. It's not easy for law firms to get cases these days, and I have to thank you for the recommendation. Lin Quan hurriedly opened his mouth. Lawyer Su, you definitely don't have to say thank you. If you want to thank, our studio will definitely still thank you. The last time we fought Penguin's first trial, we also looked for the top lawyers in Nandu, but we lost the case directly, and the rest of the first-class lawyers and law firms are not optimistic about this Penguin case. If it weren't for Lawyer Su, our studio, we definitely wouldn't have one. It's all thanks to your ability, Counselor Su, to get the case. Subai smiled before he could open his mouth. At this time Lin Quan opened his mouth again. Counselor Su, the Penguins are planning to settle with us, and I'd like to ask you something about that. Reconciliation? Is this the little penguin bowing down? Subai smiled and nodded. Ask. Lin Quan took a deep breath. It's like this, Counselor Su. Penguin contacted me and said that they are willing to buy part of the rights to our Crazy Elimination for $20 million. We still have the overall operation of Crazy Counter-Strike in our hands, and the Penguin side is willing to sign some not-so-equal agreements. The request was made. That is, our side cannot continue to spread the news of Penguin's defeat, and the Penguin side does not have to make a public apology to us. I'd like to ask Counselor Su if there's something wrong with this. Hiss. It looks like Penguin is trying to get rid of this influence, and it's a pretty big deal. Aha! Signing an agreement depends largely on whether or not there are any potholes in the agreement, but according to what you've said, the Penguin side probably wants to use the money to take the sting out of this loss. There's probably not much in it, and it depends on the agreement. If anything, to reconcile or not to reconcile, that depends largely on your thoughts. Okay, Counselor Su. Lin Quan nodded slightly after hearing Subai's words, and immediately continued to speak. Counselor Su, we've come over this time. There's one more thing. What is it? That's right. Our studio wants to cooperate with Baijun law firm well in the future, to deal with some legal issues above. I wonder if it's possible. Hiss. This is coming to cooperation. The average big law firm that takes cases to feed the firm is certainly not quite enough. So there are usually some times when there is some kind of partnership with some company. To put it bluntly, the company values your law firm and is willing to pay and keep it. Apparently, Lin Quan meant the same thing. This is obviously a good thing for their Baijun law firm. Subai smiled and revealed two small white teeth. Of course you can. This is a good thing for win-win cooperation. After hearing Subai's words, Lin Quan was slightly relieved. He was worried that a big lawyer like Subai would not be able to see a small studio like his. But for now, the collaboration is sort of a done deal. A smile piled up on Lin Quan's face as he reached out his hand and shook Subai's tightly. With Su White, an ace law firm. In the future, when Southbound Studios has any more legal problems, they won't have to worry about it at all. After the two sides had reached an agreement, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan conferred with Subai in his office for another half an hour about what Penguin had proposed. A settlement. After the discussion, Lin Quan and Meng Xiaofan then left the law firm, waiting for the two to leave after. Aside of Li Shuejian, a face slightly wrinkled, it seems that the law so after all do not lack of money. Agonized. $5 million. But it's no use. Who's going to argue with that? Subai briefly sorted out the agreement that Lin Quan left behind that had concessions regarding the Penguin's offer. It was then handed over to Li Shuejian. I've read all these agreements and there's no more questions, so go through them again. After receiving the agreement, Li Shuejian spoke curiously. Lawyer Su, is South Tour Studio really going to accept Penguin's cooperation? Not really an acceptance. Except to say that Little Penguin is willing to hemorrhage money for his loss. As for whether to accept it or not, that's the client's business and has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for getting paid to do our job and getting the best for our clients. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuejian nodded seriously. After Li Shuejian left the office, only Subai was left alone in the office. Subai let out a long breath. This Penguin case, their law firm had really gained a lot. It's not just the attorney's fees. What's more, they, Baijun Law Firm and Nanyu Studio, reached an agreement to cooperate. This is a key step towards expansion for Baijun Law Firm. Regarding the matter of South Tour Studio and Baijun Law Firm reaching a cooperative intent, soon after, the two sides signed an agreement. For this reason, Lin Quan also sent a special banner. Tinsel left, the undefeated Little Penguin of South Mountain. Banner right, Ace Law Firm hammers you. Hanging next to the banner sent by Manhwa last time, echoed back and forth belonging to his. Additionally, the head of the game studio that Lin Quan introduced last time, the one that was willing to continue the contact, decided to sue Little Penguin. Previously, this game studio, fearing that the other side of the family is large, has been holding back and not suing. This time with the premise that Southbound Studios won the case. This game studio also quickly made up its mind to sue Penguin through some communication with Subai. Su White after understanding the overall process and getting ready to work. Soon after, a paper, again up to the Nanshan Intermediate Court. At the time the law firm was notified. It was foggy? No way. You're still coming? It's been a while since you hammered us last time. You're doing it again? You're addicted, aren't you? This is not a proper bullying of honest people. Good. Still coming. Ha! The legal department was very upset that Subai was suing again, and studied the object of this lawsuit overnight. And then it turns out, over in the gaming department, the plagiarism was even more outrageous this time around. Almost on the verge of lifting someone else's game. Even if the entire legal department is out in force, then there is only a maximum of 50% chance of winning the case. This side of the gaming department really thinks that legal is undefeated. The head of the legal department immediately reported with the boss. The plagiarism situation in the game department is too serious. The legal department can't carry it. After the debriefing, a series of improvement measures have been carried out within the company. The head of the gaming department, who was lambasted, at the same time, for the relitigated case represented by Su White, the law firm chose to settle. I can't beat you. If I can't beat you, I'll just settle and be done with it. Avoid huge repercussions. I'll take the money straight up. In the end, the head of that commission game studio, after receiving a huge settlement that far exceeded the lawsuit's damages, the whole lot of them laughed their asses off, dropped the lawsuit and reached a settlement. As for Subai, on the other hand, it doesn't matter. It's just one less chance to pop the hammer on a penguin. Fight this case if you can, and settle for not a penny of your own legal fees. Mezzo. It's just that reconciliation. This made the little rich girl's little face sad. One less chance to hammer a penguin. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. It's not that the shelves are short. It was yesterday that I stayed up late to finish the penguin case. and then it got late and I couldn't stay up. The upload said 25,000 words, but it's actually 18,000 more. There's still 7,000 to go. I'll make it up. Please ask for a monthly ticket. After the Penguin case, by June Law Firm, a lot of admirers, lawsuits, civil and commercial cases. For these civil suits, civil and commercial cases, Sue White is a comer. This led to the fact that the two of them, he and Sue Rang, were too busy to do anything at all. Sue Rang rubbed his temples. Lawyer Sue, after our law firm held Penguin down and rubbed it on the ground, we've got more cases than we can handle. Not to mention some of the ones that came in for counseling. At this rate, Su Xing didn't finish his sentence. When Su Bai heard Su Rang's words, he also realized that the current staff of the law firm was too small. The scale is still too small. It's just that if he and Su Rang were the only two people, they wouldn't be able to hold up that large of a caseload. Su Ling has also postponed some small cases in recent times and started to gradually take on some slightly larger litigation settlement cases, but the cases are still not finished. This time, the two of them, Su Bai and Su Rong, were very busy. Although Li Shuezhen said that as a trainee lawyer, she was not able to handle cases independently, but it's also very busy with a bunch of chores that need to be taken care of. The entire law firm, all three of them, were busy. This also made Su Bai realize that the law firm must continue to expand. As it stands, law firms have a lot of money on the books. All that's missing is people. Just lawyers. Looks like we'll have to recruit. Su Bai let out a long breath, and let Li Shuezhen on the recruitment software. To recruit lawyers, and set a certain threshold conditions, must be able to work independently on cases and have at least 2.5 years of experience. As for the salary, good talk. What is most in short supply for a small law firm? It's the case, the source of the case. After the Penguin case, Bai Jun Law Firm has not been short of some good cases. After posting the job, a number of lawyers came to apply. The Nandu Bank case, the marriage fraud case, the Qifeng case. In either case taken on its own, it's pretty bombastic. Let Bai Jun Law Firm inside the circle of law firms in Nandu. The popularity is not small. Earlier it was only because of the salary package that the law firm did not recruit good lawyers. But the law firm is now on track and thriving. Salary packages have been significantly increased. These factors add up to a relatively large number of good lawyers coming to apply for jobs. The period of time during which the recruitment was posted, Sue White has sifted through a number of lawyers' resumes. In the end, only a middle-aged man of about 40 years of age, with hair that was already shaking and bailing, was identified. The interview process. Su Bai looked at the middle-aged man Duan Liang, took a look at the shiny bald head, then took a look at the man's resume, opened his mouth to inquire. Counselor Duan, you've got some great lawsuits on top of this resume. Why did you choose to quit and jump ship when, by all rights, you should have been a pillar of the law firm? The question seemed to mention something that made Duan Liang unhappy. There was a hint of exasperation in Duan Liang's tone, because the law firm's partners keep painting the pie. They say they're raising wages, and they haven't raised them a dime in a couple years. Hear about the pie. Yeah, this caused Su Bai to be slightly embarrassed, but it was only for a split second before he returned to normal. Shameful pie painting indeed. Su Bai nodded heavily. Wasn't he a pie in the sky before? Can he call it a pie in the sky when he that used to just not be able to reach his abilities, and gave his employees wonderful plans ahead of time? Su Bai handed Duan Liang the law firm's treatment condition material. Lawyer Duan, this is our law firm. In response to your resume and your ability to litigate cases, the salary offered. You see if it is appropriate? After Duan Liang received the material, he took a general look at it. And although the conditions offered by Su Bai could not be said to be attractive, they were considered reasonable. So with a slight nod, that's an appropriate level of pay. So this is a done deal. When is it convenient for you to work on your end? Whenever there's a case and money to be made. Good. That's a good point. Su Bai stood up and extended his hand, smiling in welcome. Our law firm currently does have quite a few cases. You are welcome to join us at the Bai Jun Law Firm. You can come to the law firm tomorrow if you can. Duan Liang smiled and held Su Bai's hand as he spoke. Okay, Lawyer Su. Recruiting complete. After Duan Liang left, Su Bai let out a long breath. Currently with the addition of Duan Liang, there were 4 people in the law firm. 4 of them. According to the development of today's law firms, then he is not far from the road to become a big law capitalist. The addition of Duan Liang to the firm has, obviously, greatly reduced the pressure on the firm. And, Duan Liang is mainly proficient in civil and commercial litigation. Nowadays, most of the people who come to law firms for consultation and lawsuits are also civil lawsuits. It just fills the bill. Inside the office, after having Duan Liang join him, Su-bai's entire body was also much more relaxed, taking a sip of 6,999 30 pounds of tea and letting out a long breath. And that's when Su-rang pushed the door and walked in. The lawsuits taken by the law firm during this time were briefly organized and placed on the table. Lawyer Su, this is the cases entrusted by our law firm during this period of time. I have organized these cases. Take a look. Okay. Su-bai picked up the cases that had been litigated during this period of time and roughly went through them. The vast majority are civil cases. These civil suits, civil and commercial cases, are simple cases, nothing complicated. It only needed to be left to the two of them, Su-rang and Duan Liang, to handle it. He can be a capitalist for a while. These cases, the two of you and attorney Duan, should be able to handle them, right? Aha! These cases, the two of us, lawyer Duan and I, can barely handle them. After all, they're civil cases, and it's much easier to deal with them when they don't involve public prosecution. But our law firm definitely has more than just civil cases, and there are some criminal cases as well. After Su-rang finished speaking, he opened his mouth again with a smile. Lawyer Su's current civil lawsuit in our law firm is handled smoothly by lawyer Duan. Criminal case. Lawyer Su, I quite like criminal cases. Su-bai heard what Su-rang meant. He had also heard Xiao Haiba say earlier that Su-rong's family did not lack money. It's not as good as a little rich girl, but it's a little demolition of clothes and food. It's only because I like criminal cases that I came to Hawkins law firm. It is true that the law firms are a bit divided at the moment regarding the commissioning of these criminal and civil cases. A short period of time with a small number of staff is fine, but after a long period of time, when the staff of the law firm expands, then it is easy to create a not so good impact. As it stands now, with 3 lawyers in the firm, busy as they are, and no problems yet, it should be time, then, to draw a clear line, have a meeting. Inside the conference room, all 4 men from the law firm were present. Su-bai made a brief summary of this period of time. During this time, our law firm has been expanded, and this is the first meeting that lawyer Duan has attended. So let's start by welcoming lawyer Duan to our Baijun law firm. Pop it, pop it. Li Shuizhen clapped her small hands the loudest. The law firm expands, so it's even better for her as a future partner, isn't it? It has to be a warm welcome. Su-bai noticed the smirk on Li Shuizhen's small face, the small slap on her face. Naturally she could see what this simple female college student was thinking in her heart. Ahem. After a couple of dry coughs, he reminded, well, that's enough of a welcome. Down to business. Oh, okay Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's small face was serious and she sat upright. Su-bai continued to speak. At present, our law firm, a lot of cases, but there is no division. In order to avoid some problems in the future. And now according to the type of case for a certain division of lawyers Su and Duan. Can it? Su-rang, it's okay Counselor Su. Duan Liang, lawyer Su. At your service. Li Shuizhen. Silence, head bowed, small face splayed. She was not currently qualified to handle or speak on her own. Su-bai nodded slightly. Lawyer Su, responsible for the civil of the law firm. Simple criminal cases within the law firm. Attorney Duan, in charge of civil, and some other civil and commercial cases. I'm in charge of some cases that are difficult to solve for the time being. Then there is the individual responsibility for cases taken by each, as well as the naming of a particular attorney to be sought, and the case to be taken by that attorney. Okay Counselor Su. Agreed. Agreed. Nowadays, many inquiries, litigation agents are rushing to Baijun law firm and sue by this name. This division can be said to be very fair. Su-rang and Duan Liang, both of them didn't have any opinions. The division is complete. Su-white let out a long breath. There weren't many people in their law firm at the moment but, development is not slow. And, it didn't take long for the law firm to get to him. The future can now belong to B. North Metro. Inside Luo Dexiang's office, 2 old men in their 70s, sitting on a couch, had tension and apprehension written all over their faces after the speech. After listening to the descriptions of 2 people in their 70s, Luo Dexiang frowned slightly and then spoke. This case, don't worry. I will definitely help you contact a lawyer to solve this case. Never let good people suffer from belated justice. Thank you, Prof. Luo. Prof. Luo. It's really special for you to find a lawyer for us this time. After the thanks, the 2 old men looked visibly much more relaxed. Standing up, he took a slow step away from the office. Seeing the 2 old men leave, Luo Dexiang sighed deeply. He usually does more than just comment on cases when he does comment on people. Then there are the families who will help those who can't afford a case, or can't find a good lawyer. Go and ask for some legal assistance for them, or find a lawyer you know and file a lawsuit. In the last Chi Feng case, it was Chi Feng's parents who found him and he found Su Bai. But this lawsuit, There are so many problems to face. The real is not too good of a fight. Luo Dexiang frowned deeply, and immediately after, in his own mind, the lawyers that were qualified for this case, after considering all of them, finally, dialed the phone to Subai. After the call is answered, "Lawyer Su, have you been busy lately?" Subai was slightly stunned when he received Luo Dexiang's call, but then he reacted and opened his mouth with a smile. "Mr. Law, I'm not busy at the law firm these days. What can I do for you?" Hearing Subai say he wasn't busy, Luo Dexiang breathed a sigh of relief. This case, he thought it was very suitable for Subai. If Subai was busy, he was not really good at talking. "That's right. I have a criminal case on my side. Found me. The case is quite complicated. I seek to introduce this case to you. Lawyer Su. I wonder if Lawyer Su is interested." Subai smiled and nodded, cracking a small joke. "Mr. Luo, the case you introduced. I won't take it if the case isn't great, huh?" Luo Dexiang smiled back. "I do think this case is a bit awesome." Next, Luo Dexiang sent the general course of the case to Subai using email. After Subai saw the case, he nodded slightly. "This case, it is indeed a bit powerful. Fighter of the greats now." Seeing the case, Subai has become excited. Law firms are now entering into a steady phase, into a slow growth mode, and attorneys' fees and whatnot don't seem very important. Importantly, that mustn't take on a few more awesome cases? Make a name for yourself? This case, it's a good fit. P.S. Please ask for monthly tickets. There's still one more to go. Nandu Law University. Inside the girls' dormitory, Li Shuezhen was crossing her little feet, lying on the bed, playing crazy elimination. The roommates in the dormitory had all left, leaving only her and Maruko Wang-Kursen. Seemingly tired of playing, Li Shuezhen flopped down on the bed, her little face spread out. "Hey, there haven't been any great cases lately. She'd been busy with chores inside the law firm lately, running errands, delivering materials, and either on her way to a settlement or a negotiation. Didn't get any cases at all. So much for an awesome case, preferably the kind that sends judges in." Completing her 6-game shutout streak, 6 straight shutouts. "This internship ends and shall not be a partner's position? Beautiful." Li Shuezhen's face was full of smiles. Mind you, she's already accomplished the battle of sending the defendant and sending the defendant's attorney. What's missing now? Poor judge. Of course. However, when are we going to get the judge in? Distress. Li's small face was sad and he sighed deeply. Little Mariko Wang-Kursen looked up and noticed that Li Shuezhen was full of despondency, so she opened her mouth and asked, "Shuezhen, what's wrong with you? Did you have a hard time at the internship law firm?" Li Shuezhen shook her head. "No. I haven't encountered anything difficult. It's fine. But why do you keep sighing when it's nothing? There must be something wrong." Li Shuezhen shook her head again. She couldn't say that she was trying to send someone else, preferably the judge, in at the trial, could she? However, present, this administrative law, she has read it very carefully. Oh, useless. Seeing this, Wang Koxian sighed deeply and the small pill on her head shook. Shuezhen is in this state, the same state she used to be in when she wanted a boyfriend but couldn't find one. At this time, a message suddenly came on Li Shuezhen's cell phone. "It's Su White's. Get ready. Go to North Capital in a couple days. The law firm has taken on an awesome case that needs to be taken care of." Immediately after, a general course about the case was sent over. Li Shuezhen's eyes widened and after confirming several times, her smile narrowed into a crescent moon. This is a case for their firm? This criminal case. Bull indeed. Little Heart's desire was granted. "Okay, Counselor Su. I'll get ready for it." Li Shuezhen de Duan climbed out of bed and started packing immediately afterward. "Make advance preparations." Wang Koxian had a trace of surprise on her face and spoke in confusion. "Shuezhen, what are you packing for?" "That's right. The lawyer who took me got a case and had to make a trip to the North Capital. Another trip to Hokuto." At this time Wang-Kursen had some strange thoughts popping up in her mind and subconsciously opened her mouth to ask, "Sheridan, is the lawyer who brought you a male lawyer?" Li Shuezhen looked up slightly. "How did you know?" Wang-Kursen silently read in her heart, "It's all written like this in the novels." "Nothing. I guessed." "Oh." Li Shuezhen and Wang-Kursen thought about each other. One is a knockout novel veteran brainiac and the other is a courtroom delivery innocent female college student, living in the same dormitory. No surprise. Inside Hakun's law office, Subai is studying the case. "What can I say about this case? It looks awesome. And it actually does look awesome. Claims business in court. Denied. Can you believe that the defendant corporation backhandedly sent the plaintiff in? Well, it's believable. This kind of case, he'd done similar ones, but nothing this impressive. Who could have imagined that their claim for business would not only be denied, but also sentenced to several years in prison? It's a proper bull case. The key point in this case is that the plaintiff's side, which has a normal claim, has been sent in by the defense as extortion. The case itself was determined to be somewhat problematic. If it is really as Dashan Luo said, the plaintiff is a normal claim, but the other party was sent in for extortion. This case is either that or perjury. Send the opposing counsel in and hold the defense down. Either one or the other. Get the relevant enforcement. Submit the application. Get it in. Either that or get the trial judge in there. Anyway, it's just that someone in this is definitely going in. And it's not clear who. Because as it stands, all he knows is that there is something wrong with the case as it was decided. And it's wrong. But the current situation is, he doesn't know the specifics of the case. If the case is really like what Luo Dexiang said, then there must be something wrong with the case, and there is bound to be a big problem. But if it's not as Luo Dexiang said, then the case, at the moment, can't be decided. Then the above scenario is just hypothetical and cannot be true. Specifics. It was still necessary to wait for him to finish understanding before he could make a decision. Phew. Subai let out a long breath and took a sip of mineral water. Feeling the water sliding down his throat, the whole person regained his abundant spirit. This is a case that must be staked out. And at this time, Li Shuizhen also sent over a message with a small, excited face. Lawyer Su, when are we going to North Capital? Subai? He could see Li Shuizhen's little mind that was anxious to get someone in. Single deduction a 6. Ahem. There's no need to rush this one yet. It's a bit of a strong case, so let it sink in. Li Shuizhen? Oh, okay. Li Shuizhen's small face collapsed, followed by a sudden excitement and a follow-up question. Counselor Su, who do you think you can get in on this one? Subai? Who am I asking if you're asking me? Hey. Nope. Getting sidetracked. What do you mean you ask me who I ask? It's clear that it's Li Shuizhen who's saying something. What do you mean who to send in this time? You're a nice innocent college girl. Don't be crooked. Well, he's all carried away. Next time, make sure you break it straight. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice and brewed his emotions for a while, then replied to Li Shuizhen. What do you mean who are we sending in? We are completing our client's lawsuit. For now. Then, the case is not good for judgment. We need to meet the client or the other party entrusted us with further understanding of the situation, before we can confirm it later. Oh, Li Shuizhen nodded gravely and seriously. So after meeting the client, Counselor Su, what do you think? What is the client's claim? Li Shuizhen blinked over there. This one. He felt like he was going to be broken back by Li Shuizhen if he kept talking, and took a deep breath before Subai calmed himself. Ahem. Study up on the law and try to get regularized early. Don't think about all that nonsense. Oh, okay Counselor Su. After Li Shuizhen replied to the message, she smiled and squinted her eyes, revealing 2 dimples. Lawyer Su told her to study up on the law now. Then she definitely needs to study up on administrative law. Thinking at the same time, Li Shuizhen took out the administrative law ready to study well. Administrative law. Have been scratched with red circles. This time, Wang Koxian's little pill head suddenly scurried to Li Shuizhen's face. Shuizhen, what are you looking at? Li Shuizhen did not expect Wang Kursen to suddenly scurry over. Her expression slightly less natural. It's. Wang Kursen stretched out her thumbs and gave Li Shuizhen a nod. Shuizhen, you're really working hard. You're learning all about administrative law. And you're studying so seriously. Awesome. Hearing Wang Koxian's words, Li Shuizhen was slightly relieved and her small face was set straight. Administrative law. That must be learned. If you don't study, how will you send judges in later? P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. About Li Xiaojin, an innocent college girl, being brought up crooked on this matter. Subai had a headache. Good lord. He almost got all carried away the last time he called. It's going to go on like this. The said pure female college students, when became a formal lawyer, can independently handle the case after? That will be crooked into what? Sheesh. He was aware of how much Feng Lijian cared about Li Shuizhen as a shut-in disciple, and a junior. By then, in case Feng Lijian finds out, his own little white rabbit is brought up like this, then it's a tough lift in Nando's legal circles. A full-blown Nando's law circle shutdown is a possibility. TSK. It was necessary to break back this crooked idea of Li Shuizhen. Inside the office, Subai called Li Shuizhen over. Ahem. Subai first dryly coughed twice, brewing his emotions for a while, then slightly raised his head, looking at Li Shuizhen, who was flickering 2 clear and stupid eyes with a dull face and staring straight at herself. She opened her mouth. Lawyer Li, what kind of jurisprudence have you been studying lately? Li Shuizhen didn't know what this meant when Subai asked and returned. Administrative law. Subai rubbed his temples. Well, sure enough. Ahem. Administrative law. Our law firm has not received any administrative cases for the time being, and administrative law is still less read. The main thing you need to do as my trainee attorney is to look at more cases like criminal law and study them more. Got it? Oh, administrative law is off limits. Li Shuijian's small face collapsed. Okay, Lawyer Su. I understand. It's good to know. Subai noticed Li Shuijian's expression and let out a long breath. The pure female college student who had grown crooked. He had to break back and straighten up, and Li Shuijian was drooping her little face. A look of loss, frustration, sadness. Once back at his workstation, Li Shuijian put away the heartfelt administrative law and took out the criminal law, turned to the criminal law catalog and saw, criminal law. At the end of the day, administrative law is criminal law. Attorney Su is right. Study of criminal law. Must learn well. 2 days passed quickly. In the past 2 days, Subai has been learning about the Luo Dexiang case, but relevant knowledge is ultimately not as good as a visit to the field. After Subai arranged the matters of the law firm to Su Rang and Duan Liang, he informed Li Shuijian, booked my ticket for tomorrow, ready to go to the North Capital tomorrow. Okay, Counselor Su, North Metro. Subai and Li Shuijian walked out of the high-speed railway station, took a taxi, and first came to the hotel they had booked last time. There is a little bit more to know about this case, probably a longer stay and relatively more to prepare for. So, Subai first left everything at the hotel. After dropping off their luggage at the hotel, Subai and Li Shuijian belatedly arrived at the Northern Politics and Law University. Inside the office of the professor of law, Luo Dexiang greeted Subai warmly after seeing him, and after pouring a cup of tea for Subai, he sat on the sofa and slowly opened his mouth. Lawyer Su. This time the case is a bit complicated and involves relatively more chains of relationships, relatively more complicated than the Chiefeng case that Lawyer Su fought last time. What about this case? I'm sure Lawyer Su has already learned about it, and I wonder if she has any opinions? Luo Dexiang smiled and looked at Subai. After the end of the last Chiefeng case, directly contributes to the conditions for determining self-defense. Chiefeng case, also into the Supreme Court of the guidance case. North Metropolis Legal Circle against the South Metropolis Baijun Law Firm and this South Metropolis to Subai Lawyer. But also more curious, it can be said, Subai in the North Metropolis Legal Circle hit a certain reputation. Sure, Luo Daxian also heard his brother Xiao Haiba said, Baijun Law Firm. The same in the South has a certain reputation, but because the bottom line is so thin, that's why it didn't develop straight away. The bottom line is frankly that there is not enough capital accumulation. Principle. Luo Dexiang's gaze couldn't help but look at Li Shuijian. He was aware of the family connections of this little trainee lawyer following Subai around. However, this matter must be understood by Subai, and it was not good for him to ask more about this situation. Shaking his head slightly, Luo Dexiang returned to his senses and continued to look at Subai with a smile. Facing Luo Dexiang's inquiry, Subai smiled. For this case, I also made a judgment based on the general of the case you said, Mr. Luo, and with a general judgment in my heart, I feel that there is a certain problem with this case, but I can't say exactly what the problem is. After all, a claim for compensation is just a normal claim, but a sentence of 5 years imprisonment for extortion, that sentence, is already considered a heavy sentence. There is definitely a problem with that, and in concrete terms, it may have to be determined after the parties or relatives have commissioned it and seen the file. Aha! Luo Dexiang smiled and nodded. The case is a bit of a problem. I've looked at it in general terms, but what's happening is that the client is going to have a second trial, an appeal, to eliminate the prison sentence against himself first. If the judgment of the second trial, Subai smiled and spoke, in the second trial, this case will definitely be acquitted, because the loopholes in the first trial of it are too big and too obvious. The second trial requests for an acquittal sentence. This should not be a problem. Aha! Counselor Su, I agree with you, but it's still important to be well prepared for the trial. I understand. Subai nodded seriously, then took a sip of tea. Have to say, Luo Daxian office tea is good. Much better than his 6,993 pounds of tea. Cannot help but casually asked, Mr. Luo, this tea of yours, where did you buy it? It feels like it tastes good. Luo Dexiang smiled faintly. It's just a random purchase at the tea store. 500 pounds a caddy. If you like it, I can send you 2 pounds. I bought quite a lot. 500 pounds. 1,503 pounds. Subai. Thinking of the tea store owner's enthusiasm, Subai instantly realized, the case is all around me? Okay, 6. Luo Dexiang noticed that Subai's face was a bit off and joked. Lawyer Su, what's wrong? Is it because you don't think I'm giving away enough here? If I don't think I've sent enough, it's not impossible for me to send 2 more pounds. You're welcome, Mr. Luo. No. Subai smiled and shook his head. Didn't say anything more? Just felt that this tea store owner was too damn black-hearted. Luo Dexiang has already notified the parents of the person in question to come over. His parents are on their way over, so it won't be long before they arrive. Subai and Luo Dexiang and Li Shuizhen sat in the office waiting, chatting about the case, and some interesting things about the legal circle. Soon, the parents of the person in question then came to the office. After the parents in question had just walked into the office and sat down, Luo Dexiang introduced himself to Subai. These two are the parents of the person in question, Guo Xiaojun, Guo Wei, Lu Qing. At the same time, he also introduced Subai to Guo Wei and his wife. This is Subai, the senior criminal lawyer I've been looking for you, and that's his assistant lawyer, Li Shuizhen, attorney Su. Hello. Guo Wei excitedly stretched out his hand, and Subai similarly reached out and tightly gripped Guo Wei. Hello. Greet each other and get to know each other. Luo Daxiang sat everyone down to talk again, and soon, by consulting Guo Wei and his wife, Subai learned more about the case. This case, the detailed process that enlisted his ideas. The case was decided with some questions. There are certain loopholes. The case itself is that Guo Xiaojun, because of his own daughter, took unsafe milk powder. It has led to a serious health condition for his daughter. Guo Xiaojun made a claim, first for $700,000 and later for $5 million. However, he did not expect that the enterprises involved in the backhanded in Guo Xiaojun to the court for extortion and blackmail. Eventually, Guo Xiaojun was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Nima, isn't that outrageous? That's an outrageous verdict. First of all, people's claims are their business. They make claims through normal means, and they are not threatening you anymore. So you backhandedly send them in for 5 years? Off the charts. It's simply outrageous. It's disgusting what this business is doing. And there are problems with the sentencing in this case, but at this point, it's not clear which point is problematic. One needs to read the file to further understand what went wrong. This is because it is the file that gives the clearest picture of the case, not other people's statements. Guo Wei's entire body was in a trance as he said these things about his son. My own son belongs to the high-income group, with an annual salary of nearly $1 million, and is in his mid-30s when he is in his prime and in the midst of his career. However, now directly accused in court and sentenced to 5 years in prison, it can be said that the whole person's life is ruined. 5 years imprisonment, not just 5 years, but future life hopes, career plans, development opportunities, all gone. After telling these things, Guo Wei calmed down a little and carefully inquired, Lawyer Su, this case of Xiaojun, can we win? The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. According to Guo Wei's description of the current situation, if you win the case, it is sure to win. Still, it's still the same. Winning the case is the most basic. The main thing is, Guo Wei and Guo Xiaojun, to what extent they want to win the case. Subai smiled and opened his mouth. According to your description, I've roughly understood it clearly. There's basically not much of a problem for this case to be able to win. The question is, do you want the claim to succeed? Or is there any other aspect of the claim? Guo Wei and wife? Luo Dexiang? Li Shuizhen, surprise face. It's great. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Hearing Subai's inquiry, Guo Wei and Lu Qing's old couple both froze slightly. Their purpose in coming over to Luo Dexiang's aid was simply their persistent conviction that their son had committed no crime and was not extorting other businesses. But the lawyers they hired for the first trial obviously couldn't beat the prosecuting attorney and add to that other reasons, which resulted in the loss of the lawsuit. He also asked the relevant law firms. Some law firms for this case do not look favorably, so come to seek help. Luo Dexiang came. However, they did not expect that this lawyer, whom Prof. Luo helped them to find, would directly ask them if they wanted to succeed in their claim, or if they had any claims in other aspects. This made Guo Wei and Lu Qing's old couple a bit confused about the situation, and both of them landed their eyes on Luo Dexiang's body. In response, Luo Dexiang was also confused. He couldn't help but look at Subai curiously. Only Li Shuizhen had a solemn little face, a serious face, and her eyes were by Yubiu bright as she gazed at Subai. Ahem. Seeing that several people were a bit bewildered, Subai dryly coughed twice and opened his mouth. The situation just now, I have roughly understood. About Guo Xiaojun claimed this matter. I think it belongs to the legitimate initiative. This case, based on your descriptions, did have some problems with the court's decision at the time, but exactly what the problem is, I'm not quite sure yet without seeing the file for the moment, but this is something that needs to be known ahead of time regarding your claims. That's why I'd like to ask if you have any other motions in the lawsuit besides having Guo Xiaojun's sentence reduced or pleading not guilty. After Guo Wei and Lu Qing glanced at each other, they slowly opened their mouths and said, our old couple is now over 70. It doesn't matter if we claim or not or whatever. We just hope that the law will give us justice. My son didn't commit extortion. He was lied to and set up. All we ask is for the law to do us justice. And that's enough. Aha! Subai nodded heavily. He could understand the feelings of the two old men. At this age, they definitely wanted their son to be well. Just, Guo Xiaojun, the party in question, might not think so. The specifics of the situation, or after getting the file, ask Guo Xiaojun exactly what the situation is. Okay, about your claims, I have understood. You can rest assured that we, Baijun Law Firm, will certainly try our best to fulfill your claims. Okay. Thank you, Counselor Su. Thank you, Counselor Su. Guo Wei and Lu Qing's old couple kept thanking them. Subai let out a long breath in his heart and said evenly, "That's what our law firm is supposed to do." At the same time, Subai also asked Li Shuezhen to take out the relevant entrustment agreement from the briefcase and handed it over to the two. "This is the relevant commissioning agreement. You two can take a look at it first, and if there's nothing wrong with it, you can finalize the commissioning first." The old couple nodded seriously. Subai was introduced to them by Professor Luo, and now he was in Professor Luo's office. They didn't have any hesitation about signing this commission agreement, and after signing it, the old couple spoke again. "Counselor Su, we'll call you after the trial for the relevant legal fees." Subai nodded. "Okay, no rush. The attorney's fees for this case aren't much, but they're not bad either. $150,000. After signing the retainer agreement, the elderly couple then prepaid the legal fees. Subai also valued not the lawyer's fee. This case, not only the defense, but also to sue the other side of the enterprise, so that the other side to pay money. Lose money, then he's taking a percentage. That's the big one. After completing the commissioning contract, Subai let out a long breath, when Li Shuezhen, who was on the side, opened her mouth and said, "Lawyer Su, aren't we going to consult the client first?" After waiting to leave Luo de Xiang's office, Li Shuezhen opened her mouth to inquire. "No, let's not consult the parties yet. Let's go through the file first. At this time, we are not yet very clear about where the key points of the case." The parents of the parties recounted the inevitable omissions. "Look at the dossier to be more certain, or else it is easy to produce a certain degree of misdirection. You've forgotten all the lessons you were taught before." Li Shuezhen hurriedly opened her mouth. "Lawyer Su, I didn't forget. I remember it clearly. I still have a strong practicality. Subai, I even bought my teacher something when I went to him to help with homework directions. Isn't that what Counselor Su taught me about the human condition?" Li Shuezhen almost let her mouth slip and hurriedly rounded it back. A serious and solemn expression surfaced on the little face. "Subai? Well, that counts as a favor." Not bad. Keep it up," Subai casually complimented. A trace of contented joy surfaced on Li Shuezhen's well-behaved little face. "Okay, Counselor Su, I'll pick up where I left off. Well, come on, let's go back to the hotel and get some rest before we pick up the dossier." Subai waved his hand, signaling Li Shuezhen to follow. "Okay, Counselor Su." Li Shuezhen nodded her head with a small, well-behaved face, and Dang trotted to keep up with Subai. Returning to the hotel, Subai lives in 408 and Li Shuezhen lives in 403. Subai did not first his time to check the file, but simply checked the basic information of the first trial. Guo Xiaojun appealed. The location of the enterprise is in the north of the capital Lijiang district. The north of the capital Lijiang district court, for Guo Xiaojun's case, has the jurisdiction of the case. The company Guo Xiaojun sued is called Ibo Milk Powder, a famous milk powder company in Lijiang district. The court of first instance is the Bukdo Lijiang lower court. Attendance. Presiding judge *********, judge *******, judge *******. Subai looked up the reputation and word of mouth of the presiding judge and the two judges on the internet. The reputation of the three panelists in this trial is not good, but it is not too bad either, and can only be described as average. The prosecution is for the prosecution. Overall, there's not much to go wrong if you look at it from here. After confirming the completion, Subai sent a message to Li Shuezhen. "Let's go. Go to the Baidu Lijiang primary court and pick up the dossier." "Okay, Counselor Su. I'm on my way," Li Shuezhen replied with a small, serious face. North Metropolis, Lijiang District Lower Court. Subai followed the normal process of submitting materials and handed over to the relevant law enforcement officers. "Hello, we'd like to pull the file on this case." Subai revealed two small white teeth, and his entire person looked extraordinarily sunny. Only, the law enforcement officer involved on this occasion was a male. They say that women get preferential treatment when they see a handsome man, but in reality, as long as they are human beings, they have a certain degree of favorability when they see a handsome man. The male law enforcement officer nodded slightly after receiving the relevant materials, then checked the content of its material, until he saw that it was Guo Xiaojun's case, and could not help but raise his eyes to measure Subai. Mentally, I was a little surprised. Guo Xiaojun case? Excuse me, are you aware of this case? Is there anything wrong with this case? Subai came to be interested and asked a follow-up question with a smile. The man nodded slightly. This case isn't a huge one, but it's blowing up. As a court staff member in the first trial of Guo Xiaojun's case, he still has some knowledge of the case. Well, I know. This case is quite explosive. This Guo Xiaojun, to be honest, is a poor man. Poor man? Seeing that Subai wanted to continue asking, the male law enforcement officer directly interrupted him. Well, your preparatory material has been submitted in full, and the dossier will be finished copying in 2 hours. You can choose to wait in the waiting hall, or you can leave for now and come back when it's time. What you want to ask is recorded inside the dossier. As for the rest, it's not convenient to say much. Subai smiled and nodded. Okay, it's a rule that people's law enforcement officers can't say more than they have to, and it would be inappropriate for them to keep asking. Soon after, 2 hours later it was over. Subai received the dossier and took Li Shuizhen back to the hotel. Counselor Li, come to my room later and organize the file. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Hearing that it is just organizing the dossier, Li Shuizhen looks gloomy, her small face collapses, and she lowers her head to not see her small feet, and it is obvious that her mood is not too high. Soon, Li Shuizhen knocked on the door of Subai's room. Counselor Su, I'm coming out. Subai, open the door. Subai pointed to the pile of materials in front of him. You come to put the file inside about the prosecuting attorney, and the judge's side about the key issues raised sorted out. Oh yeah, there's also the evidence side of things to sort out. Okay, Counselor Su. Looking at the stern-faced Subai, Li Shuizhen's small face was lost. She had just changed into new clothes. Didn't Lawyer Su notice? Okay. And Subai is looking over the debate of the first trial, and the judgment of the legal basis of the provisions. Among them, it is the latter that is critical. The text of the legal basis of the judgment is the key to see directly whether there is anything wrong with this trial, because of the reading of the legal basis provision. Overall, it's just those kinds of things. This parallel world, the presiding judge has no power of legal interpretation. Everything is based on the reading of the legal texts. The presiding judge blindly paraphrased a few things. I'll put you in there in a minute, believe it or not. Subai will be the first trial of the debate and the interpretation of the provisions of the legal basis of the verdict. Roughly swept through. Did not find anything too big problem. A slight frown. Su White looked at the judgment again. After a few seconds, Subai narrowed his eyes slightly and found the key point of the problem. Give me the evidence supporting material. Give me a moment. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen drew out the relevant material proof of this case and handed it to Subai. The corners of Subai's mouth lifted slightly after checking the relevant supporting materials. Phew, the key to the problem was found. Li Shuizhen spoke curiously from the side. Lawyer Su, is there any big problem with this evidence? Subai handed Li Shuizhen the evidence he had compiled. Li Shuizhen frowned slightly, followed by a hint of surprise. Counselor Su, are you saying there is something wrong with this evidence? Aha! Right. It's been determined that the key to losing a lawsuit in the first instance is to go meet the parties. Then it's time to appeal the second trial. Okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. Perjury? Sheesh. Mezzo. Give it away and send it all in. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Is there a problem with the evidence? This one needs further confirmation. Still, if the evidence is really questionable, it also sentenced Guo Xiaojun to 5 years in prison. So what do you say? This was undoubtedly a major sentencing mishap. TSK, TSK, TSK. Subai took Li Shuizhen and prepared to go to the Tumbledown Street Detention Center in Baidu Lijiang District. Guo Xiaojun is currently placed in this detention center. Road. Subai passed by the cigarette store, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally shook his head. Forget it. It's in the northern capital. We can't keep doing this all the time, in case we get caught. As for Li Shuizhen's powerful background relationship, Subai casually asked, this detention center, do you still have any schoolmates you know? Li Shuizhen shook her head. Lawyer Su, according to what I know, this caretaker is no more. Okay then. It's great to have it, and it's fine if you don't. It's just 2 more days of waiting. It's nothing. Come to the detention center. After Subai submitted a series of related materials, the staff, after checking, to confirm that there is no longer any problem, politely open. Are you attorney Subai Su from Nandu Law Firm? Yes, I am. The thing is like this. About the material you submitted, our staff will review. It will take about 5 days or so. You go back first. Come back after 5 days. 5 days? 5 days and the yellow flowers are cold. Is this guardhouse so inefficient? Will this 5 days be too long? Sorry about that, huh? That's the kind of time we all have here. If you need anything you can react. The staff said it was very polite. Subai was not in a position to say anything more, and with a slight nod, he was about to greet Li Shuizhen and leave. But, Counselor Su, I'm done. Let's just sit here in the waiting room for a while and wait for a while. Subai? No, didn't you say you didn't know any sisters or brothers in this detention center? What's this? Seemingly seeing Subai's doubts, Li Shuizhen squinted her eyes and smiled as she opened the briefcase, in which a box of huazi that had been opened and was missing a cigarette suddenly appeared. Lawyer Su, it's all about the human condition. Subai? Well, blue is better than blue. Huazi Dangdao belongs to yes. Seeing Subai somewhat surprised, Li Shuizhen's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, and soon, the staff member who had told Subai to go back and wait for 5 days, walked to Subai's front with an expressionless face. Hello, your application to see your client was reviewed and approved. You can come with me now to the summoning room first. Okay, thanks. Subai politely thanked him and brought Li Shuizhen to the summoning room. At this point the staff member spoke again and reminded, the summons will take some time. You'll probably need to wait until about half an hour. Okay. Subai nodded slightly and opened his mouth. Half an hour passed quickly, and Guo Xiaojun was also brought to the summoning room by the relevant staff. Guo Xiaojun's face wasn't looking too good, and he wondered if he had spent too much time in the detention center. Or is it because he lost his lawsuit and was sentenced to 5 years in prison and lost his essence? The whole man's face was pale, without any semblance of blood. His spirit seemed somewhat depressed, and the color of his lips was somewhat pale. After Guo Xiaojun sat in the position he was summoned to, he slightly raised his head, looked at Subai, and forced a smile. Hello. After saying hello, he spoke again. Did my parents invite you? Yes. It's not too convenient for your parents to come over at the moment. I'm your retained attorney, Su White. Subai smiled and replied, looking at Guo Xiaojun. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, he directly delved into the topic and continued to speak. In response to your case, which I've been briefed on in general terms, I'd like to ask you a question first. Ask away, Counselor Su. Subai nodded slightly and took one of the materials and handed it to Guo Xiaojun. On this point of evidence, may I ask what you have to say? The evidence Subai handed over to Guo Xiaojun. It's an accusation letter from Guo Shijuan's wife, which alleges that Guo Xiaojun had the subjective intention of wanting to extort Ibo milk powder. In the midst of the proceedings in the first instance, the two main factors that led to the judgment against Guo Xiaojun were, firstly, Guo Shijuan's initiative to offer compensation first and then to pursue it later, and secondly, Guo Shijuan's wife's allegation letter. This was the main factor that caused Guo Xiaojun to lose his claim. This evidence, it's completely false, and I've expressed no thoughts about it. So you're saying your wife perjured herself, are you? Yes, sure. I'm not sure what she thinks, but I can be sure that I have no thoughts about it. And do you have verifiable proof of that? Guo Xiaojun shook his head with a helpless face. He had lost the case because he had no way to prove that he didn't have this idea. In the face of Subai's inquiry, Guo Xiaojun, heart born out of a burst of despair. He is sitting on the annual salary of millions of dollars. Is the life of a good time? Could it be that? Is the rest of your life in ruins? He really wasn't blackmailing. The moment the verdict came down, his whole heart was gray. What about legal justice for him? To be honest, the despairing Guo Xiaojun's heart was permeating. Speaking softly, no. Aha. Good. Subai put away the materials, and Guo Xiaojun inquired somewhat anxiously. Lawyer Su, if there is a second trial, do I still have a chance? Subai, why would you think that? But you've put away the material. Not going to ask any further questions. Doesn't that mean that you've already foreseen the outcome of this second trial? Subai smiled. Of course not. It's just that for the next conversation, there's no need to use these materials. After Subai put the materials away, he solemnly opened his mouth. Mr. Guo, for your case, our law firm has the following options. Do you want to hear them? Okay, Counselor Su, go ahead. Here's the thing. I've read the judgment of the first trial, and there are a variety of problems with the judgment of the first trial, most notably with the verdict. The second trial was completely avoidable. Subai suddenly changed his words. How are your feelings for your wife? Will you be unable to part with her? Guo Xiaojun spoke indignantly. There is no shedding. She testified to set me up. I can't wait for her to get in there. Okay, Mr. Guo. Subai nodded slightly. Then I think the following process can be followed. First, a protest, a motion to set aside the first instance verdict, and a plea of not guilty. Second, charge your wife with perjury. Thirdly, a claim is made for Able milk powder. Fourth, to initiate a supervisory review with the trial staff of the court of first instance, as well as with the relevant personnel. Mr. Hua, what do you think? Guo Xiaojun was slightly stunned. This lawsuit application, so powerful? If he had hired this lawyer Su in the first trial, he would have won the case directly in the first trial, I guess. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. After inquiring about Guo Xiaojun, Subai left the detention center with Li Shuezhen. On the way out, Subai also instructed Guo Xiaojun, temporarily do not have to worry about anything, quietly wait until the second trial on the line. Guo Xiaojun opened his mouth repeatedly. Okay, lawyer Su, as long as I can win the case, I'll listen to you. Subai let out a long breath. After further in-depth communication with Guo Xiaojun, according to what he has so far, winning the second trial is not a big problem, when all is said and done. Originally, this case would have been very problematic in the first instance. It's similar to Wang Li's Nandu Bank case. It's all about the first trial and the problem of defining the case incorrectly. This situation can go well when it comes to the second trial. There is no question whatsoever that the second trial will be lost. Michael, come to think of it, this Nandu Bank case is the first case I've worked on since I've been here. Turning the past, this big lawsuit case of his own has taken 6. Subai cannot help but be a little saddened. That's a pretty quick case to beat. The turn of the year is already about to hit 6. Subai silently chanted. And at that moment, on the side, Li Shuezhen's eyes by Yubiu lit up, and Pikachu blinked furiously in excitement. Counselor Su, what you just said. Point 4. Submitting to the relevant authorities the review of the inspection procedures of the first instance trial staff. Does this mean that? Subai looked at the small, excited Li Shuezhen. He could feel the strong sense of excitement in Li Shuezhen's heart. Subai rubbed his temples. No, what happened to the promise of breaking back from crooked? If we look at it so far, according to the extent that Li Shuezhen is currently crooked, it's a long way to go to get it back. Ahem. Subai coughed dryly, then spoke. Not really. Oh. Li Shuezhen's small face collapsed and instantly became listless. Subai continued to speak. Come on. How many lessons have you learned? Lesson 7. Well then, teach you lesson 8 today. That is, don't doubt the proof when there is no evidence and no sufficient legal defense. Once doubt is established, then it is misguided and prone to self-traps. Look, according to the current first instance judgment and the content of the evidence provided in the first instance, there is not much of a problem with the judgment of the first instance. The important point of losing the case lies in the piece of perjury committed by Guo Xiaojuan's wife and Gui Xiaojuan's raising the litigation compensation application. Of course, there's another very important factor, and that's the attorney at the first trial. No, it appears by the judgment that there is no problem with the sentence. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there were other violations by the trial staff in the first instance, but this is something that needs to be examined and monitored in order to be determined. Is that clear? Oh, so, okay, Counselor Su. I understand. Li Shuezhen nodded with a small solemn face. So there's going to be no more sending judges in from now on? Subai mumbled a sentence in his heart and did not ask for the time being. It would take some time to break Li Shuezhen straight. Now that he asked, he could imagine. Li Shuezhen would definitely be unusually excited. Her eyes squinting into a crescent moon, and her little face excitedly saying, think, forget it, take your time. About Guo Xiaojun this case basically has confirmed the completion of the lawsuit application materials and preliminary preparatory work after completion. Just as Subai was about to file an appeal, he suddenly received a call from Luo Dexiang. Lawyer Su, this case involves the issue of milk powder. It's a major issue at once. I think we can apply for a live broadcast of the trial. A live stream of the trial? The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. Okay, Mr. Luo. I understand. There are 3 requirements for a live trial application. First, a higher degree of public attention. Second, social influence. Third, the rule of law, publicity and education significance. Guo Xiaojuan's case, although not to the extent that the entire network is aware of it, but the public attention and social influence in this part of Baidu is very large, especially the third point, rule of law, publicity and education significance. This case, very publicity significance. Soon, Subai prepared materials to the North Metropolitan Lijian District Intermediate Court. Appeal to file a second trial, not to serve the first trial verdict. Complaints of perjury in the testimony of witnesses in the first trial. Complaints against Able Milk Powder for recovery of damages. And requests for a retrial of the judgment of the Intermediate Court of the North Metropolitan Lijian District in the second trial. A motion in limine for live streaming of the trial was also filed. Baidu Lijian District Intermediate Court. The case was quickly accepted. And because of the significant interconnectedness of the cases, it was decided to join them for trial. And after the understanding of the relevant departments, It was determined that the case met the conditions for the live broadcast of the trial, and it was determined that the consent to live broadcast of the trial was granted. At the same time, the court mailed the summons directly to the address of the charging party to which it belonged. There was some surprise when Able Milk Powder Enterprises received the court summons. Nice guy, you've been in prison for 5 years, and you're backhandedly suing us and recovering damages from us. You're an outrageous operation. To be compensated? There is definitely no compensation to be had. Send you in for a few more years and I'll see if you still want to make amends. It looks like the last sentence was light. The legal department immediately held a meeting to discuss the case. What do you think about this case? The other party has already passed the live broadcast of the trial, and if this case is lost, then it will have a significant impact on our business. So, absolutely no loss, and demand a strict judgment. The legal department decided to stand firm against this trial. Also, Vo Xiujuan's wife, Molly, also received a court summons. In the receipt of the summons, Molly slightly stunned. What? Charge me with perjury? What do you mean? For a moment, thinking of the letter of accusation she had been asked to write, Mari panicked a little. The letter of accusation, that. I think that's what it says. Think about it. Molly quickly dialed a phone. Mr. Dong, my husband sued me. Mr. Dong on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned, followed by surprise. Sue you? How did you get sued? Wasn't Guo Xiaojun sentenced to 5 years in prison? Why did he sue you? Mr. Dong, I received a subpoena from the court today. It says that the litigant Guo Xiaojun is suing me for perjury. Don't worry, just charge you with perjury only. What you said, and not nonsense, all have a factual basis. He wants to charge you. What do you think? Hearing this, Dong Chang let out a slight sigh of relief and appeased. Don't worry, I've been to a lawyer and asked. It's not going to be easy to establish your perjury. And as long as you keep biting the bullet, you won't be able to be convicted of perjury at all. Besides, you're just telling the truth. What do you mean? Perjury? Don't worry about it. Your husband will surely sit in the inside for a few years. You do not want to divorce your husband. This is not just can be divorced. Then I will give you a sum of money in this lawsuit. I will help you contact a good lawyer. This is always okay, right? After hearing Dong Cheng's words, Ma Li's panicked heart was temporarily calmed. Okay, Mr. Dong. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Dong Cheng slightly narrowed his eyes. Small. Still sue me? Still want to claim me? I bribed your wife to sue me? What are you going to fight me with? Soon after the case was filed, the court set a time for the hearing. Wait indoors. Li Shueishan small face seriously. Sue lawyer us this case lawsuit. Need to 1 to 3. Aha! Su Bai nodded. This case was combined and tried together. It was indeed necessary to fight 3 in 1. A dozen for the prosecution. Second beat Guo Xiujuan's wife, Ma Li. 3 dozen Able Formula Enterprises. A case that pits 3 parties against each other can be rare, but you can't say it's not. Su Bai slowly spoke. Well, it is indeed 1 to 3, but the key points of this case are in a few points. Not exactly a difficult fight. The prosecution's role in this was not prominent. Li Shueishan nodded gravely, her eyes filled with anticipation. A dozen or 3? Bull. While Su Bai and Li Shueishan were talking, soon, the relevant staff members walked into the waiting room. Hello, Counselor Su, please follow me. Okay. Su Bai nodded slightly and followed, with Li Shueishan following behind at a trot to keep up. Hearing sight, in the 4 parties all enter the seat. The clerk began to read out the court discipline. 2, 3, 4. The reading of the court discipline is complete. Please preside over the trial. The trial judge enters the courtroom. All rise. The presiding judge and 2 trial judges approached the bench. Courtroom identification tags from left to right. Judge, Feng Sijia. Presiding Judge, Su Chuanqing. Trial Judge, Chen Donghang. Presiding Judge Su Chuanqing banged his gavel. All please be seated. Swish swish swish. After waiting for all the members to sit down, Presiding Judge Su Chuanqing banged the gavel. The court is now in session. With the fall of the gavel, the hearing was officially called to order. The bench, in the presiding judge's seat. Knock knock. Su Chuanqing banged the gavel. Now the verification of the identity of the litigant and the litigated as well as the parties will begin. And now the appellant will be asked to state the identity of the persons appearing before the court. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai nodded slightly and began his statement. Appearing members of the appealing party, Nandu Law Firm's commissioned attorneys, Su Bai, Li Shueishan, and the client, Vo Xiaojun. After Su Bai finished his statement, Su Chuanqing banged the gavel again and looked toward the 3 parties being sued. Please ask the 3 parties being sued to state the identity of the persons appearing in court. Meanwhile, since the trial is live, outside the courtroom, Luo Dexiang was live streaming about it. and the fans in the broadcast room were asking questions. Mr. Luo, what is this live broadcast of the trial broadcasting? Yeah, if you don't know what you're talking about, is this any big case? Luo Desiang smiled and opened his mouth to answer. This case is not very big, but the complexity of the case and the typicality of the case is very strong. There is some discussion in response to the judicial definition of fraud. Luo Desiang laughed and explained the whole case in the comment section, which could not help but break into tears when hearing about the case. Not this case, what happened? How did the person who originally made the claim still have this situation? This is totally unreasonable, and not a legitimate behavior or situation. Whoever puts this on must be devastated. It must be a good appeal. Let the law properly punish this small business. All day long do not think properly to engage in business. All think of some illegal means. What garbage business, hurry to close down. Someone in the comments section immediately named the business as Able Enterprises. At the same time, it has reignited a violent discussion among the crowd watching the live stream, as well as a strong willingness to boycott. This business is now famous and everyone needs to remember this business and engage in boycott behavior. I just don't believe that if so many of us join together, we won't be able to boycott this enterprise. Boycott. Put him out of business. Yes, well said. We all boycott together and are going to take a good look at what's going on with this case to see to the outcome of this case. Luo Desiang looked at the comments section and smiled as he spoke. Without further ado, let me first introduce the relationship of this case. The party suing, Guo Xiaojun. The party sued, the prosecution, Aibo Milk Powder, and Guo Xiujuan's wife. This is the kind of case that falls into the classic category of multiple cases with three parties being charged at the same time. I won't say anything else, but if you look backward, it will be clear how this case started. Luo Desiang smiled slightly. This case, if Subai really can sue successfully, then with the help of webcasting and network transmissibility. Luo Desiang shook his head and did not continue to think. This case, he was expecting Subai to win. In the meantime, in the office of the general manager of Able Milk Powder, Dongcheng found the head of the legal department and watched the live broadcast of the trial together and opened his mouth to ask, "Can our business win this case?" The Minister of Legal Affairs seriously assured, "This case, the other party has been suspected of criminal liability, but also want to recover damages. Our enterprise can certainly win the case. And our lawyer, Fang Xian, is well versed in the legal business of our business, so there won't be any problems. Don't worry, Mr. Dong." Hearing the assurance of the Minister of Legal Affairs, Dongcheng nodded slightly. He got Mari a top-notch criminal procedure attorney as well. There should be no problem with this case. Guo Xiaojun shouldn't be able to overturn the case. Fight me? No way. Dongcheng mumbled in his heart. The courtroom. Identity information has been verified. The presiding judge Su Chuanqing. Thud, 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 thumped the legal hammer. Now that the identity information of both parties to the lawsuit has been verified and this court has jurisdiction, this case will be heard by the Intermediate Court of Baidu Lijiang District. Do both parties to the lawsuit apply for recusal? Sober, no objection. No recusal requested. Prosecution, no objection. The litigation attorney that Dongcheng hired for Mali, Wang Nanting, no objection. No application for disqualification. Able Milk Powder legal attorney, Fang Xian, no objection. No motion for recusal. After hearing the answers from all parties, Su Chuanqing nodded slightly. This case, the Lijiang Intermediate Court attaches great importance to this, so he, the vice president, served as the presiding judge. For this case, Su Chuanqing himself has a certain understanding. After determining that all parties have no objection, knock knock, Su Chuanqing struck the legal hammer. For this court hearing, the parties in this case have no objection. Now announced the cause of the case. The cause of action, the litigants' above application to dismiss the first instance verdict, to plead not guilty for Guo Xiaojun, and at the same time to file a complaint against Guo Xiujuan's wife, Ma Li, for providing perjury, and to sue Aibo Milk Powder for damages. Is the cause of action true? Subai slightly raised his head to look at the presiding judge on the trial stage, then nodded his head. Presiding judge, the case is true. As the words fell, several other parties frowned slightly. This Guo Xiujuan's attorney in fact actually sued all three of them at once, which is also impressive, but none of them cared too much. After all, charges are charges, and it's only real skill if you win the case. So none of the others were too concerned about this. On the bench presiding seat, Su Chuanqing struck the legal hammer. Knock knock. Acknowledging that the cause of action is true, the litigants are now invited to state the motion to proceed, the evidence or facts of the action, and the legal grounds. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai nodded slightly. Every lawsuit filing was when the lawsuit court hearing was officially struck. Taking a long breath, Subai took out the long-prepared lawsuit application from the lawsuit materials and opened his mouth. Presiding judge, our motion in limine is as follows. According to the definition of the crime of extortion and racketeering, our client Guo Xiaojun does not constitute the crime of extortion and racketeering, and we apply to set aside the judgment of first instance and find him not guilty. 2. We believe that the witness who appeared in the first trial, our client's wife, Ma Li, issued a statement of allegation that is suspected of perjury, and we apply to the court for a ruling on the perjury of Ma Li. 3rd, in response to Able Milk Powder, for the harm caused to our client's daughter, we believe that Able Milk Powder should pay civil damages to us. And, in response to the Able Milk Powder enterprises against us, we believe that the relevant personnel of the Able Milk Powder enterprises have a willful role in guiding us, so we apply for the Able Milk Powder enterprises to make certain compensation to us, and the issue of holding those responsible accountable. For, in response to the previous extortion charges filed against us by the Able Milk Powder enterprise, we apply to the other enterprise, to make a public apology to us, and to disclose the inappropriate behavior towards us, as well as the intrinsic safety of the products of the industry of its company. In response to the litigation costs incurred in our trial, we apply that they be borne in full by Able Milk Powder enterprises. After the words fell, the courtroom? What the hell? Sue 3 at once and file such a bombastic lawsuit. The prosecution didn't have much of a reaction to Subai's proposed lawsuit, but there was a big reaction from Mari's side and from the side of Able Formula Enterprises, because if you proceed according to the claims filed by the other side, if they lose, then for them, the consequences are totally unaffordable. Only, in the first trial, Guo Xiaojun lost the case. Now, in the second trial, the other side's lawyer has made such an unreasonable request. Don't want to win in the second trial? If the other side loses this lawsuit, they won't even have a chance to reduce their sentence. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. It's 2 in 1. Please, 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 please. In the face of Subai's claim, the three parties being sued showed different reactions. At the same time, outside the courtroom, Dongcheng frowned slightly after hearing Subai's lawsuit. We can't lose this case. If he loses, not only will his business be in big trouble, but he himself will be in big trouble. Zhang Changli, the head of the legal department, carefully gauged Dongcheng's expression and spoke confidently. Mr. Dong, you can rest assured. You put 100 hearts. This case, even if the other side won the case, we will at most only compensate a few 100,000. Will not have too much impact on our business. Dongcheng was unhappy as soon as he heard that the other side had won the case. It's a matter of whether the other side wins or not. It's not. That was the problem he wanted the other guy to squat on. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, compared to the other repercussions, was nothing. In the beginning, if it is not Guo Xiaojun must sue him, he was afraid that Guo Xiaojun made a big fuss, for the enterprise to cause a bad influence. He will not buy Mali. In case, if Guo Xiaojun won the case, then all of his previous efforts would be for nothing. This lawsuit, you must win. Don't say anything about the other side winning. You heard me. In the face of Dongcheng's rant, Zhang Changli nodded with an embarrassed expression. Okay, Mr. Dong. Understood. Well, keep looking. Dongcheng nodded slightly and continued to look at the live broadcast of the trial. In the courtroom, on the presiding judge's seat, presiding judge Su Chuanqing, after listening to Subai's litigation request, briefly looked over the litigation materials, followed by raising his head and sweeping around the courtroom. As far as I can tell, Lit. 1 Su 3, lawsuit. Obviously, this lawsuit holds a bad disadvantage for the litigants. The first thing to establish in this case is one thing. First, Guo Xiaojun's behavior is not extortion. As long as it is confirmed as extortion, what else is not necessary to say? After clear thinking, the presiding judge Su Chuanqing knocked the gavel. Knock knock. The litigant's motion in limine has been stated. In response to the reasons for the application as stated by the litigants, there is a point of inquiry before this court. Litigants, for your application to find that Guo Xiaojun did not commit extortion and racketeering on what grounds? You are invited to make a detailed argument. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai nodded slightly and straightened his suit, and immediately after taking out the corresponding materials from the materials, he slowly opened his mouth. Presiding judge, I would like to start by asking our client to state the cause of what happened and to ask a few questions about what is relevant to this case. Knock knock. Application approved. Guo Xiaojun, you may begin to state the cause of what happened, and the counsel for the litigant may ask questions. However, it is important to note that your every word and action is recorded by the court and no infractions are allowed. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Guo Xiaojun, signaling him to make a statement. Guo Xiaojun let out a long breath, remembering that Subai had asked himself if he wanted to win the big lawsuit. And he answered yes. Subai told himself that he would answer whatever he asked him at the trial, but there was one thing he was not allowed to lie about. It seems that this answer is critical. After thinking about it, Wu Xiaojun then calmly described the cause of the incident. After that, Your Honor, here's how it started. In the beginning I was looking at some of the sales rankings in the country and then chose to purchase what I thought was a better product, which was the defendant's product. But what I didn't expect was to suffer so much because of it. I purchased the product in the first place, but my child is experiencing serious physical discomfort after taking the product. Then I tested this product, but who would have thought that something was really wrong? Guo Xiaojun got angrier and angrier as he spoke, his face red and his tone agitated. Ahem. Seeing that Guo Xiaojun's emotions were a bit agitated, Subai coughed twice to indicate that it could end here. With emotions this high, it's easy to say the wrong thing if you keep talking. After Guo Xiaojun heard Subai's dry cough, he also realized that he was a bit emotional, so he immediately stopped talking. At this point, Mari's defense attorney, Wang Manting, a nearly 50-year-old lawyer, raised his hand. Presiding judge, the litigant's attorney just dry coughing and interrupting Guo Xiaojun's words. I think there is a suspicion of willfulness, and I apply for a suspension of the client's statement and the litigant's attorney's questioning. Subai? No, you're old enough to be a lawyer? What's wrong with me coughing? A sore throat won't let you, will it? Luckily, presiding judge Su Chuanqing looked over to Wang Manting's lawyer's seat and simply reminded him, application for rebuff. But for the litigant's attorneys, a reminder to not interfere with the normal course of justice. Okay, presiding judge. After Subai finished speaking, he nodded with satisfaction after noticing that Li Shuizhen had placed her gaze firmly on Wang Manting, this old litigator, and trying to interrupt him. Li, glare at him. Wu Xiaojun's statement inquiry had not been discontinued, and Subai continued to open his mouth to inquire. Mr. Kwok, may I ask you why the claim was increased? Because, at the beginning, I didn't plan on asking for so much, but my wife, Mari, said, it's not appropriate to say that I make nearly $1 million a year and that my daughter suffered so much damage to ask for so little money. Then there was the fact that Able Milk Powder implied to me that the amount of compensation was open to negotiation. So I came up with a $5 million amount for the lawsuit claim. Okay, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Gua. Immediately afterward, Subai looked at the presiding judge's seat again. Presiding judge, I'm done with my questions. Then begin your plea. Presiding judge Su Chuanqing glanced down at the material and spoke slowly. Okay, Inquisitor. After Subai organized a few materials from the material, the statement, the case, it was Able Milk Powder that sued us for racketeering, and the reason for finding us guilty of racketeering was, our client, who is applying for damages in the suit, far exceeds the relevant provisions in the food law of the compensation law. The opposing party's complaint is that the food safety and medical expenses, totaling $50,000, should be compensated in the amount of $500,000, according to the relevant legal provisions, up to 10 times the maximum compensation. Yet our side has come up with an amount of $5 million in damages, far exceeded the bounds of the law, and thus found our claim to be extortionate, to which we objected. The objections are on the following points. Our claim is presented in a civilized manner and does not qualify as extortion and intimidation. 2. The claims that we have made subjectively do not have the subjective of malice, but are made from our own point of view, and do not constitute a bad faith claim. 3. The crime of extortion is the act of extorting public or private property by means of threats or blackmail against the aggrieved party for the purpose of unlawful possession, which is not the purpose of unlawful possession on our part. The way we claim is to sue. It's a claim by way of a lawsuit through the courts, not to mention $5 million. Even if we claim $10 million, it is still reasonable to make a claim, and we should not be judged as extortion. Is it unlawful to convict our side of racketeering? Is it unlawful to say that by suing for damages and making a claim, this is for the purpose of unlawful appropriation? If by prosecution, this is for the purpose of unlawful taking, then we are deemed to be extortion, and we have nothing to say about it. This last point is also the most crucial. UING called me extortion. Good lord. I'm suing for damages through the courts. Also ING illegal? You don't stray too far from the truth. In the first trial, I wasn't there. Guo Xiaojun's lawyer was too good. You bullied people. And in the second trial you dared to say for sure, believe it or not you won't leave today. Don't go anywhere. Not a single one. And, this is a live trial. Subai dropped his gaze on the prosecution seat, and he could see that the prosecuting attorney's brow was furrowed. So what did that make him say? That's a bit of a tricky question for the other side to ask. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, Luo Dexiang watched the trial and couldn't help but clap his hands at the questions Subai had asked. That's a good question. If it is illegal to sue for damages, What else is not illegal? The crowd in the live broadcast room also lit up when they heard Subai's words. Good point, TM. This case was already outrageous. And this question kind of gets to the crux of the matter. Asterisk. Excellent point. This lawyer is really good. The questions go straight to the other side's dead center. At the same time, the focus of the live broadcast of the trial gathered on Subai's body, and the live broadcast commented, "This lawyer looks a bit familiar. As if I've seen him somewhere before. Mr. Luo, it can't be that you've broadcasted his trial live before, right?" Yeah. I thought something looked familiar too. Just like I've seen it before. +1. Luo Dexiang nodded slightly. Those who feel familiar should be old fans. This lawyer is indeed the lawyer of that Nandu Bank case earlier and that Chifeng case last time. A top criminal lawyer. A fan commented. No wonder. This lawyer is really something. Ha. I told you I've seen it before. The Nandu Bank case and the Chifeng case are both big cases. This lawyer can be called a top criminal lawyer. Seconded. Those who watched the trial live. Some were happy and some were not. Inside the general manager's office of Ibo, Dong Chang took a deep breath. Changli, do you think the prosecution can handle this, Subai? Zhang Changli smiled slightly and didn't make a statement. Mr. Dong, I'm not really sure about this. Let's move on. Dong Chang's expression was slightly tense, but he didn't show too much in front of Zhang Changli. The courtroom. In the presiding judge's seat. In the face of Subai's question, the presiding judge frowned slightly. This was a live broadcast of the trial. This question raised by Subai was indeed too targeted. If the answer is not good, then it will be a courtroom accident. And it was a very serious courtroom accident. Turning his head, presiding Judge Su Chuanqing looked toward the prosecution's seat. Now the prosecution counsel will speak. The prosecuting attorney smiled helplessly. Subai's question was really a bit explosive. He was equally clear in his heart this question. Answering the wrong words is a very serious court accident. His own this public prosecutor lawyer can say directly is not to do. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. Of course, he could also see that the case did have certain problems, and there was no problem in finding Guo Xiaojun not guilty. Saying too much, they are also dangerous. They are only the prosecution attorney. The public prosecutor lawyer just, table attitude. In response to Subai's question, the prosecution lawyer slightly organized his emotions and opened his mouth to ask a few relevant questions. Presiding judge, in response to the litigants, we have come to ask a few simple questions. First, Guo Xiaojun is aware of the relevant laws and regulations of the claim. Why first claimed 700,000, and then claimed 5 million, 700,000 and 500,000 similar? At first put forward 700,000, and then put forward 5 million claim. Will there be the behavior of knowing the law? Second, there is a key point based on the allegations against Guo Xiaojun. There is a letter of accusation. The content of the letter is Guo Xiaojun's wife Molly described. Said Guo Xiaojun has the intention of wanting to extortion. Whether Guo Xiaojun is consistent with the description in the accusation letter, or whether he did not intend to engage in extortion at the beginning, but later offered $5 million with the intent to extort. In response to the two questions above, there is a need for clarity. Presiding judge, the prosecution is finished. After listening to the prosecution's statement, Subai nodded slightly, and he had to say that the other party's two questions hit the key. Knowing the relevant statute, then the subjective will to commit extortion with malice is expressed. But if you don't know, then it's subjective will without malice. And the second question mentioned belongs to the normal perspective to start from. The fact that the prosecution was able to ask questions in this light after Subai's questioning shows a good level of sophistication. The bench, in the presiding judge's seat. Knock knock. Su Chuanqing banged the gavel. Litigant, in response to the prosecution's questions, is your side able to come up with the appropriate evidence? Yes, Inquisitor. Subai quickly pulled out a few pieces of material from the lawsuit materials. Presiding judge, based on Guo Xiaojun's statements at the relevant law enforcement unit during the period being appealed, it is clear that Guo Xiaojun was unaware of the relevant regulations on compensation. A claim of $700,000 was made at the outset, which is close to 50, but again this is beyond the legal limitations and not within the reasonable legal requirements for a claim of $500,000. The $700,000 has been involved in exceeding the regulations and has exceeded the $500,000, $200,000. 000 by more than one-third of the dollar amount. If Guo Xiaojun had known the relevant regulations, then he would not have filed a claim for $700,000, 000 because it was clearly a violation of the law. The crux of the claim being made is that it is against his own income, and in the above, Mari's influence has a bearing on the negotiations proposed by Able Enterprises. That is, there is no knowledge of the law. At the same time, According to the evidence presented by the relevant law enforcement units, it has been shown that Guo Xiujuan's various confessions and evidence point to show that his words and actions were consistent and that there was no change in his story. Again, if he had extortionate intent to begin with, then why didn't he offer $5 million in damages to begin with? Rather, the amount of compensation was only later increased to $5 million? On that point, I hope the trial judge will take that into consideration. Su Bai handed the relevant supporting materials to the staff around him. After the presiding judge took over the corresponding evidentiary materials and carefully surveyed them, his mind was already made up. There were already certain problems with this case, and currently, Su Bai was making such a bombastic point. There's nothing left to dwell on in a verdict of not guilty. Immediately afterward, presiding judge Su Chuanxing turned his head to look at the prosecution again. Prosecution counsel, do you have anything to add? All the questions that should have been asked have been asked. Prosecution counsel spoke. Presiding judge, the prosecution has no additional evidence to add. Does the prosecution have any further objections to the issues raised by the prosecution? Who dares to disagree with the question? Presiding judge, you asked the question. Presiding judge, do you think you dare to object? Presiding judge, the prosecution has no objection. Yes. Su Chuanxing nodded solemnly and banged the gavel. Knock knock. Against Guo Xiujuan's first instance judgment, the factual evidence is insufficient, and the lack of strong evidence to prove that Guo Xiaojun has the criminal facts of extortion and racketeering. It is temporarily determined that Guo Xiaojun does not have the criminal facts of extortion and racketeering. Follow up. Pending judgment. Knock knock. The gavel fell, and Guo Xiujuan's entire body was thrilled. Thank you, presiding judge. Thinking about the verdict of the first trial, compared to the verdict of the second trial, Guo Xiaojun cannot help but shed tears. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. There's really no intention of getting stuck. I'm sorry. I'll try to write the whole thing next time. I'll try to write a full effort update next time. First instance judgment. Not only was Guo Xiujuan's request for appeal dismissed, and he was also convicted of racketeering and sentenced to 5 years in prison. He lost his job, his daughter's health, and himself suffered this great injustice. In the final analysis, the judgment of the first trial had only 3 words for him: injustice. In the face of the second trial, presiding judge Su Chuanxing's decision, at this time Guo Xiujuan's heart, full of excitement. Of course, he had to thank not only the judge, but also Su Bai. When all is said and done, if it hadn't been for Su Bai's defense at the trial, any other lawyer would have done the same. I'm not sure it would have worked out that way. Guo Xiaojun dropped his gaze on Su Bai, his eyes filled with gratitude, and Su Bai nodded his head with a slight smile. It's just a 1-2-3 punch for the prosecution at the moment. Still, that's just the basics of this lawsuit. Winning the case. Then give it your best shot. There's 2 more to go. The other 2 are the point. At this time, Wang Manting, the old litigator, was slightly uncomfortable in his heart and let out a long sigh when he heard the trial judge's temporary decision. Okay, Dongchang lost the bonus he promised him, but there is hope. It's just, the trainee lawyer across the hall kept staring at him. He always felt a little weird, uncomfortable, unnatural. I don't know. It's supposed to mess with the mind. Some little litigant who likes to mess with people's minds like that. Wang Manting's heart did not care too much. A little sorted out emotions, ready to continue the trial hearing. Outside the courtroom, the aquatic viewers in Luo de Xiang's courtroom livestream were equally excited when they heard this temporary ruling. This presiding judge's decision is the judgment is really good. The first trial that the presiding judge also do not know how to judge, even the parties were convicted. Although justice is late, but justice has come after all. At least there's some hope from now on. But now, what's the use of justice coming? Now the person in question has lost too much. Well said. It's true that justice coming is not of much use now. As this lawyer Su said earlier, justice that comes late is not justice. The companies involved must be punished as they should be. And that's what's really coming. Right. Support it. And I think that the people involved should be sent in. Asterisk. This is a great sentiment. TM. Get in there. Send it all in. Looking at the wind direction of the comment section getting more and more skewed, Luo de Xiang laughed out loud and explained, and pulled the wind direction of the comment section back. On this, what was said later in the comments section was a bit too extreme. The first trial verdict was indeed not too reasonable, but not to the extent of sending the trial staff in. Please keep your wits about you. Fan comment, we know it's not too likely, but we're just venting our hearts. After all, if it's all like the first trial judge who ruled like this, how much more resentful some innocent people would have to be. We're just spitballing. Luo de Xiang smiled and nodded, then spoke. It is indeed fine for everyone to spit and spit, but as to the judgment, the trial made it clear enough. so let me add why the presiding judge ruled as he did. One of the most crucial reasons why the presiding judge of the second trial ruled that Guo Xiaojun was not guilty was that there was no strong evidence to prove that Guo Xiaojun was suspected of extortion. The difference between the second trial and the first trial judgment is that it is a matter of evidence, and the conditions on which the first trial judgment was based were the subjective intent of Guo Xiaojun to seek recovery, and the written complaint of his wife, Ma Li. The decision of the second trial, on the other hand, rejected the decision of the first trial, which means that this evidence cannot be used as direct evidence of Guo Xiaojun's extortion. At the same time, the ruling also laid down some groundwork for a series of subsequent litigants, namely Guo Xiaojun against his wife, Ma Li, and against Aibo Milk Powder. Comments section: it's annoying to be watched from the lawsuit seat, especially Guo Xiaojun's wife, sending it all in. Looking at the comments in the comments section, Luo Dexiang opened his mouth and laughed. Whether it can be sent in, this mainly depends on the trial outcome of the trial. Well, the litigant against the prosecution has finished explaining the trial verdict. Let's move on. In the meantime, inside the general manager's office of Able Milk Powder, Dongcheng looked at the judgment of the presiding judge in the courtroom against Guo Xiaojun, narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not speak, but the heart was spitting fire. Guo Xiaojun was found not guilty, in which case all his hard work in the early stages was wasted. Besides, the subsequent targeting of his business will also have an impact. The impact of this? It's huge. Guo Xiaojun was found not guilty. The facts have happened. But we must not have any more accidents or mischief in the aftermath. Dongcheng mumbled in his mind. The courtroom. Subai landed his gaze on Mali and Wang Manting's lawsuit seat. A dozen or three. With the prosecution now done fighting, all that's left to do is charge Mari with perjury and damages against Able Milk Powder. There is the question of compensation for Able Milk Powder. This is not difficult. After all, the fact has occurred. Able Milk Powder does have the issue of liability. The evidence is all there. There's no defense for the other guy unless it's bull ********. But that's not true. Click one's tongue. That would be interesting. Difficulties with claims. It's just a matter of claiming more or less compensation. If you can fight for it, try to fight for it as much as you can. And winning the case will definitely be a nail in the coffin. The key point is Mari's perjury determination issue. That's the main point of the trial. Of course, Mari can be convicted of perjury on this one or not. It still depends on the presiding judge's reading of the statutory language and his own side's charges. Mari spoke in a small voice after noticing Subai's gaze. Mr. Wang, the opposite lawyer is so powerful. We won't lose the case, right? I don't want to go in. Wang Manting smiled and opened his mouth. Don't worry. Your accusations aren't considered perjury. How can you get in this case? I've been all over it. Nothing should go wrong. Ah, too. Hearing these two words, Mari was slightly uneasy in her heart. I hope. The trial is still going on. On the trial stage, in the presiding judge's seat, Su Chuanqing nodded slightly after he finished his judgment and heard Guo Xiaojun's thanks. The trial continues. The court summarizes the 3 points of contention in this trial. First, as to whether or not Guo Xiaojun is guilty of extortion. This court has already stated and ruled on it. And here, it will not make too many statements. If the next parties have any objections to this, they can raise them in the course of the trial, but it must have relevant factual evidence and legal basis. The second point concerns Guo Xiaojun's allegedly false accusations against his wife, Ma Li. The third is about Guo Xiaojun's claim against Aibo Milk Powder. Presiding Judge Su Chuanqing will be the general issues. After summarizing, and then slightly raised his head, looking at the litigant seat. Litigants, are there any objections to the summary issues put together by this court? Presiding Judge, we have no objection. Subai opened his mouth. Su Chuanqing summed it up pretty well without much of a problem. Good. Knock knock. Su Chuanqing banged his gavel. Since the litigants have no objections. Litigant, the court needs to confirm what amount of damages you are seeking against Able Milk Powder? For the trial judge's question, Subai had long prepared the relevant compensation materials and spoke directly. Presiding Judge, we have lost our jobs as a result of the innocent accusation of Able Milk Powder, which has caused us to suffer great damages, both financially and mentally, plus the cost of medical compensation for our client's daughter as a result of the purchase of the powdered milk. According to the relevant laws and regulations, we apply for Able Milk Powder for us to compensate the amount of $1,785,696.50. Fong Xian, legal counsel of Able Milk Powder. Why don't you split the whole amount of compensation? Knock knock. Su Chuanqing banged the gavel again. This court has been informed of the litigant's application for compensation costs. And is there anything the litigant appellee, Aibo Milk Powder, has not said? Fong Xian is a practicing corporate law attorney for many years. specializing in the piece of economic compensation. For the request made by Su Bai, Fang Xian immediately raised objections. Presiding judge, our side has an objection. Knock knock. What is the difference between the objections? Will the party against whom it is filed please express it? Okay, Inquisitor. Fang Xian slightly organized the materials in front of him before opening his mouth. In response to the litigant's application for damages against our business, one of the claims was filed by the litigant, who suffered from our accusations, which led to the loss of his job, and suffered moral and financial losses, so he filed a claim against us. On this point, our side objects. First, the charges we filed were directed at our legitimate rights and interests, and did not specifically target Guo Xiaojun as a party. Secondly, we are only filing the case. The investigation of the case and the determination of the case are not our rights and interests, so it is obviously unreasonable to ask us to pay compensation in response to the request made by the litigant, because the other party was sentenced to imprisonment, lost their jobs, as well as suffered mental losses, which in our AI Bao enterprise are not any correlation. We are only legal. Through the legal channels to protect our legitimate rights and interests, we move to dismiss the liability for damages for moral and economic losses suffered by the litigants. Knock knock. Su Chuanqing frowned slightly, then looked at the litigation materials in front of him and banged the gavel. The litigants, do you have anything to express with respect to the respondent? Able milk powder? Can you prove that the charges against you, the emotional damage caused or the loss of your job are directly related to able milk powder? Facing the Inquisitor's questioning, Su Bai slightly straightened his suit. Fang Xian's claim does have some legal basis. Something to the effect of, able milk powder is defending its rights. There was no intention to deliberately cause Guo Xiaojun to lose his job. You lost your job and suffered a mental injury that has nothing to do with our business. No claims should be made against our business. What Su Bai needed to confirm, on the other hand, was that there was some direct causal relationship between the two. To put it directly, it is necessary for Su Bai to prove that Aibo milk powder maliciously accused Guo Xiaojun of extortion. For this, the corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly. Now that he has offered to pay compensation with zeros and holes, it has been rigorously calculated. After taking out a piece of material from the litigation materials, Su Bai slowly opened his mouth. Presiding judge, in the first trial, one of the conditions of the judgment that found us guilty of racketeering was that we brought a claim for recovery. According to what our client has stated, we filed a claim for recovery because we were influenced by the fact that the business told us that we could negotiate the amount of the copayment. And Able milk powder, after clearly informing us that we could negotiate the amount of the copayment, backhandedly took us to court for extortion. We can conclude above subjectively, this is a malicious accusation by Able milk powder. I would like to ask the opposing counsel why, when our original claim was for $700,000, Able milk powder informed us that we could negotiate the amount of compensation, and then backhandedly took us to court for extortion when we filed a claim for $5 million? Is this not a form of malice? It is clear from the conditions of the judgment that the malicious direction of Able milk powder had some effect in influencing the judgment. So, we thus find, Able milk powder is influential and relevant to our judgment in the first instance. Presiding judge, our case is closed. Su Bai ended the statement. On the presiding judge's seat on the trial bench, Su Chuanqing looked over the litigation materials. His eyes swept over Su Bai on the litigant's seat, and then immediately looked over toward Fang Xian on the litigated party's seat. In response to the statement of the litigants, counsel for the respondent, Able milk powder, is there anything else that you would like to present? Facing the presiding judge's question, Fang Xian rubbed his brow. On this issue, he is really not good to answer. According to his earlier defense line of thought is that Guo Xiaojun suffered a first-instance punishment, lost his job, suffered a certain amount of emotional damage, but this has absolutely nothing to do with the Able milk powder business. However, immediately afterward, Su Bai brought up, among other things, the correlation, and the topic of malicious accusations by the Able milk powder business came up. If the defense continues on this topic, by then, it is estimated that the Able formula business is much, much bigger than it is now. Besides, Fang Xian understands that the legal direction he is targeting is the issue of corporate debt and economic disputes. I can't say I'm ignorant of criminal law, but I'm not well versed in it. He always felt like he would continue to fall into a hole if he continued to defend himself on this topic. Solely, the direct statement opens, Presiding judge, we have finished our presentation. Knock knock. Su Chuanqing banged the gavel. The litigant and the party against whom the lawsuit was filed defended whether Guo Xiaojun's mental damage and job loss were related to the Aibo milk powder enterprise. Based on the evidence submitted by the law enforcement parties and the representations of Guo Xiaojun's client, Aibo milk powder enterprise, for Guo Xiaojun this party did have prepared to discuss the matter of raising the amount of compensation. Are there any objections from the able milk powder side on this matter? What can he dispute about the evidence presented by law enforcement? Can he still overrule it? Fong Xian spoke. Presiding judge, our side has no objections. Aha! Knock knock. The respondents do not dispute that able milk powder previously negotiated an increase in the amount of compensation. The courtside has now ruled that the fact that able milk powder increased the amount of compensation through negotiation has certain factors that indirectly led to Guo Shijuan's increase from the compensation amount of 700,000 to the compensation amount of $5 million. Is there any objection from the corporate side of able milk powder? Presiding judge, we have no objection. Knock knock. Does the litigant have any objections to this ruling? Subai, no objections from our side. After the words fell, Subai locked his gaze on Ma Li's lawsuit seat. This ruling has established the reasonableness of the lawsuit application he just filed, seeking more than $1 million in damages from able milk powder enterprises. Just need to wait for the final judgment. A dozen or three. So far, it's dryflop 2. Only the last one left. Last one. Subai slightly revealed a small white tooth. Mari also noticed Subai's gaze and the small white teeth at that moment. Inevitably, there was a hint of panic in his heart. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. We'll finish this case tonight. Please ask for a monthly ticket. How can I put it? According to the current situation, that lawyer Guo Xiaojun hired, 1 against 3, has already taken out 2. Himself as the third. I don't think so. The more she looked at that little white tooth, the more flustered Mari's expression became. In reality she knows that she did perjure herself. The purpose is to divorce Guo Xiaojun, get the money, live your own life, and share some property after the divorce. As for why you want a divorce, Mari shook her head slightly and didn't continue to think about it. Instead, she averted her gaze and avoided Subai's line of sight. In the meantime, the matter of compensation for able enterprises was never in doubt. Luo Dexiang in the live broadcast. Just a simple introduction. This ruling will give the later judgment. What kind of impact? And then let the water friends in the live broadcast continue to watch the trial. And live on air. All agreed on the current trial. Send that Mari woman in. Perjury is generalized to mean that the act of perjury is sufficient to subject another person to criminal penalties or a misdemeanor. And the most critical point in the case against Mari is the determination as to whether or not Mari's letter of accusation is perjury. There is also a determination of Mari's subjective intent. To put it bluntly, the general idea is that the letter of accusation from Mali is not a false proof of intent to frame Guo Xiaojun. The letter of accusation reads in general terms. Guo Xiaojun and Mali said, more to find AI Bao milk powder to ask for money, or else expose the quality of AI Bao milk powder products. It is hereby adjudged that Guo Xiaojun was charged with the subjective intent to extort Aibao milk powder. Inside the courtroom, Li Shuizhen rubbed her eyes, her little face excited, and muttered in a low voice, Lawyer Su has fought 3 times. We've already won 2. Last one left. Subai smiled. Well, the fight is won. Only the last one left. Is Mari's proof of bank flow material ready? Li Shuizhen's small face was set straight. Lawyer Su, it's ready. Aha! You go for it. Subai nodded slightly. This last one is also the most crucial one. Subai looked toward the courtroom trial stage. For the charge of perjury against Mali, he did not have the full ability to hammer the other side of the evidence. Aspects of the judgment. It remains to be seen whether the presiding judge recognizes his legal arguments and evidence at trial. As usual, this is a best effort game. Do your best to send the opposite side in. Li Shuizhen's small face was serious, grave, and nodded solemnly. The last one. I have to keep a good eye on it. I'll cheer and send the opposite side in. Subai. As Li Shuizhen thought about it, her gaze had subconsciously landed on Ma Li's body. Mari noticed Li Shuizhen's gaze. I've got a bad feeling about this. The small white teeth bared by one of these 2 lawyers across the street, and the way the other stared at her intently, made her fidget and squirm twice. Wang Manting spoke out to comfort. There's no need to be so nervous. Hearing Wang Manting's voice, Molly then relaxed and let out a long breath. The bench, in the presiding judge's seat. Presiding Judge Su Chuanqing glanced down at the litigation materials, and then slightly raised his head, and after circling around the courtroom, he opened his mouth. In response to the 3 points of contention just summarized by this court, 2 are now uncontested. Now for the last point of contention. The litigant sues Guo Xiaojuan's wife, Ma Li, for allegedly providing false evidence for the trial defense. Knock knock. The gavel strikes. Litigant. Your side sued Mari, allegedly for providing false evidence. Is there any evidence or is there any to substantiate it based on the application of the legal provisions? Su Chuanqing landed his gaze on Subai. This lawsuit, against the other 2 points of contention, had been in his mind for a long time. In fact, at the first point of contention, whether Guo Xiaojun was guilty or not, Su Chuanqing had originally thought to ask the prosecution questions to slightly favor Guo Xiaojun, but Su Bai's series of questions directly exploded to kill the prosecution. Facing the aspect of the claim, Su Bai directly took the other side, again beyond Su Chuanqing's expectations. This Su Bai has a lot of experience in court. This made Su Chuanqing curious about Su Bai, the lawyer. At the same time, Su Chuanqing maintained a scrutinizing attitude towards Ma Li's provision of false evidence after previously understanding the entire case. If Su Bai couldn't come up with strong evidence, or rather, couldn't ask the other party to be dumbfounded, then this charge would not have convicted Mari of perjury. Specifics. It's still a matter of looking at Su White's charges. Only, Su Chuanqing always felt that this litigant lawyer, there is a certain degree of certainty to be able to charge Ma Li perjury success. Read this. Su Chuanqing couldn't help but look at Su Bai with interest in his eyes. A dozen or three, two of which have now been beaten. So let's move on and see if we can beat the last one. In this regard, Su Chuanqing, as the presiding judge, although he said that he could not be biased, he was also curious about this matter. Yes, Inquisitor. On the litigant's seat, Su Bai slowly opened his mouth. According to Article 305 of the Penal Code, perjury refers to a person who, in a criminal proceeding, a witness or other person who has an important circumstance of relevance to the case, intentionally makes a record of a false certification appraisal with the intention of framing another person or concealing incriminating evidence, shall be punished by imprisonment or detention for a term of not more than 3 years, or in aggravating circumstances, by imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years. The judicial interpretation of the crime of perjury is that it is committed with the subjective intent to knowingly make a false record of a certified appraisal to frame another person or conceal incriminating evidence. After stating the definition and conditions of perjury, Su Bai continued to speak. In Guo Xiaojun's wife, Ma Li's indictment against Guo Xiaojun, such a subjective is stated. Mari said Guo Xiaojun had the subjective intent of wanting to extort money from Aibo milk powder. The reason for this is that Guo Xiaojun said that he would ask for more money from Aibo milk powder or else he would expose the quality of Aibo milk powder's products. I would like to ask the party against whom the lawsuit is filed. Ma Li, why did you accuse Guo Xiaojun of having the subjective intent to extort money from Aibo milk powder through such a sentence? There is also the fact that you, as Guo Xiaojun's wife, why did you bring charges against your husband, Guo Xiaojun? And is there any secret that you are hiding? A momentary panic appears in Mari's eyes when she hears Su Bai speak about being imprisoned for years for perjury. Hearing Su Bai's question again, he panicked for a moment, not knowing how to answer, and spoke in a small voice, Lawyer Wang. At this time, Wang Manting took the initiative to speak up. As our client's defense attorney, I can answer this question from the litigant's lawyer Su on his behalf. The reason is because, at this time, Su Bai raised his hand and interrupted the old litigator. Presiding judge, I would like to give a reminder to the respondent. Mr. Wang, this trial is a live trial, and if you answer on behalf of Mari, then face the charges. Attorney Wang, as the attorney of record, you can't get away with this. It's obvious. If you're absolutely sure you can win, then you speak. If you're not absolutely sure you can win, then you shut up. What Wang Manting had originally intended was to block Su Bai's questions for Ma Li. Still, when Su Bai spoke like this, he was a bit hesitant instead. Dong Chang does pay a lot of money. But if he really couldn't argue with Su Bai, then he might have planted himself here today. But where there was a 1 in a million chance that Mari would be charged with perjury, that was a risk he couldn't take, so he voluntarily closed his mouth to allow Mari to make her reply. Su Bai secretly laughed. Old litigant, count on you to run fast. Facing Su Bai's question, Ma Li took a deep breath and nervously opened her mouth. I sued Guo Xiaojun because I chose legal justice. Guo Xiaojun did have the intent to defraud, so I chose to take the initiative to sue him. To maintain the dignity of legal justice. Guo Xiaojun, choosing legal justice? What the are you talking to me about? You're suing me to maintain the dignity of the law? Guo Xiaojun couldn't know more about Ma Li's character. She's just trying to get herself in there. All that talk about maintaining the dignity of the law is ing bull. Guo Xiaojun almost didn't explode when he heard this, but he held back in order to maintain discipline in the courtroom. Su Bai. He also felt that it was a bit too outrageous for Mari to say that. But since the other party had said so, he couldn't do much to refute it, because there's no point, so he nodded and re-inquired. I would also like to ask the party against whom the lawsuit is brought to answer me positively as to why Guo Xiaojun was charged with the subjective intent of extortion and blackmail through such a single sentence. Because, I think Guo Xiaojun is trying to blackmail Aibo milk powder by saying this. Facing Mari's words, Su Bai nodded slightly. Okay, thank you for the cooperation of the party being sued. Subsequently, Su Bai looked at Guo Xiaojun and continued to speak. May I ask the person in question, Guo Xiaojun, did you ever say that you wanted to extort Aibo milk powder? No. So in response to your wife, Mari, suing you for extortion of able milk powder, is there anything you want to say? I would like to say that this is a complete slander out of thin air, because I only mentioned asking for more compensation from able milk powder, and if they don't give it, I will expose the quality of able milk powder's products, and there is no such thing as what Mari said. And in what way do you intend to ask for more compensation? Or in what way did you intend to ask for more compensation? I raised the issue of wanting more compensation when Mari said it was too little to claim, and when able milk powder offered to negotiate compensation, and was planning to recover by way of a lawsuit. Okay, thanks for your cooperation. Subai nodded slightly. What should be asked has been asked. The following can start to prepare the statement and zoom in. Looking toward Su Chuanqing in the courtroom seat, Subai took a deep breath and immediately opened his mouth. Presiding judge, the basics are now clear. According to the judgment of the previous trial, it has been confirmed that we have no subjective intent to extort money, and the contents of this indictment have been clearly indicated. According to the description of Mary, the party against whom the lawsuit was filed, she determined that Guo Xiaojun had the idea of extorting and blackmailing Aibo milk powder based on one of Guo Xiaojun's remarks. But according to Guo Xiaojun's statement indicates that he was under the influence of his own wife, Mari, and the Aibo milk powder before he said such things. And what Guo Xiaojun originally intended to convey was that more money was demanded for the amount of compensation, not more money as described in the complaint, which has a different meaning. And on what basis could Mari have determined that Guo Xiaojun had a subjective intent to extort and blackmail on the basis of just one sentence? If a word from anyone can be recognized as such, and I say I killed someone, did I really kill someone? Of course not. The definition of false certification or false evidence in the legal sense is to diminish its evidential character. This indictment is completely false evidence and proof. With this, it is entirely possible to conclude that this indictment is a false certification. At the same time, as Guo Xiaojun's wife, Molly knew that Guo Xiaojun's main intention was to make a claim by going through the judicial process and did not make any other moves to claim compensation, but yet appeared in court as a witness in the first trial, issued false certificates to accuse Guo Xiaojun for Aibo milk powder extortion, already has a willful subjective intent. That is to say, so as to find that Guo Xiaojun case in the first trial, the witness Guo Xiaojun's wife, Molly, intentionally make false proof, to intent to frame Guo Xiaojun extortion. It led to Guo Xiaojun being sentenced to 5 years in prison. It has reached the point of aggravation, and according to the law perjury shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. Presiding judge, our case is closed. In the face of Subai's organized accusations, Mari's forehead was slightly covered in fine sweat. The other's words evoked a panic within her. I'm not going to be sentenced, am I? 3 to 7 years in prison? Then won't my life be all over when I get out? Molly's entire body was in a bit of a trance, and her gaze turned to Wang Manting. Wang Manting took a deep breath and also realized that his opponent was a difficult opponent. The words that comforted Molly earlier, after hearing Subai's statement, could not be comforted even now. This thing is a little tricky. Wang Manting silently recited a sentence, and then only heard the presiding judge Su Chuanqing banging the gavel to open his mouth. Knock knock. The respondent is now invited to argue the following points. Su Chuanqing gave a rough summary of Subai's questions and the charges stated. Su White's questions and stated charges were sharp. The key to the questioning is also very offensive. If Wang Manting is not able to reply well, then this trial almost already have a tendency. But there needs to be a stonewall of evidence, or supporting evidence. Does the respondent dispute that the complaint produced by Mari was falsely certified? 2. Whether it can be proved that Mali's subjective intent, not intentionally framed Guo Xiaojun. 3. In response to the litigants, are there any objections to the questions and statements raised by counsel? In the face of these 3 questions from the presiding judge, Wang Manting felt that his head was going to be big. At the same time, also glad that I didn't just state it for Mari. Otherwise, in case the other side catches any problems, then they will have to go in themselves. Phew. However, Wang Manting was able to cope with the above questions. Presiding judge, we have an objection. Molly's indictment of Guo Xiaojun does have factually incorrect points, and some of them are indeed inconsistent with Guo Xiaojun's subjective wishes. But Molly's indictment is motivated by what she believes to be the justice of the law. It was not her subjective intent to deliberately provide false certification to target Guo Xiaojun. And, as Guo Xiaojun's wife, why did she provide false certificates to target Guo Xiaojun and put him in jail? Could she have gotten anything out of it? Can the litigant produce evidence that Molly willfully provided false proof to put Guo Xiaojun in jail and that Molly will get the benefit of the proof? At this point, Mari has absolutely no motive to commit a crime. So there is also no prerequisite for willfully providing false proof. Presiding judge, we have concluded our case. above. There is only one point that Wang Manting wants to make. That is, in the matter of false certification, there are established facts that do not make much of a defense, but it can be determined subjectively. This is because a perjury conviction requires a subjective intent that the witness willfully testify falsely. As long as he proceeds from this subjectivity and the other side can't produce strong evidence, it's perfectly fine to break it up. In the presiding judge's seat, presiding judge Su Chuanqing banged the gavel and looked to the litigant's seat. Please ask the litigant to state its point of view or factual basis. The corners of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly, and his small white teeth showed. Here it comes. The critical time has come. Strong evidence if this is indeed not easy to find. But strong factual defense then. This really isn't much of a problem. Just now I have inquired about Mary's subjective intent. And the view expressed by Mary is that the charges are being brought against Guo Xiaojun out of legal justice. But on what basis does she decide that this is justice for her law? Is it possible to conclude that Guo Xiaojun is suspected of extortion simply on the basis of his words? Is this what she calls justice under the law? In our view, the defensive counsel for the respondent is completely evasive, completely fails to answer the questions posed by us, and does not prove that Mari is not guilty of perjury by intentional construction of the facts. Counsel for the respondent said that the respondent's client had no motive to commit a crime, no motive to make a willful accusation. Presiding judge, I move to submit new evidence. Knock knock. Application approved. With the fall of the legal hammer, Su Bai handed over the evidence to the staff beside him, who in turn handed it over to the presiding judge's seat. Su Bai continued to speak. Presiding judge, what we are submitting is that while our client Guo Xiaojun was in custody, proof of Mari's bank runs, and large purchases from unknown sources, and frequent thoughts of filing for divorce. Mari, the respondent, can you explain why there were large bank runoff purchases from unknown sources? Where did the money involved in these unspecified large bank run purchases come from? And why did you frequently raise the intention of divorcing and wanting to divide the property during Guo Xiaojun's detention? Presiding judge, we believe that this is evidence of Mari's malicious prosecution of us. Knock knock. Su Chuanqing frowned slightly after checking the evidence provided by Su Bai. According to the material provided by Su Bai, it should be called auxiliary evidence to be precise, not exactly strong evidence. Su Chuanqing looked to the seat of the party against whom the lawsuit was filed and inquired, can Mari, the party against whom the lawsuit was filed, explain why there was a large amount of running water spending from an unknown source? Mari stammered an answer when she heard this. Wang Manting also realized that there was something very wrong, so he shut up and didn't speak again. Seeing this, Su Bai's small white teeth showed, when he realized that there was a problem with the evidence of the first trial. In the prosecution stage, he got the court's certificate to check the bank water of Mali. In hindsight, that move would have been tantamount to extinction. The other side could neither produce evidence that it was not a subjective intent, nor explain the source of the unidentified large bank flows. Isn't it a slam dunk to be found guilty of willfulness? Unless, the presiding judge would not have ruled that way if he had a problem. Knock knock. As Mari stammered, Su Chuanqing struck the legal hammer. Can the litigated party produce evidence that Mari did not have subjective intent? Or rebut the evidence presented by the litigant that large sums of money in the bank are of unknown origin? Wang Manting glanced at Mali and took a deep breath. There is no evidence of subjective intent demonstrated by our side. In response to the second half of the sentence, Wang Manting didn't answer because he couldn't. Su Chuanqing, as the presiding judge, also knew this and did not continue to pursue the matter, but struck the legal hammer. We are now in recess. The court will convene in 1.5 hours. All parties will be heard, and the results of the trial will be announced in court. Knock knock. With the fall of the hammer, Su Chuanqing and 3 other panel members left the trial seat. Inside the courtroom, Su Bai, as a party to the lawsuit, breathed a sigh of relief. So far, it didn't seem to be a big problem. 1-3 is considered barely a win, but the exact outcome will depend on the statements made after the trial. On the contrary, in the seat of the party being sued, the prosecuting attorney looked unconcerned. Fang Xian also had a bashful face, and even dropped his gaze on the litigated seat of the litigated party. Mari, with curiosity in his gaze, and directly ate his melon. Mali, on the other hand, was all nervous and kept asking Wang Manting what exactly to do. What the hell do we do? Wang Manting also had a headache about this problem, and he was almost led into a pit by Dongchang, and asked him what the hell to do. Wait for the court to open for closing arguments and hear the presiding judge's judgment. Wang Manting, as an old litigator, can't do anything about it now. Let's just say, this little litigant across the street is much stronger than him, and at the same time, inside Luo Dexian's live broadcast room. Comments section, here comes the prize competition. Let's see what the presiding judge of this second trial actually decides. Ha ha ha, I guess the death sentence must be given to that Mari woman. This guy should never have come out. How dare she accept money to accuse her husband? So speechless. That's it. It's really outrageous. It's just off the charts. That's still true. Indeed. Mr. Law, what do you think? Luo Dexiang looked at the flirting of the water friends inside the live broadcast room and opened his mouth with a smile. I'm not sure about that. I'll probably have to wait until the presiding judge announces it. If that's the case. But in fact, Luo Daxiang already had a rough understanding in his heart. In the office of the general manager of Able Milk Powder, Dong Chang looked nervous. This time, that lawyer Guo Xiaojun hired to fight 3 times a day should not be successful, right? Mari the stupid woman. Net do something thing. He had previously given Mari a sum of money with specific instructions for her not to spend it. Let Mari keep it for now. But what he did not expect is that Mari did not listen to him. Direct consumption and let others seize the handle. But it's no coincidence that, after all, no one expected that Guo Xiaojun would directly accuse Mali of perjury in the second trial. If Mari gets caught, there's a good chance he'll give him up. And then he'll have an alleged obstruction of testimony charge. This woman is so stupid. Inside the deliberation room, presiding judge Su Chuanqing, with a slight smile, opened his mouth to ask the other 2 judges. You two don't have any comments about the verdict in this case, do you? Marcel, no comment. Mari can neither testify against herself nor produce the appropriate evidence. So there must be something wrong. Judge first. Follow-up words notify the prosecution to make up a process. Notify the relevant units to make up the evidence. Save us the trouble of a second prosecution. Chen Donghang, aha, it's not a violation if you should be sentenced. And it's not a violation if you follow up with a retroactive process. It's just normal procedure. Dean Su, you should have the authority. Su Chuanqing smiled slightly. Alright, since both of you don't have any opinions, then let's do what you two say. Sentence first, follow up with additional procedures. Ma Sijie and Shen Donghang nodded slightly. Soon after an hour and a half from the announcement of the adjournment, accompanied by the clerk's announcement of the opening of the hearing, the 3 panel members once again walked into the courtroom. On the courtroom stage, thud thud thud, Su Chuanqing struck the legal hammer, then spoke. Now enter the final part of the trial, the court statement. The litigants will now make their case. Yes, Inquisitor. For the presentation aspect, Su Bai was already very good at it. 12 or 3. And neither the prosecution nor Able Formula have any more questions. The remaining aspects of the statement are directed at Mari. After clearing his thoughts, Su Bai slowly opened his mouth. Our statement to the court is as follows. In response to the accusations and charges brought against us, we say that we will seriously uphold the justice of the law. In the face of unfounded accusations, our side hopes to receive a fair and just legal statement. I hope to get real legal justice, severe penalties for certain people who undermine justice, and those who try to do so, for the purpose of honoring the law. Presiding judge, our case is closed. Su Chuanqing smiled slightly after listening to Su Bai's court statement, which was clearly aimed at Mali. Only, for Mari, he had already made a judgment in his mind. Immediately afterward, Chuanqing Su turned his attention to the litigant's seat. The prosecution will now present its case in court. Presiding judge, we waive the court's statement. Presiding judge, you've already found Guo Xiaojun not guilty. I'm still stating the obvious. Hurry up, I've got melon to eat. Prosecuting attorneys, too, are interested in eating the final verdict. Aha! Su Chuanqing nodded. Now please ask Ibo Milk Powder Enterprise to appoint a lawyer and make a court statement. Fang Xian was also ready to eat his melon. And now that the judgment had been made, he had nothing more to say. Stating words doesn't change the established facts, but after all, it was related to the business, so Fang Xian made a symbolic remark. Presiding judge, we request that the presiding judge impose a discretionary sentence in consideration of our company's operations. Knock knock. The respondent, Mari, or the party's appointed attorney will now be invited to make a court statement. Mari looked nervous and didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Wang Nanting could only helplessly open his mouth and play the emotional card. Presiding judge, our party and Guo Xiaojun are husband and wife and have been emotionally bonded and affectionate for several years. Husbands and wives are born from the same root. They are future partners who will walk through life, and the relationship between them is naturally incredibly close. As husband and wife, our parties, Mali and Guo Xiaojun, still have deep emotions, and the two have a daughter as a result of their relationship. We apply to the presiding officer to consider this aspect as appropriate before proceeding to trial. Presiding judge, our case is closed. Husband and wife are meant to be future partners with a deep bond? Are you playing the emotional card here? And talk about a trial from the emotional side. You're being funny. If you were from the emotional side, you wouldn't even be charged with perjury today. You've committed perjury, and now that you know you're going to be sentenced, You're telling me that husbands and wives are born from the same root? When Guo Xiaojun heard this, he wanted to curse his mother. And taking about his own baby girl. Ugh, it's disgusting. But he kept these words in his heart and didn't say them out loud. Knock knock. After the four-way statement, Su Chuanqing struck the law hammer. The prosecution and respondent have finished their presentations, and the judgment of the court is hereby pronounced. Clerk, all rise. Will the presiding judge please pronounce the judgment of the court? Swish swish swish. All rise in the courtroom. Mari's entire body closed its eyes, nervous that it would be judged guilty. And at that point, presiding judge Su Chuanqing began to recite the trial verdict. The subject matter of this case. The litigants filed a motion to vacate the first trial judgment and pursue claims against Able Milk Powder Enterprises, and, at the same time, charged the first trial witness, Mari, with perjury. The court has jurisdiction over the case and the applicable law is in full compliance with domestic law. The following sentence is announced. In response to the first instance judgment against Guo Xiaojun, there is no strong evidence that Guo Xiaojun is suspected of extortion. Now, the judgment of first instance is reversed. Find Guo Xiaojun not guilty and release him in court. 2. The milk powder manufactured by Aibo Milk Powder, for Guo Xiaojun's daughter, did cause substantial harm, and in accordance with the relevant laws and regulations, it was sentenced to compensate 10 times the medical expenses of $500,000, and Aibo Milk Powder Enterprise side because of the guidance of Guo Xiaojun recovery. Guo Xiaojun sentenced to 5 years in prison in the first trial, bears some responsibility. Agreed to the litigants' moral damages and loss of work. Sentence Aibo Milk Powder Enterprise to compensate Guo Xiaojun, 1,206 renminbi, 000. Third, Aibo Milk Powder Enterprise, for Guo Xiaojun caused serious reputation damage, is ordered to Guo Xiaojun public apology, including but not limited to major self-media platforms. 4. Here comes the point. Mari was unusually nervous as the presiding judge recited to 4. But nerves are nerves. But they can't stop the reading of the continuing trial. 4. In accordance with the provisions of Article 305 of our Penal Code, anyone who knowingly makes a false certificate with the intention of framing another person or concealing incriminating evidence shall be sentenced to up to 3 years imprisonment or detention. The aggravating circumstances are punishable by imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. The witness in the first trial, Ma Li, who intentionally made false certifications that led to Guo Xiaojun being sentenced to 5 years imprisonment, is of aggravating circumstances, i.e., sentence the witness of the first trial, Mari, to 4 years in prison. The sentence in this case will be imposed, and the prosecuting authorities will be informed by this court to supplement the corresponding judicial proceedings. Decide that the costs of related litigation will be borne by Able Milk Powder Enterprises. The claims against the respondent are dismissed in their entirety. According to our procedural law, if the party against whom the lawsuit is brought determines that there is any non-compliant judgment or unreasonable interpretation of the law by this court, then it may apply for a review of the supervisor within 10 days from the date of the issuance of the judgment. The judgment, which will be distributed to all parties within 10 days of the closure of the court. Close the court. Knock. The dull sound of the gavel fell, and the trial was over. And it wasn't only the dull sound of the forensic hammer that landed on the courtroom floor, it also landed on Mari's heart. A heavy, hard knock against it. I'm sentenced to 4 years? I'm going in for a potluck. No. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. It's a bit long, so it's a bit late. Sorry. Mari was devastated the moment she heard the verdict of the trial. It really went in. 4 years in prison. If you really go in there, everything will be ruined. Presiding judge, I object. Presiding judge, I don't agree with the judgment. Presiding judge. Mari was in the respondent's seat, anxiously shouting for an opening. On the bench, in the presiding judge's seat, the presiding judge looks to the docked party's seat as he hears Mari's voice. A slight frown. When I asked you just now, you didn't say that you were now sentenced to 4 years imprisonment, and that the verdict was out, and that you were now disputing it? Are you questioning the outcome of the trial, or are you questioning the fact that my trial was flawed? At Ma Li's words, Su Chuanqing had a trace of impatience in his heart, but he still opened his mouth. The judgment has now been rendered, and if you have any objections, you can subsequently submit it for review and inspection, or file a protest. After entry of judgment, objections are not valid. Su Chuanqing spoke faintly. Mari's heart was in her mouth when she heard that. Invalidating an objection? So she's really going to get 4 years in prison? Nope. It can also be resisted. Mari twisted her head again to look at Wang Manting. Lawyer Wang, just now the presiding judge said that I can file a protest or a supervisory review. So is it true that I don't have to go to jail? Wang Manting sighed softly and spoke. There's no need to think about it. What's going on with that large unidentified source should be clear in your mind. There's basically no chance of a reversal. Unless you are able to gain Guo Xiujuan's understanding and continue to appeal, perhaps, there is some possibility of a reduction in sentence. After Wang Manting finished speaking, there was also a hint of happiness in his heart. If he just said that he had to help Mari, maybe he even took Mari in with him. Fortunately, worth celebrating. Wang Manting's eyes looked toward Su Bai in the litigation seat. This lawyer Su, he's got skills. On the other hand, after hearing Wang Manting's words, a glimmer of hope rose in Ma Li's heart. It's always nice to have a reduced sentence. In the meantime, outside the courtroom, the moment the verdict was announced, a murmur erupted within Luo Dexiang's live broadcast. Asterisk. Too bad that woman Mari only got 4 years in prison. Why not the death penalty? Yeah, this is a situation where I think the death penalty is reasonable. Dude, I know you're pissed off, but don't be. This death penalty thing, at the moment, if it's not some kind of heinous crime, there's no way the death penalty can be imposed at all. Hey, it's a pity but fortunately the end is good. If for Guo Xiujuan's second trial, still found guilty, that is really disgusting it. Now compensation is made. It is always good, but only compensating more than $1 million. That's a bit too disgusting, isn't it? After all, this matter has caused so much damage to Guo Xiaojun. I think it's best for that what's-his-name Ibo milk powder to go out of business. Going out of business? That's a great idea. That able formula. I think this trial could totally be exposed to those media outlets. Those media outlets love it when there are trials and events with controversial topics like this. Right. Exposed to the media that able milk powder not only produces faulty milk powder, but also maliciously sues the other party in the face of the claimant to get them in. Be direct. Report the milk powder problems to the authorities and expose this company to the public. Just him. Good point. I'll make a detailed list of the courtroom video and what happened and pitch it to the 108 media outlets I follow. Ha ha ha. Jedi. Luo Dexiang looked at the comments in the comment section and smiled. The legal awareness of this session of Water Friends is very strong. Of course, the reason he asked Su Bai to apply for a live broadcast of the trial, aside from avoiding surprises in this live trial, the other reason is to know what kind of legal awareness your group of fans has. He also has an interest in extending the reach of this trial. So far it looks like everything is fine. Exposing unscrupulous businesses is responsible for many families. In the meantime, General Manager's Office of Able Milk Powder. After watching the trial verdict, Dongcheng's entire body froze for several seconds. Sentenced? Guo Xiaojun hired this lawyer a fight 3 froze to win? 4-year prison sentence. The sentence is too heavy, isn't it? Also, didn't this Wang Manting he hired say he was a top-notch criminal lawyer? How can you still have Mari convicted of perjury? Dong grew up, exhaled a breath, face slightly beads of sweat dense, and now Mari was sentenced. That he this one to give money to the, it should be checked too, right? If one is investigated, then one's business and one's own. Isn't it all over? No, there had to be a way to gag that Mari. We also need to find a way to remove the influence of this lawsuit on the Able Milk Powder Company. The courtroom. The corner of Su Bai's mouth slightly raised. This lawsuit is considered to have 1,003 successful. Li Shuezhen, who was beside her, was excited. Lawyer Su. This lawsuit. We won the 1-on-3 fight. 3 in 1 lawsuit. Counselor Su. You are amazing. Li Shuezhen's eyes were filled with little stars and her little face looked at Su Bai with excitement. Su Bai nodded with a slight smile. Aha! It's a win. This lawsuit was a 1-2-3 punch. And the only reason it won was because there was already a big problem in the first trial. As per the judgment of the first instance, prosecution of recovery claims, even if Guo Xiaojun wants more, that is not enough to extortion. It's not unusual for a judgment in the first trial to be so outrageous that a judgment in the second trial can be won. They say it's a 1-2-3 punch. But what's actually challenging is charging Mari with pseudo-incriminating evidence. Of course he can see it. This trial, for charging Mari with perjury, the presiding judge actually let it go, favoring their side. Otherwise, it's a trial they won't easily win, and Mari won't get 4 years in prison. That hard. Of course, from the legal procedures, and the interpretation of the legal provisions, Mali was convicted of perjury that is already nailed on the coffin. It just needs to be supplemented with certain procedures. Li Shuezhen's little face was proud, and in her heart she was thinking, "Humph, stare at whoever didn't." Su Bai twisted his head and noticed Li Shuezhen's expression, and could obviously see what was going through her mind. At the same time, he meditated in his mind. Li is getting farther and farther down the crooked road. Though Li grew crooked, this incident was not brought on by him. Ahem, but as Li's lead attorney, he had an obligation to break back the crooked growth. Break it back, it has to be wrenched back properly. Su Bai meditated. Well, the trial is over. Pack up and get ready to leave. We've got one last item. Li Shuizhen was puzzled. The last item. Hasn't lawyer Su's trial already been played out? Subsequently, Li Shuizhen seemed to have remembered something, and her eyes bio brightened. Okay, Counselor Su. After Su Bai finished speaking, he left straight towards the outside of the courtroom. Li Shuizhen remembered that there was one last item and her little face was excited. After quickly packing up the materials on top of the desktop, Duan followed Su Bai's pace. The little Pikachu's eyes fluttered. After Guo Xiaojun was found not guilty and released in court, he quickly came to Su Bai's front and opened his mouth to thank him as he walked out. Counselor Su, I have to thank you more for this one. If it wasn't for you, this second trial verdict wouldn't have been the same. In particular, the charges you brought against Abel Milk Powder and Mari, Mr. Su, not only cleared my name, but also allowed the guilty to be punished. Counselor Su, thank you. Guo Xiaojun's eyes were red and he bowed deeply to Su Bai. Su Bai smiled and helped Guo Xiaojun up, then spoke. This is what I should do as your client lawyer. After all, I am charging you a retainer fee. Surely I have to do my best for your lawsuit. There's no need to thank me. After helping Guo Xiaojun up, Su Bai noticed Guo's father and mother above the viewing seat. The old couple's eyes were red, looking straight toward Guo Xiaojun's side. From 5 years in prison to being found not guilty. The old couple also ran through the law firms in the entire northern capital and finally found Luo de Xiang, 270-somethings who don't know the law, and no telling what frustrations they've experienced in between. It's safe to say, for Guo Xiaojun's acquittal today, the same amount was paid. Su Bai's gaze fell behind Guo Xiaojun. Then he smiled and pointed behind him with a small gesture. Guo Xiaojun looked behind him and spoke immediately after. Lawyer Su, then I'll go see my parents first. Aha, go on. Su Bai smiled and nodded his head. But at this time, Ma Li, who was in the litigated seat, suddenly shouted loudly, Xiaojun, Xiaojun, I was wrong. Xiaojun, I can't live without you now. Xiaojun, you forgive me. Can you understand me? I was really confused for a moment. Even if you don't think about me, you have to think about our daughter, right? Hearing Ma Li's voice, Guo Xiaojun's expression was serious and his face swished cold. Why don't you think about our relationship when you perjure yourself? Why don't you think about our daughter? Their prior relationship as a couple was bad, and Mari had filed for divorce, which he had not agreed to. The reason for this lies in the fact that Mari wants to split most of the property and is demanding to have custody of her daughter. But he never agreed to Mari's divorce because he thought he hadn't done anything wrong and because he wanted to be able to provide his daughter with a complete home. But he considered himself, in no way, indebted to his wife. What he didn't expect was that his own wife would come and perjure herself when Abel Milk Powder sued him for extortion. Chill. It is reasonable to say that the relationship between the couple is somewhat broken, but not enough to go to this extent. He was really a little confused as to why Mari would do that. But for the moment, why Mari did what she did, he no longer wanted to understand, because there is no need to know anymore. Since the facts had already occurred, there was no room for maneuver between the couple when Mari stood at the first trial to issue the charges. Guo Xiaojun didn't say anything. He knew very well what the other party's reason for wanting his understanding was. Just a faint glance back, followed by a straight walk towards his parents. And on the side, the prosecuting attorney and Fong Xian in the litigated seat were both happily eating their melon. Can't help saying that. One of them acts as a prosecuting attorney and the other as an attorney well versed in disciplinary disputes. I've seen a lot of strange cases of all kinds, but like this one, we all know in our hearts what's going on. Today this melon, they are kind of already in place. It's great. And Su Bai, after the verdict of the second trial, contacted Guo Xiaojun. In response to the 4 points made to you earlier at the guardhouse, now that the first 3 points have been accomplished, should we continue with the 4th point? Guo Xiaojun, yes. Regarding these matters, Counselor Su can handle them with full authority. I trust Counselor Su. Aha, okay. After getting Guo Xiaojun's consent, Su Bai first time to the relevant departments of the first instance of the case of Guo Xiaojun to review and monitor the request. The relevant departments, too, replied in the first instance that they would rigorously scrutinize and monitor the situation. After getting a reply, Su Bai let out a long sigh of relief. The rest is just a matter of waiting. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Regarding the review and supervision of the trial staff of Guo Xiaojun's first instance trial, the relevant departments are still in the process of investigation. Su Bai brought Li Shuizhen back to Nandu first for the time being. Nandu, inside Hakun's law office. During the few days that Su Bai took Li Shuizhen away, by Jun's law firm, with Su Rang and Duan Liang greeting them, the law firm's operation was still considered to be in the process of normal processing. Only, for the recent handful of cases that Bai Jun law firm has received, the two were exhausted. It's not that two people can't take the case over. The main reason is that there are only two of them. But there are so many other miscellaneous material proofs to deal with or errands to run. There's not enough room for two people. Su Zhang is young and strong and can still carry it. But it will be difficult for Duan Liang. Duan Liang, I originally came out to earn more money. But now I suddenly don't want to. Why? Because the big head that had been clanking was now even more clanking. Bright wow wow. Duan Liang's brain frowned and touched his head. Counselor Su, that's a lot of money you're paying. But this case is just too much. The two of us, Su Rang and I, can't handle it at all. I've been out running cases for the last while, often not coming home in the middle of the night, and the one in my house thought I was out stealing. If I keep this up, I'm going to be even more bald. Balder? But you're completely bald now. How much more bald can you get? Facing Duan Liang's complaint, Su Bai spoke. Lawyer Duan, don't worry. The law firm will definitely solve this problem. Assign a trainee attorney to you and attorney CO. Is this okay? Duan Liang touched his head and nodded. It's fine. It'll be easier to handle cases after having a trainee lawyer. The workload will be lightened quite a bit. At least some things won't have to be run by them. Okay. Su Bai also knew that at the moment, the law firm did have quite a few cases, and the two of them, Su Rang and Duan Liang, were indeed too busy. Recruit 2 trainee solicitors and give them both one each. That way, the workload of the 2 men would be drastically reduced, and the case would be able to stay busy. Su Bai handed this matter over to Li Shuezhen. In the meantime, it has been 7 or 8 days since the end of the Guo Xiaojun trial. After the trial is over, Luo Daxiang posted on his own self-media account that there was a fascinating process of the trial of Guo Xiaojuan's second trial as well as his commentary. As a legal commentator with millions of followers across the internet, the video had millions of views upon release and continues to rise. And, about the second trial of Guo Xiaojuan's court hearing, not only Luo Daxiang for release. When the second trial of Guo Xiaojuan's case, the number of people who watched the live broadcast was up to more than 1 million. The number of people and the number of people watching at the same time are not the same. But that kind of frequency is pretty scary. 2. Fans have been sending in spontaneous videos as well. There are even people who send videos to their 108 media followers. Can't help saying that. Now certain media outlets are great at getting to the point and sniffing out the opportunities within. Some small media outlets, even knowing that this is a great opportunity to increase traffic, write copy overnight. Soon, a large number of media outlets followed in unison, posting videos to attract traffic. Traffic attraction copy for major self-publishers. Claims for $5 million against the enterprise sued and sentenced to 5 years in prison. The second trial finally ushered in the belated justice. He fights against the whole enterprise with one man's power, but he is betrayed by his wife. Unexpectedly, he not only fights against the enterprise and pushes it down, but also sends his wife directly to the law. Please look forward to the next episode of The Return of the Justice Messenger. Good man. How about you shelved The Return of the Dragon King? A single 6-letter word. But there's one thing to be said for it. Some small media copy is indeed code for being able to capture traffic. With such an exaggerated headline, it attracted a lot of interest and made more people aware of how the whole case started and what happened. On the internet, for the Ibwa milk powder business is a crusade all the way. Almost a one-sided trend. Many netizens angry comments. Asterisk. What kind of company is this Able Milk Powder? Their own home production of milk powder products to eat people bad. People sued for compensation. You properly with people to discuss the amount of compensation on the line. You also charge people with extortion? What is the meaning of this? It's a completely malicious accusation. If every business was like this, how would people be able to claim? Funny. What's the point of talking about bull legal justice if everyone else who sues is sentenced according to this kind of verdict? I think we should all boycott this Ibwa milk powder and ask the relevant law enforcement units to investigate, as well as to review and monitor the judgment of the first trial to make it public. Yeah, simply outrageous. People buy a milk powder. Body problems? The claim also send people in. If not, people again appeal. Find a good lawyer. Then people in this life is even completely finished. Now only half of the internet is cursing this Able formula. How come the other half has no mouth? Or no hands to type? Outrageous. At the same time, there are a number of organizations that test milk powder on top of the internet. It's published. The composition of the Able formula in question. It shows that there is an excessive amount of a certain element in Able's milk powder, which can have a bad effect on infants and young children. Once the video is released, the network spreads quickly. After all, this is about the children's health problems. Suffered the attention of the whole network. At the same time, Able milk powder also suffered the boycott of the whole network. Soon after, the relevant law enforcement unit ordered Able to suspend the production of milk powder. The original plan to market AIBO's milk powder was directly interrupted, and the milk powder above the market was all returned and the factory's orders were cancelled. Currently, the entire business is paralyzed and on the verge of bankruptcy. Inside the general manager's office, Dong Chang growled frantically, "What's going on? What the hell is going on? Didn't we agree to give the short video platform fees to hold down the heat? What's with the sudden outburst?" Someone under his command reported, "Mr. Dong, our competitors are giving more." Dong Chang was so angry that he just wanted to curse his mother. What does this mean? Isn't that robbing a fire while it lasts? Their AIBO milk powder was originally prepared to go public, which is why he wanted to suppress this matter of Guo Xiaojun. But now it's such a big deal, and the competitors are trying to get in on the action, so they want to see him go bankrupt, right? This is someone's way of messing with him. Isn't it just a single element overload? What's wrong with that? If there is something wrong with your body, just go to the hospital for treatment. Now this matter has exploded, but also made them AIBO milk powder on the verge of bankruptcy. The listing plan is gone. Dong Chang was about to die of anger. Okay, I got it. Dong Chang frowned deeply, hesitated for a while, and then immediately dialed Guo Xiaojun's phone, wanting to try to reconcile with Guo Xiaojun again. Earlier he had arranged for someone to go to Guo Xiaojun to reconcile, but it was rejected. Now he wanted to personally settle the matter. After all, as the general manager of AIBO milk powder, he had already personally lowered his head to settle the matter, and the other party could not refuse again. I've bowed my head. What more do you want from me? But before he could dial the phone, Dong Chang's cell phone had already started broadcasting above. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Dong Chang took a deep breath and was just about to go find someone to continue looking for Guo Xiaojun to talk about reconciliation. But several law enforcement officers suddenly appeared outside the office. The law enforcement officer's face was cold. Are you Dong Chang? Yes, I am. Dong Chang frowned slightly. Still not clear. What was the situation now? Only a few law enforcement officers have been shown the relevant material proof. Hello, we are law enforcement officers from the prosecution. Now you are suspected of a criminal case. Please come with us for a cooperative investigation. Dong Chang? The twists and turns of today's events made Dong Chang's entire body a little confused. Looking at the material certificates presented by the prosecution's law enforcement officers, Dong Chang's heart suddenly sank after repeated confirmations. Didn't he trust his lawyer and already tell Mari that he would pay her a large sum of money as long as she didn't get trotted out? What's going on now? But he apparently ignored the question of the prosecution's ability to scrutinize. Mr. Dong, now please also cooperate and follow us. The prosecution's law enforcement officer reiterated, with seriousness and irrefutability in his voice. Dong Chang grew up and took a breath, looking a little dark in his expression, knowing that this time he would definitely have to shed a layer of skin. But in the face of the law enforcement officers who had already come to his door, there was nothing he could do about it. One could only nod helplessly and speak. Okay, I'll cooperate with you guys. Having said that, he left after the prosecution's law enforcement officers. At this critical moment when AIBO milk powder suffers from public opinion, the general manager was brought in for questioning by the prosecution, and the matter stirred up another furor on the internet. Ha ha ha, asterisk 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 asterisk. Get in there. Send it all in. This guy really deserves it. I think it must be that he bribed that Mari. Can anyone explain what kind of crime this is? How many years will he be sentenced? Let me have a good time. Obstructing perjury, preventing a witness from testifying by means of violence, threat, or bribery, or instructing another person to commit perjury, shall be punished by fixed term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or by detention. If the circumstances are serious, the penalty shall be imprisonment for not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. Generally speaking then, the prosecution brings over for questioning is already in possession of certain factual evidence. If nothing happens, then this Dong Chang goes in is not an accident. The general prosecution lawyers but fierce, not first-class top criminal lawyers simply cannot do it. And the prosecution has already gotten hold of the evidence. I think this Dong Chang is likely to be punished for malicious prosecution and obstruction of testimony in several counts, and can be sentenced to a minimum of 3 years in prison. Ha ha ha, only 3 years in prison? What a bargain. Caution, it's the lowest. On the internet, the denunciation of AIBO milk powder further escalated, and also made Dong Chang into an emoticon. You sue me and I'll send you in. Okay? Transformation. Oh, Mom, I won't do it again. Emojis appeared in all the major comment sections. The original plan to launch AIBO milk powder has long been dashed, and has attracted boycotts from major manufacturers, as well as consumer groups, and is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Now that Dong Chang has been taken into custody by the prosecution, it has poured even more fire on this. The relevant shareholders of the enterprise can be said to hate Dong Chang with a passion. The shareholders concerned are also clear that able milk powder. It is impossible to have any more chances to turn the tide. Each one of them was mentally playing the game, preparing to make their losses less significant. In the meantime, due to the high influence of the internet and the emergence of voices about the fairness or otherwise of legal justice, the relevant law enforcement authorities conducted a full investigation of the trial judge's ruling in the first trial. The conclusion reached was, there were no irregularities in the adjudication process. To put it bluntly, the trial judge's verdict was faulty. But there is nothing wrong with the adjudication process. There is no violation. But in response to this result, it is clear that the public is not satisfied. Challenges were raised as to the standard of the trial by the trial judge of the first instance. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, the relevant authorities also imposed the appropriate penalties on the persons who tried the case in the first instance, transferred from current position and not allowed to return to trial work. This is indeed a relatively heavy penalty for trial staff. Inside Hakun's law office, Li Shuijian's small face collapsed after learning about this matter, and there was a hint of pity in her expression. Almost. Just a little bit more. Too bad. It was so close to sending the judge in. But why was it so close? Li Shuijian murmured in her heart, her mind full of this thought, and listlessness written all over her face. Counselor Su. It's too light a punishment for the trial staff. I thought I could get a heavier sentence. Li Shuijian almost let her mouth slip and hurriedly rounded back. Subai sighed deeply. You still think? What else do you think? Did you still think you could get the trial staff all in? What's on your mind? The legal basis cited and the facts of the judgment are clearly stated inside the first instance judgment. And, after reviewing the inspector's investigation, and the results that came out of the public, Able Enterprises has no involvement with the people involved in the trial. How can we send them all in? Li's head is in the clouds. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice, then spoke. The first trial judge was able to make this kind of judgment. The first point is the prosecution's charge. In the first trial, Wu Xiaojuan's lawyer did not answer the prosecution's charges with a strong defense or evidence. The second point is perjury. In the face of the first trial of Mali perjury, Wu Xiaojuan's lawyers did not have a clear line of defense. That's what led the trial judge to sentence Guo Xiaojun to 5 years in prison. All that can be said is that the trial judge may have had a problem with the inclination of the verdict, but in accordance with the fact that there is no problem, the relevant law enforcement agencies for the first trial of the trial staff may not be engaged in the trial work of the punishment, has not been light. Oh, well, Li Shuijian nodded seriously and gravely, but it was still hard to hide the loss in her heart. Subai didn't say anything more when he saw this, but just asked Li Shuijian to pay more attention to the recruitment of interns. The firm's current staff of 4 lawyers is too small and indeed too busy. Recruiting 2 interns over is almost as good as being a capitalist yourself. At this time, Li Shuijian opened her mouth and inquired, Lawyer Su, then we are recruiting trainee lawyers. Do we still offer a salary? Subai? I want to be a capitalist, not an exploiter. That's the question. You think everyone is like you? A little rich girl with $1 million in pocket money and no internship pay, all did you run over to apply for a job? There's no internship pay, and no one's coming. Offer an internship salary. Let's offer 4,000. Recruitment says 4,000 to 10,000. Specific words. Then say, oh, okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuijian nodded slightly. Soon, the judgment on Guo Xiaojuan's case came down. Earlier, when he was in Baidu, Subai had already said to Guo Xiaojun that he would pay the lawyer's fee after the verdict came down. At the first moment the judgment came down, Guo Xiaojun and his parents then rushed to Baijun law firm in person, ready to express their gratitude to Subai. CZ building. Guo Xiaojun assisted his parents and walked inside the building to the 5th floor, the floor of Hakan's law office. As soon as I walked in, I saw 2 banners placed at the counseling desk. Left, 100% win rate. Ace Su barrister. Right, lawsuit. Akun law firm. Center. There was also a banner sent over by a southbound studio. And here's the banner. Guo Xiaojun had a hint of surprise in his eyes and spoke in a small voice. No wonder Lawyer Su can still win in a fight. Just by looking at the banner, you can tell that Lawyer Su's legal level and business ability, worthy of being a criminal lawyer recommended by Mr. Luo Desiang. Awesome. Guo Wei held his presbyopic glasses slightly on the side and slowly spoke. This Mr. Su, he's really good. We've come to the right place to find Mr. Su to fight Xiaojuan's lawsuit. If it were any other lawyer, Xiaojun wouldn't be able to make it. We have to thank Lawyer Su for this one. Lu Cheng nodded at the side. Right. One must give thanks. The 3 of them lamented, said, and walked into the law firm. Inside the office, Guo Xiaojun and Guo Wei as well as Lu Cheng sat directly opposite Subai, while Li Shuijian sat in the side and back seat of Subai. Subai asked Li Shuizhen to pour a cup of tea for one person. This tea is Subai's wool gathering from Luo de Xiang, a full 3 pounds. Subsequently, Subai handed over the judgment to Guo Xiaojun. Guo Xiaojun carefully surveyed the verdict twice, took a long breath, and immediately afterward opened his mouth and laughed. Thank you, Lawyer Su. The relevant attorney's fees, we will soon pay them to your law firm's account. Lawyer Su. Tomorrow, at the latest, it will arrive. Subai smiled. Well, there's no rush. Thanks, no need to say more. Then the conversation turned and inquired, has the compensation for the able formula arrived yet? At the mention of AI by milk powder, Guo Xiaojun nodded heavily. On the third day after the verdict, the other party requested to settle with me, saying they could increase their compensation. I rejected it outright. TM, maliciously accusing me and now trying to settle with me. By what right? I said straight away that if I didn't pay, I would apply for court enforcement when the time came, and there was already a bit of noise on the internet, so they were afraid of making a big deal out of it, so they went ahead and credited me with the compensation. Now Ibwa milk powder has such a big problem. The original listing plan is ready to be cancelled, and now the various supply chains are in disarray. The whole network is boycotting, and a lot of people have eaten this milk powder, had problems, and applied for rights protection. Able milk powder is already facing bankruptcy. I'm also glad that this group of people paid me out in advance. Otherwise, as things stand now, I wouldn't even be able to ask for the money when the time comes. Aha! Subai nodded slightly. This behavior of the business was exposed online and was found to have serious problems. The internet has such a strong ability to spread. Reputational damage is certain, but like the Able formula, bankruptcy can only be said to be its own problem. Guo Xiaojun continued to speak. Lawyer Su, this time you charged that woman, Ma Li, with perjury, and that woman even tried to ask for my understanding and wanted to reduce her sentence. I rejected it outright. I'm sick of looking at her right now. Lawyer Su, I want to divorce her. What should I do? Should I hire a lawyer and file a divorce case? Subai took a sip of tea and opened his mouth with a smile. It doesn't have to be that much trouble. The court's judgment states that the other side perjured themselves against you. You can just go straight to court and file a divorce decree. Or if you don't think you can get it right, hire a lawyer and net the other guy. Attorney's fees don't cost much in this situation. Okay, Counselor Su. I understand. I definitely won't take advantage of that woman for nothing. Guo Xiaojun's tone is filled with anger. Subai could understand Guo Xiaojun's mood. After all, a good defender of his rights suffered a backstabbing from his own wife, which is an unacceptable thing for anyone to do. Guo Wei and Lu Qing's old couple took a deep breath. Hey, who would have thought that Mari would help other people to harm my child? Hearing his parents' words, Guo Xiaojun's face changed slightly. Subai noticed the change in Guo Xiaojun's face. Mental note. It seems that Guo Xiaojun knows the inside story of Ma Li's backstabbing, but the other side does not say. They are not good to ask more. But, by using Mari's earlier bank flow, it can be roughly understood that there is likely to be a problem on top of money. Scammed? Or are you being killed on a piggy bank? How about an internet high roller? A kill tray? Subai shook his head slightly and did not continue to guess. After all, this was someone's family matter. Immediately afterward, the two sides talked to each other for about 2 more hours. Guo Xiaojun said that his work problems do not have to worry about his things on the network after the dissemination of some companies to see him in this situation. Take the initiative to recruit him, and the relevant law enforcement unit has issued him a certificate of innocence. He now falls under the category of being a non-criminal record holder, and his annual salary is a bit different from what it was earlier, but it can be raised with experience. For that matter, Subai performed the doxology. At the same time, Guo Xiaojun also said another thing, that is, the prosecution accused Dong Chang of malicious prosecution and obstruction of testimony. Lawyer Su, how many years do you think this Dong Chang, as the person behind the scenes, can probably be sentenced if he is indicted for malicious prosecution and obstruction of testimony? Subai pondered a little for a few seconds, then immediately opened his mouth and laughed. Based on my experience, since the prosecution has already taken Dong Chang into custody and filed an indictment, it may be that Mali has charged Dong Chang out in order to reduce his sentence and provided a complete factual chain of evidence. Malicious accusation. That will depend on the caliber of the prosecution's charge, but with the second trial defense in your case providing the template, that shouldn't be too difficult. The combination of the two would probably result in a 5 to 6 year prison sentence. It's a bargain to get only 5 or 6 years. Guo Xiaojun had a hint of exasperation in his tone. Subai nodded slightly and didn't say anything. It has had such a big impact on other people's lives, and if it wasn't for the acquittal in the second trial, then it's safe to say that Guo Xiaojun's entire life would have been ruined. For Guo Xiaojun, Dong Chang was sentenced to only 5 or 6 years, which is indeed light, but since it is so stated in the law, it is not good for him to express anything. After Guo Xiaojun had finished saying thank you and chatting about the relevant situation, he took Guo Wei and Lu Qing both to leave the law house. Su Bai let out a long breath before he heard Li Shuizhen open her mouth to inquire again. Attorney Su, I'm now a trainee lawyer with 6 consecutive wins. Can I become a partner of our law firm after the transfer? Su Bai? This Li, why are you asking this question all of a sudden? P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. As she questioned Su Bai, Li Shuizhen's small face was tinged with anticipation. Eyes blinking, he looked at Su Bai. Su Bai, click one's tongue. You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Ahem. Su Bai dryly coughed twice, collected his expression, and continued to speak. Counselor Li, do you remember what I told you the last time you joined the firm? Li Shuizhen's small face was puzzled. Her mouth pursed slightly. What did you say, Counselor Su? Su Bai rubbed his temples. Didn't I tell you earlier? You'll be promoted to partner when you're transferred. Become the #1 partner in our law firm. Now that you ask that question, do you think I'm painting you into a corner? Li Shuizhen's eyes narrowed slightly, full of smiles. Oh, okay Counselor Su. I remember. No Counselor Su. I didn't think so. Su Bai gazed at Li Shuizhen. Looking at the appearance, it was definitely not something that just came to mind. Shouldn't be worried that I'm just painting her a picture. As for the purpose of Li Shuizhen's asking about this, what was the? Su Bai shook his head slightly. He also didn't understand why Li Shuizhen would suddenly ask this question, so he didn't continue to think about it. Only, he always felt that it was getting a bit hard to grasp what Li was thinking now. What happened to the promised stupid and clear-headed college girl? Growing a heart? Li Shuizhen, on the other hand, was all smiles, her little face full of delight, and did happily left the office to go about her work. Outside the office, he happened to bump into Su Rang, who had come to look for Su Bai. Click one's tongue. Seeing Li Shuizhen's face full of smiles, Su Rong shook his head slightly and let out a long sigh in his heart. Mr. Feng, take care of yourself. The cabbages are going to be picked. The thing about recruiting is that it's still a work in progress. Nandu Law University. Inside the girls' dormitory, Li Shuizhen filled out the recruitment as Su Bai had given her. Job description, trainee attorney. Salary 4,000 to 10,000 dollars. Negotiable. Job description. Working hours. It was time to fill in the conditions that Sheridan Li had put in. Immediately, there were a few people who greeted Li Shuizhen on the recruitment software. In Nandu, 4,000 intern lawyer salary is not low. Most of the small and medium-sized law firms cannot reach this level. Most of the recruitment written on the 3,000 to 6,000. This 4,000 to 10,000 from White and June's law firm makes it appealing. Soon, as a professional trainee lawyer, Michelle Li denied certain people who came to submit their resumes. The main thing is that some people are not very knowledgeable about some of the laws and have not yet passed the LSAT. So naturally, it was denied away. After all, he's going to be a partner in Hawkins' law firm. So for By June law firm to recruit intern lawyers, this matter, extra serious. Of course, to cast there are some resumes look good. Li Shuizhen immediately issued an invitation to interview. Soon, 2 days passed. Sheridan Li satisfactorily submitted an interviewer's profile. Receiving this information, Su Bai nodded with satisfaction and complimented. Not bad. Well done. Our law firm is really not good at some things without you. Li Shuizhen's eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile when she was praised. Lawyer Su, this is all what I should do. Su Bai nodded with a slight smile, followed by superimposing a portion of the information he had screened over the information submitted by Li Shuizhen for the interviewers. These are the ones I screened in my spare time. So let's interview them together then, and set the interview for the day after tomorrow. There's no problem with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen nodded seriously and gravely. Inside the women's dormitory of the Nandu Law University, Wang Kerson's little pill-popping head is wilted and listless. Li Shuizhen looked at Wang Kerson in this state of mind and was a little puzzled. Ever since she had returned from Baidu the last time, Wang Kerson asked herself and Su Bai one after another, how the lawsuit went, and whether anything happened in the middle. Kagome was still in good spirits at that time. Now what? Kagome, what's wrong with you? Li Shuizhen inquired in a small voice, and at this time, the small pill-headed Wang Kerson spoke in a small voice. Yuki Jin, we're almost graduated and I'm just now realizing that I'm going to do an internship. During this time, I pitched several big law firms for an internship, and they didn't want me. And then I found another firm that seemed to be doing okay. Internships don't pay too badly. I have an interview in 2 days, but I'm afraid people will give me another rejection. Face it, Li Shuizhen wrinkled her brow. Wang Kerson's legal level indeed did not meet the qualifications to enter a big law firm, but she reassured her little sister. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. There's definitely no problem with the internship if it's a small law firm. After all, our Nandu Law University still has a great reputation. But, can Roku-chan learn anything? Hearing Li Shuizhen's comforting words, Mariko's head spirit recovered a lot, but there was still a bit of not-so-sure worry in her tone. Hearing this, Li Shuizhen thought of Baijun's law firm and comforted her. Don't worry. Some of the small law firms are still pretty good. Maybe you've come across it. You can certainly learn a lot of legal expertise. Oh yeah. Li Shuizhen's small face tightened as she suddenly remembered a very important matter and opened her mouth to inquire. Which law firm did you vote for? Maybe I even know. It's a regular little law firm. What's the name? Baijun Law Firm. I've learned that although this law firm is not large, the internship salary is not low, and its popularity in the South Metropolitan Law Circle is not low either. Li Shuizhen froze for several seconds. What did you say? What law firm? Hakan Law Office. What's wrong with Seoljin? What's wrong? Baijun Law Firm. Isn't that the law firm she's interning at now? I can't say there's no problem, only that it's not a big problem. Wang Kerson voted for Baijun Law Firm, and it just so happens that she interned at Baijun Law Firm as well. It's a bit of a coincidence. Li Shuizhen frowned slightly, not knowing what to say. After all, right, Kagome had originally thought she was interning at a big law firm. Forget about the fact that by then Kerson would recognize herself during the interview. In the meantime, let's give Kerson a shot and not tell her about it for now. After making up her mind, Li Shuizhen opened her mouth. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that from what I've been told, this Baijun law firm, it's a great law firm. If you go to the interview, there's definitely no problem. Yuki Jin, how did you know that this Hakun law firm is awesome? I'll give you a few days and you'll see. Oh, well then, Wang Kerson didn't ask anything more. Just the little pill on top of her head, rejiggered. The 2 days flew by. The time for the interview at Baijun Law Firm is quickly approaching. On the day of the interview, Wang Kerson dressed solemnly and deliberately asked Li Shuizhen before going. Shuizhen, do you think I'm suitable for the interview in this outfit today? As she spoke, Wang Kerson's little pill head even swayed a little with the wind. The fit. Li Shuizhen nodded solemnly with a small face, nodding and opening her mouth without any hesitation. Immediately after, the little face caved in and a deep sigh was silently recited. I wonder how Kagome will react when she sees me. CZ Building. 5 layers. There were about 10 people who came for interviews at White and Jun's law firm. The people interviewed this time were selected by Li Shuizhen and Subai, and the requirements were relatively higher. Soon, the interviewers were accompanied one by one into the room where they were to be interviewed and later came out. There was loss in some people's expressions, and excitement in others. Seeing this, Wang Kerson's little pills kept shaking, and nervousness was written all over her little face. Soon, a voice of next. Wang Kerson came from inside. Wang Kerson walked into the office where the interview was taking place with small steps. The interviewers for Su Bai, Li Shuizhen, Su Rang, Duan Liang. This, after Wang Kerson walked into the interview office, her eyes glared with a thief's roundness and her little pill head shook vigorously. Of the 4 people interviewed, she knew 2. Snow Jane goes without saying, roommate, and this one definitely recognizes it. Su Ling he also knew. Su Rong was Shuizhen's senior brother, whom she had met twice before when she was inside the school. As for the other 2, she didn't recognize them, but could guess roughly. Duan Liang looks middle-aged, already married. Michelle Lee has said that the lawyer who took her on in the beginning was a young lawyer. Then the only lawyer who'd take Snow Jane would be Subai. Aha! Long and handsome, in line with what the novel depicts. TSK, TSK, TSK. But come to think of it, Li Shuizhen hadn't previously disclosed to herself that she had worked at Baijun's law firm. Wang Kuxian also understood that she definitely couldn't reveal her relationship with Shuizhen during the interview. Mariko gently shook, exhaled in a small breath, and after adjusting her emotions, Wang Kuxian opened her mouth. Hello interviewers. Wang Kerson is introducing himself. Subai had already noticed Wang Kuxian's little expression just now, and his gaze subconsciously looked toward Li Shuizhen. Nando's Law University, Senior. The expression on his face just now was clearly known to Li Shuizhen. This, Su Rang is Li Shuizhen's senior brother, this time another classmate. TSK, TSK, Subai has already begun to doubt that this law so after is still not his. It's all about little Li's connections now. The above was simply a joke, and the law firm is definitely still his. But there's nothing to recruiting in a trainee lawyer with connections. It doesn't matter if you are down to earth and serious about being a trainee lawyer. Then again, this Wang Kerson's resume was screened by him. graduated from South Law University, competent as a trainee lawyer. There should not be any difficulty. The interview ended quickly. Regarding the selection of trainee lawyers, Duan Liang had no opinion, neither did Li Shuizhen. And as for Su Rong, he had even less of an opinion. Based on the interviews, Su Bai quickly identified the candidates to be recruited. One is a small pill-popping head, Wang Kersen, and the other is a boy, Nandu University law student, named Wang Kongjie, about 1.78 m, good body. The result of assigning trainee lawyers is, Duan Liang rubbed his bald head and said he needed a male trainee lawyer. After all, civil cases sometimes involve certain dispute situations that require a strong trainee lawyer to ensure safety issues. Su Bai nodded heavily when he heard this. He had a deep understanding of this kind of thing. So without hesitation, Wang Kongjie was assigned to Duan Liang as a trainee lawyer. Wang Kersen, on the other hand, was assigned to Su Rong as a trainee lawyer. With 2 trainee lawyers, the number of lawyers in the firm expanded to 6 at once. And, for now, the firm has no shortage of small cases and enough staff. Baijun Law Firm is sort of on a journey to expand and begin to flourish. In the meantime, dormitory for girls at the University of Southern France. Wang Kersen in the interview back, inquired about Li Shuizhen. That is, Baijun Law Firm. Su Bai's internship lawyer after the dark rubbed the excitement of the opening. Yuki Jin, and you didn't tell me that you're working as a trainee lawyer at Shirikin Law Firm. I've inquired about this Su Bai lawyer. He's quite well known in the industry, and he's fought several lawsuits that are very powerful. Hey! Facing Wang Kuxian's inquiry, Li Shuizhen's small face froze, not knowing what to say. Immediately afterward, Wang Kuxian continued to open her mouth with a smile. Shuizhen, look, doesn't Lawyer Su's macho man persona go well with you as a trainee lawyer? Li Shuizhen? Ahem, I read them all in novels. And, don't you think the boss's wife is no better than a partner? Partner. Hearing the partner, Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up. Hearing the second half of the sentence, Xiao Li's small face collapsed, not knowing what was going through his mind. Seeing this, Wang Kersen patted Li Shuizhen's shoulder, and the small face was filled with eating melon very seriously. Shuizhen, don't worry, based on my countless novel readings, I can definitely help you. Wang Kersen can be described as a proper veteran of romance novels. In the beginning, when Li Shuizhen traveled to the northern capital, she began to kowtow to the novel like crazy, kowtowing to Li Shuizhen and her lead attorney. Now on board, after learning about the specifics of the situation, it was even more exciting to ignite that stupid energy inside. Su Bai, you said college students are all clear and simple. No, how come it's all crooked? P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Inside Hakun's law office. Currently, the functioning within the law firm is in order. Su Bai could see it. Li Shuizhen, an innocent female university, and Wang Kersen, a small pill head, are closely related. And Wang Kersen, the little pill head, and Su Rong seemed to know each other, but they didn't look that familiar. Then the answer is already obvious. I think it's a roommate. After clearing this thought, Su Bai took a sip of the tea he had gathered from Luo de Xiang and let out a long sigh of relief. After the law firm recruited the trainee lawyers, Duan Liang and Su Rong gave the trainee lawyers the job of running cases and handling miscellaneous matters. The workload is considerably lighter. He had also cleared a lot of time in the past few days without taking on a case. A small life is not too bad. Phew. Su Bai sipped his tea and let out a long breath. It felt good to feel the tea brewed from this $500 a pound tea flowing down my throat. It's so much better than that $6,999 for 3 pounds of tea. Apparently, the store owner had made at least $6,999 for that $6,999 3 pounds of tea in the past. Thinking about this, Su Bai felt the need to make a trip to the tea store. So, greeting Li Shuizhen, he left the law firm, ready to go to the tea store to ask what was going on. He's not going to get screwed for nothing. As a well-known lawyer, you need to take up the weapons of the law to protect yourself if you're just going to get screwed over. Otherwise it would have been a joke for 2.5 years. As soon as Li Shuizhen heard Su Bai take himself out, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but ask curiously, Counselor Su, what are we going to do? Is there a new case? Is this case a criminal case? 3 questions in a row. When it comes to criminal cases, Li Shuizhen's small face is serious, and there is excitement in her tone. Su Bai rubbed his brow. No, there's something that needs to be dealt with. Just follow me. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Hearing that it was not a criminal case, Li Shuizhen's excited little face lost its flesh. Seeing this, Su Bai didn't say anything more, just thinking about when he could break Li Shuizhen back. Soon, the two came to the tea store where Su Bai often bought tea. The owner of the store is a nearly 200-pound, undersized man. After seeing Su Bai, the shopkeeper seemed to have seen a small fortune. He hurriedly greeted, Boss Su. May Mr. Su be rich? Has Boss Su gotten rich again recently? I have new 12,993 pounds of small extreme tea leaves here. Boss Su, would you like to try it? Subai smiled and nodded. Can. Let's make a cup and taste it first. Okay. The tea store owner smiled and opened his mouth, then made a cup of tea for Subai. Subai slowly took a taste. Oh, my god. This tea, compared to Luo Dashan's 500 pounds of tea, is still a bit of a gap. Of course, in terms of the gap, Subai means it is not as good as Luo Dashan's 500 pounds of tea. Good guy. Together with this 12,993 pounds of tea, the shopkeeper made 12,000 with tears? Geez. Counterfeiting. Subai also does not pretend. Directly showdown. First bought 3 pounds, and then asked the store owner, is not to give him on the fake goods. The tea store's owner's expression visibly froze for a moment, followed by a smile as he opened his mouth. Boss Su. What are you talking about? Our store is a reputable veteran store. If there is any problem, we are willing to fake it and pay for it. Okay. Subai instantly clapped his hands and nodded, pulling out the evidence. 2 bags of tea. Placed it on the tabletop. These are 2 bags of tea. One is the tea you sold me for 6,999.30 pounds, and the other is the tea my friend gave me for $500 a pound. I didn't bother to make an appraisal for now, but you can taste it first, and if you're still convinced that there's nothing wrong with it, then I won't say anything more. Looking at the 2 packets of tea on the table, the shopkeeper knew very well in his heart that what he was selling was indeed not worth the price. Taking a long breath, he slowly spoke. Boss Su, it's like this. This tea in our house, it is this flavor. No, I'm holding the evidence in front of you, and you're still talking tough? How can I not know if this tea is good or not? I don't know much about tea, but I drink a lot of it. It's all about the flavor, right? Subai dryly coughed twice. Cough. In that case, then there's nothing more to say. And at this time, Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up and sized up the shopkeeper. For some reason, the shopkeeper suddenly felt a chill in his body and hurriedly stopped Subai. Boss Su, let's have a talk. Don't go. Boss Su, if you think there's something wrong with this tea of mine, I can give you some compensation. Fake 1 for 10? Ha? This. The store owner was a little hesitant and nervous, and when he heard the other party offer to pay for the fake one, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Boss Su, you wouldn't be the relevant law enforcement officer, would you? No. I'm a lawyer. Subai smiled and opened his mouth. Hearing the lawyer, the store owner breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But at this time, Li Shuizhen was heard speaking in a whisper again. Mr. Su, our law firm, Baijun Law Firm, has had a total of 6 cases this year, and sent 4 people to court. This store owner. I just recorded everything the store owner said, and everything he said can be used as trial testimony. Counselor Su. Let's. Subai? Shopkeeper? No, I just sold it for a slightly higher price. Why are you little girls full of ideas to send me in? The shopkeeper's face was flustered quickly, and followed the words of Li Shuizhen to check the Baijun law firm. Good lord, this law firm is indeed awesome, and with this Boss Su in front of us, Lawyer Su is even better. Geez, compensation. I compensate. Who knows what will happen if we don't pay for this situation? Counselor Su, it's like this. The tea leaves that were previously offered to you do have certain problems. In terms of price then, it may be that I have made a mistake in my estimation. I will make full compensation. Hearing the tea store owner's words, the corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. I have to say, Li is pretty talented in the assist department. The store owner not only compensated tenfold, but also gave 3 extra pounds of nice tea for nothing. And promise, hang a reminder in front of the store for a public apology. This thing kind of fell apart. Subai originally wanted to ask for a statement. If the shopkeeper was rude and unreasonable, he would directly take away a set of moves. Still, the person was sincere, compensated promptly, and offered a public apology. If you sue on your own, the most you can expect is this compensation, and it will take time to sue. Solely a straightforward settlement. After walking out of the store, Li Shuizhen's small face spread out. She had expected the store owner to stiffen up a bit when she heard that. By then, so there's a chance? But to my surprise, the store owner offered to make compensation. This thing, it's kind of a settlement. Hey, Li's face is sad. No case at all. 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 After dealing with the tea store, Subai and Li Shuizhen returned to Baijun Law Office. Inside the office, a small sip of the shopkeeper's tea for nothing, looking out the window at the skyscrapers, and a light breath of silence. Grip and Grip's tea just tastes good, But the view from the window? Well, there's no view out the window at all. It's all skyscrapers. The skyscrapers are an eyesore. Subai withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. At the end of the day, law firms are not big enough. If the size of the law firm is large enough, then he moved directly to the high-rise, where there are still so many high-rise buildings, and when you look around, it is not all a proper landscape? Click one's tongue. The law firm's business still needs to continue to grow. Currently the firm has a certain degree of visibility in the South Metropolitan lawyer circle. After the Penguin case, there were quite a few cases, but not many civil and commercial cases, not many financial cases. You know, these two cases are very gold-drawing cases. Sometimes, one case is enough to feed other law firms for a year. Only, Baijun Law Office is still too small. Those civil and commercial cases and the big financial cases, not to mention the fact that they themselves feed the legal services, right? Even if some of the legal services cannot be resolved, it's business and some of the country's top law firm lawyers have certain business dealings. As for them, they do currently have business dealings with South Tour, which is a first step out, but it's still not enough. Worrying people. When will you really be a big capitalist? Just as Subai was thinking. Knock knock knock. Outside the office, a knock sounded on the door. Duan Liang finished knocking on the door, touched his naked brain, smiled, and pushed the door in. Attorney Su. Sit down. Subai smiled and opened his mouth, pouring Duan Liang a cup of tea. During this period of time, Duan Liang hadn't been busy since he came to Baijun Law Firm. Why does he know? Because before Duan Liang came, the head was bald, but the scalp was at least white. But now, the scalp was black. It was enough to see that during this period of time, Duan Liang was indeed tired and often ran outside. After Duan Liang received the teacup, he sat down on the sofa and opened his mouth with a smile. Counselor Su, I came over to see you because I wanted to communicate with you about the recent case. Hearing Duan Liang's words, Subai nodded slightly. Counselor Duan, if there's something you want to say, you can just say it. Duan Liang's round face relaxed quite a bit and spoke after rubbing a handful of heads. That's right, Counselor Su. Our law firm has now recruited 2 trainee lawyers, and we don't have to run a lot of the cases between lawyer Su and I personally. We've both been slightly free the last few days, taking advantage of our free time. Lawyer Su and I have done a general summary of the cases our law firm has taken on recently. Most of the cases that our law firm receives at the moment are small civil and commercial cases. It's a lot of attorney's fees extracted per case, but it's not a lot. The meaning of my discussion with Counselor Su is, Counselor Su, you don't want the law firm to fail to progress. Subai? That's true. Why does it smell funny? Looking at Duan Liang's slightly blackened brain and the smile that showed. Ahem. Subai dryly coughed twice and hurriedly opened his mouth. Think. I definitely want Baijun Law Office to grow. Did Lawyer Duan and Lawyer Su discuss any results? Duan Liang smiled and nodded. Based on the current situation then, the results have indeed been discussed. But that may require the cooperation of Attorney Su. Say, aha! After Duan Liang left, Subai took a deep breath. This solution, indeed, has some feasibility, and it might actually expand the size of the law firm. But do this. Will it be beaten? The few lawsuits the firm has fought so far have really made a name for themselves in the South Metro legal community. But this reputation attracts mostly medium-sized and some simple-sized cases. Obviously, Duan Liang also really have for the law firm to consider, but also deliberately and Su rang to discuss a little bit before speaking with himself. But, Duan Liang gave out the method. Too simple and crude. Use your connections directly to pull cooperation from other law firms? Then use his popularity and reputation from these few lawsuits to determine the relationship between their Hakun law firm and other business partnerships. False business warfare. I used some sort of brilliant business technique. Real business warfare. I swing a hoe and dig you up. Although, he's a law firm, but that's pretty much it. And Duan Liang also guaranteed, brought over just their own contacts in the case, are going through the normal process, did not deliberately go to dig the wall. Subai nodded in agreement. After all, the fact that Duan Liang was able to pull in a case would indicate that the other parties had some kind of trust in Duan Liang. The thing about digging in the wall is quickly coming to a head. Duan Liang Ho's swing is very good. Directly using contacts, to the law firm pulled 2 business cooperation. I don't know what Duan Liang said to the 2 heads of business cooperation. After the 2 business leaders had a meal with Subai, they immediately decided to cooperate with Baijun Law Firm. Subai knew that it was his own lawsuit against Penguin, and he had made a name for himself. Duan Liang took advantage of this and negotiated 2 business partnerships. Everything was for the development of the law firm, and Subai didn't say much. He prefers the more such cooperation the better. After all, wouldn't it be nice to pull off a partnership for just one meal? Sure, The reason why Duan Liang would be willing to use his connections to pull in business cooperation for the law firm, apart from the fact that he borrowed Su Bai's fame and was able to conduct better negotiations, was one aspect. More importantly, the big cake Su Bai drew for him. It was a real big cake. It's not a light drawing. That's a really big pie. It's hunger resistant, top quality, and filling. Inside Hakun's law office, with Duan Liangla's business cooperation, the law firm has indeed gotten a considerable boost in size so far. Phew. Su Bai let out a long breath and took a sip of tea, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Now look at it this way. Law firms are getting better and better. It seems. One needs to continue to work hard to make the law firm known and better pull in business partnerships. You know, business partnerships can be much more lucrative than lawsuits. Those first-class top law firms generally have deep business and cooperative relationships with large corporations. They law firms, they have a long way to go. TSK TSK TSK. Keep up the good work. And in the meantime, Nando's Law University, where the little pill-popping head Wang Kurson is giving Li Shuaisian a run for her money. She's been at the law firm for a while now and she's realized, sheesh, perfect match. For her not to set the two up would be for all the years she'd spent reading novels for nothing. Yuki-chan. But, after her words fell, Wan Kuxian did not hear any response from Li Shuaisian. Lower your head and look. I'm studying criminal law. Okay, there's still a chance for that later. Wan Kuxian nodded slightly, her little face pitying, her little pill head fluttering in the wind. After Baijun Law Firm took two business partnerships, the expansion of law firms has entered a period of some stagnation. And there hasn't been any good cases lately. Some small cases and small-scale cases Su Bai has handed over to Su Rang and Duan Liang to deal with. Currently, his job description is to take on, within the law firm, some relatively complex cases. To put it bluntly, you don't take cases that aren't awesome. What could be left to Duan Liang and Su Rang to deal with, was left to the two of them. In response, Su Bai hadn't opened his mouth to say anything, but Li Shuaisian was a bit anxious. What about a 7-game winning streak? It's been days. Her 7th trainee attorney case is still pending. No. And go back to the tea store with Mr. Su, tea shop owner. No. I was guarding against that. You weren't looking at me quite right back then at the tea store. Luckily I'm a witty batch. Pay what you need to pay in advance. Say what you need to say. And soften what you need to soften. Now that your 7th case is gone, you think of me? It's useless to think of me. Nah. I'm reconciled. Don't think about me. Sheesh. Tea store owners really do have the ability to anticipate risks in advance. Hey, Li's small face was very sad. Lying on his workstation, his eyes were dull and listless. Click one's tongue. Wang Kurson, who was at the other trainee lawyer's workstation, noticed how Li Shuaisian was behaving. A secret sigh of relief. Nothing was said, but she understood the pain in her sister's heart. Probably, just think of something. Wang Kurson mumbled in her heart. These two little sisters think about each other. And they don't hold anyone back. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. I'll ask the administration if they'll let me. I want to write this. Haifeng Law Firm. Sha Haibao nodded slightly inquiringly when confronted by a large, dark man who came over for legal help. Tell me what's going on with this case. Okay. The big man nodded sharply. That's right, Lawyer Sha. Half an hour later, after the big man finished stating the case, there was clearly a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Lawyer Shao. I was referred here by an old friend of mine who said that your law firm is great and can win any case, so I came over to consult with you. Mr. Shah. This case, I know it's a bit troublesome, so I want to ask Lawyer Shao for your help. Lawyer Shao, do you think this case can be fought? After listening to the dark big man describe the whole case, Shao Haibao inquired a few questions, then frowned slightly. This is a case he can indeed take. No questions asked. But he's not good at this aspect of the case. There was no certainty that it would win the case. The case, based on Dahan's description, has clearly involved other aspects of the law and a certain amount of administrative litigation. Be aware of this aspect of administrative litigation. Not very messy. What's more, he is well versed in civil, has some research on civil litigation and civil cases. But what can I say about other laws and administrative law? Not too familiar. Every lawyer has areas in which every lawyer specializes. It involves administrative aspects. It's true that you can fight, but it's not always a fight. For a lawyer like him, the impact of not winning a case and possibly having his reputation tarnished is significant. Xiao Haibao took a deep breath and opened his mouth to inquire. Have you searched for other law firms regarding this case? The big man slowly shook his head, his expression looking a bit rushed. I didn't go to any other law firm for this case. It was the first one I found. Haifeng Law. That means you, Mr. Shao. The big man saw Xiao Haibao's difficulty and carefully opened his mouth to inquire. Lawyer Shao. Isn't this case hard to fight? Can't win? Xiao Haiba smiled and shook his head. How can I say this case? It's a certain degree of difficulty, but it's not to the extent that it's completely unwinnable. The main reason it's not a good fight is that I'm a lawyer who focuses on the civil side of things, and I'm not very well versed in administrative litigation and other areas. Your case involves not only an administrative proceeding, but also a certain amount of criminal proceedings. Those two areas are not my area of expertise. On this point, I have no need to hide it and need to inform you in advance. But I can refer you to other attorneys who are well versed in the areas of administrative litigation and criminal litigation. But of course, that's based on your willingness to accept. If you don't want to, you can go to another law firm. It's up to you. Okay, thank you, Lawyer Shaw. I'll take care of Lawyer Shaw then. I don't know any other lawyers, and I'd like to ask Mr. Shaw to introduce me to other lawyers and recommend them. The big dark man's face was filled with gratitude. Xiao Haiba smiled and nodded without saying anything more, and after sending the dark big man away, he frowned slightly, thinking about who to ask for help. Seconds later, dial a number. Lawyer Wang. Yes, it's me. I have a case on my side that has come to our law firm. It's about some other criminal and administrative pairs. Listen, I'll keep it simple then. Okay. After Xiao Haiba finished telling, Wang lawyer the silent thinking for a few seconds, refused the case entrusted. This case, it's not a good one, and if it's lost at trial, it's going to hurt your reputation. Xiao Haiba opened his mouth in doubt. Can't fight it? Aren't you the main administrative litigator? But there's also a certain criminal element to this case, and I don't know much about that side of criminal. Indeed, that's true. After all, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to get involved. Okay, that's a pain in the ass. I'll ask someone else. Or if not, I'll just have the client find another law firm. Okay. Trouble. It's okay. After exchanging pleasantries and hanging up the phone, Xiao Haiba let out a long breath, took a sip of tea, and sat on the sofa, looking through his address book. For a while, it was hard to know who to call for this lawsuit. The case had been referred to him by an old friend of the big, dark man, an old friend with whom he had, how shall we say, an okay relationship. I've been going to their law firm for all my cases, and I'm kind of a familiar face. There are certain business dealings, not a big client, but not a small one either. If you reject it directly, it will definitely have a certain impact on your customers. But this case, it does seem a bit tricky. Xiao Haiba took a sip of tea, followed by a long breath, thinking about how to go about resolving this matter. In the meantime, inside the Hakun law office, Subai is holding a meeting of the law firm and briefly emphasizes and analyzes the development issues of the firm's general plan. Also emphasized, the two new interns, Wang Kurson and Wang Kangjie, can ask more questions if they don't understand anything, and if they are too embarrassed to ask their lead attorney, they can ask Li Shuezhen more. But, honestly, Subai was worried that Li Shuezhen had brought the two trainee lawyers astray. TSK. Subai shook his head, not continuing to think on this issue for the time being. After the meeting was adjourned, Subai briefly summarized the business of the law firm. The law firm's current main business is in several areas. First, civil commercial. Second, small-scale criminalization. Third, company business cooperation. Based on the current performance of law firms, all three of these areas are generating a significant amount of revenue for law firms. But recently, the law firm also had nothing left to expand, which left Subai idle. First day here at leisure, TSK, nice little day. The next day of idleness, TSK, Day 3. It's getting a little boring. Day 4. Teaching the interns, trying to break the crooked Lee back. And, Lee can't be allowed to lead the other interns astray again. Day 5. Well, failing to break the long crooked Lee back. A long way to go. This thing needs to be looked at long term. In the meantime, good to have an awesome case to fight. It's a little uncomfortable to be idle. In addition, he talked to Su Rang and Duan Liang about the law firm's case. Day 6. Gee, I hope to come up with an awesome case. Continue to expand the law firm's reach. On the 7th day, Subai was bored and brushed his friend's circle, and saw the friend circle sent by Xiao Haiba. What? I recently took on a tough case with ideas about administrative litigation and criminal law. Mutual friends, TSK. This case is a bit tricky. Criminal law and administrative proceedings. This case should require an administrative review, right? It looks like it should be a 1-2 punch. The odds are, this is not a good case to help. Mr. Shaw, your law firm can't handle this case. Posting it in your circle of friends, do you think we can handle it? The content inside the circle of friends was probably these. Xiao Haiba frowned slightly when he saw the content of these comments. Not a good fight, of course he knows, or else he wouldn't have asked in the circle of friends. It's not like I'm being forced to do it. Just, this case does seem a bit tricky. The competent ones can't see it and the incompetent ones can't fight it. I'm going to have to push it. While Xiao Haiba was thinking about it, he suddenly noticed the likes of his friend's circle. Subai liked your circle. Xiao Haiba slammed his head. How did he forget about Subai? This case he thought of the administrative side, but there is also a criminal side. Previously, he has been looking for a lawyer partner in administrative litigation. The reason why the other side are reluctant is because the case, in addition to the administrative aspects of the case, is also involved in the criminal aspects. This case, in particular, is just as tricky on the criminal side, and the case is honestly a bit small for that kind of top-notch lawyer, and it's not worth it to take such a case for nothing. And people are top-notch lawyers from big law firms and don't bother with this kind of case. Su White's law firm should be required, and on the criminal side, Subai's got a knack for this. You're a top-notch criminal lawyer. This case is given to Subai. No matter how bad the criminal aspect is, it can be solved. Thinking of this, Xiao Haiba immediately sent a message to Subai. Busy? Not busy. If you're not busy, Lawyer Su, this case I posted in my circle of friends. Interested? Subai. This case is a bit interesting. Ahem. Such a powerful case. Isn't Lawyer Su interested? Consider it a favor. In the future, if Lawyer Su has any need for my help or the help of Haifeng Law Firm, just mention it. I absolutely have no second thoughts. Subai, that's what you've been waiting for. Criminal plus administrative proceedings. That's like expanding their law firm's business. It's such an awesome case. I'm sure I should take a hand in it. What's more, it has also gained the friendship of Shoheibo. Subai immediately said, okay, help each other out. It just so happens that the recent period of time, I have nothing too busy. This case can be taken. No problem. Hearing that Subai had agreed, Xiao Haiba let out a long sigh of relief. Then this matter is thanks to Lawyer Su. If there is anything in the future, you can greet me. Lawyer Shaw is welcome. After ending the chat, Xiao Haiba then sent more details about the case to Subai. After Subai read the case, he frowned slightly. This case, indeed, has a certain degree of difficulty. A long breath. There is difficult. But there is no problem to pick up. After looking at the case in detail, Subai messaged Xiao Haiba back. This case, our law firm took it. When can we meet the parties and meet for a good chat? Let's do it this afternoon. I've previously spoken to the client and will have him come in today. This case will give him a notice today whether he takes it or not. Counselor Su, are you free this afternoon? Yes. Well then, I'll see you this afternoon. After determining the time, Subai immediately notified Li Shuizhen to prepare properly. Haifeng Law Firm recommended a case for us. Wait until mid-afternoon and come over with me. In the past few days, Li Shuizhen suffered from the fact that there had been no case, were a little anxious. As soon as they heard that Haifeng Law Firm introduced them to a case, Li Shuizhen's eyes lit up. Attorney Su, what kind of case is being introduced to our law firm this time? Criminal or civil? Sort of criminal and administrative. This case is a bit complicated and further information needs to be conducted before we can be sure. Executive, adjective. Li Shuizhen's small face froze for a few seconds. Administrative litigation. Immediately afterward, a hint of joy and excitement appeared on Li's face as he looked at the circled administrative procedure law and administrative law on his workstation. This case is good. After all those days of studying administrative law, it finally came in handy. Not bad. Beautiful. Xiao Li's face was full of smiles, and his small face replied seriously. Okay, Lawyer Su, I'll prepare properly. Afternoon. The sun was high in the sky, and Subai took Li Shuizhen to take a taxi to the Haifeng Law Firm. Inside the Haifeng Law Firm, Subai and Li Shuizhen sat across from Xiao Haiba. Xiao Haiba poured a cup of tea for Subai and Li Shuizhen respectively and opened his mouth with a smile. Counselor Su, the client in this case is on his way and will be here soon. Wait a moment first. After Subai took a sip of tea, he put the teacup down. Okay. Then the conversation turned. Lawyer Xiao, how much did you buy this tea for a caddy? Xiao Haiba smiled and opened his mouth. It's not bought. It's a gift from someone else. If Lawyer Su thinks this tea is good, I can send Lawyer Su £2. Subai smiled and shook his head. Just in my heart. People, this law firm, looking around all the scenery, and this tea are sent. There's still a gap between your own law firm compared to that. That's a lot of work, isn't it? But Subai didn't think too much about it too. Soon after, the client in this case came to the Haifeng Law Firm. Inside the office, Xiao Haiba enthusiastically introduced Su Bai and the person in question to each other. Lawyer Su, this is the client of the case, Zhang Lichun, that I told you about. Mr. Zhang, this is the top-notch first-class lawyer I introduced to you. Su Bai Su. Su Bai Su. The cases Su has fought so far aren't too many, but every single one of them is very classic. In your case, call Lawyer Su. It's the right thing to do. Okay, thank you Lawyer Xia. Zhang Lichuan's face was written with constraints, and after Xiao Haiba thanked him, he subconsciously and carefully wiped the sweat on his palms with his pants, revealed a constrained smile, and nervously stretched out his hand. Hello Counselor Su. Hello. Su Bai smiled faintly and reached out his hand to shake Zhang Lichuan's hand, and after greeting each other, he resumed his seat on the sofa. Immediately after, Zhang Lichun began to state the course of the case, which involved a number of aspects, roughly meaning, repairing the bridge, detained, he was convicted of provocation, as well as suffering a hefty fine. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Statutory sense. The definition of provocation is vague. Basically, there are only 3 things to be found guilty of on this charge. First, it created extremely bad publicity. Second, the attorney for his side was a rookie. And third, the procedure was flawed. This is an event where it is difficult to have a problem with the program. Didn't see the last time. The trial judges in the first trial of Guo Shijuan's case were transferred out of their posts, so there is usually no problem with the program. Of course, in trial proceedings, the main key to the judgment, which includes the subjective intent of the trial judge. According to Zhang Lichun, the case, sentence 2, it's outrageous, it's just outrageous. The person convicted was Zhang Lichuan's brother, Zhang Leidong, sentenced to 6 months in prison for construction violations. Su Bai took a breath, and immediately afterward inquired, did you guys hire a lawyer during the first trial? Zhang Lichun scratched his head. When we had the first trial, we hired an attorney but it was just a random attorney who didn't feel like the level of practice was too good. We thought we were doing a good thing and it was no big deal. But who would have thought that we would really be sentenced? Not very good at business. So that's kind of the answer to that question. Public prosecution lawyer. If you are like Lu Wei, facing the already filed case hate to send people all the way in, encounter this kind of, we'll certainly find a way to send you in, and bar, provocation. This is a charge that is but a little bit on the edge, and the prosecuting attorney is perfectly capable of influencing the willful predisposition of the trial judge. SS. This kind of case where the crime is ambiguous is indeed where other lawyers are not good at fighting. After all, it is the intent of the trial judge that is most critical to the definition of such a charge. Only, this case, it's outrageous that it's been filed. After all, the matter of Zhang Lidan repairing the bridge is obviously a good thing. How could a case be filed if certain key evidence was not in place or for some other reason? Su Bai asked a few more key questions before learning the whole story. It turns out that there was a bridge building company that saw that there were no public bridges in the area. Would like to apply for a public bridge project at this location. But you can't have 2 bridges in one place. So this company discussed with Zhang Leidong if they could tear down this private bridge. Zhang Leidong means that the other side has not yet repaired the bridge for the time being. This private bridge, people have to walk, so did not agree. Bridge construction company, without saying a word, on the grounds that Zhang Leidong illegal bridge construction, private charges, to the relevant law enforcement agencies, so that Zhang Leidong was indicted, and it was also reported to the authorities, leaving Zhang Leidong facing a $300,000 administrative fine. Based on Zhang Lichuan's description, Su Bai roughly understood the relevant issues and learned about the relevant claims. The claim is simple. First, make a plea of not guilty. Second, application for revocation of the administrative fine. In the face of Zhang Lichuan's speech about the lawsuit, Su Bai nodded slightly. However, the specific situation, Zhang Lichuan's description is not yet detailed. The relevant information still need to go through the file to understand. If there's no file, it's hard to say what's going on. And he needs to go further depending on what the person in question thinks. After thinking about it, Su Bai spoke. Based on your statement, the general course of events, I have already understood. If you're interested in pursuing a case with our firm, you can start by signing a power of attorney. With a power of attorney, our law firm can take the next step in the investigation. Okay, Counselor Su. Zhang Lichun nodded. Then with a slight frown on his face, he opened his mouth to inquire. Counselor Su, can my brother win this case? Just don't go to jail. And that $300,000 administrative penalty is indeed too much for us. Can it be less? Su Bai spoke after a few seconds of contemplation. This we can only say. Try our best. We can't guarantee it. Zhang Lichun nodded silently. Okay, Lawyer Su, I understand. Soon the relevant power of attorney had been signed. Before leaving Haifeng Law Firm, Xiao Haiba also hard stuffed 2 pounds of tea. Lawyer Su, thank you for helping me this time. This case involves a lot of issues and the lawyer's fee is not very high. But it's a referral from one of my old clients. It's not good to say no. Lawyer Su, this time even you have done me a great favor. In the future, if your law firm encounters any problems in civil litigation, I will definitely help. Facing Xiao Haiba's words, Su Bai smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. You're welcome, Counselor Xiao. In this case, even if you don't want the lawyer's fee, in exchange for a favor from Xiao Haiba, you can do it. Nandu Civil v. Senior partner of the top law firms of the favor. How can you see this is not a loss of good? On the way back to Hakun's law office, Li Shuizhen's small face was set straight, thinking about the case, and her tone was serious. Counselor Su, I can't figure it out. Why would anyone do that? Isn't it a good thing that people build bridges? It's so infuriating that there are still people reporting it, isn't it? It's too much. I think the person who reported it should be sent in. Li Shuizhen's little face was furious and puffed up. Su Bai opened his mouth with a smile from the side. This case, there are indeed certain problems. According to what Zhang Lichen said, this matter was reported and provided evidence by the head of that bridge repair company. Able to make a case. That means the evidence does have some legal basis. The lack of morality is quite morality. But so the sentence should be based on the relevant legal regulations. Wait until you get the file first and then look at it. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Counselor Su, what I said just now was all in anger. There was no thought of sending someone in. Don't misunderstand me, Counselor Su. Su Bai, you meant what you just said. Okay, tell me, who do you see that you don't want to send in? Opposing counsel, the party being sued, the defense, even the one sitting in the presiding judge's chair. There's one that counts. Which one don't you want? Now explain this to me. Can you believe it? These words, Su Bai just roughly went through in his mind, and did not say anything specific, knowingly Shuizhen's small mind even if it can be subtle and slowly corrected. But, if you say it and it aggravates the thought, you'll be in trouble later. Aha! Let's go ahead and pull the file from the first trial. Seeing that Su Bai didn't care too much, Li Shuizhen carefully exhaled. Hey, I was careless just now and didn't control my thoughts. Luckily nothing went wrong. Seeing that Su Bai had already stridden away, Li Shuizhen Dang trotted to follow. This case of Zhang Leidong is not in Nandu, but in a county next to Nandu Linshur. The name is Nanchuan County. Nanchuan County is under the jurisdiction of Linan City. This case, in the first instance, was also heard by the Nanchuan County Court. Come to the Nanchuan County Courthouse. Su Bai submitted the relevant materials and applied for a copy of the file. The relevant staff member, after receiving Su Bai's relevant materials, carefully examined them and then opened his mouth. It'll probably take about 2 hours for the relevant volumes to be copied, if that, and I ask for your patience. Okay, thanks. Su Bai smiled and thanked him. After sitting in the hall with Li Shuizhen and waiting for almost 2 hours, the female staff member smiled as she handed over the finished copy of the dossier to Su Bai. Hello, here's the dossier you asked for. Thanks. You're welcome. It's the job we're supposed to do. After Su Bai received the dossier, he handed it to Li Shuizhen. After putting the dossier inside the briefcase, Li Shuizhen patted the briefcase. Counselor Su, we have the dossier. What's our next step? Well, go back to the law firm first. Su Bai nodded slightly and opened his mouth. The file is in hand. So the only problem left is to review the file to see if there are any problems and then to meet the person in question. Linan City was not far from Nandu. And soon, Su Bai and Li Shuizhen took a taxi and returned inside the law firm. And, the dossier was organized. An hour later, Su Bai rubbed his brow and roughly organized the contents of the dossier. And after sorting out the relationship between the evidence and the verdict, and after a long breath, he had a general judgment in his mind. This case, it also does have some difficulty. The difficulty lies in the predisposition of the judge. Let's start with the verdict of the first trial. The main reason why the first trial found Zhang Leidong's provocation lies in one point. According to the third point in the definition of the crime of provocation, anyone who takes property by force or arbitrarily destroys or occupies public or private property under serious circumstances. Reasons for judgment. The Bridge Repair Institute is taking public and private property and charging fees for its own profit. The amount of profit reached $30,000, which is a sentence of 6 months imprisonment. Can't help saying that. This crime of provocation is pretty awesome. According to this definition, there is nothing wrong with it, but this charge is completely unreasonable to sentence you to, and you can't pick any fault with it. You say you're not guilty? Good. I'll just take out the legal regulations, point to them, read them to you, and explain them to you. And you say you're not guilty? No. Why are you so tough? I've read it to you in accordance with the law and regulations. And you still say you're not guilty? Talking back? Sentence the hell out of you. Not only do they rule, but they rule with no faults at all, so that there is nothing you can do about it. Because the verdict was exactly according to the legal regulations. You can't pick any faults. SS. Let's look at the determination for the administrative penalty of $300,000 for unauthorized bridge construction and unjust enrichment. This fine is also so strong that Zhang Leidong can't afford it. Click one's tongue. I have to say, that what bridge building company in order to take over the project, kinda know the law, without saying anything, to make a report, not only reported, but also reported successfully. TMD. After understanding this, Subai then went through the evidence materials submitted within the dossier in general. After briefly organizing, a long breath was let out. Let's meet the parties first. When the next day came, Subai brought Li Shuizhen inside the Nanchuan County Detention Center, after submitting the relevant material. For Zhang Leidman, a person who was sentenced to only 6 months, the detention centers after reviewing the materials and inquiring about the relevant matters, the corresponding staff then brought Subai and Li Shuizhen to the summoning room. What do you say? Without the need for favors, this Nanchuan County is still quite efficient. Inside the summoning room, after instructing some relevant matters and regulations, the relevant staff member opened his mouth. It'll take about another 10 minutes to subpoena the suspect. Okay, thanks. Subai politely said thank you and Li Shuizhen waited quietly in the summoning room. Li Shuizhen's small face was set straight. Zhang Leidong, who did a good job of repairing the bridge, is quite admired. Soon, Zhang Leidong came to the summoning room, obviously not too old, but looked pale. The skin on his face was darker compared to Zhang Lichun. At first glance, it looks like it's the result of years of labor. Zhang Leidong's eyes brightened slightly after seeing Subai. Then he sat down on the stool, looking a bit formal in the face of Subai, easing up for several seconds before speaking. Hello, counselor. I'm Zhang Leidong. Subai smiled and nodded. Hello, I'm your attorney in fact. Nandu Baijun Law Firm. Subai. Just call me Counselor Su. Okay, Counselor Su. Hearing Subai's words, Zhang Leidong's constrained mood eased quite a bit, and there was a hint of brightness in his eyes. Counselor Su, it doesn't really matter if you sentence me to 6 months, whether I did anything wrong or not. Sentencing me, I don't care. Just, my kids go to college, and after I'm sentenced, this will have an impact on my kids going to college. I still hope it doesn't get in the way of my kids going to college and that money. It's too much. I can't afford it. Can it be less? Counselor Su, that's all I ask. Zhang Leidong's dark face was completely scrunched together as he spoke. Phew. Subai looked at Zhang Leidong. For people like Zhang Leidong, a trace of admiration could not help but arise in his heart. There was a few seconds of silence. After organizing his emotions, Subai slowly spoke. Well, regarding your claim, I have already understood it. This is a case that our law firm will try to help you with your appeal. You don't have to think much about the rest. Just leave it to our law firm. The key point now is the second trial. Do you have anything to say about this evidence? Or anything to refute? Any disagreements? From his briefcase, Subai took out the relevant evidence materials and placed them on the desktop. After Zhang Leidong received the materials with both hands, he squinted his eyes and bit by bit carefully looked at the materials Subai handed over to him. When the material is messed up, you smooth it out with your wrinkled hands. Half an hour later, with a rough hand, Zhang Leidong rubbed his eyes, pointing at some of the questions on the material, and slowly opened his mouth. Counselor Su, for these points I think there is a problem with the presentation. Subai nodded, signaled Li Shuizhen to record it. Li Shuizhen recorded the problems Zhang Leidong pointed out with a stern expression. After it's done, Subai looked at the recorded material, roughly went through it, finished organizing it and put it into the briefcase. Immediately after that, he instructed Zhang Leidong on some related matters. Zhang Leidong nodded seriously. Okay, Lawyer Su, I'll listen to everything you say. After this is handled, Subai led Li Shuizhen out of the detention center. After she walked out of the detention center, Li Shuizhen's small face was dejected as she slowly opened her mouth. Lawyer Su, I think that Zhang Leidong is really a good person. He shouldn't be sentenced. Lawyer Su, we can definitely win this lawsuit. Right. The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. Do you think I'll lose the case? Li Shuizhen's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. Lawyer Su, it won't happen. Subai, this is the first administratively related lawsuit, so I'm sure I won't lose. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Inside Hakun's law office, Subai will Zhang Leidong's case, the relevant information to prove. Once again a simple organization. Subsequently, the material was handed over to Sheridan Lee. Well, the general material of this case has been organized, so you can read it again in general and see if there are any problems. And if there are no more problems then you can appeal to the court. Li Shuezhen took the material, looked down at the content of the material, and her small face wrinkled slightly. Lawyer Su. This case, that infrastructure of what Aquamarine Construction Company Limited. There is no illegal behavior. Can we appeal up together? Facing Li Shuezhen's inquiry, Subai's mouth was tinged with a smile. Do you think it's okay? Li Shuezhen's small face was excited. Her eyes lit up with a hint of excitement in her tone. Lawyer Su, is it really possible? Subai continued to open his mouth with a smile. Of course not. You've already seen all the relevant evidence materials, and this matter was reported to the relevant authorities by the head of Aquamarine Construction Company Limited. And what about the reporting? It's clear. It is Zhang Leidong who illegally bills and charges fees, and the evidence is clearly explained. It is true that there exists a crime of false accusation in the criminal law, but the premise of the crime of false accusation is that what the other party reports or testifies to is false and fabricated. On the part of Aquamarine Builders Limited, the report is true when there is no false fabrication. That is, it does not constitute any violation of the law. It can only be said that this company, to do so, is too unethical. It can be condemned on a moral level, but on a legal level, there really isn't anything that can be done about it. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. I understand. Li Shuezhen nodded earnestly, pity written all over her small face, and then opened her mouth immediately after. Counselor Su, so in this case, do we need to broadcast the trial live? Would our chances of winning the case be a little better if we had a live-stream trial? It's like that powdered milk. That powdered milk is just too bad. The charge of provoking trouble is put on Zhang Leidong. I think it's a little bit inappropriate. Subai looked at Li Shuezhen seriously, looking at Li Shuezhen's clear eyes for a few seconds. He nodded. It's true that if this case is live-streamed in court, you can apply for it. After all, certain cases with this provocation charge have a high degree of controversy. But, it's not always possible to get through if you apply. What if? Li Shuezhen blinked and looked at Subai. Subai smiled slightly. Try it then. The case of Zhang Leidong. The first trial was held in Nanchuan County Court. Bring up the second trial. The second trial, on the other hand, was held in the Intermediate Court of Linan City, against the judgment of first instance and the administrative penalty of a large fine imposed on the relevant authorities. Soon afterward, Subai filed his evidentiary materials for appeal and a motion to appeal. At the same time, the administrative penalty fines in violation of the relevant penalty law on the grounds that the penalty unit Nanchuan County Water Pipe Station, and sued the Linan City Intermediate Court. And the case has the significance of legal publicity and education on the grounds that the application for live broadcast of the trial, Linan City Intermediate Court. For this case in the acceptance, review stage, the trial live application for the time being no reply. Nandu Law University. Inside the office of the Vice Chancellor of the Faculty of Law, Feng Lijian took a sip of tea and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This tea tastes good. Shuezhen, you have a heart These few times over, have also brought gifts to the teacher. The teacher is very pleased. Seeing the happy smile on Feng Lijian's face, Li Shuezhen said, this is really useful. Only, after her small mind sank, Li Shuezhen smiled and squinted her eyes and opened her mouth. Teacher, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Tell me. If it's something that teacher can answer, teacher will answer you. Feng Lijian smiled and opened his mouth. Li Shuezhen smiled and opened her mouth. Teacher, do you think that if, say, a person does a good deed, but then violates the law and is sentenced, then should he or she? Facing Li Shuezhen's inquiry, Feng Lijian was silent for 2 seconds. This issue, he was not really good at answering, especially if his own student asked him this question. In case he answered it badly, then it would definitely have an impact on Li Shuezhen's concept of law, to a certain extent. After a few seconds of silence, Feng Lijian slowly spoke. This matter needs to be divided into specific circumstances, right? The main thing to look at is whose legal rights are being violated in the process. If he does this thing that stands as a good thing for some people and goes on to violate the legal rights of others, I don't think this is appropriate. Do you understand that, Snow Jane? Li Shuezhen nodded her head with a serious and solemn little face. Teacher, I understand. That is, teacher, there's something I want to ask for your help is this way. I have a friend. He took a case. Here's how the case went down. I would like to ask the teacher whether this situation can apply for a successful live broadcast of the trial. Geez, he, a mere student late in life, closed his door. Since when did you learn to speak up before you speak down? First you ask yourself the question, then, have a friend. Feng Lijian saw Li Shuezhen's small mind and shook his head with a smile. This teacher doesn't know either, but the teacher feels that in this case, there really isn't any problem with what the parties are doing, and that this case should be able to be won without much of a problem. Oh, okay teacher. Teacher I know. Li Shuizhen's small face was a bit frustrated, not knowing if this approach of hers would bring the teacher trouble. So just a side question. If the teacher says so, that. After Li Shuizhen thought about it, although her mood was a little lost, she still smiled and nodded, leaving the office. After waiting for Li Shuizhen to walk out of the office, Feng Lijian smiled and shook his head without speaking. Li Shuizhen didn't open her mouth to bring it up. It shows that he's still looking out for him. But this also does not affect the statutory procedure, which is nothing more than a few human emotions that lie between the vague definitions of what can or cannot be done. Nothing much. Just ask him. Regarding the litigation application in the case of Zhang Lidan, the Lin'an City Intermediate Court, for its part, quickly passed on the complaint request submitted by Su Bai. Moreover, due to the relevance of the trial, the revocation of the administrative penalty for the water main station and the claim against the judgment of first instance were jointly tried, and the application for the live streaming of the trial went through. This was somewhat surprising to Su Bai. Passed. Originally, he thought that the application for live broadcast of the trial would fail, but now, seeing that Li Shuizhen also had a small face, Su Bai didn't think much about it. It's good that it passed, as long as they don't violate the rules, the relevant procedural content, and open the trial live. This is a good thing for them. More can be done to fight for the legal rights and interests of Zhang Leidong, the client. After getting word from the court, Su Bai contacted Luo Dexiang at the first opportunity. It is hoped that with Luo Dexiang's influence, the impact of this trial can be expanded a bit. Luo Dexiang agreed immediately after hearing about the case. The charge of provocation. It is indeed very inappropriate to use it in this case. Don't worry. Actually, based on what you said, this case interests me too. When the time comes, I'll take a look. Okay, thank you Mr. Luo then. Luo Daxian smiled and spoke. What's there to be thankful for? It's a deal. After ending the call, Su Bai breathed a long sigh of relief. The trial had completed its admissibility. The next step was to submit evidence and witness materials. Witnesses. Evidence. SS. This. And I don't know if it's good or not nah. Menghui Village. Nanchuan County. Zhang Lichun and Zhang Leidong are both from this village. The economic situation of this village is not too good. Su Bai and Li Shuizhen were guided by Zhang Lichun. Came to the place where the charge was first made. Lawyer Su, the place in front of this is where my brother built it in the first place, and currently the relevant departments have preparations to demolish it. Su Bai nodded slightly. And what does your brother charge here? Hearing Su Bai's question, Zhang Lichun raised his arm to block the harsh sun, then pointed to a certain location and opened his mouth. Sometimes it's my brother on the side, waiting for people to come, and then telling them that it's my brother, he built it himself, and that there's a fee to cross, $2 at a time, and that they don't have to pay it if the other person's family is in trouble or if there's some kind of emergency. Usually, when my brother doesn't stay here, he doesn't care, or he writes a sign, a reminder, and originally, there was an iron box here, voluntarily for money, but not anymore. As time went on, some of the people in the neighborhood knew about it, and sometimes they would put their own money in the metal box that contained it, and my brother didn't bother too much about that. Aha! This has been understood. Keep up the search. Su Bai nodded and walked around the village with Li Shuizhen to investigate. It was noticeable that people in the neighborhood didn't mind much about the fee. Most people volunteer as well. People for Zhang Lidan. The evaluation of this case completely did not expect Zhang Lidan will be sentenced. He is a good person. For the sake of the nearby villagers to pay a lot, spent a lot of money, up to now has not recovered the cost, should not be sentenced. Zhang Lidan earns exactly all his hard-earned money. We can understand that. And it's all voluntary. Blah, 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 blah. Evaluation content. After understanding, Su Bai rubbed his brow and let out a long breath. Based on what they visited then, Zhang Lidong's reputation here is still very good. Li Shuizhen also spoke in a low voice. Lawyer Su, it feels like everyone in the neighborhood has a very good opinion of Zhang Lidong. Su Bai smiled slightly and agreed with Li Shuizhen's words. Indeed, but it's a normal thing. This is something that would have been a good thing for nearby villagers, greatly reducing the time spent on detours, and, each time the charge of $2, not mandatory charges. You think it is worth it to pay, think not worth it not to pay. Of course, you can also completely choose to go around, all based on the principle of voluntarism. Of course, there must be a reluctance to give in the heart as well. There's no shortage of people who take advantage of small advantages. After a general visit, the field to understand the details and related materials, Su Bai took Li Shuizhen back to the law firm. Currently, all the preparations are done, just waiting for the trial to start. Also, the court summons, too, arrived at the hose station. The plumbing station looked a little dismayed when it received the court summons. No fine. And then after getting the general picture based on the court subpoena, immediately, the appropriate people were notified, an appropriate attorney was found, and preparations were made to respond to the lawsuit. In the meantime, inside the Aquamarine Construction Company Limited, the person in charge, Feng Zhangyuan, after learning of Zhang Leidong, not only do not accept the judgment of the first trial, but also do the corresponding administrative litigation, later snorted a laugh. This Zhang Leidong doesn't know the law and still builds privately. A rookie lawyer was hired for the first trial, and the judge made a point of giving him a lighter sentence for all the good he did. And now you're getting ready to file a second trial and disobey an administrative penalty? I see him. It's a pretty good idea to think about it all day. Feng Zhangyuan was completely unconcerned after learning this news. Anyway, the relevant authorities have now given him the project. In a few days that place is going to be torn down, and it doesn't matter to him whether he wins or not. He served his purpose just fine, and in the meantime, Luo Daxiang has also been prepping the internet for this case, a general account of the case. As a well-known legal commentator, Luo Daxiang's every release, for each case combing, will cause a lot of retweets and play. This case of Zhang Leidong, obviously, the same hit the hearts of the general public on the internet, and so it created a buzz on the internet. It shouldn't be judged this way. This thing that Zhang Leidong did was obviously a good thing. Why was it sentenced this way? Yeah, I don't understand. Indeed. I also think that this punishment is a bit serious, although it is only 6 months, but the impact on the children is very big, and with this one charge, it is not easy to find a job in the future. The online chatter is almost always of a lopsided form, all in solidarity with Zhang Leidong. Seeing this, Luo Daxiang for the crime of provoking trouble, carried out a certain amount of science and technology, then it vocalized. The issues regarding this case will be resolved in the second trial. We still have to judge the specifics based on, when the time comes, the second trial. Soon, it was also time to approach the day of the trial. On the part of the court, the parties were notified and arrived on time. While being notified by the court, Subai looked at the hot comments under Luo Daxiang's video, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Everything was ready, and the case, too, was finally waiting to go to trial. Phew, court is in session. Beat him up. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Linan Intermediate Court. Waiting room before the court session. Li Shuizhen's small face was serious and she let out a long breath. After rearranging the materials and confirming that they were correct, the little face relaxed. After Subai noticed Li Shuizhen's little expression, he smiled and didn't say anything more. Immediately afterward, the two were led by staff to the courtroom. This time, it's a 1-2 punch. First, fight the not guilty plea. The second is to file an administrative lawsuit to revoke their administrative penalties. Difficulties of the case. It's mainly in the first point, the defense of innocence. But the second point, again, is a difficult one. This case, compared to the last one, has fewer parties though, but the overall difficulty is really not that bad. 1 against 2 isn't easy. Soon after, counsel for all parties to the trial entered. After the attorneys representing the 3 parties, as well as the parties, had been admitted, the clerk began to read the courtroom discipline. 2, 3, 4. The reading of the discipline of the court is complete. Please preside over the trial. The trial judge enters the courtroom, with the clerk's voice falling. All rise in the courtroom. The presiding judge and 2 trial judges approached the courtroom. Subai slightly raised his head to look at the bench seat. Judge, Wang Jihua. Presiding judge, Bayan. Judge, Xiao Jun. Presiding judge Bayan stood on the bench seat and banged the gavel. All please be seated. Knock knock. With the sound of the gavel falling. Swish swish swish. All members took their seats. Presiding Judge Bayan circled around for a week before thumping his gavel. The court is now in session. All serious. Knock knock. Presiding Judge Bayan banged his gavel once again. Verification of the identity of the litigant and the respondent and the parties will now begin. The appellant will now state the identity of the persons appearing before the court. Okay, Inquisitor. Subai nodded slightly. In this case, the most critical point lies in the determination of provocation. At this point, the opinion of the presiding officer is most critical. For Bayan, Subai has carried out a certain amount of understanding, and basically does not have much inclination for this case. For the moment, all he had to do was just make the judgment by interpreting the law in such a way that the presiding judge's inclination would be in favor of their side. After thinking clearly about this point, Subai took a deep breath and continued to speak. The identity of the persons appearing in court for the appealing party. In the meantime, on the other side, Luo Daxiang was also live streaming content from his law review account. This case, related to it, we've already had an understanding. Everyone, if you're new here, go check out the video I posted. Today, I will mainly popularize this crime of provoking trouble. The content of the definition of this crime. What about this sin? It's in Article 293 of the Penal Code. And the parties in this case were convicted in the first trial of provoking trouble because of its Article 3 forcible taking. Regarding the verdict of the first trial, I've posted it within the last video, so feel free to discuss it. Comment section, I've read it and it feels very unreasonable. I hope an accurate statement will be given. Otherwise, the verdict is as good as a joke. Right. In this matter, an accurate statement must be given. Otherwise it's too unreasonable. Nima. The sentence is too infuriating. But, wait. Do any of you old fans look at the lawyers in this trial and think they look familiar? Nima. If it isn't Mr. Su. Looks familiar. I'm sure it looks familiar. We've met several times in Mr. Luo's live broadcast. Ha ha ha. Right. I think so. Seeing the content of the comment area, Luo Daxiang smiled and opened his mouth. The content of our live trial this time is also a lawsuit commissioned by lawyer Su. And at the same time, this case is also very typical. Everyone can go on down the list. The courtroom. The relevant identifying information has been verified. Prosecution counsel, Mo Xiao. Attorney for the water main station, Ocean Meng. Both of them were relatively speaking, well-known lawyers in Linan City. There is a certain amount of adjudication for this case. More to the point, the prosecuting attorney in the first trial of this case was Mo Xiao. It can be said that Mo Xiao for this case, for Zhang Leidong was convicted of provoking trouble, more understanding, but also able to confirm that the other side basically impossible to change the sentence. Mo Xiao remained calm and silent at the trial, quietly looking over the material. Knock knock. On the bench, presiding Judge Bayan banged his gavel and dropped his gaze on the litigant's seat. The identifying information of all parties has been verified. This court has jurisdiction over the case of Zhang Leidong, and this case will be heard by the Intermediate Court of Linan City. Do the parties have any objections and do they apply for recusal? Sober, no objection. No recusal requested. Ma Xiao, no objections. No recusal requests. Meng Ocean organized the information. No objection. No application for recusal. Bayan nodded slightly, glancing down at the information after hearing the responses from all parties. This is a case where he has been informed of the evidence submitted by the parties. The evidence submitted by both the prosecution and the prosecution has a clear legal basis. Whether or not Zhang Leidong is found guilty still requires both sides to argue their case at trial. As for the administrative charges filed by the litigants, look at this again. After Bayan sorted out this thought, he thumped the gavel again. There being no objection to the hearing of this case in this court, the cause is hereby determined. The cause of this case, the litigant appealed the application to reject the first instance judgment, for Zhang Leidong to make a not guilty defense. At the same time, for the water pipe station to Zhang Leidong administrative punishment filed a protest. The cause of action is true? Su Bai looked up to the presiding judge's seat. Presiding judge, the cause of action is true. The words fell. Knock knock. Bayan in the presiding judge's seat on the trial bench banged his gavel. Affirmation of the cause of action is true. The litigants are now invited to state their claims, the evidence or facts of the lawsuit, and the legal grounds. Yes, Inquisitor. Su Bai took a deep breath. The key to this lawsuit came from the litigation materials. Took out the litigation request that had long been prepared. Su Bai slowly opened his mouth to state, Presiding Judge, our motion in limine is as follows. The crime of provoking trouble, according to our criminal law, Article 293, only those who have committed one of the following acts, which disrupt the social order, will be recognized as provoking trouble. A randomly assaulting another person under aggravating circumstances, b chasing, intercepting, abusing, or intimidating another person under aggravating circumstances. C. Forcibly taking or arbitrarily destroying or occupying public or private property under aggravating circumstances. 4. Causing a disturbance in a public place. Causing serious disorder in a public place. According to the judgment of the first instance for our client, it is 3. To take other people's property by force and on several occasions, which we challenge. That is, we move to vacate the judgment of first instance and to substitute a judgment of acquittal. 2. In response to the administrative penalty imposed on us by the water pipe station, we believe that the penalty imposed by the water pipe station is an administrative violation, i.e., we apply for the revocation of the administrative penalty and a public apology to our client. Presiding Judge, the presentation of our motion in limine is complete. This time, there are just 2 motions in limine. The first one is kinda relatively normal. After all, it's a plea of not guilty. But what's with the second one? Is the water station penalty an administrative offense? TSK, TSK, TSK. You are so bold. After listening to Su Bai's statement, Meng Haiyang frowned slightly and didn't say anything, only gazing at Su Bai. just pondering in my mind which bit of administrative offense Subai was talking about. On the bench seat, Bayan frowned slightly, and then looked to the seat of the party being sued. I now call on the prosecution, the party against whom the case is brought, to present its case. Mo Xiao slightly organized the litigation materials and spoke immediately after. We object to the litigant's submission that Zhang Leidong is not guilty of the crime and applies to set aside the judgment of the first trial. We believe that Zhang Leidong, in this case, illegal construction, suspected of repeatedly taking other people's property by force. According to the evidence provided by the prosecution and the definition of provocation in the legal sense, confirm that Zhang Leidong has constituted provocation with serious circumstances. We believe that it is best not to jump to conclusions until the litigants have strong evidence to prove otherwise. The law is rigorous and does not allow for profanity. Our side is done. After Mo Zhao's statement, the corner of Subai's mouth slightly raised. It is best not to jump to conclusions? The law is rigorous? Why are you so tough-mouthed? What I said about the petition for certiorari. You said I jumped to conclusions, and you said it was the law that was rigorous? Row by row. The law is strict or not? Wait a while and you'll see. Subai's gaze fell on Mo Zhao's body. Similarly, Mo knew that his gaze was meeting Subai's. Neither one is backing down. The corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly and he didn't say anything. After the two Subai and Mo Xiao finished their statements, Presiding Judge Bayan summarized the evidence submitted by the prosecution. That is, Subai's side, and the evidence submitted by the prosecution. Immediately after, setting his eyes on Subai. Prosecution. In response to the evidence presented by the prosecution and your side, I have a few questions that I would like to ask. First, how do you prove that Zhang Lichen didn't take it by force? Second, what is the basis for your side's finding of fact? Thirdly, does your party dispute the matter of Zhang Lidong's illegal construction and private charges? Bayan inquired 3 questions in a row, and Subai knew that all 3 questions were very crucial. Since the presiding judge has named these 3 questions, it means that in the mind of the presiding judge, these 3 questions are the key to his intentionality. Subai briefly organized the materials, then slightly raised his head and opened his mouth. Presiding judge, we have no objection to Zhang Lidong's illegal construction and private fees. The evidence on this issue is so overwhelming that it is impossible to dispute it. But, the other 2 questions were the crux of the trial judge's inquiry. The line between the key points of both questions is blurred. Subai took a deep breath and then spoke. Presiding judge, in the evidence submitted by us, Zhang Leidong did not charge fees compulsorily, but mostly took a voluntary approach to the fees. There was no repeated strong-arming, as mentioned in the prosecution's complaint. Moreover, the prosecution is charging us with stopping tolls to the detriment of the public, a matter that has no basis in fact, because we contributed our own effort and money. The tolls were stopped to compensate for our losses, and we profited from them, but there was no factual basis for an intentional crime on the subjective side, and there was no disruption of the social order on the objective side. According to the criminal code above, the definition of a crime is that it violates the legal rights of another person. But by charging fees, have we violated the legal rights of others? Not really. On the other hand, our side is facilitating the interests of others. It's a good thing that there is no infringement of another person's legal rights. By finding us guilty of provocation, does that not mean, in a statutory sense, that we have violated the rights and interests of others under the law and caused a breach of the social order? Then let me ask the prosecution. If our purpose is to violate the legal rights and interests of others and cause disruption of the social order, then why do we build to facilitate others? So far, the fees charged by Zhang Leidong do not occupy 1/3 of the construction cost, and also waive the fees to some people in need and some people with urgent matters. In these matters, have we infringed on the legal rights of others? On to the subjective side. In the execution of the first instance judgment, Zhang Leidong was ordered to return all the fees collected. After the return, one of them, surnamed Li, gave the returned property again to Zhang Leidong's family. Zhang Leidong was absent throughout this process and there was no forced demand. So why is this happening? The reason lies in the fact that this matter of Zhang Leidong is a good thing for the nearby villagers themselves. It's all voluntary. There's no compulsion. Does it mean that what someone else gives voluntarily is considered a forced take? This is totally unreasonable and inconsistent with the law's interpretation of taking by force. The above is our factual basis for the application to set aside Zhang Leidong's judgment of first instance, and all of the appropriate evidence has been submitted, and the presiding officer may review it for confirmation. To put it bluntly, this debate, the prosecution's defense lies in Zhang Leidong. Whether or not it is forcefully taking the defense, he should have been questioned, but through these few questions from Subai, he instead threw the question back to the prosecution. The question is inherently vague. Whoever takes the initiative then has the say. Based on the current situation, It was clear that he had some initiative. The prosecution lost the defense and Zhang Lidan changed his sentence, so there's no problem there. If the defense wins, well, a prosecution win is not a win. Mo Xiao frowned slightly after listening to Su Bai's statement. This is a direct hatchet job on him? And threw the question at him? That's a big hat. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Mo Xiao's mind fluctuated slightly as she faced Su Bai's statements and accusations. It was quickly adjusted, quietly gazing at the presiding judge's seat. As a prosecuting attorney, he is certainly aware that this case and the determination of this provocation charge is generally determined by the trial judge's inclination. Between sentencing and non-sentencing, he needed to be vigilant about the way his opponent was disrupting his thinking. At least, not to jump inside the big pit. The presiding judge's seat. Bayan frowned slightly after listening to Su Bai's statement, then nodded silently. Immediately afterward, looked to the seat of the party against whom the suit is brought, the prosecutor's seat. I now invite the prosecution to present your side's case. Okay, Inquisitor. Mo Xiao nodded slightly, and immediately after organizing the materials in front of him, he opened his mouth. Based on the litigants' representations, our side made a brief summary. First, the view expressed by the litigants is that the party, Zhang Lidan, did not engage in strong-arming. But, the idea of charging is valid, isn't it? Can the litigant produce actual evidence that the party, Zhang Lidan, did not engage in forceful taking at all? If you look at it in light of the litigants' representations, at this point, the litigants have only been able to prove that Zhang Lidan did not collect fees on a portion of the population. But the fact that he collected fees is true. According to the survey, there were nearly 15,000 visits by dollar amount, and the evidence offered by the litigants is nothing more than the findings of a few dozens of people, insufficient to extend it to its full application. Again, according to the statement of the lawyers for the litigants, the fees collected do not take up 1/3 of the construction cost, but that is also of a profit-making nature, and this statement is not a factual basis for the defense of Zhang Lidan's innocence. As expressed by counsel for the litigants, a violation of another's rights in the statutory sense. This is something that should be determined on a factual basis. The law will not wrong a good man, nor will it fail to punish a bad man. I would hope that counsel for the litigants would argue the case from the factual basis of the law. Presiding judge, the prosecution has finished its case. After Mo Xiao finished her statement, she looked up at the presiding judge's seat and smiled slightly. Give me a big hat? Okay. You do the buckling. Let you do the buckling. Duck big hat. You also have to speak clearly the factual basis. If you can't make it clear, you still have to pass a sentence. Even if you hold it all over my head, you still have to pass a sentence. Facing Mo Xiao's statement, Su Bai let out a long breath. It seems, this Mo Xiao, as the prosecuting attorney in the first trial, has studied the Zhang Lidan case very well. But, you're talking to me about legal justice. Mo Xiao's expression actually expresses a point of view. It's still that one bullet point question. What is the basis for concluding that Zhang Lidan is not a forceful demand? Can you show direct evidence to prove this point? And, Mo Xiao threw the previous answer. It also denied the question of Su Bai's statement just now. There is no factual basis to be able to accurately prove that Zhang Lidan did not take it by force. The key is accuracy. What do you say? It does get a little tricky. Of course, Mo Xiao also cannot come up with a strong take the accurate basis. Both sides of the tangled point. Or in this regard, the presiding judge's seat. Presiding Judge Bayan organized the parties' arguments and the factual evidence submitted. A slight frown. Knock knock. The gavel was struck. The parties are now engaged in a disagreement as to whether, in this case, Zhang Lidan was taken by force. Then, for the rest. For example, say, Zhang Lidan private charges, to a part of the difficult people free to the difficult group free, etc. Are there any objections to these? The evidence is overwhelming. Who dares to dispute it? Su Bai, there is no objection from our side. Ma Xiao, our side has no objection. Knock knock. Neither the litigants nor the prosecution. In response to the questions posed by the court, objected. Litigant. In response to the matter of the private fee charged by the party Zhang Lidan, does your party have anything else to state? Yes, Inquisitor. Then you make your statement. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai simply organized the materials, looked towards the prosecution seat, and slowly opened his mouth. I would like to ask the prosecution a question. Knock knock. Does the prosecution consent to questioning? Agreed. The litigants may proceed with their questions. Okay, presiding judge. The corner of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly as he opened his mouth to inquire. May I ask the prosecution, Zhang Lidan private construction of the matter, is indeed an illegal construction. But the prosecution believes that against Zhang Lidong's subjective purpose is to make a profit, or in order to facilitate the villagers at the same time to recover their own costs. Based on the evidence, it's now for profit. Mo Xiao opened her mouth to reply. Su Bai continued to speak. I would like to ask the prosecution whether the villagers had easy access after our client did this? In the face of Su Bai's question, a trace of doubt surfaced on Mo Xiao's face. This question, how to say, isn't it obvious? According to the relevant investigations, Zhang Lidong did this thing, and it did facilitate the passage of the villagers. Okay, thanks for the cooperation of the prosecution. After Su Bai inquired, he continued his statement. According to the prosecution's answer, our client did facilitate the passage of the villagers to some extent. On the other hand, if our side had not done so, would the villagers still have been charged? What are the reasons why villagers are willing to pay the fees? The reason they're willing to pay $2 to make the pass is because they think it's worth the $2 each time. And if it's not worth it, they're perfectly capable of not going, and then naturally they don't have to pay the toll. Did Zhang Lidong say, compulsorily, that he demanded that others must go? If there is a reason for this, our side believes that there is no problem with Zhang Lidong being sentenced, and it is entirely possible for the prosecution to bring an action for extortion and blackmail. However, the key point is that Zhang Lidong did not force others to go. There is no case of going against the will of others, and inside the view of Zhang Lidong and the society at large, it has a certain construction cost. According to his subjective will, there is no mandatory to charge, nor mandatory to let others go, all by virtue of the principle of voluntariness. How can there be such a situation as taking by force? As far as the prosecution charges, the number of visits was able to reach 15,000, and there are no evidentiary facts on our side to show that these people were not taken by force, but at the same time, the prosecution was equally unable to provide factual evidence that these people were taken by force. In other words, some people may be in the heart of the face in the charge dissatisfaction, but our party Zhang Lidong did not force to enforce, not mandatory to find each other charges, willing to pass from here, then can pass from here, not willing, not mandatory, can not go. So what's the purpose of them paying to go through here? Why are you shelling out money if you don't want to? Doesn't this aspect indicate a subjective endorsement of Zhang Lidong's subjective views? We believe that in the matter of private charges, Zhang Lidong has no legal awareness. Subjective aspects of the crime does not exist. The objective aspects of the situation does not exist to disrupt the social order, should not be provoked by the crime of provocation of our behavior. Presiding judge, our case is closed. After Su Bai finished his statement, he looked at Bayan in the presiding judge's seat. To be clear, the practice of charging fees is indeed unreasonable in the statutory sense, but you can't get a conviction for provocation. You can't put anything and everything on this charge. Bayan nodded slightly after listening to Su Bai's description. But according to the evidence provided by the prosecution, it's really hard to judge. Knock knock. Bayan banged the gavel. In response to the litigants and the prosecution's submissions, the full court is fully aware of all of them. And does the prosecution have anything to add? Mo Xiao looked through the material. Presiding judge, the parties have nothing further to add. Knock knock. Both sides have finished their presentations. Neither has anything to add. And based on the focus of the parties, the panel will need to deliberate further. Knock knock. This court is now in recess and will resume in 1 hour. With the departure of the members of the panel, the trial went into recess. Adjournment stage. Su Bai in the litigant's seat and Mo Xiao in the litigated prosecutor's seat looked at each other slightly. Neither of them spoke, but they were silently battling in secret. Li Shuezhen, who was on the side, rubbed his eyes. He had been staring at Mo Xiao for such a long time that his eyes were slightly sore from staring. Phew. With a small exhale, Li Shuezhen twisted her head to question Su Bai. Counselor Su, I feel like this trial, it's not easy to fight. Su Bai nodded slightly. It's true that this trial isn't too easy to fight, but, based on what we've seen so far then, the presiding judge's preference hasn't been determined yet. It's going into recess now, and not much is known about any of the specifics. Wait until after court. Oh, okay Counselor Su. Li Shuezhen nodded seriously, rubbed her eyes, and continued to stare. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom and the live streaming room, heated discussions have also erupted in response to this case. Some people think that the matter does deserve a sentence. After all, it is illegal construction. Most people are not in denial about this matter, but more people believe that this matter should face administrative penalties, instead of sentenced for a criminal offense such as provocation. Overall, the commenting voices in the broadcast room made a pretty good point. The comments section of the live broadcast is also asking Luo Dexiang for his opinion on the case. In response to the focus of the ongoing dispute between the two sides, Luo Daxiang also expressed his views. Aha! there is some truth in what everyone is saying. The judgment in the first instance of this case, the main factor in the judgment was the strong-arm take. The point of discussion between the litigants and the prosecution lies in that as well, whether Zhang Leidong is a forceful take, but neither side has shown that there are enough facts to go around. However, the litigants have fared slightly better, relative to the prosecution, above the concept of presentation. In this case, I can't judge exactly what the verdict will be, and the specifics may have to wait until after the trial. Based on the opinion of the presiding judge, Luo Daxian continued to smile and spoke. We'll see, by the time the adjournment is over. The odds are that there will be an outcome regarding whether or not to sentence Zhang Leidong for provoking trouble. Full court, deliberative chamber. The three members of the panel, Wang Jihua, Baiyan, and Xiao Jun, sat on the sofa discussing their decision on this case. Tell us, whatever you two have to say about it. This case does seem to be a bit complicated. Neither side can produce enough evidence, and I'm a little biased when it comes to inclinations, but I still need to hear what you two have to say. Baiyan swept his gaze over the two men. The two were silent for a few seconds. Then Wang Jihua spoke. For this case, I've seen the judgment of the first trial, and at the time I saw the judgment of the first trial, I didn't think there was much of a problem. But, the key is the attorney for this litigant, Su White. There is not much problem with the defense he has stated, and the explanation is very reasonable against the strong-arm take. In terms of subjectivity, I am biased in favor of this defense of Su Bai, the litigant. After all, reasonably speaking, the prosecution can't come up with substantial evidence to charge. Since the prosecution can't come up with substantial evidence to charge, then the litigants have a very strong defense. Then the case could not have been decided in accordance with the judgment of the first instance proceedings for provocation. Aha! After hearing Wang Zhoua's words, Baiyan nodded. Afterward, he looked at Xiao Jun again. What about your opinion? You can say something. Xiao Jun and Wang Jihua have somewhat different opinions. Xiao Jun spoke up. I'd be more on the prosecution side. It's not that it favors the prosecution side, it's just that if you look at it from a neutral point of view, I don't think there's really a problem with the prosecution bringing up the fact that not everyone willingly took the money out. But according to the litigants, it's not voluntary, it's perfectly fine to go. This, again, there's some truth to it. I won't say the rest, but let's see what you think. Presiding judge. Both trial judges presented their respective arguments. After listening to their respective statements, Baiyan nodded slightly and continued speaking. For the prosecution to not have enough evidence to show that Zhang Leidong took it by force, both of you don't have an opinion on that, do you? No comment. Both spoke at the same time. Hearing the two men's words, Baiyan smiled and nodded. Since there are no comments, let's wait until the court session. After you hear what they have to say, then you can decide the case. Okay, can. Neither one had much to say about Baiyan's decision. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Soon. An hour has passed quickly since the adjournment was declared over. Court is reconvened. At the sound of the clerk's standing ovation, the three panelists once again stepped into the courtroom. The presiding judge's seat. Presiding Judge Baiyan circled around and banged the gavel. Knock knock. Court will now continue. In response to the respective statements of the litigants and the prosecution, the full court has addressed the issue of the parties' representations. It is now adjourned. Whether the discussion between the litigants and the prosecution on the alleged provocation of Zhang Leidong, when the trial has finished talking about whether the litigants' administrative penalty is a motion to vacate and the three parties have finished their presentations, a final determination will be made. Are there any objections to this? On either side? Su Bai, there is no objection from our side. Ma Xiao, our side has no objection. Knock knock. Neither party objects. Then the following hearing will begin on the litigants' motion to vacate the administrative penalty imposed on the water main station. Knock knock. Litigant. In response to your filing of a motion in limine to show that the water main station is administratively unlawful, is there any substantial evidence or statement of law? Yes, Inquisitor. Su Bai slowly opened his mouth, followed by taking out a piece of litigation material and slowly opened his mouth. According to the judgment of the first trial, for our side to punish a fine of 300,000, we believe that the regulations were improperly applied. In the first trial, as to the penalty of $300,000 fine, according to the evidence, the administrative penalty of the water main station is to order us 3 times to carry out demolition and construction of the constructed bridges, and on this basis, the penalty is topped up for us. The legal regulation on which the penalty is based is an administrative penalty of not less than 10,000 and not more than 100,000 under Article 65 of the Water Law, which provides for the construction of bridges without the authorization of the Administrative Department of Waters or the Department of Jurisdiction and in violation of the law, and if the order is not corrected, I would like to ask counsel for the respondent whether this matter is true? Manhwa nodded slightly. This matter is true. According to Article 65 of the Water Law, Zhang Leidong is ordered to make no changes and is penalized with a fine of 10,000 to 100,000 yuan. Aha! Su Bai nodded slightly. So I would ask, counsel for the respondent, what is the basis for this administrative penalty that your side has applied for? And is it ordered by us? Yes, the order is not to change. Manhwa nodded slightly. Okay, thanks. Su White continued her statement. According to the relevant provisions of Article 65 of the Water Law, without the consent of the Administrative Department of Waters or the consent of the Department of Jurisdictional Waters, the construction of bridges without authorization shall be ordered to remove the bridge or submit the relevant procedures to be completed. Failure to do so is punishable by a fine of not less than $10,000 and not more than $100,000. Article 65 of the Water Law or the relevant content behind it. Is Attorney Meng not reading it? There's a phrase after demolishing bridges called making up the paperwork. Based on the evidence submitted by our side, we have submitted the relevant procedures to the relevant departments several times, have not been responded to in past, but the relevant departments, but even to us issued 3 orders, each time as the top penalty. This is appropriate? That is, do we have a problem finding an administrative violation of the Administrative Penalty Act? Facing Su Bai's inquiry, Meng Haiyan was directly silent. That does present a problem. According to the administrative penalty, the relevant departments or units may not repeatedly and continuously to the same unit or business make the relevant administrative penalty, need to give each other a certain amount of time for rectification. Only, this fill in the relevant procedures related to the department did not respond. It is indeed their responsibility. There is no doubt about that. Manhwa took a deep breath and prepared to retort, but once he thought that this was a live trial, he retracted his retort. After a few seconds of silence, there was simply outright silence. If you lose the case, you lose the case, but if you say the wrong thing, then the nature changes. Su Bai gazed at Meng Haiyan. In the case of administrative litigation, the other party does not occupy the legal text during the trial after all. Especially, the current situation is still live in court, in which case it's definitely better to say as little as possible. Therefore, it is not too difficult to revoke the administrative penalty imposed by the executive branch. Knock knock. After Su Bai finished his statement, presiding Judge Bayan banged the gavel and looked toward Meng Haiyang in the seat of the party being sued. Respondent, are there any defenses or statements that need to be made? Manhwa let out a long breath. We believe that the litigant party does have an order to not change. This matter is real. Knock knock. Faced with Manhwa's statement, presiding Judge Bayan pounded the gavel. Based on the statements of the parties to the lawsuit, the following points of controversy are summarized. I. Whether the respondent is in violation of the regulations governing administrative penalties. 2. Whether the respondent put notice of the administrative penalty in place. Party to the lawsuit. Zhang Leidong. May I ask whether you have received a notification order from the respondent and whether you have conducted the application process? Facing questioning by the presiding judge, Zhang Leidong sank a breath and slowly spoke. I received the notice of the order, but I've followed the other party's requirements to rectify the situation, and I've also applied for the relevant procedures, but none of them have been responded to or approved. And how long was the interval between the 3 notices of order that you received? Presiding Judge Bianchi asked again. Zhang Leidong pondered for a few seconds, then spoke. The interval should not exceed 1 year. Knock knock. The gavel strikes. Questions are now being asked of the respondent with respect to the administrative proceeding brought by the litigant. Whether the respondents have received an application for approval from Zhang Leidong. Manhwa took a deep breath. Yes, received. How many times? 3 times. Knock knock. Inquiry complete. Does the respondent dispute the litigant's complaint against you for failing to adopt or respond to Zhang Leidong's application for approval? No. Knock knock. After inquiring about the entire situation and looking at the corresponding evidence, Bai Xin had already made a judgment, in response to an administrative proceeding in which Su White filed a petition. So far, there's basically nothing too wrong with it. The Water Authority violated the relevant penalty ordinance, and the determination now needs to be made as to what the appropriate penalty is. After sorting out these relationships, Bayan banged the gavel again. Do the parties have any additional or stated factual basis for this case? Upon hearing this, all 3 parties realized that it was time for final courtroom statements. Su Bai, no objection. Ma Xiao, no objections, no additions. Marine Meng, no objections. Nothing to add. Knock knock. The parties have no objections to the case, and the final presentation of the parties will now begin. The litigants are now invited to make their courtroom presentations. Okay, Inquisitor. Su Bai took a deep breath and spoke immediately afterward. Presiding Judge, our court states as follows. In response to the prosecution charging us with building a bridge illegally, we have no comment. But as to our charge of provocation, we believe that our initial point was a good one, and that there was no forcible taking that constituted the behavior. And, according to the evidence provided by us, our bridge repair did help the villagers to travel easily, and there was no case of forcible acquisition and collection. In essence, our behavior does not constitute affecting the order of the community, and I ask the presiding judge to consider it in that light. At the same time, in the face of administrative penalties, we believe that the party at fault lies in the fact that the administrative aspect of the penalty is unlawful. That's why our side was fined $300,000. That is, we are applying to have our administrative penalty set aside. Presiding Judge, our case is closed. After Subai finished his statement, Presiding Judge Bayan landed his gaze on the seat of the party being sued, the prosecution Mo Shao. The prosecution is invited to present its case in court. Okay, Inquisitor. Mo Shao briefly organized her presentation materials and opened her mouth immediately after. Presiding Judge, our court states as follows. We believe that the parties, Zhang Leidong, the legal and factual basis for the bridge construction fee exists. The litigants could not provide sufficient evidence to prove that the client, Zhang Leidong, was not provoking trouble or disturbing the public order. We believe that the judgment of first instance should be upheld and that Zhang Leidong should be convicted of provocation. Presiding Judge, our court is finished. Knock knock. After Mo Zhao's courtroom statement, Bayan struck the legal hammer and twisted his head to look at the respondent. Meng Haiyang, the respondent, the water main station appointed attorney, is also invited to make a court statement. Okay, Inquisitor. Meng Ocean nodded slightly, then spoke. Presiding Judge, our court states as follows. The parties Zhang Leidman, illegal construction of the bridge belongs to the fact that the evidence of the facts show that Zhang Leidong indeed belongs to the illegal construction of the bridge for revenue behavior. The relevant departments for its punishment is justified. It is also expected that the court will consider this factual basis. Presiding Judge, our case is closed. After all three parties had presented their cases, Presiding Judge Bayan, dang, 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 the legal hammer was struck. The tripartite presentation is complete. The announcement of the results of the trial will now begin. Clerk, all rise for the presiding judge to announce the results of the trial. Swish swish swish, all rise in the courtroom. One of the court seemed nervous than Zhang Leidong. His dark face is written all over the nervousness. After all, this sentencing is of vital importance to him. It doesn't matter what happens to him. The main thing is that he can't let himself affect his children. Zhang Leidong held his breath tightly and dropped his gaze on Subai. Subai nodded with a slight smile, signaling him not to be too nervous. There's not much more to this trial verdict, if you look at it so far. Knock knock. The sound of the legal hammer rang out in the courtroom, and the attention of the entire room fell on Presiding Judge Bayan. Bayan's gaze locked onto the court materials he held in both hands as he slowly opened his mouth to read the results of the trial. The cause of this case, the litigant party Zhang Leidong, disobeyed the judgment of first instance, convicted of provoking trouble 6 months in prison, filed a lawsuit, and litigated against the administrative penalties, and the cases were consolidated for trial. The law applicable to the case over which the court has jurisdiction is in accordance with domestic law in its entirety. The results of the trial will be announced below. It was decided by the full court that for the litigants to file a motion in limine, in response to the litigants' motion to vacate the judgment of first instance, it was found that the judgment of first instance was not supported by strong evidence of provocation. The result of the judgment is as follows. The prosecution did not have sufficient grounds to prove and charge the client, Zhang Leidong, with the offense of provoking trouble, i.e., revoke the verdict of the first trial and find Zhang Leidong not guilty. 2. The filing of a demur to the administrative penalty against the litigant. The party against whom the lawsuit was filed violated the regulations governing administrative penalties and improperly punished Zhang Leidong, and due to the illegality of its administrative penalties, it is hereby revoked. For Zhang Leidong's administrative punishment, the administrative penalty imposed on Zhang Leidong in the first trial will not be pursued. At the same time, sentenced the relevant departments to stop pursuing Zhang Leidong for administrative punishment. 3. A public apology to Zhang Leidong is required in response to the respondent's violation of the regulations governing administrative penalties. But Zhang Leidong illegally constructed the bridge. The evidence is conclusive the situation is true. The parties have no objection. i.e., ruling. Zhang Leidong needs to negotiate with the relevant departments to deal with this. The court, that is, suspended the responsibility of Zhang Leidong. The motions in limine filed against the respondent are dismissed in their entirety. According to the provisions of our procedural law, If the party against whom the lawsuit is filed determines that there is any problem or challenge to the adjudication judgment, it can file a review and inspection with the relevant unit or file a request for a retrial. The judgment will be sent to the parties to the lawsuit within 10 days of the closure of the court. Knock. The dull voice of the courtroom fell and surrounded the courtroom. Close the court. It was accompanied by the fall of presiding judge by An's serious voice. The trial is over. Hearing the voice of the presiding judge fall, Zhang Leidong's entire nervousness was finally released. A hint of excitement appeared on his dark face. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Let's talk about it. In this case, I see too much bickering. Let's start with why we chose this case. I was going to write the charge of provocation. When I first read about this case, it hadn't been on the hot seat yet. I just thought it was unique and fit the. Looked at the verdict and decided to write this. Really no rubbing it in. This is one I'd rather not rub it in. Then by the time I was sure to write about the case and had already written it, the case suddenly exploded on a short video. There were also a lot of big lawyer voices, and I was panicking for fear of writing something wrong. The novel is, of course, minutely detailed. Next, the internet says all sorts of things that scare people to death, but according to the official briefing, and according to the verdict, it was indeed a provocation. Nothing else major. My advice for whatever is said on the internet is to stay away for now, although some of it is said to be justified. The court's judgment is written that way. Provocation. The court's judgment was definitely not like that if it was really anything else. Anyway, if you say so, the internet says whatever, and everyone goes by the verdict. Let's talk about the details. I won't write this again. I'm sorry. The trial is over. None of the three parties objected. The members of the panel left the courtroom. After the panelists left the scene, Subai let out a long breath. Looking behind her, Li Shuizhen smiled and opened her mouth. The trial is over. Let's go. Li Shuizhen's face was full of smiles as she looked towards Mo Xiao and Meng Haiyang in the seats of the litigated parties. A different look came over the two men's faces. Mo Xiao was slightly surprised, but Meng Haiyang was acting like it made sense. One is a prosecuting attorney. One is an attorney for the administration of justice. Lawsuit lost or not, it doesn't affect them much. At most, they are just depressed and angry after losing the lawsuit. The two simply sorted out the material. Meng Ocean glanced in the direction of Subai. A balanced mind. Did not say anything. After the end of the trial, straight left the trial site. Mo Xiao, on the other hand, kept looking in Subai's direction. After Li Shuizhen paid attention to this point, her small face opened her mouth seriously. Look, Counselor Su. The prosecuting attorney's eyes are cramped. Subai noticed Mo Xiao's gaze and pulled the corner of his mouth. Something is indeed wrong with that eye. You lost the trial, right? Why are you staring at him? Plus, you're not the only one who lost, either. Relax. Subai smiled and opened his mouth. The eye cramp has nothing to do with us. Pack up your materials and go. Oh, okay, Counselor Su. Li Shuizhen nodded with a small serious face, quickly finished packing up the materials, and Didi Duangduang trotted to follow Subai. Mo Xiao. SS. What did they say? Said I had an eye cramp. You don't stray too far from the truth. Regarding Zhang Leidong's case, due to the live broadcast of the trial, coupled with Luo Daxiang's case explanation, soon, it just created a buzz on the internet. The topics of discussion are just two: whether or not this thing was done wrong or not, and whether or not there is anything else wrong with it. The parties engaged in discussions on the matter. One party believes that Zhang Leidong did not do wrong, after all, is to do good. From the point of view of the departure is no problem. But on the other hand, it is believed that since it is a good deed then it requires selflessness. There shouldn't, then, be any charges. The parties are at loggerheads over these two focal points. Soon, due to the fact that this case was indeed too special and added to the rapid spreading nature of the short video, this case also rushed to the hot search. In the midst of this discussion and debate between the two sides over whether or not there should be a fee, another major problem has been identified. What is the central issue in this matter? It's the roadbed security without the foundation. There are no roads to walk on, and the villagers' substantive security has not been well addressed. That's why it causes a whole host of problems later on. The question, it has risen above a hot topic again, and there is a renewed discussion in response to it. Due to the greater reaction caused, the relevant authorities have also taken note of this and responded. It will deal with the relevant matters and address the underlying issues. At the same time, progress in implementation is being made on all fronts, and local villagers are allowed to carry out relevant monitoring. In the meantime, inside Aquamarine Construction Company, Feng Zhengyuan let out a long, beautiful breath after learning about the relevant content. The bridge isn't in the way of fixing things when they get out of hand. In this way, the construction of the bridge is not entirely in their hands. The project is kind of in hand. There's not much more to it. We just have to wait for the approval of the application. After it's passed, Feng Zhengyuan took a sip of tea and was in a happy mood, and was mentally calculating how much money he could make from building the bridge. However, Feng Zhengyuan was too happy too soon. He was just finishing his calculations and happily asking the relevant departments if the approval process had passed when he heard the words of rejection. Your company's approval qualification is not qualified. About your application, the rejection notice has not yet fallen. Later the notice will be issued to your company. We have looked for the relevant senior company. This bridge does not have to be repaired by your company. Snap. After being hung up, Feng Zhengyuan was flabbergasted for a moment, wondering what was going on and why the application had not been approved. Feng Zhengyuan was pondering in his mind, and immediately after that, his assistant pushed the door in and spoke anxiously. Mr. Feng, it's not good. Our company has been raked over the coals. Feng Zhengyuan frowned slightly. Speak clearly. What was raked over the coals? He went to great lengths to report Zhang Leidong, and now that he's finally agreed to build the bridge, he's now telling them that the company is not qualified for approval, and he's found the senior company in question? The office where the assistant rushed in again, saying that the company had been raked over the coals? What do you mean? What was raked over the coals? Feng Zhengyuan went through it in his mind and suddenly felt a bit weak, and a trace of anxiety could not help but appear on his face. The assistant spoke. It's like this, Mr. Feng. There was a lot of bickering on the internet about this case of Zhang Leidong, and then the source and origin of everything was raked up. It was finally learned that it was our company that made the report. Zhang Leidong. Then a lot of netizens have learned and reported on various things about our company. Currently on the internet, our company is being raked over the coals, and the main problem is still the related tax issues. Today, the finance department has already told me that the finance department has already investigated our company and asked us to pay back the tax, and also found out that our previous qualification review for bridge repair is a problem. Now, things are bad for our company at the moment. Feng Zhengyuan? No, what's going on here? It's such a big impact. The company's tax problem, and the qualification review problem. If he is the person in charge, he knows very well in his heart. There is a big problem. This, if they do find out, then he, the person in charge, probably can't get away with it. While Feng Zhengyuan was thinking about it, the relevant law enforcement officers from the finance department and other departments had already arrived at the office. Please cooperate with law enforcement. Feng Zhengyuan's heart thumped in his heart. It's over. It's over. It's all over. The 8th day after Zhang Leidong's trial, inside Hakun's law office, Subai took a small sip of tea and let out a long breath. Free wool gathering tea is just comfortable to drink. After the case of Zhang Leidong was over, Xiao Haiba called Subai and asked about the specific situation. After learning about the verdict of the court, he first expressed his gratitude to Subai. Counselor Su, I have to thank you a lot for this one. You didn't just help me with a lawsuit. You made such a beautiful case. Attorney Su, I didn't realize that not only are you so knowledgeable about criminal matters, but you are also so good at administrative litigation. I was on the court website, and I saw Lawyer Su, your defense speech. It was really awesome. This lawsuit. Thank you Lawyer Su for relieving me. Facing Xiao Haiba's words, Subai smiled and opened his mouth. Lawyer Xiao, it seems too polite to say that. There's no need to be so polite between us. Ha ha ha, Lawyer Su is right. We're close here. There's no need to be polite. I'll be polite this time. I won't be polite next time. But, someone on my side has sent me a few more pounds of good tea. So when I look for you, Lawyer Su, in the next couple of days, I'll just be able to bring it over. Lawyer Su, do you want to try it? Bring you 2 pounds over. Sheesh. What a human condition. Wouldn't it be too disrespectful to refuse? 2. Definitely. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. He drinks well from a white whore. Lawyer Xiao has the heart to do so. Then I will not be polite and thank Lawyer Xiao here in advance. You're welcome. Xiao Haiba laughed on the other end of the phone and didn't say anything more. This time, he did owe Subai a favor. But, the relationship between the two this was a lot closer. Not yet. Subai and Luo Dexiang have a good relationship. Just by virtue of Subai's business level caliber alone. He was then very optimistic about the future development of Bai Jun law firm. Not to mention, that little follower of Subai, Su Ling and Li Shuizhen are siblings, and he serves as a top-notch top lawyer for civil litigation in the Nandu law firm circle. Of course I know who Sua Jinli is. After this, it's hard to say who climbs on whose relationship. In the meantime, after hanging up, the corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly. The law firm expanded, and more human interaction is good. Can't you see? You don't even have to pay for your own tea now? Not only does it taste good, but you don't have to spend any money. Let alone worry about spending money you don't deserve. Don't worry about getting screwed at all. Oh, my god, not bad. After Subai took a sip of tea, he glanced at the time, 2:30 p.m. The judgment on Zhang Leidong's case has been sent to the law firm. He had arranged for Li Shuizhen to notify Zhang Leidong to pick up the judgment, estimating the time is probably close. It wasn't much different from what Subai had expected. Not much more than 20 minutes had passed. The two brothers, Zhang Leidong and Zhang Lichun, then came to the Baijun law firm. Walk into the law. So after Duan Liang noticed the two men, and it was clear that for these two men also knew each other. After all, there was the court case about Subai, and the business of the law firm, which he was relatively well informed about. Rubbing his bald head, he brought the man to the office. Counselor Su, the two clients, Zhang Leidong and Zhang Lichun, are here. Okay. Subai smiled and nodded. Duan Liang scratched his head. The people were brought in. There was nothing left for him to do, so he went to get busy first. The two brothers, Zhang Lichun and Zhang Leidong, sat on the sofa in a formal manner. Zhang Leidong took a slow breath. His hands crossed, his rough fingers constantly rubbing the back of his hands, and he was silent for a few seconds before slowly opening his mouth. Counselor Su, regarding the matter of my changed acquittal, and I need to thank you for that. I've asked the relevant law enforcement authorities, and it says that I'm now not guilty. It won't affect the baby. And the leader of the relevant watershed department, who was aware of the situation, said he would build a bridge there, which is a solution to part of the villagers' problems. Administrative penalties are also waived. It's that old bridge that's going to be torn down, but a new one is being built, which is quite good and solves the villagers' problems. Subai nodded with a slight smile when he heard Zhang Leidong's words. After this matter spread on the internet, the relevant departments attached great importance to it and decided to repair the bridge and fix it within a month's time limit, and improve the appropriate measures. This is a good thing for the villagers in the neighborhood. Anyway, the case turned out well. However, Zhang Leidong's requirements were not too high, and the actual commissions had all been secured. Subai handed over the judgment to Zhang Leidong. Zhang Leidong carefully took it, followed by solemnly and seriously folding up the judgment and putting it inside his pocket. Subai continued to speak. For the period you are in custody, you can apply for a certain amount of state compensation. This matter, I have already prepared the application materials. When the time comes, you hand over to the local court on it. After speaking, Subai took out a bunch of application materials from the table and handed them over to Zhang Leidong. Zhang Leidong nodded solemnly after repeatedly viewing the application materials. Okay, Counselor Su. Thank you, Counselor Su. This case, thank you, Lawyer Su. Zhang Leidong stood up and bowed earnestly to Subai, who hurriedly helped Zhang Leidong up. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth. This case convicted you of provocation and strong-arming, and you were not a strong-armer to be able to win this case. No need to thank me for that. I'm your retained attorney, and I'm sure I'll do my best to help you with this case. It's a matter of my responsibility. Zhang Leidong nodded solemnly. Although the words are so, if it were any other lawyer, this defense might not be innocence. Still need to thank Counselor Su. Subai smiled, did not continue to be polite. Immediately after, and Zhang Leidong talked about the relevant follow-up proper issues. He instructed Zhang Leidong on the submission and application of some follow-up procedures. 2 hours later, Zhang Leidong bowed again and thanked Lawyer Su. Thank you, but it's different from what you see when you're in the guardhouse. This time Zhang Leidong's tanned face carried a clear smile, a smile from the heart. Obviously, Zhang Leidong was satisfied with the outcome of this time. Subai smiled and nodded without saying anything more. After waiting for Zhang Leidong to leave, he let out a long breath. The commission of this case was considered completed. Law firms, further making a name for themselves. P.S. Please ask for a monthly ticket.